The end of the world has arrived, and the world has fallen into extreme cold in just 3 days, with the average temperature dropping to below minus 50 degrees Celsius. More than 90% of the world's species faced extinction in this sudden ice disaster. From that moment on, it became difficult for those who wanted to survive. Most people long for a warm shelter, and even a packet of instant noodles has become a luxury. But I am different. In this cold and cruel apocalypse, I have still lived comfortably for 8 years. All this is because I have a special ability, another world space. This magical space allowed me to stockpile a large amount of supplies before the end of the world. Food, fuel, tools, everything. With these, my good friend Zhao Xiao and I supported each other in the apocalypse and survived the long 8 years. But I never expected that during an outing to find food, I would fall under the gun of my most trusted friend Zhao Xiao. Before he died, Zhao Xiao told me the reason for his betrayal. He had already defected to another force, and their real target was my precious alien world. Compared to the endless coldness of the end of the world, the betrayal of friends is even more chilling. However, fate did not seem to give up on me. I was reborn before the end of the world. In this life, I will never give away my trust easily again, and I will never die under Zhao Xiao's gun again. It is March 1st, 2024, and 7:30 a.m. At that time, I was only 19 years old and a freshman in this city. I did not live in the school dormitory on weekdays, but lived at home. Standing on the balcony of my bedroom, facing the cool morning breeze, I gazed at the morning sun. The sun was warm. Looking down from the balcony on the 28th floor, you can see the busy traffic on the road outside the community. However, such a prosperous scene will soon be replaced by vast white snow and disappear completely without a trace. And the root of all this is the sun hanging high in the sky. I put my hands up to cover my eyes and looked out of the corner of my eye at the sun, on which humankind depends for survival. Perhaps humans have never thought about what would happen to humans if something went wrong with the sun one day. But I know clearly that it will be a disaster, the end of mankind. 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented solar flare suddenly erupted, marking the beginning of the end of the world. Because the incident happened without any warning, it was not until June 3rd that scientists in the Bear Country discovered that the coronal particles were abnormally close to the blue star. Humanity only has 1 day to react, and the government has yet to reach a consensus. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a strong electromagnetic pulse destroyed all satellites outside the Earth. Electronic equipment failed, and a geomagnetic storm swept the world. The electrical civilization accumulated over hundreds of years collapsed in an instant, and the world returned to its original state of darkness. Back in the room, I opened the safe and took out the ugly broken bowl left by my father. This broken bowl is dusty and has a chipped edge, and looks like something that could be thrown on the street to beg for at any time. However, I know its true value, a treasure chest. Only certain objects can open it. In my previous life, I accidentally repaired the cornucopia in the 8th year of the extreme cold apocalypse, but was unable to store more resources due to shortage of supplies. Now that I've been reborn, I can't let this happen again. When the end of the world comes, supplies are the basis of survival. The biggest advantage is the storage space that can be carried with you and is not afraid of being robbed. I knew that the key items needed to open the treasure bowl were in the antique market in the south of the city, so I immediately packed my bag, packed the treasure bowl, and went out. After filling my stomach at the breakfast shop downstairs, I drove to the antique market I remembered. The street is lined with antique stalls, and the morning market is bustling. I started looking for the ancient coin with the special pattern one by one. After 2 hours of searching, I still found nothing. This market is only open on weekends, and the stall owners are not fixed. If the owner of the ancient coin stall had only come once on the day of the end of the world, my rebirth advantage would be greatly reduced. I let out a breath, suppressed my anxiety, and continued searching. Linsher, a familiar voice came from my ear. I looked up suddenly, and a murderous look flashed in my eyes. Zhao Xiao, the friend who betrayed me in my previous life. He was wearing an urban management uniform. He came over and patted my shoulder, saying jokingly, "A top student is also here to play with antiques?" I calmly replied, "I have nothing to do this weekend, so I came to visit." Zhao Xiao had a smile on his face, but it was full of hidden jealousy. I sneered in my heart. In my previous life, had I ever seen his true face? Just then, a quarrel was heard not far away, and a crowd gathered. Zhao Xiao and I also walked over, and saw a young man holding an ancient coin and angrily scolding the stall owner for selling fake goods. The stall owner was an old man in his 70s with a bitter look on his face. He claimed that the ancient coins were genuine ones passed down from his ancestors. There are rules in the antique world that items you buy cannot be returned even if they are fakes. But it was obvious that the young man didn't know what he was doing and insisted on forcing the stall owner to refund the money. When I saw the ancient coin in the young man's hand, my heart was suddenly shocked. It was the ancient coin that opened the treasure pot. Taking a deep breath, I walked forward and asked casually, "Can I see the ancient coin in your hand?" I saw that the person coming was a student younger than me, and I waved my hand impatiently. "Go away. Don't join in the fun." Unexpectedly, he was not angry. Instead, he said calmly, "I like to collect different coins. If I'm interested in the one you have, you can sell it to me." As soon as the words fell, whispers came from all around. "Is this student stupid? He still wants fake goods?" Zhao Xiao was also a little stunned. He didn't understand why I would accept something that I knew was fake, although he knew I had money, 100,000 yuan, which was 3 years' salary for him. The young man was obviously very satisfied with my proposal and immediately handed over the ancient coin. I took it and the surface looked like gold, but it wasn't. There were gold ingots engraved on one side and some strange characters on the other. Many people around came over, took a look, then shook their heads and left. The veterans in this market have long trained their eyes to see that this ancient coin is incredibly new and the pattern does not match the known dynasties. Instead, it looks like a copper coin from an arcade. Everyone looked at me with sarcasm, and an old man even reminded me, "Young man, you have to look carefully before buying things." I felt the slight warmth of the treasure chest in my backpack, confirming that this was what I was looking for. Regardless of its value, being able to open a storage space was priceless to me. "How much do you want to sell it for?" I asked casually. The young man rolled his eyes, looked me over, and said 150,000. The people around me all looked at him with disdain. This guy had just been clamoring to return the goods, but now he was asking for a huge price. 50,000, I coldly quoted a price. He snatched the ancient coin and shouted, "I received 100,000 yuan. Are you kidding me?" I smiled, turned and walked away, counting to 3 in my mind. This person would definitely call me. Sure enough, after taking 2 steps, a voice sounded, but it was not from the young man, but from the old stall owner. "Young man, if you want this kind of ancient coin, I have another one here. I'll sell it to you for 80,000. I turned around and asked in surprise, "You still have it?" The old man tremblingly took out an identical ancient coin from his arms and handed it to me. It turned out that these were his family heirlooms, but because his son was seriously ill, he had to sell them. This answer was what I expected. There couldn't be many of these special ancient coins. I nodded to the old man and took out my cell phone to transfer money to him. Seeing that I paid the money readily, the young man immediately became suspicious of the ancient coins in his hand. He looked at me for a moment and seemed not to want to give up this opportunity to make money. So he called me, "Handsome guy, how about you take mine too?" I said calmly, "I already have one. The one in your hand means nothing to me." Seeing that I seemed to have no interest, he became a little anxious and said quickly, "I'll sell it to you for 100,000 now, but I won't make any money from you." I glanced at him calmly and said, 50,000. Finally, after some bargaining, I bought the second ancient coin for 80,000. The 2 ancient coins in my palm made me secretly happy. If I hadn't come today, I might have missed this second ancient coin. After sending Zhao Xiao away, I hurried home. Zhao Xiao's matter was not urgent for the time being and would be dealt with later. When I got home, I locked the door, walked into the windowless storage room, and closed the door to make sure no one noticed anything unusual. Taking out the slightly warm treasure bowl, I put an ancient coin into it first. The treasure bowl suddenly floated, shining brightly, and the dirt on it peeled off like flakes, revealing its true appearance, and finally turned into a golden light that merged into my forehead. Then, a familiar interface appeared in front of me. Cornucopia. Function. Storage space 3. Money points required for upgrade. 1,000. The space is open. This was also the interface in my previous life. I didn't understand its principle at that time, but I knew that this space must have its reason for existence. This space is the size of a small room. You can store and retrieve items with your mind, and time stands still, so there is no need to worry about food spoiling. Moreover, the cornucopia can be upgraded with gold, silver, and jewelry. In my previous life, I tried to upgrade using gold and silver, but unfortunately, by the 8th year I could hardly find any treasures and failed to upgrade even to the first level. This time with the second ancient coin, I couldn't help but wonder if there would be any new changes. I placed the second ancient coin on my forehead, and suddenly felt a heat in my forehead. The ancient coin in my hand disappeared, and the interface became blurred, as if it had been impacted by something. After a moment, the clear interface reappeared, and a huge change had actually taken place. System prompt. Cornucopia. Function. Storage space 3. Money points required for upgrade. 1,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade. 10,000. There is an additional item copy. My mind suddenly lit up. Could it be the kind of copy I was thinking of? Although the number of copies is limited to 3, I can't waste it. I thought for a moment and decided to try the effect first. Back in the bedroom, I opened the safe and took out the 500-gram gold bars left by my father. This is the most valuable thing in the house. Holding it in my hand, I whispered, "Item copy." A golden light flashed before my eyes, and the next second, 5 gold bars appeared out of thin air in midair, making a crisp sound when they landed on the ground. I immediately picked them up and compared them one by one with the gold bar in my hand. I found that their weight, size, and even one small flaw were exactly the same. They were perfect replicas. Check the cornucopia interface. The number of times the item has been copied has become 2. The current international gold price is 430 yuan per gram, and the recycling price of the pawn shop is about 10 yuan lower. The 5 gold bars left by my father were worth about 1.05 million yuan. By copying them, my assets doubled instantly. Looking at these gold bars, I couldn't help but mutter, "Cornucopia. This is the real cornucopia." There was a legend about the cornucopia in the Xia kingdom. It was said that Shun Wansan accumulated wealth to the point where he was rich enough to rival a country with the help of a cornucopia. If there is no limit to the replication function of this cornucopia, then it is only a matter of time before one has massive wealth. However, its true potential may not yet be fully realized. I quietly looked at the 10 gold bars in front of me, trying to calm myself down. Although it can be replicated again, I don't know whether the remaining 2 chances can be replenished. If the number of times is limited, then I must save them for the most critical moments. Moreover, wealth that is too obvious will inevitably arouse suspicion, and if you are not careful, you may become the target of public criticism. Thinking of this, I decided to try to upgrade the cornucopia and put the 5 copied gold bars in, but a red message immediately popped up on the interface. Copied items cannot be used for upgrades. It seems that they indeed cannot be used for upgrades. I was slightly disappointed, but it was expected. So I picked up the original gold bar in the safe and silently said upgrade space. The numbers on the system interface jumped. Cornucopia. Function. Storage space 3. Money points required for upgrade. 500. A 500-gram gold bar is equal to 500 money points, and 1 gram of gold is exchanged for 1 money point. This is the rule I learned in my previous life. For silver, 100 grams can be exchanged for 1 money point. After the second gold bar is consumed, the interface changes and the space expansion is completed. Cornucopia. Function. Storage space 6. Money points required for upgrade. 2,000. The space capacity doubled. The volume increased 8 times, and the requirement for the next level upgrade doubled to 2,000 money points. 2 gold bars, worth 420,000 yuan, were completely lost. If it were 3 years ago, I wouldn't even be qualified to activate the cornucopia, let alone upgrade it. My father passed away unexpectedly 3 years ago, leaving me an inheritance and 10 million in insurance compensation. The cornucopia is what he left behind. In addition to the house and these gold bars, I have 14.52 million in cash. In this city where rich people gather, these assets are nothing, but they are still far from enough for me to support my plans. To upgrade the space further, you need 4 gold bars, about 860,000, while the upgrade requirement for item duplication is as high as 4.24 million. I also have a lot of supplies and shelter construction plans that require more money. I thought about it for a moment and decided to take some action. The first thing I did was pick up my phone and call several real estate agencies, preparing to sell my house in the city. Lessons from my previous life taught me that in the extremely cold apocalypse, such tall buildings are not suitable for survival. This house is in an excellent location, close to the city center, with an area of 128 square meters, a market price of 80,000 per square meter, and a market value of over 10 million. I asked the agent to sell it for the full price of 9 million, and the excess amount would be given to the agent as commission. Whoever sells faster will earn more. This kind of reward is extremely high, which is bound to make the agents work harder. Selling the house is the first step of my plan. Next, I will use all the funds to buy gold bars, use the copy function of the cornucopia to double the gold bars, and then sell them back to the bank to recover the principal. This way I can hoard gold bars to upgrade my cornucopia, and I can also raise more cash. After putting the house up for sale, I called my counselor and told him that there was an emergency at home and I needed to take a leave. The end of the world is approaching, and continuing to attend classes is just a waste of time. If I don't ask for leave, the counselor will probably keep calling me, so I might as well ask for leave to save trouble and not worry about being suspected. I thought about whether I should notify the country in advance about the solar flare that would occur 3 months later, but I quickly dismissed the idea. I am an ordinary person and have no way of contacting the top leaders of the country. Even if I call the police, who will believe my absurd prediction? Even if you post it online, you will just join those groundless discussions, which is meaningless and may even bring you unnecessary trouble and risks. After all, I'm just a mortal. I have no ability to save the world. I can only try my best to save myself. So I drove to the pawn shop and sold the 5-copy gold bars, and I received 1.05 million yuan on my card. After finishing all this, it was already dark. I had a casual meal of grilled fish outside, and then went home satisfied. That evening, I created a detailed exercise plan for the next 3 months. In the extreme cold apocalypse, the mortality rate among the elderly and children is the highest, while young people with strong physiques are more likely to survive. Having a strong body can not only improve my ability to resist the cold, but also allow me to better protect myself and even deal with possible changes after the end of the world. Just as I finished writing the plan, my phone rang. It was a message from my high school classmates group. I once pinned a small group of 6 people, which shows how much I valued these people at the time. Reading these messages, my thoughts went back to my previous life. Although Zhao Xiao and I were classmates in junior high school, he had his own small circle and was just an acquaintance of mine. It was not until my father passed away unexpectedly and the sky-high compensation amount made the news that Zhao Xiao and his group of friends began to treat me as brothers, and we had more frequent gatherings and fun together. I always rushed to pay the bill, and they took it for granted and never paid once. Especially Zhao Xiao, who always pretended to be poor and miserable in front of me, and instilled in me the truth that brothers share happiness and difficulties. It now seems that he obviously wants to use me to steal the show tonight. Seeing that I didn't reply, several people in the group at me to urge me. I curled my lips and sneered. In that case, I might as well collect some interest first. So I sent a message. Okay, but I'm not free until after 8 o'clock in the evening. The next morning, I got up at 5 o'clock as usual. I checked the cornucopia interface and found nothing had changed. The number of item copies had not been restored. I'm not in a hurry. After all, the upgrade points for this ability are 10 times that of space. In this case, its value must be extraordinary, waiting for it to come in handy at the critical moment. After washing up, I went downstairs for my morning run and performed a full-body exercise rhythmically as planned. What is needed to survive in the apocalypse is not only muscle strength, but also body flexibility. In my previous life, I figured out a training method that suits me. Now I just need to improve it step by step. When I got home from my workout, I had breakfast and started making a list of supplies. There are many things needed in the end times. Based on my experience in my previous life, I have listed all the important supplies one by one. In the afternoon, I called to rent a 1,000 square meter warehouse with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 1 month's payment for the total rent of 60,000 yuan, and agreed to sign the contract the next day. The warehouse can not only store supplies, but also has compartments for nighttime guarding. I plan to live there until the supplies are ready. As night fell, Zhao Xiao and others kept urging in the group. I was not in a hurry. It was almost 8 o'clock before I changed my clothes and drove to Huaqiao Club. In the box, Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei had already drunk a lot. When Su Feifei saw me, her face turned red, and she took my arm and said coquettishly, "Lin Shi, you took so long to come. Did you miss me?" Su Feifei has a sweet look and big, twinkling eyes, giving people the illusion that my eyes are full of you. In fact, the reason why she behaves so specially towards every boy is just because there are a lot of fish in one pond. In the last life, at the end of the world, she lived a much better life than me. I smiled gently and withdrew my arm while greeting other people, which made her slightly stunned. Before she could come to her senses, Huang Miao called me over. "Brother Lin, don't come home until you're drunk tonight." Zhao Xiao glanced at me, and the smile on his face was slightly gloomy. "Lin Shi, Miao, I have prepared a special program for you today." Zhao Xiao smiled mysteriously. Huang Miao asked curiously, "What program?" After a while, 4 hot hostesses came into the box. I raised my eyebrows slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in my eyes. In such an occasion, Zhao Xiao actually played the role of a drinking companion. He had many tricks up his sleeve. I glanced at the drinks on the table. These alone would cost at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. I want to see whether Zhao Xiao is really going to pay tonight or has other intentions. He smiled and raised his glass. Lin Shi Miao, I arranged this for you. Thank you for being my brother, Zhao Xiao. Cheers! I smiled gently and refused the cup, saying, I have a slight cold today, and took some cefuroxime. I can't drink it. You guys drink it. The three of them didn't care and continued singing and drinking, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. By 1 a.m., the table was piled with wine bottles, and everyone except me was a little drunk. Su Feifei drunkenly mentioned that she wanted to go home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to take her home. Huang Miao rolled his eyes and quickly agreed. Brother Zhao and I are going the same way. Let's go together. I smiled and said, then pay the bill and go together. The waiter came over with the bill. Zhao Xiao hooked his arm around my shoulders, his eyes blurry but with a hint of shrewdness. Lin Shi, come to my house for dinner tomorrow? My parents want to adopt you as their godson. What do you think? This proposal chilled my heart. I remembered how warmly Zhao's parents had treated me when I went to their home last month. They even suggested that they adopt me as their godson so that we could become a family. Before my rebirth, I trusted Zhao Xiao and regarded him as a close friend. I even lent him 1 million yuan when his family bought a house. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiao's parents died in the early days after the apocalypse, and the money was never recovered. Now that I think about it, his purpose for approaching me has not changed. So I smiled faintly, not hiding my coldness. No, I'm not used to being someone else's son. Zhao Xiao was stunned. The waiter came in with the bill. The total consumption is 38,000 yuan, including the decimal. He handed us the bill, but Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei all looked at me. I raised my eyebrows and said calmly, why are you looking at me? Didn't Zhao Xiao say he would treat us? Zhao Xiaoxiang seemed to have just reacted. He pretended to touch his pocket, took out his cell phone, and said awkwardly, oh no, my phone is out of battery. He looked at me for help. If it were me in my previous life, I would have paid the bill without hesitation. But this time, I smiled meaningfully and said to the waiter slowly, give him a charger. The waiter showed a hint of displeasure, glanced at Zhao Xiao with disdain, turned around and left the box to get the charger. I caught a glimpse of the embarrassment on Zhao Xiao's face. His clever plan was obviously disrupted by me. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged a puzzled look. Obviously, they didn't expect that I would refuse to pay the bill today. It was Zhao Xiao who said he would treat us, but everyone habitually waited for me to pay. Huang Miao winked at Zhao Xiao, who turned pale and blue, with an awkward smile on his face. Lin Shi, you pay for today's meal first, and I'll treat you to the next one. I raised my eyebrows and looked at him, with undisguised sarcasm in my tone. Zhao Xiao, you asked everyone to come out to eat, drink, and have fun, but you didn't bring any money? Zhao Xiao's smile froze, his face flushed, and he stammered, unable to speak. He spoke, his voice weaker. Huang Miao and Su Feifei were dumbfounded by this scene, their eyes full of confusion and disbelief. They know very well how righteous I am to Zhao Xiao on weekdays, but I am completely different today. The waiter came in with a charger, put it in front of Zhao Xiao, and said coldly, sir, please charge it. We will close in an hour. Zhao Xiao's face was like an overturned pallet, red for a while, white for a while, and he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Shi, I beg you to settle the bill first. We can talk about it later if there's anything else. In my previous life, I might have been soft-hearted when I heard this, but now I just smiled coldly. So, you really didn't bring any money when you treated me to dinner? Zhao Zhao's eyes turned red, and he answered in a low voice, yes. I glanced at the group of people and said calmly, then let's all pay AA. As soon as I finished speaking, Huang Miao and Su Feifei's faces changed. Su Feifei frowned and said, you want a girl like me to pay for going out? Huang Miao also hesitated. I really didn't bring any money, I thought Brother Lin would. Seeing that Zhao Xiao had nothing to say, Huang Miao secretly pushed him and whispered. Brother Zhao quickly apologized to Brother Lin. Zhao Xiao was filled with anger, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. But he saw that I just calmly took out my wallet, paid 30 yuan for the juice, and stood up to leave. Zhao Xiao couldn't believe it and shouted, didn't we agree to split the bill? I smiled and glanced at him, then said softly, yes, I've already paid for my glass of juice. If you don't believe me, You can check the surveillance. The club checked the surveillance footage, confirmed what I said, and then let me go. I pushed open the door, and the three of them could only glare at me as I walked away. The waiter urged coldly, "We still need 37,970 yuan. Please pay the bill." After I left the house, the three people were stunned. They couldn't believe that I, who had always been so easy to talk to, had become so cold. By the time they reacted, I was already far away. "Lin Sure, wait for me." Su Fei wanted to catch up with me, but was stopped by the waiter. She said to the waiter dissatisfiedly, "Why are you stopping me? That person is my boyfriend." The waiter sneered, "Then you can call your boyfriend and ask him to pay your share as well." Su Fei's chest was heaving with anger, but she didn't dare to get angry at this tough waiter. She turned around and glared at Zhao Xiao. "What are you staring at? Pay now." Zhao Xiao had lost all face at this moment, and he whispered in defense, I don't have so much money." Facing the girl he loved, he lost face once again, and his hatred for me reached its peak. The fact is just as I expected. Zhao Xiao was jealous when he saw me spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy ancient coins yesterday, so he thought of finding an opportunity to rip me off tonight. Based on past experience, Zhao Xiao knew that I would not refuse. I had always been tactful enough to pay for him in the past, but today he found that I seemed like a different person. Zhao Xiao still didn't believe it and called me. However, I walked out of the club refreshed and hung up his phone and blocked all these people. Zhao Xiao called a few more times and found that he was blocked. Only then did he give up completely. Facing the waiter and several eagerly awaited club security guards, Zhao Xiao whispered, "Let's split the bill." Huang Miao and Su Fei immediately objected when they heard this, as one of them had just started working and the other was still a student, and neither of them had enough money. It was Zhao Xiao's idea to come to the club, and he even arranged for the drinking companions. The three of them kept blaming each other, and finally the club called the police. The three of them had no choice but to ask their families for help, and only then were they able to pay the bill. When paying the bill, Zhao Xiao paid the most, 18,000 yuan. Huang Miao paid 13,000 yuan, and Su Fei reluctantly paid 7,000 yuan. The three of them left the club on bad terms. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao almost broke up on the spot and blamed each other. Su Fei also didn't give Zhao Xiao a good look and blocked him when she returned. At a party, the brothers turned against each other, and even the girl he liked left him. When he returned home, Zhao Xiao not only did not get any comfort, but was also scolded by Zhao's father, who ordered him to apologize to me immediately. His family was planning to buy a house and was counting on borrowing money from me. I had no idea of these things, and even if I did, I would not be shaken at all. The next morning, I got up early to exercise as planned. Not long after breakfast, the real estate agent called. On the phone, a young woman who called herself Chun Qingqing said politely, "Mr. Lin, a client wants to come and see the house. When is it convenient for you?" I was a little surprised. I didn't expect the efficiency to be so high, so I replied, "I have time now. You can bring someone over." 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a middle-aged man followed by the young and beautiful Chun Qingqing. Chun Qingqing introduced the advantages of the house in detail. I stood aside and waited quietly. I would leave the selling of the house to the professionals. After viewing the house, the customer readily expressed his willingness to buy it in full, and the negotiated price was 9.45 million, which was higher than my expectation. When the two of them left, I saw the middle-aged man putting his hands on Chun Qingqing, and I understood the reason. Not long after, Chun Qingqing came back and said with a smile on her face, "Mr. Lin, the client has decided to buy the house and can go through the transfer procedures tomorrow. Please prepare the materials in advance." I nodded, feeling satisfied, and secretly admired Chun Qingqing's efficiency. She then informed me in detail about the documents required for the transfer procedure, slowly approaching me as she spoke. I glanced at her coldly and took a few steps back without leaving a trace. Chun Qingqing's smile froze for a moment. Then she continued smiling and said, "Mr. Lin, you said before that the portion over 9 million will be counted as my commission. I keep my word. After the transaction is completed, I will transfer the extra money to you." I said calmly, "I have something else to do, so I won't keep Miss Chun." She won the order with her own ability, and the commission of more than 400,000 yuan should belong to her. I will not regret it. She said goodbye and left with a sense of relief. Once the house is sold, I can move on to the next step. Then I went out to sign the warehouse lease contract. The warehouse environment is quiet and meets the privacy requirements I mentioned earlier. After seeing the environment, I was very satisfied. Our contract was signed smoothly. After the house is delivered tomorrow, I can move to the warehouse to ensure the confidentiality of subsequent material reserves. Before leaving, I stopped the agent. The agent's name was Liao Peng, who was nearly 30 years old, calm, careful, and thoughtful. In the 3 months countdown to the end of the world, I need a lot of supplies, and the daily management of the warehouse also needs to be taken care of. It will be a lot easier to have a reliable helper. Mr. Liao, are you interested in working for me? I can give you an annual salary of 500,000. I stated the conditions straight away. Liao Peng was stunned for a moment. An annual salary of 500,000 yuan was much higher than his income from working as an agency, but he couldn't help but feel doubtful, not sure if I was joking. He asked tentatively, "What do you need me to do?" Obviously, he could not accept anything illegal. I briefly explained to Liao Peng my needs, a remote residential plot for building a safe house. Although he was obviously a little surprised by my Doomsday survival idea, I directly transferred 2 months' salary to him to dispel his doubts. Liao Peng's caution reassured me, and he even offered to sign a detailed contract. That's just what I want. I don't intend to rely on just a verbal agreement on a critical project. After the contract was signed, I arranged for him to go to Shushi immediately to find a plot of land that met the requirements. The remote location, which is high, flat, and free of tall buildings, is large enough to accommodate large facilities, ensuring that the shelter can operate independently in the extremely cold apocalypse in the future. Shushi in the southern province is located near the equator. When extreme cold strikes, the temperature is dozens of degrees higher than in the north. The official shelter is also located there, which is considered the last barrier for the survivors of the Xia Kingdom. In the previous life, Shushi became the most stable city in the country. Liao Peng immediately booked the earliest flight, and I returned home and started to put all the items that could be taken away into the space and cleared out the useless ones. Finally, I took a look at the empty house and turned away without any reluctance. For me, a house is just a temporary shelter. When the end of the world comes, home is the supplies and shelter that I always have with me. The next day, I completed the house transfer at the agreed time, and after receiving the house payment, I immediately transferred the agency's commission to Ching. Then, carrying my newly bought suitcase, I headed straight to the bank. Large quantities of gold reserved in advance require special arrangements, so I have confirmed the details with the bank's account manager, Chu Xiaodai. The bank lobby was crowded with people, and I carried my suitcase and went straight to the reception area of the head office. Chu Xiaodai is a shrewd and capable manager, young but experienced, and she has already prepared a whole box of gold bars. Chu Xiaodai was surprised that I had such a strong financial resources at such a young age. Such a large-scale gold purchase was indeed rare. Her curiosity was self-evident, but she still maintained professional silence. I went straight to the payment and filled my suitcase with gold. These gold bars will be the key to my future shelter. They are not only the source of money points necessary for increasing positions, but also my core assets to fight against the end of the world. After returning home, I immediately deposited all the gold bars into the cornucopia and started upgrading the space and item copying functions. With each upgrade, the space capacity expanded exponentially, eventually reaching 96 cubic meters, enough to accommodate a large amount of supplies. However, I am more looking forward to the changes after the item duplication upgrade. After the upgrade was complete, I discovered that the number of replications had not only been restored, but had increased to 4. At this moment, I am more and more convinced that this investment is worth it. Just as they were immersed in the joy of the smooth progress of the plan, Liao Peng called and said that he had found a residential site that met the requirements and that he would handle all the procedures for land purchase and pre-construction. I briefly confirmed the details of the plot and hung up the phone with satisfaction. After waiting for a while in the bank lobby, I noticed a charming woman in uniform coming out. The name tag on her chest read, Account Manager Chu Xiaodai. Seeing me, she smiled politely and motioned for me to follow her. I nodded and followed her into the VIP room. Chu Xiaodai introduced me to the purchasing process of physical gold. She explained in detail the investment costs such as gold price fluctuations and handling fees. But for me, these floating losses were not important. My goal was to increase the cornucopia. The formalities were handled smoothly and the process was quick. I chose 61,000-gram gold bars, which made it easier to upgrade and facilitate subsequent operations. Chu Xiaodai took the gold bars out of the safe and placed them on the counter one by one with a hint of heat in her eyes. She obviously saw me as a potential big client. After all, this deal was enough for her to earn 2 months' commission. Seeing her eager gaze, I looked away and laughed to myself. It would be interesting to see her reaction if I came back tomorrow with a duplicated gold bar. As I was casually scanning the hall, my eyes suddenly stopped. Among the crowd, there were 4 men who looked ordinary, but they made my heart tighten. They were sitting scattered around the hall, ostensibly waiting in line, but I could sense the secret connection between them and the murderous intent that was hard to conceal. During the 8 years of the apocalypse, I have seen too much carnage and developed the ability to spot danger at a glance. The cold and hard aura emanating from these 4 men is definitely not something that ordinary people should have. This is the aura of vicious criminals that I would only encounter in the end times. In today's peaceful times, it is no coincidence that such people appear in bank halls. Did I run into a bank robbery today? I searched my memories from my past life and had not heard of this robbery. Could it be that my arrival triggered some kind of butterfly effect? As I was secretly observing, one of the men seemed to notice my gaze and looked over at me. I immediately looked away, not daring to show any abnormality. The feeling of uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger. The gold bars in my hand were all my assets. If they were stolen, my plan would be ruined. So I turned around quickly and whispered to Chu Xiaodai, "I won't buy it today. I'll come back another day." Chu Xiaodai was obviously stunned, as if she couldn't accept such a sudden change of mind, especially after she put all the gold bars on the counter. She raised her voice and complained that canceling the transaction would affect the process and that I would have to bear the return service fees. But I had no time to pay attention to her complaints, and I lowered my voice anxiously and urged her to put the gold bars away. But she still insisted. Just then, I saw one of the men walking towards the VIP room. He was wearing black casual clothes. His face was expressionless, but there was a fierce gleam in his eyes. His expression and actions made me more and more certain that the situation today was extremely dangerous. I was anxious, so I interrupted Chu Xiaodia's chatter and warned her in a low voice. "Put it away quickly, or you will be responsible for the consequences if it is stolen." Her expression was still angry. She didn't believe there was any danger and continued to argue with me. I finally caught the point of her words. "You mean if it's robbed now, it's still the bank's responsibility?" Chu Xiaodai nodded impatiently, but at this moment, the man approaching our door was stopped by the security guard. I saw him sneer, then suddenly took out a black pistol and pulled the trigger at the security guard's abdomen. The gunshot rang out like thunder in the silent lobby. The security guard fell down in disbelief, and blood quickly dyed the floor red. The next second, the other 3 gangsters also pulled out their pistols and fired at the security guard who was trying to take out the electric baton. Screams, gunshots, and sirens mixed together in an instant. The frosted glass in the VIP room had limited soundproofing, and I could clearly see the crowd outside, fleeing in chaos. The man with the crew cut standing at the door broke the glass door of the VIP room with a shot and met my eyes. There was a cold and greedy look in his eyes. I immediately squatted down, put my hands on my head, moved to the corner, and tried to expose myself as little as possible. At this point, I knew I had no choice but to act like a non-threatening coward. I squatted quietly in the corner, observing the situation in the hall. The other hostages have been controlled by the robbers, and the 4 robbers obviously have a clear division of labor. One was responsible for monitoring external movements, one was guarding the hostages, and the other was walking towards us with a handbag. The man with the crew cut was pointing his gun at Chu Xiaodai, who was already pale with fear behind the counter, and ordered her to hand over the gold bars. Chu Xiaodia's hands trembled slightly, but she did not obey immediately. Instead, she tried to lock the gold bars back into the safe. The bulletproof glass of the Xiaodai Bank head office is not easily penetrated, and the alarm has already been activated. The security guard will arrive within 10 minutes. However, the robbers seem to be well prepared. They took a staff member hostage and directly took him to the door of the VIP room. They pointed the gun at the man and coldly threatened Chu Xiaodai that they would shoot him immediately if he did not cooperate. Chu Xiaodia's face turned pale, and she could only helplessly hand over the gold bars one by one. The gold bars may look small, but a full bag weighs 120 kilograms, and the robbers find it a bit difficult to hold them in their hands. At this moment, I noticed that the man with the crew cut's eyes fell on the black suitcase I brought with me. Obviously, he had become suspicious. Sure enough, he turned his gaze to me and ordered me fiercely to go over and open the box. I took a deep breath, pretended to be terrified, walked over, and opened the suitcase obediently, but my eyes were always fixed on his movements. The robber stuffed all the gold bars in the bag into the box. I stared at the box of gold bars, and a thought flashed through my mind. As long as the gold bars are put into the space, they can be avoided from being exposed. But reason quickly reminded me that the bank surveillance is still in operation, and the sudden disappearance of the box will bring endless troubles and even expose the secret of the treasure pot. Just then, the sound of sirens gradually approached, and the robbers became panicked, obviously planning to retreat quickly. Just before leaving, the man with the crew cut looked at me again, seemed to be suspicious, suddenly reached out and pulled me to his side, put the muzzle of the gun to my back, and whispered to me to follow him. I suppressed the urge to resist and allowed him to lead me out of the bank. There was an SUV waiting outside the bank. I was pushed into the car by the robbers, and then I found out that they had a fifth accomplice. The space inside the car was narrow, and the four men were squeezed in the back seat. Although it was crowded, no one complained, as if they all accepted the arrangement. I was forced into a corner of the car's seat, with the suitcase placed not far from my feet, within reach of me with a slight kick. At the same time, a reporter not far away took a picture of the moment I was abducted into the car. The video quickly spread online, and the title, "High City Shagwa Bank Head Office was robbed and a young man was held hostage," became a hot search. In the video, the scene of me being forced to get on the bus was clearly visible, which caused shock and discussion among netizens. At this time, the five people in the car were whispering nervously, and a foreign language that I couldn't understand was interweaving in the car. The breathing sounds around me were heavy and rapid, and I vaguely realized that they might not be from my country. The atmosphere in the car became more tense as the police car sirens got closer. I looked down at the suitcase at my feet and realized this was an opportunity. As long as I can find a chance to touch the suitcase, this batch of gold may be transferred into space without anyone noticing, and I can take the opportunity to reverse this crisis in desperation. Chapter 11: Playing Dumb. When the gold was robbed, it was still inside the counter and had never touched him, so naturally the bank should be held responsible for its loss. I can still get 60 kilograms of gold bars as compensation from the bank. If he put the gold stolen by the robbers into the space, no matter whether the robbers escaped or not, the blame for the loss of the gold would be theirs. You will own 120 kilograms of gold. After doubling the number, it is exactly 240 kilograms. Kilograms of gold to upgrade the cornucopia, which is twice as much as his original plan. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. I will be safe until these 5 robbers are safe. At this time, Lin Sher was sitting with the 3 robbers in the back row, very close to the suitcase. But bending down to touch the suitcase would have been too deliberate. He was waiting for an opportunity. The gangster driving the off-road vehicle was an excellent driver, weaving in and out of traffic at a speed of around 80 miles per hour. He narrowly avoided other vehicles several times and left the police car far behind. But soon the gangsters discovered that there were 2 helicopters following them overhead. Lin Sher heard the crew-haired man swear an international swear word. Not long after, a roadblock appeared on the road ahead. Even an off-road vehicle would not be able to break through that row of sharp barbs. A group of special police were standing by behind the roadblock. There was a sharp sound of sudden brakes, and everyone in the SUV leaned forward. Lin Sher's eyes flashed. Good opportunity. Just when everyone was unsteady and focused their attention on the roadblocks and special police in front of the vehicle, Lin Sher bent down, quickly touched the suitcase with his hand, and stood up immediately. None of the robbers noticed anything unusual. These robbers had no idea that the gold they had snatched with so much difficulty had disappeared. It was all collected by Lin Sher into the space. Next, he had to find a way to get out. The off-road vehicle backed up frantically, turned around and fled towards a small road. The helicopter followed. On a helicopter, a camera was facing the robbers' SUV. The SUV seemed to have made a circle, and after more than 10 minutes an overpass appeared ahead. Cars were coming and going under the overpass, but Lin Sher's body tensed up. An ordinary black car was parked under the overpass, but Lin Sher could tell something was wrong at a glance. Most people will park on the roadside outside the overpass even if they are in an emergency, not under the bridge. The area below the overpass happens to be a blind spot for helicopter monitoring. This is most likely a vehicle that the robbers prepared in advance to escape from pursuit. If the robbers got off the car, they would find that the gold bars in the suitcase were missing, and they would be in a passive position. It turned out that Lin Sher's guess was correct. The off-road vehicle braked suddenly as it entered under the overpass. If you are not changing vehicles and there are no vehicles ahead, there is no need to brake suddenly. Just as the SUV braked suddenly, Lin Sher, who was sitting between the 2 robbers, suddenly reached out and touched the hands of the 2 robbers holding guns. The 2 robbers were about to react, but their hands were empty and the pistols were gone. I was stunned for a moment. In just a moment, the robber's pistol appeared in Lin Shi's hand. He aimed at the third armed robber in the back row and shot him in the head. Then he shot two unarmed robbers in the back row in the head with 2 shots. The distance was so close that Lin Shi didn't even need to aim. Hearing the gunshots from the back row, the man with a crew cut in front turned around subconsciously, and his body leaned forward due to inertia. Before he could make any move, Lin Shi's gun was already pointed at his head. The man with the crew cut's pupils dilated. He didn't expect that the rich second-generation hostage, who he thought was powerless, could actually snatch the gun from his companion. Skilled movements, quick, accurate, and ruthless shooting, and a coldness that is completely inconsistent with his appearance and age. The man with a crew cut opened his mouth as if to say something, but Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. The robber sitting in the driver's seat kept his hands on the steering wheel. As soon as he realized something was wrong, he pulled out the gun from his waist, but before he could turn off the safety, his head had already exploded. At this point, all 5 robbers were caught. This off-road vehicle actually uses bulletproof glass, which is quite soundproof. In addition, there were no vehicles passing by, so it did not alarm other vehicles. After Lin Shi shot the robber in the driver's seat, he jumped out of the car as quickly as possible, avoiding the sight of passing cars, put his hands on the car body, and put the car and the body into the space. Then he walked quickly towards the black car. He opened the car door and got in. The car was indeed unlocked, and the keys were still in it. Lin Shi stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. 10 minutes later, after confirming that no helicopter had locked onto his position, Lin Shi drove the car into a remote forest. Because the car-changing process was so quick, the helicopter did not react to the criminals changing cars. In addition, there were wheels passing under the bridge, so Lin Shi quickly drove away from official surveillance. Confirm again that there is no one around and no surveillance. Lin Shi put the black car into the space and took out the SUV. Start collecting loot. The 5 robbers had 5 pistols and 10 magazines in total. Lin Shi picked up a gun and quickly replaced the empty magazine. He had touched a gun in his previous life, but the Xia Kingdom had strict gun control and it was very difficult to get a pistol. Guns are extremely precious materials whether before or after the apocalypse. He took such a big risk this time, not only for the gold bars, but also for the pistol. With a pistol, his ability to survive in the early days of the apocalypse would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Lin Shi searched the carriage for a while. A small amount of cash and 2 daggers were found. Collect all these items and the gold bars. Although there were unexpected events when the bank purchased the gold bars this time, the gains were far beyond his expectations. After confirming that nothing was left out, Lin Shi put the SUV back into the space. After the end of the world, these people will be thrown into the sea and frozen under the thick ice, and they will never be found. After handling everything, Lin Shi walked for a while, took a taxi, and went to the sheriff's bureau. On the other side, the police car rushed to the overpass where the SUV was lost and found no one there. The robbers and the SUV seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The cameras under the overpass had already been destroyed by the robbers who had made preparations in advance. All the security guards returned empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the police station in the city center. You mean, after the group drove the car into the mountains, they let you go, and then they drove away? Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went? The security guard asked questions one after another. The head office of Xiagua Bank was robbed of gold bars worth 25 million and a hostage was taken. This incident has attracted widespread attention in Haishur and even across the country. Although the hostages are safe now, the robbers and the gold bars are missing, which causes a headache for the leaders of the city center security bureau. Faced with the security guards' questions, Lin Shi answered all of them truthfully. Those who couldn't answer said innocently that they didn't know, were not clear, or hadn't noticed. The robbers and the car have disappeared, and the more lies you make up, the more loopholes there are. Lin Shi just needs to play dumb. Although he was also a suspect, the security guards knew after investigation that he had never had any contact with the robbers before today. You know, he was still a serious college student a few days ago. There is no need for such a perfect lie. Lin Shi's suspicion can be ruled out after an official investigation. Chapter 12 Threats. Officer, can the gold bars be recovered? If not, the bank will compensate me, right? After finishing the questioning, Lin Shi became concerned about his gold bars. Just as the security guard was about to speak, Chu Xiaodai and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie hurried into the police station. The middle-aged deputy asked as soon as he entered the door, "Have the hostages been found? Where are they? Where are the gold bars?" The security guard said to Lin Shi, "Someone from the bank is here." The older one is the vice president of the bank. You can communicate with him directly. Soon, Li Chongbin, the vice president of Xiagua Bank, sat opposite Lin Shi. The security guard had left, and only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin were in the room. Are you the hostage? Are you back? Are the gold bars missing? Li Chongbin's tone was questioning, which made Lin Shi feel a little unhappy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. You can ask the security guard these questions. I want to ask, when will you give me my gold bars? Li Chongbin frowned and glanced at Chu Xiaodai. Chu Xiaodai took out a document and handed it to Lin Shi, saying, Mr. Lin, your gold bars were taken away by robbers. If the gold bars are not recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for your loss of 50. If you have no problem, just sign this document. At present, the incident of gold bar robbery has been widely circulated on the internet. If we do not want this incident to cause reputational damage to the bank, we must resolve this matter as soon as possible. 50? Lin Shi turned his head and looked at Chu Xiaodai with a smile. Didn't you say that if someone gets robbed, it's your bank's responsibility? Chu Xiaodai's eyes dodged, but thinking of the vice president's instructions before she came out, she still said with a righteous expression, the loss of gold bars was caused by a third party. 4 of our bank's security personnel died, and 2 were seriously injured in this incident. We have fulfilled our obligations. We are very sorry that this happened. If the gold bars can be recovered, we will definitely give you the full amount. Lin Shi glanced at the documents handed over by Chu Xiaodai. A dense array of professional terms. The general meaning is that if the gold bars cannot be recovered, the bank will compensate Lin Shi for half of the gold bars, and Lin Shi can no longer hold the bank responsible. Lin Shi almost laughed. She sounds so self-centered, but does she treat him like a 3-year-old child? Lin Shi glanced at the vice president. They looked calm and composed, as if paying half compensation was already a sign of kindness on their part. I remember that the gold bars were taken away by robbers inside the counter. The gold bars were not given to me, and the transaction between the bank and me was not completed. I have nothing to do with the loss of the gold bars at your bank. Li Chongbin was somewhat surprised that Lin Shi, a 19-year-old young man, could remain so calm after being held hostage by gangsters. He said earnestly, Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's fault. Let's put it this way, we will compensate you 60. In addition, I have a good personal relationship with a professor at your university, so I can apply for a guaranteed place for you to study at graduate school. How about that? Not very good. Lin Shi refused flatly. Seeing that Lin Shi refused to listen, Li Chongbin's face turned ugly, and he said in a bad tone, Young man, don't be too greedy. I heard that there is no one in your family except you. You are still young and have not yet entered society. You don't know that young people nowadays have to learn to compromise. Otherwise, they will offend people they shouldn't offend, which will affect their future. Hee, are you threatening me? A cold light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodai tried to smooth things over by saying, Mr. Lin, we are communicating with you about compensation with sincerity. But we want to know, how did you know these people were going to rob a bank? These robbers did all kinds of evil, but they let you go. Mr. Lin, do you really not know these robbers? Are you trying to say that I'm in cahoots with the robbers? Lin Shi laughed angrily. The two of them didn't say anything, obviously agreeing. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, Lin Shi didn't want to waste any more time. He stood up and walked straight out. Then you two can help the police find evidence. I will not accompany you anymore. I will take legal action to get my things back. If you sue the bank yourself, your chances of winning are very high, but it will take a long time. But the gold bars were already in his hands, so he wouldn't lose anything. As for the threat made by the vice president of the bank, haha, I hope he can still stand and talk to me in 3 months. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Thinking it was an advertisement, Lin Shi turned on the speakerphone directly. The call was connected, and a female voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Shi? I'm a local journalist and would like to do a special interview with you. Do you have time? Lin Shi was stunned. A local reporter? Why would a reporter interview him? Just as I was about to refuse, another call came in. It's still an unfamiliar number. Sorry, I have to take a call first. After saying that, Lin Shi hung up the phone and answered the second call. Hello, Mr. Lin Shi. We are a new media company. We want to. Before I could finish my sentence, another phone number called. Lin Shi hung up the call suspiciously and continued. Excuse me, is this Lin Shi? I am a reporter from Xiagua Central News Agency. All the reporters from Xiagua Central News called me? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, but did not hang up the phone. Instead, he started chatting with the CCTV reporter. "I'm Lin Shi. What do you want from me?" "Mr. Lin, do you have time to accept an interview? Netizens are eager to know how you escaped from the robbers." Lin Shi was a little hesitant because he didn't want to be famous. The netizens of this century are too scary. If your little tricks are dug out, you'll be finished. Although killing the robber was self-defense, the fact is that he swallowed the gold bars. With a glance, he found that Chu Xiaodai and the vice president were staring at him. "Seems a little nervous." The refusal on the tip of my tongue turned into a promise. "Okay." After agreeing on the time and place, Lin Shi hung up the phone and continued walking out. Li Chongbin's eyes flashed with regret. He wanted to take preemptive action before the reporters showed up. Who knew that Lin Shi would be so stubborn? "Wait, let's talk more." Chu Xiaodai tried to grab Lin Shi's arm, but he dodged her. Lin Shi turned to look at Chu Xiaodai, raised his eyebrows, and seemed to remember something and said, "That's right. I gave the police a clue about the robber's motive for the robbery." "What clue?" Chu Xiaodai asked subconsciously. "When I was hijacked, I heard the robbers say that a bank employee leaked the information about my gold purchase, so they targeted this batch of gold bars to rob the bank." This sentence was actually made up by Lin Shi, as he couldn't understand the robber's conversation at all. But that didn't stop him from wanting to cheat this woman. If someone had leaked his information, the woman in front of him was the most likely person. Chu Xiaodia's heart skipped a beat, and she seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. Chapter 13. Get the gold bars. Seeing Chu Xiaodia's increasingly panicked expression, Lin Shi, who was originally only 50% sure, now felt 100%. Tisk, TSK, TSK. For security guards were killed and the bank lost more than 20 million. I don't know how many years the leaker will be sentenced to. Looking at Chu Xiaodia's dazed and dejected look, Lin Shi smiled maliciously and turned away. No wonder the bank robbery that didn't happen in the previous life happened in this life. It was indeed the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth and going to the bank to buy gold bars. Li Chongbin's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted at Lin Shi's back, "Stop!" Seeing Lin Shi walking away without stopping, Li Chongbin grabbed Chu Xiaodia's arm tightly. "What's going on?" He only came to negotiate with Lin Shi when the bank was not fully responsible. I never expected that even the robbers were brought by our own people. What's the point of negotiating then? "It's not me," Chu Xiaodai screamed. Seeing Chu Xiaodia's guilty look, Li Chongbin knew that the leaker Lin Shi was talking about was Chu Xiaodai. Now that Lin Shi has contacted the people from the TV station, he must finish this matter before it is exposed. Li Chongbin didn't even look at Chu Xiaodai again and walked away. Chu Xiaodai was left sitting on the ground, muttering, "It's not me, it's not me." Chu Xiaodai was very happy when she received a call from Lin Shi yesterday, saying that he wanted to buy a batch of gold worth 25 million. While having dinner with her boyfriend in a restaurant in the evening, Chu Xiaodai proudly told him that a customer wanted to buy 25 million gold. In the past, when a client made a large deposit, she would show off to her boyfriend, but she never mentioned the client's name. This is not considered leaking customer information at all. How could it be targeted by robbers? However, sometimes things are just so coincidental. Two of the robbers were sitting behind the booth where Chu Xiaodai was eating in the restaurant. If you walk on the road too much at night, you will encounter a ghost sooner or later. It was already evening when Lin Shi left the security bureau. He found his car and drove to the warehouse he rented. After a while, Lin Shi received several more calls. This time it was an advertising partner that called. After opening his phone and taking a look, Lin Shi realized that he had become famous. "There are many messages in my phone from college classmates, high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates who I don't keep in touch with very often." Lin Shi cleared all messages. He doesn't want to be famous. If you didn't know that the world would end in 3 months, maybe you could take advantage of this wave of popularity and make some short videos with advertisements to earn some money. But the end of the world is coming soon, and he doesn't have the energy to do these things. Today's netizens are so scary. If any clues are found out about you, you're done for. After tidying up the compartment in the warehouse and eating some bread that was stored in the space, Lin Shi fell asleep. After a day of fighting wits and courage, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When Lin Shi woke up in the morning, he felt refreshed. After finishing his morning exercise and going out for breakfast, Lin Shi received a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction with our bank yesterday has not been completed yet. When will you be able to withdraw the gold?" Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. "So fast?" Originally, he wanted to use Chu Xiaodia's case and his current online fame to create a wave of public opinion and force the bank to complete the interrupted transaction with him as soon as possible. I didn't expect the bank to respond faster. Lin Sure responded. 30 minutes. After breakfast, Lin Sure came to the bank. He thought he would need to negotiate with the bank, but everything went smoothly afterwards. The bank president received him personally, apologized to him sincerely, and handed the gold bars to him personally. A number of gifts were also given as gifts, under the pretext of compensation for mental damage. Lin Sure also returned the favor and took a photo with the bank staff while taking the gold bars at the request of the bank manager. When Lin Sure left, bank staff and security personnel took the initiative to help Lin Sure carry his things and escorted him to the car. She kept smiling and waving until Lin Sure's car disappeared. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been paying attention to the bank's movements. The photos quickly appeared on news websites. Netizens applauded the bank's service attitude. But these have nothing to do with Lin Sure anymore. Originally, Lin Sure was planning to accept an interview and expose the vice president's recording and Chu Xiaodia's affairs. Now we have achieved our goal in the shortest possible time. These little time-wasting things can also be saved. It is unknown whether they can survive in 3 months, so why waste time on these people who are bound to die? Lin Sure's attention was on the gold bars at this time. 2 piles of dazzling gold bars were neatly stacked on the bed in a compartment of only a dozen square meters. One pile was just withdrawn from the bank today, and the other pile was stolen from robbers yesterday. There are 3 smaller ones that I have left over. A full 50 million gold. Think about the possibility that these gold bars could double into 100 million. Lin Sure's heart was beating faster. It was naturally impossible for Lin Sure to hold 120 kilograms of gold in his hands like he did the first time. He placed each hand on the gold bar. Item duplication. As the words fell, a dazzling golden light lit up in the small compartment. Gold bars appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Sure, and the sound of heavy objects falling on the bed continued to be heard. The entire iron bed made a creaking sound, obviously unable to bear the weight. But Lin Sure no longer cared whether he would sleep on the floor at night. He counted and copied out 123 gold bars, 120 of which were worth 1,000 and 3 of which were worth 500, not one less. Lin Sure breathed a sigh of relief, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. 10,000 turned into 100 million in 2 days. Anyone would be thrilled. At first, he wasn't sure he would succeed. In case the cornucopia has a copy limit, in case it can only copy the gold bars that the body touches, or there are other limiting factors, your own copying may fail. But fortunately, he was worrying too much. This item replica was more powerful than he thought. At this time, the cornucopia interface also changed. Treasure bowl. Function. Storage space 6. Money points required for upgrade, 2,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. You only have one chance to copy the item. I wonder if this number will change after the upgrade? Lin Sure first sorted the gold bars. Each gold bar in the bank is numbered. He sorted out the replicas of the 60 gold bars brought out today and put them aside. These are prepared to be sold back to the bank. Then place another 63 copies on the other side. We can find ways to melt these down and find channels to sell them. Lin Sure picked up 2 original 1,000 gold bars and said silently in his heart, Space upgrade. Chapter 14 Cornucopia upgrade. Keeping his temper, Lin Sure upgraded the space according to the original plan. As soon as your palms are empty, the cornucopia interface begins to change. In just a blink of an eye, the length, width, and height of the space in the consciousness doubled, and the volume increased 8 times. Treasure bowl. Function. Storage space 12. Money points required for upgrade, 4,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. The money points required to upgrade to the next level have doubled. Without stopping, Lin Sure picked up 4 gold bars and continued to upgrade the space. Then there are 8. 16. After using up 30 gold bars worth 1,000 each and upgrading 4 times in a row, the storage space has become Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space has increased to more than 9,000 square meters, and the volume is nearly 900,000 cubic meters. It's about the size of a museum. If converted into ordinary containers, it is equivalent to the size of more than 29,000 containers stacked together. This much space is enough for now. There are currently 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram gold bars left that can be upgraded. Lin Sure picked up the 10 gold bars this time, feeling excited. Upgrade item copy. As soon as he finished speaking, the gold bar in his hand disappeared. The numbers on the interface jumped rapidly until they stopped. Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 20,000. It really increased the frequency, and it increased 3 times at once. This means that as long as you continue to upgrade, you can gain more copies. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. If he could go to the bank to buy gold a few more times, he would be able to upgrade the treasure pot infinitely. But he soon calmed down. Going to the bank to buy gold bars and then selling them back is something that young people don't know much about, and if they lose money, they lose money. To do it again would inevitably arouse suspicion. Secondly, the copied gold bars cannot be used for upgrades and are difficult to sell. Nowadays, every citizen account in Xia country is under state surveillance, and the influx of large amounts of funds from unknown sources will quickly lead to investigations by relevant authorities. Apart from the original 25 million, no more money could be made public. Not to mention consumption. I upgraded my cornucopia to prepare for the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. If you waste precious time accumulating supplies in order to upgrade the cornucopia, that would completely go against the original intention. Moreover, after the end of the world, it is the best time to collect gold. Within a month of the end of the world, large areas of animals and plants died. Human food became drastically scarce, and by then only a few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a 1-kilogram piece of gold. No one cares about the gold, silver, and jewelry that cannot feed or clothe people anymore. After figuring it out, Lin Shi directly placed his hands on all the remaining gold bars and continued to upgrade the item copying. As the gold bars under his command disappeared quickly, the numbers on the cornucopia interface kept jumping. After the gold bars completely disappeared, the cornucopia interface became treasure bowl. Storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face. Each upgrade gives you twice as many points as the previous level, plus 1 remaining point, is equal to 1. A total of 22 copies. According to the current upgrade rules, the next time the item is copied and upgraded, he will get 24 item copies. But that's all after the end of the world. The most important thing now is to stock up on supplies. At this time, Lin Shi still had 320,000 yuan left. He needed to sell the gold bars and withdraw replicas of the gold bars from the bank in order to recover the funds. Considering that he had just received the gold bars today, Lin Shi decided to go to the bank to sell them 2 days later, which would be safer. In that case, let's get rid of another batch of gold bars that have not been seen by the public. Lin Shi found a person in High City on the internet. He's the kind of otaku who just hangs out on the internet all day long and does nothing. With the bait of 20,000 yuan as a reward, he was lured to go to a manufacturer of high-frequency heating equipment in the suburbs of High City to buy a small gold melting machine. Then he found another person to go to another factory to buy a few crucibles. I found a third person to buy the mold. Let these 3 people put the things in 3 remote places with less surveillance, and then disguise themselves and go to get them. He knew that the authorities were still paying attention to him, but so what? Even if someone found out that I bought these things, there would be no evidence to prove that I was related to the robbers. And now Chu Xiaodia's affairs should have started to ferment. I believe that the authorities should be able to follow this clue to find out the robbers' origins and motives. Plus, Lin Shi was so careful that he wouldn't be discovered for a while. After taking the things back to the warehouse, Lin Shi started to work. Melting, molding, and forming. It was not until 3 in the morning that Lin Shi finally processed all 61-kilogram gold bars into 180 gold bars of various sizes. Lin Shi had already figured out what to do with these gold bars. There is a pawn shop in the eastern suburbs of High City. On the surface it is a pawn shop, but in reality there is a gang inside this pawn shop that resells all kinds of contraband. They buy and sell everything. Lin Shi knew this because the pawn shop still existed after the end of the world. It is said that someone once exchanged several hundred kilograms of rice for a Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars to investigate tomorrow. If it was just a rumor, he could also exchange the gold bars for cash. After putting all the gold bars and tools into the space, Lin Shi finished his work for the day and fell into a deep sleep. Hoo. With rhythmic breathing, Lin Shi slowly stretched his body, and the next second he suddenly slapped out with his palm, then gently retracted. Sometimes as quiet as a virgin, sometimes as fast as a rabbit. The movements are as smooth as flowing water and are somewhat similar to Tai Chi, but also somewhat different. This is an exercise method designed by scientists from the Xia Kingdom in the previous life to help humans survive better in extreme cold. You need to have a certain level of physical fitness before you can start practicing. After a few days of basic training, Lin Shi clearly felt that his body flexibility had improved a lot, and his strength and endurance had also increased a lot. Then he began to try to practice this set of exercises called resonance. In the past, some scientists speculated that after a geomagnetic storm broke out, a magical substance appeared in the air due to the change in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance can greatly improve the biological constitution after being absorbed by organisms. The evidence is that any animals and plants that survive the first 3 years of the apocalypse begin to mutate, and this mysterious substance is found in their blood and muscles. The surviving animals became larger and larger, and a small number of plants were able to grow in the snow at temperatures dozens of degrees below zero. However, this substance has minimal impact on humans. Apart from making humans more resistant to cold and extreme cold, there seems to be no other obvious changes. So in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists jointly developed this training method, and it became popular among the survivors in the 7th year of the apocalypse. This set of actions can accelerate the absorption of this substance by humans. After practicing for more than a year in his previous life, Lin Shi could stay outside for 2 or 3 hours in extreme cold even without a down jacket. At that time, I heard that there were people in the army who were able to open the genetic lock. I don't know if it's true. After completing a set of movements, Lin Shi felt his body warm. He took a shower, went out for a hearty breakfast, and then drove to the eastern suburbs. Chapter 15: Intercepting Crossbows. Lin Shi drove to the eastern suburbs and searched for more than an hour before he found the pawn shop next to an old apartment building. Sincerely Pawn Shop. The sign was obviously faded. The door was very small and not light transmitting. Lin Shi thought for a moment, took out the pistol from the space, checked the bullets, put the pistol into the lining pocket of his clothes, and then got out of the car. It's better to be careful. He walked into the store with a backpack containing 5 kilograms of gold on it. When you walk into the store, you will see a screen with a huge word "dang" written on it. Beyond the screen, a man was fiddling with something behind the counter, so focused that he didn't even notice Lin Shi walked in. Boom, boom. Lin Shi walked over and knocked on the counter. The man looked up and saw a stranger and immediately became alert. Only then did Lin Shi see that the man was holding a crossbow. The whole body is pitch black, with smooth lines full of tension. There is also an uninstalled scope and some spare parts on the table. Judging from its overall appearance, this is an interception crossbow produced by the Lighthouse Country. This is a compound crossbow that is much more powerful than a pistol. It is said that it can penetrate an elephant's skull within 150 meters. The firing rate is comparable to that of a pistol, the accuracy is high, the operation is easy, and it can be disassembled and assembled at will according to needs. The sound is quieter than a pistol, and the arrows are recyclable. If he had such a crossbow in his previous life, he could almost walk sideways in the wilderness of the apocalypse. I really didn't come to the wrong place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xie Jinxin pulled a piece of cloth to cover the crossbow that had not yet been assembled. Although he didn't think the young boy in front of him could see it, Xie Jinxin still explained. The kids at home love to play with these toys. What's up, young man? Lin Shi didn't expose him and took off the backpack behind him and put it on the cabinet. Unzip it to reveal the gold inside. Xie Jinxin's eyes lit up and he picked up a gold bar and took a look at it. Sell or pawn? Cash or transfer? I want to change something, Lin Shi said. Hearing this, Xie Jinxin put away his carelessness and looked at Lin Shi seriously. Most people don't know that they can exchange things here. The only people who know how to come to him to exchange things are acquaintances, or people introduced by acquaintances. Now that the end of the world has not yet come, Xie Jinxin naturally has not opened the door to do business. Who introduced you? What do you want in exchange? Xie Jinxin asked. Lin Shi avoids the light and goes for the heavy. Can you replace that crossbow you just had? Xie Jinxin glanced up and down at Lin Shi, as if trying to judge his age, and said, Do you know what that is? Lin Shi was about to say something when the door behind him was suddenly pushed open again. Before seeing the person, I heard his voice first. Old Xie, has my goods arrived? A tall and strong man walked in around the screen. Only then did he notice that there was another person inside. He immediately glanced at Lin Shi vigilantly. Xie Jinxin said to the burly man, The stuff has arrived, but it's not assembled yet. Please go inside and wait. I have a business deal to do first. At this time, the burly man noticed a bag of gold on the cabinet. Suddenly, there was a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Seeing the burly man walk into the small door behind the counter, Xie Jinxin continued to speak. What do you want to change? Tell me quickly. I have guests here. I'll take the interceptor crossbow on your cabinet, or the elite crossbow, or the invisible crossbow. It's all fine, but it needs matching arrows. I also need 54 pistol bullets. The more the better. Xie Jinxin's pupil shrank, and he looked at Lin Shi carefully again. The most important thing for people in their line of work is good eyesight. Xie Jinxin can basically determine who can be traded and who cannot be traded just by looking at a person a few times. He would never give his things to desperate criminals, lest he get into trouble and get involved. Nor will they exchange their things with ordinary people because ordinary people cannot use their things. It will only be exchanged with people who often travel on the border or mercenaries. These people often put their lives at risk and will only be grateful to themselves after getting the equipment they want. Xie Jinxin has been doing business for so many years, all relying on his good eyesight. But when he looked at Lin Shi, he was a little unsure. When I first saw Lin, I thought he was a student and was here to pawn something. When I looked again, I found that Lin Shi's eyes were calm and restrained, yet very sharp. The body is tense, and the limbs appear relaxed but are actually in a state where they can attack at any time. Xie Jinxin had only seen this kind of vigilance in old guys who often walked on the brink of life and death. However, the skin and hands of the young man in front of him were not too white and tender, unlike those of people walking on the brink of life and death. There were no calluses on his hands, and he did not have the aggressive aura of a desperado. But he could tell at a glance that what he had not yet assembled was an interception crossbow. Xie Jinxin was a little undecided for a moment. In the end, Xie Jinxin decided to trust his intuition. Boy, these gold bars are not enough for what you want. As long as you have what I want, money is not a problem. Xie Jinxin nodded. Come with me. Xie Jinxin turned around and pushed open the door behind the counter. The burly man from before seemed to have not gone far. When I pushed the door open, I saw the burly man standing by the door. Old Xie, why did you bring this kid in? Old Jean, wait a minute for your things. I'll let this little brother choose first. It turned out that the sturdy man was called Lao Jean, and Lin Shi could feel the fierceness from this sturdy man. Old Jean glanced at Lin Shi and said with contempt, Old Xie, are you so short of money that you're taking on anyone's business? If you sell the goods to a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, aren't you afraid that your nest will be destroyed in 2 days? Xie Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his smile faded a little. I know my own business. I won't bother you to talk nonsense. Lin Shi added the second half of Xie Jinxin's words in his heart. Humph. I'm just worried that this kid will ruin the business we've been doing for so many years. Old Jean snorted unhappily and looked at Lin Shi with a fierce look in his eyes. Lin Shi looked at him calmly. When facing a ferocious beast, you must remain calm and composed so as not to be treated as prey. Xie Jinxin didn't want to say anything more, so he waved his hand, signaling Lin Shi to follow. Following Xie Jinxin through a dark corridor, we came to another thick aluminum alloy door. Xie Jinxin took out the key and opened the door. He reached out and felt around the wall inside the door for 2 seconds, and the light inside the door came on. Lin Shi saw rows of wooden racks through the crack in the door. Come in. Xie Jinxin walked towards the door first. Inside the door were indeed rows of wooden shelves from high to low, with wooden boxes of different sizes placed on them. All of them were sealed, and you couldn't see what was inside. Lin Shi followed him to a row of wooden racks, and Xie Jinxin took down a wooden box from the rack and used a screwdriver to pull out the iron bolts on it. Open the wooden box and take out the straw on the top layer, and inside is an interception crossbow that has not yet been assembled. Chapter 16 Predestined. This is the interceptor crossbow. The price is 200,000. Xie Jinxin stared at Lin Shi, not missing any expression on Lin Shi's face. The offer was high, but if the young man in front of him didn't know what was going on, he could make a fortune. Lin Shi didn't move and said with an unhappy expression, a sniper rifle only costs tens of thousands, and you dare to buy a crossbow from me for 200,000? I remember that the market price of the interceptor in the lighthouse country is only about 8,000 US dollars. Give me a sincere price. I want a lot of things, and I won't let you make less money. He will have to exchange a lot of things next and cannot be slaughtered like a fat sheep. Hee hee hee. Old Xie smiled, without any embarrassment on his face. Where on earth did you come from? Okay. I'll give you a market price of 100,000. I used a lot of connections to get this thing in, so I can't sell it at the price of the lighthouse country. Lin Shi stretched out his hand and gestured a number, 60,000. 90,000. No less. 65,000. In the end, Lin Shi negotiated the price for 80,000. I ordered 50 arrows for the matching forest. Because arrows can be recycled, Xie Jinxin did not prepare so many, otherwise Lin Shi would have asked for more. Then came the bullets from the Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi asked for all of Xie Jinxin's stock, 2,000 rounds. The things here are quite complete. There are a wide variety of sniper rifles, pistols, and other hot weapons. But in addition to the Type 54 pistol, Lin Shi only asked for 2 King of Guns and matching bullets. Originally, Lin Shi wanted a few rifles from Xia Country. You know, Xia Country's rifles are also world-renowned for their ability to withstand harsh environments. But Xie Jinxin said that Xiaogua's firearms were too difficult to obtain and he couldn't get them. Lin Shi didn't take any other hot weapons. Precision firearms like sniper rifles become a pile of scrap metal at the end of the extreme cold. In extreme cold, due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the resistance of firearm accessories increases and the gun oil becomes viscous. The more sophisticated the firearm, the easier it is to jam. Some even cracked in the extreme cold. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, some high-precision pistols, etc. cannot be used either. On the contrary, a simple and crude pistol like the Type 54 can still be used. Not to mention this gun, which can be used normally in extremely harsh environments. However, even if they do not jam, the service life of these guns is greatly reduced, and they have to be returned for maintenance after firing a few shots before they can continue shooting. Otherwise, the water vapor generated by the heat of the barrel in extreme cold will quickly freeze the barrel. In a snowstorm, snowflakes can easily fly into the barrel. Its effect as a deterrent far outweighs its practicality. If it's just for self-defense, a pistol is barely enough. After all, Lin Shi has more than one pistol. But if you go out hunting or collecting supplies, cold weapons are more useful. After the extreme cold apocalypse, cold weapons also rose to prominence. Finally, Lin Shi took a fancy to 3 Nepalese machetes and 3 daggers. When faced with the Tang sword promoted by Xie Jinxin, Lin Shi refused. "I thought you young people liked this kind of knife?" Xie Jinxin muttered. Tang swords have indeed been very popular on the internet in recent years. Although it is very sharp, the blade of the Tang sword is too straight and too long, and it is easy to break when it collides with hard objects or weapons at extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi smiled and didn't explain, and asked, "Do you accept reservations here?" Xie Jinxin said confidently, "Just tell me what you want. As long as it's not a big one, I can get it for you. I want the best military cold-proof clothing and matching cold-proof boots, combat gloves, and helmets. I want the top-grade, most cold-resistant ones. Can you get them?" Xie Jinxin glared. Top-level military cold-proof combat uniforms, a set of which consists of more than a dozen pieces inside and outside, are suitable for combat in environments dozens of degrees below zero. The price is not low. Each set costs at least hundreds of thousands. Lin Shi added a number at the end. "I want 50 sets, all in my size." "Set?" Xie Jinxin's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Are you going to war? This guy is so rich?" Lin Shi spoke nonsense in a serious tone. "I'm going to Antarctica for a few years." Xie Jinxin naturally didn't believe such a lie. But after hearing what Lin Shi wanted, he felt that what Lin Shi said might be true. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military walkie-talkies, 20 integrated tents for single soldiers that can withstand low temperatures, and 50 cold-proof military sleeping bags. Also, get me a few more military crossbows like the Interceptor crossbow, and more arrows. And as many bullets as you can get. Xie Jinxin made a rough calculation and found that these things were worth more than 10 million yuan. "If you want to order so many things, you have to give me at least another million as a deposit. I just want cash and gold." Xie Jinxin's request is reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. "I'll come back again in the evening. There are still a lot of gold bars in the space, but they cannot be taken out directly." After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi left the pawn shop carrying a mountaineering bag given to him by Xie Jinxin. After Lin Shi left, Xie Jinxin continued to assemble the crossbow for Lao Jin. Lao Jin asked meaningfully, "Old Xie, is this sheep fat?" "Old Jin, don't set your sights on him." Xie Jinxin actually spoke for Lin Shi. He couldn't see through the young man and didn't want to cause trouble. When he asked for the deposit just now, the young man didn't hesitate at all. Anyone who can easily take out so much cash or gold and buy so much equipment can definitely not be an ordinary person. Most importantly, he had never seen such calmness and composure in a young man in his 20s. After listening to Xie Jinxin's words, Lao Jin fell silent, with a gloomy look flashing in his eyes. After leaving the pawn shop and returning to the car, he put the things into the car when he saw there were no surveillance cameras around. After dinner in the evening, Lin Shi took out 5 kilograms of gold from the space and went to Xie Jinshin's pawn shop. The already remote suburbs become even quieter at night. Lin Shi went straight into the pawn shop and handed the gold bars to Lao Xie for counting. Xie Jinshin checked the gold and said, "Okay, just pay the balance when the goods arrive. Then I'm leaving." Lin Shi is not afraid that Lao Jin will run away. First of all, this person is so famous in the apocalypse because of his good reputation. Although the price is high, I will give you the real goods once you pay. Secondly, I can't use the gold myself, so if it is really lost, it won't be much loss to me. Lin Shi turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xie Jinshin, etc. Xie Jinshin hesitated for a moment, then said carefully, "Be careful at night." Lin Shi was slightly startled, then reacted, "Thank you. Be careful at night. Why should a grown man be careful? Of course, be careful. Someone is targeting me." The car was driving on a relatively quiet street. Because he was cautious, Lin Shi drove slowly. After driving for a while, Lin Shi braked. A row of nails appeared on the road ahead. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Shift the gear to reverse and step on the accelerator to move backwards. He retreated to the intersection he had just passed, quickly changed gears and adjusted direction, and drove towards another road. This unexpected turn of events was completely beyond the expectations of the ambushers. A normal person would either go to repair the car after a punctured tire, or get out of the car to check the situation and sweep the nail aside. How can you just turn around and run away without saying anything? In the alley not far from where the nails were originally scattered, Lao Jin, dressed in black and wearing a motorcycle cap, was waiting for his prey to take the bait. See this scene. Lao Jin uttered an international swear word, turned the handle, and chased after Lin Shi. Chapter 17. Destroying the corpse. Lin Shi drove a few hundred meters and heard the sound of a motorcycle engine behind him. I glanced through the rearview mirror and saw the person behind me was dressed in black and wearing a helmet, and my face couldn't be seen clearly under the dim street lights. Lin Shi drove towards a secluded road. The motorcycle followed closely behind Lin Shi. Only Lao Jin's eyes were exposed on his entire face, and there was a fierce light in his cloudy eyes. He worked very hard outside, risking his life, and only earned a little money after several months. If he could kidnap this fat sheep and extract hundreds of millions of dollars from him, he could live happily for a long time. These second-generation rich people are most afraid of death. As long as you use a little bit of trickery, intimidation, and take some ugly photos of them, they will obediently spend money to buy their lives. This is not the first time that Lao Jin has done these things, and he has never failed in the past. Lin Shi's generosity and young face made Lao Jin interested. After driving through a residential area, Lao Jin stepped on the accelerator and rushed in front of Lin Shi's car, then drifted to stop Lin Shi. At the same time, he secretly placed his other hand on the dagger on his leg. As long as Lin Shi gets out of the car, he can subdue this kid immediately. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, still very early. Although the suburbs were remote, there were still sporadic pedestrians in the distance. This is the time when people easily lose their vigilance. Normally, the rich second generation would have gotten off the car cursing at this time. The surveillance cameras along the way had been destroyed by Lao Jin. If he just moved faster and took away the car and the people when they got off, it would be difficult to trace him. It's a pity that Lin Shi is not an ordinary young man, but a reborn person who has struggled in the apocalypse and seen the ugliest side of human nature. Lin Shi, who was holding the steering wheel, had a fierce look in his eyes. He stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. The original speed of 60 yards immediately soared to over 100. How many seconds does it take to travel a distance of more than 10 meters at a speed of 100 yards? The next second, Lao Jin's pupils suddenly shrank and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! There was a loud bang, followed by the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lao Jin was knocked back more than 10 meters along with his car by the huge impact. The front of the car was badly damaged in the collision, with pieces of the headlight scattered all over the ground and a large dent in the bumper. In contrast, Lao Jin's motorcycle was more seriously damaged. Twisted motorcycle parts were scattered all over the ground. The motorcycle, which was originally prepared to maintain flexibility and make escape smoother, became the main reason for Lao Jin's failure. If it was a car, Lin Shi would take the time to drive it to a deserted place before making the move. But Lao Jin drove a motorcycle and blocked the way, looking for death. Don't blame him for his quick decision. After hearing the loud noise, some people in the distance were looking for where the noise came from, but because the distance was too far, they could not see what was going on. Lin Shi calmly got out of the car and came to Lao Jin. Old Jin, who was wearing a helmet, was still conscious. He was spitting blood, His hands and feet were twisted unnaturally, and he stared at Lin Shi with vicious eyes, but he couldn't utter a word. I spent the whole day hunting geese, but was pecked in the eye by a swallow. I didn't expect that a young man who looks only in his 20s could be so cruel. He didn't even know the reason, but he dared to bump into me like this. Wasn't he afraid of bumping into the wrong person? Lin Shi walked to 1 meter away from Lao Jin and whispered, "Isn't it strange? Why do I dare to bump into you, Lao Jin?" Lin Shi's calmness and indifference made Lao Jin's pupils shrink. He was wrong. The person in front of him was not a fat sheep at all, but a ruthless murderer like him. Misunderstand. Old Jin is still making his last struggle. The collision just now completely broke Lao Jin's left thigh, and his left ribs pierced into his internal organs. His right hand was hit hard on the ground and was twisted and deformed. He was unable to move at this moment. If he still has the strength to fight back, he must kill the guy in front of him. Lao Jin secretly swore in his heart that when his injuries recovered, he would make sure Lin Shi was killed to pieces. However, Lin Shi did not give him this opportunity. He squatted down, picked up a motorcycle steel pipe that had fallen from a motorcycle, and inserted it into Lao Jin's throat in front of Lao Jin's horrified eyes. Lao Jin's eyes almost popped out, his mouth opened and closed, and the fierceness in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to torture Lin Shi to death. Lao Jin couldn't figure it out until his death. He didn't even dare to kill anyone in such a place, so how could Lin Shi dare to do that? Lin Shi murmured in a low voice, "When I was driving here just now, I noticed that several surveillance cameras along the way were broken. You handled it, right? Thank you so much for finding a grave for yourself." Hee. Lao Jin tried hard to say something. However, the luster in his eyes soon faded due to the fatal injury. Lin Shi moved his mind and put Lao Jin's body, all the scattered debris at the scene, and even his own car into the space. On the deserted street, people who heard the noise and rushed over saw only a glaring pool of blood. A vigilant resident called the police, who took blood and found it was human blood. But there was no evidence at the scene to prove that a murder had occurred here. All surveillance was destroyed. There were no victims and no witnesses. This matter couldn't even be filed as a case, so it ended. After walking for a while, Lin Shi took a taxi back home. This wasn't his first time killing someone, so there was nothing to be afraid of. In the end times, everyone is a hunter and everyone is a prey. He is not a good person. If you dare to set your sights on him, don't blame him for being cruel and ruthless. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse, took a shower, and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Shi looked at the time. Today was March 7th, the 7th day after his rebirth. He paid attention to today's international gold price and found that the gold price had actually increased by 5 yuan in the past 2 days. So I decided to sell this one today and withdraw the cash so that I can continue with my next stockpiling plan. After morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Shi took a bus to the bank. Lin Shi was a celebrity at the bank just 2 days ago. He was recognized as soon as he walked into the bank with his suitcase. "Mr. Lin, what business do you want to handle?" Ever since Lin Shi revealed that Chu Xiaodai had leaked customer information, although the bank did not make it public for the sake of its reputation, it had secretly fired Chu Xiaodai a long time ago. Lin Shi's customer service manager now is another man in his 30s named Feng Jian. This was obtained by Feng Jian after he knew Lin Shi's potential and bought a pack of cigarettes from his leader. Feng Jian was originally processing a credit card for a customer. His eyes lit up when he saw Lin. "When I saw the suitcase that Lin Shi was carrying, my eyes almost popped out stars. This posture and this suitcase, aren't they exactly the same as the day when Lin Shinu spent 25 million to buy gold bars?" When he and the other account managers heard that Chu Xiaodia's client wanted to buy 25 million gold bars from her, they were extremely envious and jealous. I didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to him soon. Chapter 18: Selling Gold Bars. Feng Jiqing immediately left the user who was originally going to apply for a large-value credit card and asked another colleague to take care of it. Compared to the commission for selling 25 million gold, what is the small commission for applying for a credit card? Feng Jian quickly came to Lin Shi and put on the most sincere smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiaofeng, your new account manager. What business are you here to handle today?" "Well, let's go in and talk." "Okay, this way please." Feng Jian eagerly welcomed Lin Shi to the VIP room. He noticed the envious and jealous looks of his colleagues and felt a little proud in his heart. Lin Shi spent 25 million to buy gold. He must have more deposits in other banks. If he could win these deposits, his performance would skyrocket. Several other bank employees thought so too. For them, performance equals salary. High-quality customers are our bread and butter. But Feng Jian acted too quickly, and they could only curse him in secret. This villain. Lin Shi walked to the window and was about to speak. Feng Jian said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, please sit down and wait for a moment." After saying that, he left quickly. Lin Shi could only sit down and wait. Soon Feng Jian returned with an exquisite gift box in his hand. The bank prepares gifts for high-quality customers every year, giving gifts of different grades according to different levels. This year, the bank has prepared 2 bottles of Mutai liquor for its highest-level customers. Lin Shi was not originally a top-level customer of the bank, but in order to retain Lin Shi as a big customer, Feng Jian paid out of his own pocket and gave Lin Shi a share. As long as Lin Shi comes to the bank again to complete a large-scale financial management, he can not only make back his investment, but also improve his performance, and his salary will increase rapidly. I originally planned to call Lin Shi to send it over in the next 2 days, but I didn't expect Lin Shi to come directly. "Mr. Lin, this is the gift for you this year. It also contains some personal thoughts for you." Lin Shi didn't care and nodded. Straight to the point, "Help me with the gold bar buyback procedures." After saying that, he opened the suitcase, revealing a whole box of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was stunned. The expression on his face was wonderful. After confirming, he said, "You mean, you want to buy back these gold bars?" Lin Shi nodded. Feng Jian took a look at today's international gold price, forced a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, you will lose money." Lin Shi had already found a reason on the way here. "I know. I've learned about it. I bought so many gold bars on impulse before. Now I understand that investing in gold bars is not cost-effective. I plan to use this money to invest in other things." Several words of persuasion did not change Lin Shi's mind, but instead made Lin Shi impatient. Although Feng Jian was reluctant, he had no choice but to start the process of buying back gold bars. The procedures for repurchasing are much more complicated than those for buying. You need to check the code on the certificate and the number on each gold bar, confirm that the packaging of the gold bar is not damaged, the gold bar has no scratches, etc. It won't be possible to complete the inventory in a short time. Feng Jian directly called a counter clerk to help him sort it out. When the counter clerk heard that Lin Shi was going to sell the gold bars he had just bought, he looked at Feng Jian with a somewhat gloating look. Feng Jian's face turned even darker. He doesn't get any commission, but he is required to work hard during the repurchase. If Feng Jian hadn't thought that Lin Shi was a potential customer, he would have glared at Lin Shi. It took a whole morning to buy back all the gold bars. Lin Shi's account received 24.78 million and lost more than 600,000. The goal was achieved, and Lin Shi no longer cared about the small amount of money. After rejecting all of Feng Jian's financial projects, Feng Jian forced a smile as Lin Shi left and watched him take away 2 bottles of Mutai. "I regret it so much in my heart. He spent more than 1,000 yuan for this gift. It also cost me a cigarette." What made Feng Jian even more angry was that in the next period of time, he would be laughed at by his colleagues behind his back as a fool. Lin Shi naturally doesn't care about these. After leaving the bank, Lin Shi went directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. Rice comes in a bag of 50 kilograms. Lin Shi asked for 100 tons, or 2,000 bags. 1,000 bags of flour. 100 cartons of cooking oil. 1,000 boxes of edible salt. The reason why people stockpiled so much edible salt was that after the seawater was frozen, it became 100 times more difficult for people to extract edible salt than it is now. Salt is very cheap now and doesn't take up much space, so Lin Shi stocked up more. Then there are 100 boxes each of MSG, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, noodles, etc. 1,000 boxes of each. Lin Shi also ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base and various seasoning packets. Looking back, eating hot pot and boiling meat every day in the extreme cold was a real enjoyment. Lin Shi looked for other miscellaneous items to buy. The total amount of materials purchased filled 7 container trucks. It cost Lin Shi more than 1 million. The bosses of grain and oil wholesale markets treat Lin Shi as a purchaser from a large supermarket and push the prices to the lowest, looking forward to Lin Shi's next repurchase. It would take several hours to load these things at the fastest speed. Lin Shi asked them to send a few more workers to load and unload the goods. After paying the deposit, leaving my address and running to the farmer's market next door, we ordered several thousand kilograms of various live fish and required that all of them be gutted and scaled. 1 ton of chickens and ducks, 1 ton of fresh pork, and 1 to 2 tons of beef, mutton, eggs, etc. were bought. It's already afternoon today, so these can only be delivered tomorrow. Especially for live fish, because Lin Shi required them to be killed on the spot. Not only did he have to pay $1 more per pound, but it also took several days to deliver them all. After that, there were dried seaweed and various dried seafood. Lin Shi ordered several hundred kilograms of ginger, onion, garlic. The time stillness of space means that things will remain the same when they are stored in and when they are taken out. If the space could accommodate living things, Lin Shi would have prepared some fresh shrimps and crabs. Lin Shi also ordered 3 tons of various vegetables and melons and 3 tons of fruits and asked them to deliver them early tomorrow morning. Then Lin Shi ran to the drugstore and started buying medicine. Medicine is not like food. An individual cannot buy too much. Lin Shi ran around until the evening and visited more than a dozen pharmacies before he bought 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicines, and various antiviral granules and oral liquids. The vitamins come in a bottle of 100 pills for 2 yuan, and Lin Shi bought 126 bottles. But that's not enough. Medicines are in short supply in the apocalypse, and the extreme cold could kill someone. Lin Shi prepared to place some more orders online. At this time, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had arrived near Lin Shizu's warehouse. After receiving the call, Lin Shi drove back. As soon as I arrived at the warehouse door, my cell phone rang again. It was Liao Peng who called. Counting the time, Liao Peng has been in Shushi for 4 days. It seems that there is a harvest. Chapter 19 Purchase of Supplies. Lin Shi answered the phone. Liao Peng's voice came from the phone. Boss, I have traveled all over Shushi these days and found 3 places that meet your requirements. I have sent you the detailed information on WeChat. Please take a look. Okay, I have something else to do now. I'll call you back later. Lin Shi first went to open the warehouse door and unloaded the goods with a dozen porters. It took more than 3 hours to unload the 7 containers and put all the goods into the warehouse. After the workers left, Lin Shi placed his hands on the pile of supplies and put all the supplies into the space. Looking at the supplies in the space that only accounted for the tip of the iceberg, Lin Shi knew that this was just the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Shi checked the information sent by Liao Peng. I have to say that he did not make a mistake in choosing the right person. The 3 places on the information sent by Liao Peng all met Lin Shi's requirements. The terrain is high and the location is remote. There are no high-rise buildings around, and construction can start at any time. One of the areas is particularly spacious, located in the eastern suburbs of Shushi. It is more than enough to build a private shelter, let alone a residential community. Lin Shi suspected that the official shelter in the previous life was built in this place. If it is true and this place is requisitioned by the government in the future, he will suffer a great loss. There are 2 places left. One is the back mountain of a village in the western suburbs. The mountain is only a dozen meters high and is more than 10 kilometers away from the first open space. There used to be a Taoist temple on the mountain. Although the Taoist temple has collapsed, its foundation is still there. The last place is in a fishing village called Shidao on the coast of Shushi. There is a cliff more than 10 meters high in the village, and there happens to be an open residential land on it. Several families used to live there, but later moved away. Lin Shi sent a text message to Liao Peng, asking him to find someone to survey the mountain and cliff where the Taoist temple was located and check the geology. He doesn't want the foundation of the house to collapse while he's living there. Although cliffs are made of rock layers, the rocks may have been weathered by wind and waves over the years and are no longer suitable for building shelters. In comparison, the hill that used to be a Taoist temple was more in line with his ideals. But we'll have to wait until the results come out to know. After doing all this, Lin Shi fell asleep. Over the next 3 days, all the produce delivered to the warehouse was fresh produce that Lin Shi bought at the farmer's market. Lin Shi hired 4 people from nearby locations to be in charge of receiving and handling the produce at the warehouse. And he ran to the timber market on the 8th. After the extreme cold, humans lost electricity and natural gas pipelines in various countries were frozen, cracked, and leaked. Human beings have a great need for fire. Without fire, it was impossible to eat cooked food or hot meals, and most of the survivors had to live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Countless people also froze to death in their sleep due to the cold. Therefore, wood is extremely precious. Lin Shi directly bought 500 tons of firewood. Firewood is much cheaper than ordinary wood boards, and it is mostly waste wood and scraps. This amount of timber alone would require 25 containers. Fortunately, Lin ordered a large quantity, otherwise the timber market would not be willing to load and unload the timber for Lin. Then there are gas tanks and coal. Buy as much as you can when you are in the market. Lin Shi bought 800 tons of coal. The next step is to buy windproof lighters, flints, windproof matches, etc. I also placed orders online for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectant, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies. There are also survival equipment such as respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, explosion-proof clothing, etc. On the first, Lin Sure went to the largest generator factory in High City and purchased 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for industrial generators, all others are the quietest gasoline generators. Industrial generators are only used as backup when extremely high power is required. They use diesel, but are noisy. Under normal circumstances, a home generator is sufficient. Next comes the wires. After the extreme cold apocalypse, even if the circuits are not destroyed by the electromagnetic storm, the wires exposed outdoors will basically be frozen. Therefore, Lin Sure has already considered connecting the electrical wires indoors so that the shelter's electricity can form a self-contained circuit. In order to avoid power outages caused by unexpected situations such as line aging or short circuits, Lin Sure purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as backup. Next are diesel and gasoline. If you want to use generators, you must stock up on diesel and gasoline. However, the private sale of oil is prohibited. If we use the method of filling up the tank and then exporting it, I don't know how long it will take to get enough oil. So Lin Sure visited Chengxin pawn shop again. You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline. Do you think I run a gas station? Xie Jinxin looked at Lin Sure with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Sure smiled bitterly. Tons are not a lot at all. A car with a large fuel tank has 100 liters. Filling it up more than 10 times will equal 1 ton. If you stock up on goods yourself, you will naturally stock up more. No one knows when the apocalypse will end, but at least in the 8th year of the apocalypse, there is no sign of the extreme cold ending. If Xie Jinxin couldn't do anything, then I could only buy a car with a big enough fuel tank and go to different gas stations to refuel and collect the fuel. Just as Lin Sure was about to leave, Xie Jinxin hesitated for a moment and said, "But I can get it for you within 10 tons. Lin Sure's eyes flashed with joy, but when he noticed Xie Jinxin's inquiring look, he quickly restrained his joy. What's the price? 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold is worth more than 800,000 yuan. Wow, the price of diesel is less than 10,000 yuan per ton, while the price of gasoline is more than 10,000 yuan per ton. Even if there were 10 tons of each, the price would only be over 200,000 yuan. Xie Jinxin directly raised the price by more than 4 times. Don't think it's too expensive. I'm not into this kind of stuff. It's very risky. If you don't want it, then forget it. Xie Jinxin said. Lin Sure was naturally not someone who could be manipulated by others. He still had some copies of the gold bars left in his space, but he had the final say on how much to trade. 20 tons of gasoline, 20 tons of diesel, and I'll give you 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune and wealth must be achieved through risk, so Xie Jinxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Xie Jinxin agreed so readily, Lin Sure's eyes moved and asked, "Can you get me some medicine? The price is negotiable. Tell me, what on earth are you going to do with all these things?" Lin Sure's requests were getting stranger and stranger. Although it was taboo to ask a client's purpose, he was really too curious. Cold weapons, cold-proof clothing, petroleum, and medicine. What are they for? Is it true that they are going to settle in Antarctica, as this young man said? Xie Jinxin began to think about this incredible possibility. Lin Sure naturally wouldn't tell the real purpose. Didn't I tell you? To settle in Antarctica. Next, Lin Sure Bao gave Xie Jinxin antibiotics, cold medicine, medicine for external and internal injuries, etc. Xie Jinxin was skeptical and negotiated a price with Lin Sure. After leaving the pawn shop, Lin Sure thought for a while and decided to go to the electrical appliance market to buy some electrical appliances. In the apocalypse, you will need to buy some of each necessary electrical appliance that will be used for many years. Soon, Lin Sure arrived at the largest electrical appliance store in High City. Chapter 20. Encounter with Su Feifei. Come to the electronics store. Rice cooker, induction cooker, washing machine, dryer, hair dryer, air purifier, kettle, etc. Lin Sure bought 20 of each. Electric heater, electric blanket, fan heater, water filter, 30 items of each. Next, I went to the store next door to buy pots, pans, and utensils, all of which had to be made of alloy or stainless steel. On the first, Lin Sure ran to the largest shopping mall in High City. Although we already have cold-proof clothing, it is for wearing when going out hunting and looking for supplies. Lin Sure also needs to buy some daily clothes and other warm items. First, I went to a home furnishing store and bought 20 down quilts, 20 quilts, 20 blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. Then I went to a brand store with a good reputation. The down jackets and windbreakers in this store are said to be special clothing for Antarctic expedition teams. It is made of the most advanced thermal insulation material available today, and its thermal insulation performance is second only to the military's cold-proof clothing. It's almost spring now, and all winter clothes are on sale. Most of the items on the shelves have been replaced with spring styles. Lin Sure went to the winter clothing area to choose. Two shopping guides were chatting in the store. Because this brand store sells high-end products, a coat costs thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, and usually not many people come here. Seeing Lin Sure heading straight for the discount section as soon as he arrived, the two shopping guides showed disapproving expressions at the same time and chatted among themselves. Lin Sure looked for a while, but couldn't tell which one was the warmest, so he asked the salesperson, "What kind of clothes do you have that are the warmest?" The shopping guide with her back to Lin Sure rolled her eyes, turned to Lin Sure and said, "These down jackets and windbreakers are quite warm." This is naturally not the answer Lin Sure wanted. "I'm asking which one is the warmest and can keep you warm even in -50 degrees. The tour guide cursed in his heart where the deep well ice came from and walked over and pointed at a few pieces at random. Lin Sure pointed at one of the items the salesperson pointed out. "Give me the code and let me try it." The shopping guide was already getting impatient. A poor guy who buys discounted goods still asks for so much. The tour guide looked at the down jacket on the shelf and said, "Try it first, and if you like it, I'll get it for you." At this time, Lin Sure also felt that the shopping guide was obviously impatient. His brows furrowed slightly, and he was about to lose his temper when two people walked in from outside the store. It turned out to be Su Feifei, and she was accompanied by a tall and thin man. It seemed that the two were regular customers, and another shopping guide came to greet them with a happy look on his face. "Hello, Mr. Li. We have a lot of new models on sale in our store recently. Please take a look." This attitude is in stark contrast to the sullen-faced shopping guide beside Lin Sure. Especially when he saw that his colleague was about to receive another large commission, the shopping guide next to Lin Sure's face became even darker. At this time, Su Feifei also saw Lin Sure and said, "Lin Sure, you are here too?" Lin Sure just nodded, stopped looking at her, and asked the shopping guide to get the code for him. The shopping guide went reluctantly. Seeing that Su Feifei was staring at Lin Sure, Li Duayu, who came with Su Feifei, became unhappy. "Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei seemed to have just come to her senses. "It's my high school classmate." Although Lin Sure left the three of them in the club last time. But Su Feifei always felt that it was Zhao Xiao who offended Lin Sure, which led to Lin Sure's anger at them. Lin Sure is rich and good-looking. In Su Feifei's dictionary, a handsome and rich man needs to be tolerated no matter what he does. The news that Lin Sure was kidnapped by robbers when he went to the bank last time had already spread among his classmates. Also spreading was the story that Lin Sure went to the bank to buy 25 million gold bars. Everyone thinks that someone who can buy 25 million gold bars for financial management must have a fortune of at least 100 million. Su Feifei's eyes were shining when she looked at Lin. The tour guide brought the clothes that Lin Sure wanted, and Lin Sure took off his coat and tried them on. Su Feifei looked at Lin Sure a few more times and found that Lin Sure's figure had become better without him noticing. His chest muscles were faintly visible under a thin base shirt. This made Su Feifei's face turn red unconsciously. Su Feifei took another look at the skinny Li Duayu beside her and immediately felt that Lin Sure was more suitable for her. She walked up to Lin Sure and praised him. "Lin Sure, you look really good in this dress." Li Duayu's face darkened. Lin Sure nodded, pointed at the clothes the salesperson had just mentioned, and said to the salesperson, "Let me try that one too. And that one, and that one, and that one." The shopping guide had a sour face and suppressed his anger as he picked up 3 more items for Lin Sure. Lin Sure tried them on one by one. He wanted to confirm the size of the clothes and how flexible they would be after putting them on. After all, he would have to wear them for the next few years or even decades. But the shopping guide didn't think so. She felt that Lin Sure was just a poor man with a lot of things to do. He had to try on a discounted piece of clothing over and over again. She hated customers like this the most. If there wasn't more than one customer in the store at the moment, she would have said something cold to him. Su Feifei kept praising Lin Sure for being well-dressed. But Lin Sure felt that the woman next to him was too noisy and was about to chase her away. Li Duayu, who was ignored at the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Feifei, if your classmate doesn't have money to buy clothes, I'll pay for it. Tell him not to embarrass the shopping guide." The shopping guide beside Lin Sure immediately looked at Li Duayu with gratitude. Su Feifei's expression is hard to describe. Lin Sure has no money? Is it a good idea for Lin Shidu to invest 25 million in gold? Although she didn't know why Lin Sure was so obsessed with discounted goods, Su Feifei thought that this was precisely Lin Sure's virtue of diligence and thrift. "Li Duayu, don't talk nonsense," Su Feifei said. Seeing that Su Feifei was still speaking for Lin Shi, Li Duoyu looked at Lin Shi with disdain and spoke without mercy. I'm talking nonsense. He's just poor and can only afford discounted goods. Do you still have to wear discounted goods to pretend? Su Feifei frowned. Lin Shi is not. Lin Shi interrupted Su Feifei and said to Li Duoyu, who looked disdainful, You mean, you're willing to pay for me? How could Lin Shi not hear the sarcasm and provocation from this man named Li Duoyu? It can be seen that this is another suitor of Su Feifei. The contempt on Li Duoyu's face became even stronger, and he gave Su Feifei a look that said, See, was I right? Then he said as if giving alms, Yes, I bought all the discounted items you liked for you. Lin Shi looked Li Duoyu up and down and said, Do you have money? Do you keep your word? Li Duoyu sounded like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his voice became a little higher. Of course, I'll pay for you just by choosing a few more. Li Duoyu lacks everything except money. He has 300,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and a few discounted clothes only cost 20,000 yuan. He can afford this amount of money in order to maintain his image as a rich second generation in front of the girl he likes. It can be heard that Lin Shi wants the rich second generation, a regular customer of this store, to pay the bill. The salesperson at the side also looked at Lin Shi with disdain. Chapter 21 Gambling. Lin Shi smiled. He didn't want to buy just a few pieces, but dozens or hundreds of them. Since he has been sucked up and has come to his doorstep, he will not be polite to him. Said to the shopping guide beside him, Take 50 of each of the pieces I just tried on and pack them all up for me. What did you say? The salesperson thought she had heard it wrong. Lin Shi repeated it again. He said, Pay for all these models for me. Both shopping guides were shocked by Lin Shi's big mouth. It's written on his face. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The shopping guide didn't move and looked at Li Duoyu. Lin Shi looked at the stunned Li Duoyu and imitated him with a mocking smile on his face. I just asked you, and you said you could afford to choose a few more. Could it be that you can't afford it? This statement is equivalent to repeating what Li Duoyu just said. Lin Shi just tried on 4 pieces, each with 50 pieces, which is 200 pieces in total. Even if they are all discounted, each piece would cost an average of 3,000 yuan. That is about 600,000. Li Duoyu has a monthly pocket money of 300,000 yuan, which is not enough for his daily living. Lin Shi spent 2 months' pocket money as soon as he opened his mouth. Are you kidding me? Li Duoyu was filled with anger, thinking that Lin Shi was playing a trick on him just to embarrass him in front of Su Feifei. It's not that he can't come up with 600,000, but it's impossible for him to spend 600,000 on a man. What normal person buys 50 pieces of the same clothing? I just mentioned the ones you wanted to buy. Even Su Feifei felt that Lin Shi was deliberately making things difficult for Li Duoyu. If a person buys 200 such warm coats, he would not be able to wear them all even after 10 or 20 years, right? And it's outdated after wearing it for so many years. But she didn't say anything. Lin Shi was the man she liked, so she naturally wouldn't refute him in public. Lin Shi said, I want to buy 200 pieces. Li Duoyu laughed in anger. You, a poor loser who buys discounted goods, can afford 200 pieces? If you can afford 200 pieces, I will kneel down and call you grandpa. Lin Shi laughed, with the mockery on his face not concealed. Call me grandpa? Who knows if you'll fart again after you say that? Oh no, even farts can make a sound, but what you said is worse than a fart. Puff. Hearing Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter of the girl he liked hurt Li Duoyu's self-esteem. Li Duoyu was completely blown away, and his voice became louder. Bullshit. I always keep my word. But how do you prove that you didn't deliberately say you wanted to buy 200 pieces just to trick me? Li Duoyu's voice attracted 2 passers-by lovers to look over. Lin Shi said, It's very simple. I'll buy these 200 pieces first. If I can afford it, you will pay for all my purchases in this mall today. What if you can't afford it? The stakes between the two have risen to a gamble, and Li Duoyu will naturally not let himself suffer any loss. Lin Shi said, If I can't afford it, you can do whatever you want. Before we knew it, more and more people were standing outside the store watching. Many people pointed at them and whispered. In front of so many people, Li Duoyu couldn't possibly lose his momentum. He raised his chin and looked at Lin Shi through his nose and said, Okay, I agree. If you can't afford it, you can kowtow to me a few times and call me grandpa 3 times. Li Duoyu didn't believe that this poor loser could really afford clothes worth hundreds of thousands. Today he is going to tear off the face of this poor loser and step on it under his feet. Lin Shi turned to the shopping guide and said, 50 pieces of each style, pack them up now. The shopping guide curled her lips and said unhappily, "Sir, these clothes will cost about 600,000 yuan in total." The subtext is that if Lin Shi has no money, he should stop ordering them around out of anger. This is not a small number. If they ask someone to move the goods from the warehouse and Lin Shi does not buy them, they will be criticized or even punished. Lin Shi pulled out a card from his pocket. "Count the money and swipe the card." The tour guide's eyes widened when he saw Lin Shi's black card. I didn't dare to delay and took it with both hands to examine it carefully. That's right. It's a black card that is only available to those with a deposit of over 10 million yuan. They have been in this business for so long, so they have some vision. I immediately realized that they had made a mistake and quickly smiled my most standard smile. "Please wait a moment and sit down. I will ask the warehouse to bring the goods over." As he spoke, he led Lin Shi to sit down and serve tea and water. He looked like a completely different person from before. Even if it is a discounted product, this amount can earn them a high commission. Another shopping guide immediately called the warehouse. Lin Shi said directly, "No need to send it here, just send it directly to my residence." The shopping guide agreed and wrote down the address Lin reported. Soon the total price was calculated, which was 582,366. The shopping guide bent down and brought the card reader to Lin Shi. Lin Shi entered the password, issued a receipt, and signed. The whole process was completed in one go. The shopping guide was secretly happy that she could get a generous commission, but she didn't expect that Lin's next words would make her feel like she was in an ice cave. "Now, call your manager. I'm going to file a complaint against you." The salesperson who had always been rude to Lin Shi immediately panicked, apologized hastily, and promised Lin Shi various gifts. Li Duayu, who had been prepared to see Lin Shi make a fool of himself, was stunned. In disbelief, he pulled over the shopping guide who was busy serving Lin Shi. "Did he really buy 200 pieces? Where's the receipt? Let me see." After looking at the receipt, Li Duayu still couldn't believe it. "Why would I buy clothes in the clearance section when I could bet him $580,000? Are you sick in the brain?" Li Duayu thought Lin Shi was targeting him. He always felt that Lin Shi bought 200 pieces of the same clothes just to be angry with him, and it was not really necessary. However, Lin Shi really needed it, and the bet was just a byproduct of watching this guy talking nonsense. "Have you seen it clearly? Can we fulfill the bet now?" Lin Shi looked at Li Duayu with a half smile as he repeatedly confirmed the receipt. Li Duayu gritted his teeth and calculated the gains and losses in his heart. If he goes back on his word now, Su Feifei will definitely have no hope. If you don't regret it, you will be ripped off today. Just when Li Duayu was struggling, two young girls walked into the store and walked straight towards the three people. To be precise, he was walking straight towards Lin Shi. These two girls are tall, with exquisite makeup, and their looks are no less than Su Feifei. Li Duayu, who was struggling, couldn't help but be attracted by it. The curly-haired girl smiled brightly and charmingly and asked Lin Shi, "Little brother, are you Lin Shi?" "It's me." Lin Shi nodded. He didn't know these two people. Both girls showed surprise on their faces. The straight-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, "I'm your fan. You're even more handsome in person than in the photo. So nice to meet you." It took Lin Shi a while to realize what was going on. It's because the popularity of the last bank robbery has not yet subsided. The two girls sat on Lin Shi's left and right and started chatting with him. Soon after, a few more girls walked into the store, also coming for Lin Shi. It turned out that most of the people who were watching outside the door just now recognized Lin Shi, but they were not sure at first. Everyone soon learned about the content of the bet between him and Li Duayu due to Lin Shi's deliberate publicity. There were also girls who started shooting short videos just to take advantage of Lin Shi's popularity. Li Duayu, who was trying to shirk his debt, was so angry that his teeth were itching. So many people knew about the bet between him and Lin Shi. If he cheated, he would be all over the city tomorrow. Chapter 22. Accepting defeat. In full view of the public, Li Duayu can lose money, but he can't afford to lose this person. Li Duayu decisively took out the card and threw it directly at Lin Shi. "I admit defeat. From now on, I will pay for all your spending in this mall." Although he said this, he already hated Lin Shi in his heart. "Oh." Several girls surrounding Lin Shi started to make a noise. "Then I'll be welcome. Everyone, I have some things to buy. Goodbye." Lin Shi waved goodbye to a few girls and walked out of the store. Li Duayu followed, and Su Feifei followed too. Next, Lin Shi went to the men's underwear store. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear. The total cost was more than 260,000 yuan. Lin Shi had originally planned to buy these things at the wholesale market, But now that he was using other people's money, he might as well spend it. Lin Sure bought so many at once that the store clerk was shocked. After repeated confirmation, he called the manufacturer to have the goods shipped. The store doesn't have that much inventory. The delivery address is naturally Lin Sure's warehouse. Li Duayu looked at Lin Sure wasting his money, approached Lin Sure with flaming eyes, gnashed his teeth, and whispered, "That's about it, right? I remind you, know when to stop." He was even more convinced that Lin Sure was just teasing him. Why would a normal person buy so many underwear? This card of Li Duayu not only contains his pocket money for this month, but also allows him to overdraw by 500,000 yuan. Now that Lin Sure has already spent this month's living expenses, he will have nothing to eat this month. Lin Sure ignored Li Duayu's warning, narrowed his eyes, and showed his white teeth, smiling exceptionally brightly. "You said you would pay for all my purchases at the mall today. What? Are you going to go back on your word again?" Lin Sure's voice was quite loud, and Su Feifei immediately looked at Li Duayu with contempt and disgust in her eyes. She hated this kind of man who had no integrity the most. Li Duayu didn't expect Lin Sure to swipe his card without giving him any face. His expression was almost distorted. He pointed at Lin Sure with his index finger and nodded. "Okay, you're good. Just wait for me." Li Duayu glared at Lin Sure fiercely, didn't even take the card, and turned away. That look shows that he won't give up. Seeing that the person had left, Su Feifei reminded him. Li Duayu's father is said to be a shareholder of a listed company. "Oh." Lin Sure casually said, "Oh," to indicate that he understood. After witnessing the unimaginable darkness in the apocalypse, the methods of these young people in the peaceful world were nothing more than petty pranks in his eyes. There are guns in the space. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, Li Duayu will no longer be a rich second generation in 2 months. Lin Sure smiled nonchalantly and continued shopping. 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 mountaineering bags, cold-proof and warm hats and gloves, etc. Lin Sure didn't stop until Li Duayu's card was maxed out. "Throw the card to Su Feifei, who has been following him. Stop following me." After saying that, he left the mall. Only Su Feifei was left standing there with an angry look on her face. After spending an entire afternoon shopping with Lin Sure in the mall, her feet were rubbed raw by her high heels, but Lin Sure didn't even treat her to a meal. He was obviously not like this before. Su Feifei stomped her feet in anger. Lin Sure returned to the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with purchased electrical appliances and the last batch of fish. The boss was very considerate and put ice in every box of fish. There were also many medicines that Lin Sure ordered online a few days ago. After sending away the porters, all the goods in the warehouse were put into the space. He now has more than 200 boxes of cold medicines, as well as hundreds of boxes of antibiotics and medicines for viral and bacterial infections. Thousands of doses of medicine and bandages were prepared. Lin Sure also bought 200 boxes of frostbite cream. He took out the shopping list he had made at the beginning and crossed out the items he had already bought. "The next things I need are some hurricane-proof lanterns, outdoor supplies like sleds, and some toiletries." Lin Sure also ordered these things directly online. Shampoo, shower gel, toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, etc. In fact, these things are considered a luxury in the end times. Lin Sure didn't consider buying it at first. Survivors of extreme cold generally don't take baths to keep warm. The oils and dirt on the body can increase cold resistance and protect the skin in extreme cold. Besides, how can you get hot water to take a shower in such extreme cold? Even drinking hot water is a luxury. In his previous life, Lin Sure only used snow to wash it a few times during the 8 years of the last days. But things are different now. He has been reborn and has time to prepare in advance. How can he not make his life better? Then Lin Sure bought kerosene lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, water purification tablets, etc. from an online outdoor sports brand store. Snowboards are an important means of transportation in extreme cold weather. With the arrival of extreme cold, snowstorms continued, and the thickness of the snow almost covered the entire blue planet with a thick quilt. At the beginning, the newly fallen snow was very soft, and people would sink into it if they stepped on it, let alone vehicles. It's almost impossible to travel. By the time the snow gradually solidified, most vehicles had already been buried under the increasingly thick snow layer. Even if some are preserved, they will not be able to start due to the extremely low temperature. Or the car may skid after starting, causing death, and so on. The arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse caused human technology to regress by hundreds of years. In addition to ordinary skis, Lin Sure also bought 20 snowmobiles. This thing is the best means of transportation in extreme cold. Nowadays, most places rent them out as toys to people who go to play in the snow. A good snowmobile can reach a maximum speed of 200 kilometers per hour in the snow. The price is not expensive. Tens of thousands of dollars is already very good. The only downside is that it's too noticeable and has the same buzzing sound as a normal motorcycle. Lin Sure would not take it out unless he was in a hurry. Finish these. Lin Sure washed up casually and went to bed. At night, Lin Sure suddenly opened his eyes. I reached for my phone and checked the time. It was already past 2 a.m. However, at this time Lin Sure heard the sound of truck wheels turning, and the sound was getting closer. In the darkness, Lin Sure tiptoed to the door of the warehouse like a cat. With the help of moonlight, Lin Sure saw a large truck coming from a distance, and it drove all the way to the door of Lin Sure's warehouse before stopping. Lin Sure narrowed his eyes unconsciously and became secretly alert. Although he ordered a lot of things these days, what would be delivered secretly in the middle of the night? The image of old Xia appeared in Lin Sure's mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline that I ordered a few days ago? Sure enough, just as I thought of this, two people jumped out of the car. Both of them were dressed in black and wore masks. One of them looks very similar to Xia Jinxin in body shape. Lin Sure did not relax his vigilance, but took out a pistol from the space. As soon as Xia Jinxin got out of the car, he checked the house number at the warehouse entrance. Seeing that the address was correct, he came up and gently tapped on the big iron gate. Chapter 23: Xia Jinxin's Visit. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Jinxin knocked on the door gently. The small door next to the main door opened silently. What's the matter? Lin Sure, half of his body hidden in the darkness, stared coldly at the person who came. Oh my God, it's so scary in the middle of the night. Xia Jinxin patted his chest. I've delivered your goods. Open the door. Seeing that the two did not move, Lin Sure closed the small door again and opened the big door. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Xia Jinxin patted the truck body and said, all the things are here. A Biao. The truck driver named a Biao is tall and strong. A Biao opened the back door of the truck, and the cargo hold was filled with barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xia Jinxin gestured to Lin Sure. No need. I believe you. Lin Sure did not walk into the dim garage. Xia Jinxin smiled and waved to a Biao. A Biao walked into the carriage alone, pulled out a loading slide, and rolled down the barrels of oil. Xia Jinxin caught it below and put it in place. Lin Sure just stood aside and watched. He would never show his back to anyone he didn't trust. In total, he traded items worth more than 10 million gold with Xia Jinxin. Money can move people's hearts. In the face of enough benefits, anyone can turn into a devil. Lin Sure naturally would not rely on Xia Jinxin's character for his own safety. It was not until more than 3 hours later that the two men breathlessly unloaded all the oil drums. Xia Jinxin and Lin Sure said goodbye cheerfully, got on the truck with a Biao, and drove away. Lin Sure kept watching the car drive away until he could no longer see it. It seems that Lin Sure was judging others by his own standards, but it is better to be cautious. Lin Sure did not think that he had done anything wrong. In the truck, Xia Jinxin, who had been staring at the rearview mirror with his peripheral vision, did not withdraw his gaze until he could no longer see Lin Sure. Ah Biao, who was driving, said dissatisfiedly, Old Xia, are you too cautious? We clearly had a chance to do it just now. Having been doing business for so many years, Xia Jinxin is naturally not a good person. He will do it if there is an opportunity to rob fellow robbers, but that is based on a certain percentage of certainty. There are two conditions for maintaining good credit. 1. Complete the transaction sincerely. 2nd, when the thieves rob the thieves, be clean enough. Xia Jinxin smiled. It's not that I'm too careful, it's that young man who's too careful. Didn't you notice that this young man was very wary of us from the beginning to the end? Ah Biao glanced at the rearview mirror where he could no longer see anyone and said disapprovingly, It was just a bean sprout. I crushed it to death. Xia Jinxin took out a cigarette slowly and lit it. Although he looked relaxed, his eyes were filled with solemnity. I don't think so. When I was standing next to him just now, I had a feeling that if I made any move, I would be killed immediately. A Biao's expression also became more serious. Really? I see he doesn't have any weapon in his hand. Even if he wants to pull out a gun, he can't be faster than you, right? Xia Jinxin has been in this business for so many years, and he often encounters cheating buyers who, after receiving the goods, do not want to pay the balance but only want to pay for the goods. Xia Jinxin has been able to remain safe and sound for so many years thanks to his quick and stable gun-drawing skills. But he said that his gun-drawing skills were not as fast as that young man's? How could this not surprise a Biao, who had known Xie Jinxin for many years. You should know that my feelings have saved me many times. Xie Jinxin exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you forgotten about Lao Jin's disappearance? That day I felt that Lao Jin was going to take action against this person, and I even casually mentioned it. But since that day, Lao Jin disappeared, and he was safe and sound. I don't need to say anything about this, right? Being able to handle things so cleanly in Haishur. It's not that I overestimate this guy. I even think I underestimated him. We agreed before we came out today that we would just try to see if there was a chance, and if there was no chance, we would leave. It turns out that we were right not to take action. If we had taken action, at least one person would have to be held responsible. A Biao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Xie Jinxin put out his cigarette, looked at a Biao who still looked a little unconvinced and said, "We have known each other for so many years. You know I am very good at judging people. Listen to me, don't mess with this kid in the future. I have a feeling that as long as this kid doesn't die, he will definitely not remain unknown in the future. By the way, let's also prepare to stock up on some diesel and gasoline. We should stock up more recently. I always feel a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen." Only after closing the warehouse door and checking that all the oil drums were in good condition and that no surveillance equipment such as microcameras had been installed did Lin sure feel relieved. I opened a few more barrels of oil and checked them, and it turned out that there was no problem with the oil. A total of 400 oil drums were neatly stacked into a square. After Lin Sure confirmed that there was no one outside the warehouse, he placed his hand on an oil drum and said silently, "Item copy." The number of item copies on the cornucopia interface in front of you changed from 22 to 21. And with a burst of golden light, 400 more oil barrels appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Lin Sure checked the replica and found that everything from the oil barrel to the oil inside was perfectly replicated. Tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel turned into 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel. There was excitement flashing in his bright eyes. How could 20 tons of diesel and 20 tons of gasoline be enough? He wanted oil that could last for decades after the extreme cold arrived. From now on, the shelter will rely on this oil to power the generator, and his snowmobile will also need oil to start. Therefore, when proposing a deal with Xie Jinxin, Lin Sure had already thought of using the ability to copy items to copy the oil. Now he has 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, but this still cannot satisfy Lin Sure. Gold that has been copied once can be copied again, but what about the copies? Can a copy be copied again? Because the copied gold was difficult to circulate, Lin Sure did not continue to copy it with gold replicas. But even if the oil is a replica of a replica, as long as the materials are the same, it will not affect its use at all. Lin Sure connected the two piles of oil together. After thinking about it, Lin Sure took out the generator and some supplies in the space and put them together with the oil drums. Use item copy again. A flash of golden light passed by. There were originally 800 oil barrels in the entire warehouse, and now 400 more barrels were added in the golden light. However, it turned out that only 400 barrels of the original oil could be reproduced. The copied oil barrel cannot be copied again. Lin Sure was a little disappointed. If the replicas can be replicated further, he should get 800 barrels this time, and 3,200 barrels next time. If he replicates it a few more times, he will have endless oil in the future. And different materials cannot be copied at the same time. Now he has figured out the limitations of the cornucopia's item duplication function. 1. Replicas cannot be used for space upgrades. 2. You can only copy the same thing at a time. 3. An item that has been copied once can be copied again, but the copy cannot be copied again. Although they look exactly the same, the copies are not recognized by cornucopia. There must be something different between the two. Chapter 24 Purchase of Land. With a wave of his hand, he placed the copied oil barrel and the original oil barrel into the space respectively. Since the copy cannot be copied again, he will have to use the copy first in the future. After using it, he can use the copy function again to continue copying and using it. It seems that the number of times items can be replicated today may not be enough. The current cornucopia interface is treasure bowl, storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 58,500. When the end of the world comes, he will also have to find some gold, silver, and jewelry to upgrade the treasure bowl. After taking a nap, Lin Sure received a call from Liao Peng early the next morning while doing his daily morning exercises. Liao Peng brought the results of the rock and soil surveys at 2 locations. Just as Lin Sure guessed, the rocks on that cliff have shown signs of desertification, and it would be no problem to live there for a few decades under the current climate. but it is hard to say how long it can withstand the extreme cold. There is a lot of granite in the mountain where the Taoist temple used to be, which makes it very stable. So Lin Shi decisively chose the old site of the Taoist temple. Let Liao Peng go to discuss the price first, and Lin Shi booked a flight to Shushi early tomorrow morning online. He still needs to go and see the specific situation in person, then design a shelter in detail based on the terrain. Someone needs to be guarding the warehouse. Lin Shi ordered a lot of things online, and they all need someone assigned for them. There are also some goods that have not been delivered to the mall, and they also need to be unloaded and stored. Lin Shi thought about it and hired someone who didn't know the porters at all to look after the warehouse. At the same time, the porters were reminded to pay attention to the quantity of goods. After doing all this, Lin Shi set off with peace of mind and boarded the plane to Shushi. Shushi is indeed the hottest city in Xiagua. It's only March, and girls wearing cool short-sleeved shirts and shorts are everywhere, showing off their youthful bodies. Lin Shi took off his coat as soon as he got off the plane, revealing the loose short-sleeved shirt underneath. There are faint outlines of muscles on his arms and chest, but they don't look very obvious. From the outside, she just looks good. Only Lin Shi knew that after more than 10 days of training, his body was completely different from when he was just reborn. Lin Shi is very strict with himself and increases his training volume every day compared to the previous day. Now his strength is no less than that of people who exercise in the gym all year round. Because he was not exercising to keep fit, but to fight. Allow every inch of muscles and bones in your body to be able to exert their greatest strength with just a thought. This requires that the muscles remain flexible enough to increase strength without becoming too bulky to affect flexibility. There are still more than 2 months left, which is by no means a long time. He must cherish every day to make himself stronger. The cruelty of the end of the world is not that you can live a good life as long as you have enough supplies. On the contrary, having enough supplies but no strength will be more miserable than having nothing. Liao Peng arrived at the airport exit early and waited for Lin Shi to get off the plane. When he saw Lin in the crowd, Liao Peng quickly raised the sign in his hand and waved it vigorously. Lin Shi saw Liao Peng at a glance. After meeting up with Liao Peng, the two left the airport and got into the car. Because he needed to find a suitable residential plot, Liao Peng rented a car for convenience. In the car, Liao Peng took the initiative to bring up the topic and draw the two closer. "Boss, you've had a hard time on this journey. Can I take you to find a place to stay first?" "No need, just tell me about the old gym site," Liao Peng said seriously. "I talked to the owner of that piece of land. The land is on a mountain and in a remote location. The asking price is not very high, only 500,000. I have already bargained it down to 480,000 for you." This price is cheaper than Lin Shi thought. In fact, the housing prices in Shushi are not high, and the price in the city center is only more than 20,000 yuan per square meter. It is far from comparable to the Mirage. A place like this old dojo site is located in the mountains, so it is naturally cheap. "I saw your information shows that it is over 300 square meters?" Lin Shi asked. "Yes, in fact, there are several hundred square meters outside the homestead. Although we can't build a house, it's very suitable for growing vegetables in the yard." Lin Shi nodded. The vehicle drove for nearly an hour before arriving at the foot of the mountain where the old dojo was located. There was indeed a village at the foot of the mountain, as Liao Peng had said. The village is filled with low houses, the tallest of which is no more than 5 stories high. The village is mostly surrounded by mountains, and this village is just surrounded by a circle of mountains, with only a gap. The terrain is very good and can block a lot of wind and snow. Seeing the vehicles entering the village, many people came out of their homes to watch. The village is not big, with only about 100 households. Lin Shi was also very satisfied with this. Fewer people means less gossip. Liao Peng has been here several times in the past few days, and his face has long been recognized by the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a stranger, and many middle-aged women stood together and pointed at the two of them. Because of the distance, Lin Shi couldn't hear what they said. "Boss, those are the villagers. I took a look and found that there are 96 households in this village with a total population of no more than 400. Lin Shi nodded to indicate that he understood. "It only takes about 10 minutes to drive up this road." Liao Peng pointed to a cement road that was only wide enough for one car to pass. The mountain is not high, only a dozen meters from the ground, so we arrived there quickly. The top of the mountain is not as bumpy as imagined, but very flat. The area is about 1 acre. The Taoist temple that was built previously has collapsed, and the site is filled with wood, bricks and tiles, and a wall that has mostly collapsed. This is not a problem. It will be easy to rebuild if it collapses. Lin Shi looked around with satisfaction. "Good. When will the formalities be processed? The owner of this residential land is out of town, and it took me a lot of effort to find out his contact information. After we agreed on the price yesterday, he said he would come back as quickly as possible to handle the formalities. When I contacted him this morning, he was already on the train and was expected to be here this afternoon. Okay, let's go down the mountain first. Building a shelter is a big project with tight time and heavy tasks. If we want to complete the construction of the shelter in more than 2 months, we must arrange enough manpower. There is strength in numbers. Lin Sure already had a preliminary idea for the shelter in his mind and was planning how many people to hire. The two returned to the foot of the mountain. The land transfer procedures had to be handled in the city, so Liao Peng and the man agreed to handle it directly at the relevant department in the city in the afternoon, and the two did not stay in the village. The land transfer procedures also went very smoothly. The original owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest. He did not look like an immortal, but rather a bit plump. After signing the transfer contract, he was hesitant to speak. But in the end, he said nothing and left in a hurry after receiving the money. This gave Lin Sure a bad feeling. Liao Peng, have you ever asked why the Taoist temple was abandoned? Chapter 25. Poor mountains and bad waters give rise to unruly people. Liao Peng was stunned by Lin Sure's question. He really hasn't asked about it. Liao Peng was also a very versatile person. When Lin Sure asked this question, he immediately thought of something and took out his cell phone to call the Taoist priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Sure, Liao Peng, and the fat Taoist priest were sitting in a restaurant. The fat Taoist priest stuffed meat into his mouth carefully while mumbling. That's the truth. I didn't mean to hide it. I'm just really short of money lately. After saying this, he looked at Lin Sure guiltily. Lin Sure's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. It turned out that the Taoist priest bought the land 5 years ago. In his words, he wanted to find a good feng shui location to build a Taoist temple, so he set his eyes on that hill. He first spent a lot of money to build a cement road, and then built a Taoist temple. Everything went smoothly in the process. The fat Taoist priest originally thought that he would spend his retirement in this Taoist temple. He never expected that not long after the Taoist temple was built, villagers from the village at the foot of the mountain came to his temple with a few people. They said that the dragon vein of their village was under the mountain, and that the fat Taoist priest's Taoist temple was suppressing their dragon vein. This piece of land was originally acquired from the villagers. When acquiring it, the fat Taoist priest had made it clear that he wanted to build a Taoist temple on it. At that time, the villager did not say that a Taoist temple could not be built on this mountain. No one stopped the construction process. It just so happened that the Taoist temple was already built, and then they came out to talk about it. The construction of the Taoist temple used up most of the money the fat Taoist had saved over the years, so there was no way he would demolish it. At first, the fat Taoist priest ignored these villagers. His Taoist temple was legal and compliant, and it was impossible for these villagers to demolish it by force. However, things were not as simple as he thought. From then on, everyday villagers would guard the cement intersection at the foot of the mountain to prevent any vehicles from going up the mountain. The fat Taoist priest opened a Taoist temple to attract pilgrims. Without pilgrims, he would lose a major source of income. Then there were some middle-aged ladies who came to the gate of the Taoist temple every day to curse. He couldn't drive him away, and he couldn't scold him. The fat Taoist priest was very annoyed. He negotiated with the villagers several times and finally gave them 20,000 yuan, and the matter was settled. I thought the matter was over, but a month later, villagers blocked the road again. The fat Taoist priest was furious and went to argue with the village chief. The village chief shamelessly said that the 20,000 yuan was last month's expenses, and that we will have to pay them 20,000 yuan every month from now on. This made the fat Taoist priest very angry, and he immediately called the police. However, when the security guard arrived, a village of more than 400 people, from the elderly in their 80s to children as young as 3, all stood up to testify that the money was given to the entire village by the fat Taoist priest. This shows that this is not the first time that people in this village have done this. 20,000 yuan is enough to file a case of extortion. After receiving the money, each household received 50 yuan per person. What's even more infuriating is that the people in the village are basically all elderly people in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s, and there are also children who are only a few years old. The security guards could do nothing to these elderly people and could only arrest the few young and middle-aged men in the village, but they would be released soon. After that, these villagers became even more outrageous. Every day, several ladies in their 70s and 80s would ride on the villagers' tricycles to the gate of the Taoist temple and curse in the streets. They would not leave unless each of them was given 100 yuan. Call the police? If they did, they would start crying. saying they had fallen in the temple and wanted the fat Taoist priest to be responsible. The fat Taoist priest had no choice but to close the Taoist temples and basically stayed indoors, but he was unable to stop these unruly people. Every now and then, the Taoist temple would lose electricity and water, either because the wires were cut or the water pipes were blocked. Needless to say, it was the villagers who did it. Later, the fat Taoist priest spent money to buy surveillance cameras and caught the person who cut the wires. After sending the man to the Public Security Bureau, the fat Taoist priest thought he had turned the tables, but he didn't expect that this incident would simply stir up a hornet's nest. Since then, the villagers have become even more aggressive. The villagers had endless tricks, and he was exhausted both mentally and physically against 400 people alone. In the end, he had no choice but to give up this Taoist temple and find another way out. After listening to the fat Taoist priest's story, Liao Peng felt angry and guilty and even dared not look at Lin Shi. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't find out clearly." He was earning as high a salary as Lin Shi, but he messed up the job and felt extremely ashamed. "I'll go see if there's any other suitable place. I'll consider this piece of land as my own. The boss can just deduct the money from my salary." Lin Shi glanced sideways. This made Lin Shi look at Liao Peng with a new respect. Although he offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000, it was just a blank check. The money hasn't been received yet, but he is willing to use an annual salary of 500,000 to make up for this mistake. Not everyone has the courage to come up with this. Lin Shi waved his hand. "No need, just this piece of land. It's late today. Go contact a reliable construction team and start work tomorrow." Now it was Liao Peng and the fat Taoist priest who were shocked. "Boss, this? I have a solution. Just do as I say." Lin Shi stood up and ended the meal. This matter actually does not need to be resolved at all. Looking for trouble after the construction is completed? Will Lin Shi be afraid? Naturally, the answer is no. It will take at least 2 months for the shelter to be built. With the arrival of extreme cold, these villagers are unable to take care of themselves. Lin Shi is also very experienced in dealing with evil people. All he has to do is be more evil than them, etc. The fat Taoist swallowed his mouthful of food with great effort and took out a yellowed booklet from his lapel with his greasy hands. "Little brother, you are a good person, and I did something unkind. This booklet was used by me to strengthen my body before. Now that the Taoist temple is gone, I have made up my mind and am ready to return to secular life. This booklet is not that important to me anymore. I'll give it to you. I always feel that you are quite pleasing to the eye." Lin Shi frowned as he looked at the yellowed booklet with obvious oil stains on it, and then seeing the fat Taoist's sincere eyes, he finally took it. "Thanks." After leaving the restaurant, Lin Shi went to the hotel where he was staying and spent the whole night drawing the design of the shelter that he had already constructed in his mind. The upper part of this design is a semicircle, exposed on the ground, and the lower part is a square basement. From an architectural point of view, circular buildings help reduce wind resistance and are more solid and sturdy. From the perspective of heat transfer, the circular shape releases the least heat and is more conducive to heat preservation. People who once lived in the Arctic built semicircular igloos based on this principle. The exterior of the building is welded with alloy, and the interior is prepared to use the explosion-proof steel plate wall commonly used in banks, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. A layer of the most cold-resistant constant temperature material is added inside the steel plate wall, followed by the normal 3-proof material. Lin Shi planned to build a fireplace in the middle of the circular building so that he could use it to keep warm when it was inconvenient to generate electricity. Make a smoke exhaust pipe on the top for ventilation. There is a power loop above and below the building. Lin Shi had never considered the water problem. The water purifier and water purification tablets he bought are not just for show. The details of the design drawings still need to be modified by professionals. But that's pretty much it. After finishing the design drawings and preparing to go to bed, Lin Shi glanced at the booklet that he had casually put aside. It was the one the fat Taoist gave him. Out of curiosity, I took it and started reading it. Chapter 26, Warehouse Fire. Lin Shi flipped it casually and found that the booklet was actually a picture book with a little man showing different moves on it. It's very similar to a martial arts secret book. Lin Shi read it from the beginning with great interest. The more he looked, the more serious Lin Shi's expression became, even a little unbelievable. The movements in this booklet are actually somewhat similar to the resonance he practiced. This shocked Lin Shi greatly. He immediately jumped out of bed and started practicing according to the movements in the booklet. After practicing, I found that this set of movements is indeed somewhat similar to resonance, but it is far more complicated than resonance and more difficult to master. Fortunately, he already had experience from practicing resonance in his previous life, and his body had been honed over this period of time, so he could barely perform this set of movements. With each breath, the movements stretch and relax, seeming to imply some mysterious rhythm. After the first round of movements, Lin Shi was sweating profusely, but his breathing was not disordered at all. He felt comfortable and warm all over. This effect is several times better than resonance. Although the resonance treatment can warm up the body, it is not obvious. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the dirty booklet again and turned to the front page. The 3 words, Health Preservation Secrets, were obviously filled in later, and the original title of the book seemed to have been worn off. This is by no means an ordinary health book. If he had not experienced the end of the world, he might have thought that this was just a martial arts secret book, sold for a few dollars at a local stall. But after knowing the magic of resonance in the end-time cultivation, Lin Shi knew that this was definitely a priceless secret book. When the end of the world comes and that magical substance appears, it will be the time when this technique can play its greatest role. At the same time, Lin Shi also had doubts. Resonance only appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse. It is said that it was developed jointly by scientists and martial artists. Could it be that the rumor is wrong? Or could it be that this rumor was spread by the official shelter? But Lin Shi had a hunch that the emergence of resonance was definitely related to this booklet. Now that this booklet appears in his hands, will it change the original future? Lin Shi thought about it for a moment and then stopped thinking about it. Even if the future was really changed, it was not something he had to worry about now. And he was not the only one who knew this set of skills. The fat Taoist priest also knew it. After waking up from a good sleep and finishing his health-preserving practice, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered people early in the morning to start work at the old site of the Taoist temple. After breakfast, Lin Shi also went to the scene. 2 excavators are clearing the remains of the Taoist temple's original buildings. Lin Shi found Liao Peng, handed him the drawings he designed last night, and explained the key points to him. Liao Peng patted his chest and said, "Okay, boss. I'll ask an engineer to improve the design. As for the well you mentioned, there is already a well here, buried in the ruins. The construction worker just told me about it, and I just discovered it." Lin Shi was a little surprised. This is a pleasant surprise. For the next few days, Lin Shi stayed in Shushi, make an order to purchase various building materials, discuss shelter design plans with engineers, and more. In his spare time, he practiced the health preservation tips. After a few days, Lin Shi felt that his physical strength had increased much more than the previous 10 days combined. Thanks to Lin Shi's unsparing investment, the original ruins of the Taoist temple have disappeared, replaced by a large and deep pit. The basement of the shelter has been dug, and the next step is to begin construction. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. However, in the early morning of March 22nd, a phone call made Lin Shi give up the idea of staying in Shushi to follow up the project. It was the warehouse keeper who called, and a panicked voice came over the phone. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi frowned. "How did the fire start? How is the cargo?" "I don't know. I was sleeping and didn't hear any noise. I don't know how the fire started. Fortunately, I discovered it early and only a small part of the goods was burned." Lin Shi could only put aside his work here and hand it over to Liao Peng. "Then I took the flight back to Haishu that day. It is raining heavily in Haishu." As soon as Lin Shi got off the plane and turned on his phone, he saw more than a dozen missed calls, all from the people in charge of the warehouse. Lin Shi immediately called back, but no one answered. "I checked the weather in Hai City over the past 2 days and found that it was raining all the time. Since it was raining, how could there be a fire?" As soon as I got back to the warehouse store, I heard a loud voice coming from the warehouse. "Throw out everything in there. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the warehouse manager's voice. "I saw several people carrying boxes of goods and throwing them out. It's raining heavily outside, and some of these goods cannot get wet by the rain. If it gets soaked in rain, it will probably break. What are you doing?" Lin Shi blocked the entrance to the warehouse and glanced coldly at the people who were carrying boxes and preparing to throw them out. Several people were impressed by Lin Shi's aura and stopped walking out. "What are you doing?" A thin, middle-aged man walked over and saw Lin Shi, and Lin Shi also saw him. But Lin Shi didn't know this person. "Where did you come from, kid? Get out of the way." The skinny man looked fierce. "Who are you? Who told you to touch my things?" Lin Shi asked coldly. The warehouse manager heard the noise and ran over to Lin Shi with a sad face to complain. "Boss, you're finally back. I was just directing people to unload the goods when these people suddenly ran in and said the warehouse was theirs and asked us to move our things out immediately. I couldn't stop them. The skinny man showed an understanding expression and looked Lin Sure up and down. So you are Lin Sure? Without waiting for Lin Sure to answer, the skinny man pointed at himself with his thumb. This warehouse is rented to me from today on. Boy, you burned down the landlord's warehouse, so he won't rent it to you anymore. Take your stuff and get out of here right now. The warehouse manager said angrily. Even if you're moving stuff, you should give us some time. I've already told you that our boss will be here soon, and you're throwing things away without even waiting. Is there any reason to talk? This is your business. The warehouse is mine now. Your things are occupying my warehouse. Is there anything wrong with me throwing them out? The skinny man was picking his ears, looking like he didn't care what happened, which made the warehouse manager so angry that he couldn't stop breathing heavily. Even a fool could see that this was a target. Lin Sure narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrow eyes. I have signed the contract, and the rent has not yet expired. It is not up to you to decide whether to rent to me or not. Let the landlord come and talk to me with the penalty for breach of contract. I'm giving you 1 minute to get out of here. Oh, you're so intimidating even though you haven't even fully grown your hair yet. When I was a gangster, you were still drinking milk. Get out of here. The skinny man reached out to push Lin Sure away as if he was sending away a cat or a dog. However, Lin Sure grabbed the skinny man's hand and twisted it hard. Chapter 27 Reversal. There was a cracking sound, followed by a scream. Ah! The skinny man's hand was dislocated. Although his face turned pale due to the pain, the skinny man was also a tough guy. Ignoring his captured right hand, he punched Lin Sure with his other hand and started spewing shit. You bastard, you're dead. I'm beeping, beeping, beeping. Lin Sure stretched out his hand and easily caught the punch. In his eyes, this punch was weak and powerless. Although the skinny man in front of him was ruthless, that was all. Click. Lin Sure twisted the skinny man's left hand and kicked him out. Without his arms to support himself, the skinny man fell face first to the ground, his teeth bleeding. The skinny man lying on the ground roared, "Are you all blind? Kill him for me." Things happened too fast. Several people who followed the skinny man were carrying things in their arms. At this moment, they finally threw away the boxes in their hands and rushed forward. However, how could they possibly be a match for Lin Sure, who had experienced countless actual combat battles? Lin Sure kicked one man away, caught two fists coming towards him, and pulled them hard. The two men immediately staggered and lost their balance. Lin Sure grabbed their necks and hit them hard, and the two screams stopped abruptly. As soon as Lin Sure let go, the two men fell to the ground unconscious. He easily dodged a punch coming from the side and turned back with an elbow. The man immediately bent over and shrank like a shrimp and fell to the ground. Just a few simple movements, not even a warm-up, and 4 people were lying on the ground. This was because Lin Sure didn't want to make things worse and showed mercy. If it were the end of the world now, these people would have already died. The skinny man who had just turned over saw this scene and knew that he had hit a wall this time. I thought I just had to deal with a college student and I could complete the job by just stretching out my hand, and I would be happy that someone gave me money. I never expected that he was such a tough guy. The last person caught a glimpse of the fierceness in Lin Sure's eyes and took a few steps back in fear. He didn't dare to move forward, but turned around and ran into the rain. Lin Sure did not pursue him, but walked up to the skinny man who had already sat up. Who sent you here? Did you set the fire in my warehouse? Lin Sure already had a guess in his mind, but he just wanted to confirm it. However, even in the face of such a situation, the skinny man still seemed fearless and threatened. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will kill you. A murderous look flashed in Lin Sure's eyes. To the warehouse manager who was standing in the back, already dumbfounded and at a loss, call the police. The order of the peace era saved these scumbags. The warehouse manager suddenly came to his senses, took out his cell phone and called the police tremblingly, looking at Lin Sure with awe and a hint of fear in his eyes. Soon the security guards arrived at the warehouse, along with an ambulance. When the security guard arrived, the skinny man immediately bit back. Officer, this man broke into my warehouse and beat people up for no reason. Both of my hands were dislocated by him. Who called the police? Lin Sure raised his hand. Me. Tell me about the situation. The security guard took out a recorder. Lin Sure told him about how several people had run into his warehouse, thrown away his goods, and started the fight first. There were still a few boxes of goods in the rain at the warehouse door. The warehouse manager also confirmed that what Lin Sure said was true. Lin Sure's attack was not very heavy, and apart from skin injuries and slight concussions, the few people were fine, and they all recovered quickly. The skinny man's dislocated hand was also put back in place by the emergency doctor. Lin Shi pretended to take something out of his backpack, but in fact he took out a rental contract. "This is my contract for renting this warehouse." The security guard took a look and confirmed that there was no problem with the contract. "Things are very clear and straightforward." One of the security guards said, "Take these back." Wait. Even now, the skinny man was not panicked at all. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. The phone rang outside the warehouse. "I saw a middle-aged man and a young man walk into the warehouse." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew one of the two people who came. Li Duayu. When Li Duayu saw Lin, a smug smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged man, suspected to be Li Duayu's father, pulled one of the security guards aside. He said a few words and made another phone call, putting it next to the security guard's ear. Lin Shi frowned as he watched this scene. Just then, Lin Shi's cell phone rang. It was the landlord calling. "Lin Shi, your workers almost burned down my warehouse. I won't rent the warehouse anymore. I will return the remaining rent and deposit to you. Please move out as soon as possible." Lin Shi frowned and replied, "There is no such clause in the contract. Besides, the fire incident has not been thoroughly investigated." The landlord sounded helpless and anxious on the phone. "Don't investigate. This is all your fault. Just move out. I beg you. I will refund you all the rent for this month." After saying that, he hung up the phone, and he immediately returned all the 60,000 yuan to Lin Shi. It seems that this warehouse is really no longer available for rent. Now that Lin Shi's things have been hoarded, it doesn't matter to him to move away. But being forced away like this is really unpleasant no matter how you look at it. Li Duayu walked up to Lin Shi, looked at him with a sneer, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "This is what happens when you offend me. The fun has just begun. I will make sure you don't survive in Haishu." Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, looked at Li Duayu in surprise, and said loudly, "What did you say? You are not your father's biological child?" The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of several people around. Everyone looked at Li Duayu in surprise. Li Duayu's face turned red as he quickly explained, "I didn't say that. He's talking bullshit." Li Duayu looked at Lin Shi with hatred. If eyes could kill, he would want to kill Lin Shi with a single glance. Soon the security guard who was taken away by Li Duayu's father came to Lin Shi, pointed at Lin Shi and said, "Take this man back." Wait. Lin Shi frowned. The scene before him did not surprise him too much. From the skinny man's initial confidence and the series of actions that followed, Lin Shi had already guessed that these people must have something to rely on. But he is not a pushover. "I want to ask, why do you want to take me back?" The security guard had a serious expression. "You are suspected of arson and intentional injury. You must come back to the police station with me for investigation." Li Duayu looked at Lin Shi with a smug look on his face, which clearly expressed, "This is what happens when you offend me. You're dead if you go to the police station." Lin Shi was not panicked at all and continued to defend himself. "I've already said it before, they were the first to start. That's just your one-sided statement. It can't be used as evidence." A hint of sneer flashed across Lin Shi's face. "But that's not what you just said." Anger flashed in the security guard's eyes. "The other party has more witnesses than you do. We have the right to reinvestigate. Come with us first." "But I have evidence." Lin Shi grinned. His eyes were cold, and he picked up the phone and said, "I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse when I moved in. What you just said in the corner must have been recorded." Chapter 28: The End of the World. The angrier Lin Shi got, the bigger the smile on his face became, but the coldness in his eyes could freeze people. He suddenly began to miss the end of the world. At least the evil in the last days is absolute evil. The security guards standing in front of him were all stung by Lin Shi's crazy smile. This expression usually appears on perverted murderers. And what did he just say? Video recording. The security guard's face changed, and he reached out to snatch the phone from Lin Shi's hand. However, Lin Shi seemed to have predicted the future and calmly took 2 steps back before the security guard took action. "I'll press it and show you." After saying that, he lowered his head and pressed the phone. Seeing this, the security guard quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Shi. Unexpectedly, it seemed as if Lin Shi had eyes on his head, and he dodged the grab with a nimble move. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice it surprised everyone present. This person's skills are so good. No wonder he could knock down 5 people with his bare hands. "Why did you suddenly try to snatch my phone?" "I was so scared that I posted the video online." Lin Shi showed the screen to everyone with an innocent look on his face. Li Duayu's father, Li Duokai, was so angry that his face turned green. Before coming, Lee Duokai and the landlord confirmed that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse. Only then could he not persuade his son and came to handle it personally. Although the lease was only for 1 month, the landlord did not expect that surveillance cameras would be installed in the warehouse. If the scene of the two people talking in the corner just now was really posted online and things got fermented, not only would both of them be in trouble, but several people would also be implicated. The call Lee Duokai just made was to the chief of High City Public Security Bureau. If the director is implicated because of this small matter, it will trigger a series of reactions. The network of relationships that Lee Duokai had worked so hard to build up in High City over many years might be severely damaged. Lee Duokai glared at Lee Duoyu fiercely, but now was not the time to punish this rebellious son who had betrayed his father. Lee Duokai wanted to intercept the video posted online before things got out of hand. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Shu's hundreds of thousands of fans on the internet had already seen the video that Lin Shu accidentally sent out for the first time and began to forward it crazily. It was too late for Lee Duokai to stop it. The skinny man had obviously thought of something, and his expression was changing visibly. If there were surveillance cameras, then wouldn't the scene of him setting fire in the early morning have also been captured on camera? Was the previous scene of finding fault also captured on camera? The skinny man looked at Lin with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He was no longer as calm as at the beginning and hurriedly caught up with Lee Duokai. "Take him away!" the security officer shouted angrily, and the other security officers quickly stepped forward to take Lin Shu down. Lin Shu did not resist and cooperated with a smile, and his cell phone was taken away. "I can go by myself. Old Huang, pack up the things in the warehouse, find a big truck to load them up, and park them in the parking lot next to it. Wait for me to come back." Warehouse manager Lao Huang nodded hurriedly. Lin Shu got into the police car. The only one left in the warehouse was the warehouse manager, Old Huang. Today's scene really overturned his three views. He had never seen such a boss. But now the boss has been arrested by the security guards. Lao Huang has a bitter face and doesn't know whether he can get the salary back. Lin Shu, who was carried into the car from both sides, did not show any sign of nervousness at all. The car had not driven far when a security guard sitting next to Lin Shu received a call. After a while, he looked at Lin Shu strangely and handed the phone to the security guard who had confronted Lin Shu before. "Captain, I'm looking for you." Turns out he's a captain. Lin Shu raised his eyebrows. The security guard who was called the captain took the phone. His face turned pale, then red, and then black. He just nodded. Yes, okay. Yes. After hanging up the phone, he immediately said, "Parking." The car quickly pulled over. "You can go now." The security guard called captain looked at Lin Shu with hatred, seeming very unwilling, but helpless. Lin Shu smiled, stretched out his hand and said, "My phone? There is evidence in your phone. You need to cooperate with the investigation." Lin Shu shrugged, got out of the car and left. Lu Ting kept watching Lin Shu walk away before he looked away. Lin Shu turned around and bought a new card, and then bought a new phone. The video he sent out has indeed caused an impact. And it's a huge impact. If the end of the world had not come, Lin Shu would have no idea how many people he would have offended with this wave of operations alone. As a person with no background or identity, he might disappear in the vast crowd at any time. But now he is not afraid of anything. Lin Shu removed the video from the internet and also canceled his social media accounts. As long as his goal is achieved, he doesn't want to become more famous. When we returned to the warehouse, Lao Huang was still calling for a taxi. He didn't expect Lin Shu to come back so soon. I was also stunned. Lin Shu settled the wages, sent Lao Huang away, closed the warehouse door, and counted the items inside. What was burned were a small number of tin sleds that I had ordered online. Originally, Lin Shu wanted to buy a few sled dogs to raise for use in the apocalypse. Now that this thing is burned, let's forget it. What was thrown into the rain were just some equipment, and there was no major damage. After putting the things into the space, Lin Shu immediately booked a flight to Shushi and left Haishu. Soon, news broke in High City that a shareholder of a famous company was suspected of engaging in power-for-sex transactions with senior government officials. The shareholder was Lee Duoyu's father. It seems that if the end of the world doesn't come, this rich second generation won't be able to do it. Many people were implicated in this incident, including a security guard who was fired. However, Lin Shu's focus was not on this matter, but on the words Apocalypse New Energy Company, a famous enterprise. There was a flash of deeply hidden hatred in his eyes. A few days after this incident, the school suddenly called Lin Shu and said that Lin Shu had been absent from class for a long time and had been expelled. Lin Shu knew that someone had taken action But this method was of no use to him. He spent the next 2 months in Shashi overseeing the construction of the shelter. I spend most of my time practicing the health preservation secrets. I took some time to go back to High City to pick up the goods I ordered from Laosia. I didn't stop and just left. This also allowed him to escape a conspiracy against him. On the 25th of the month, the shelter was finally completed. The total construction period was more than 2 months, and Lin Shi spent more than 9 million yuan, all of which was spent on materials and labor costs. The semicircular shelter had no windows except for a chimney and an entrance and exit passage. From the back, the entire shelter looks like an iron ball embedded in the soil. There are 2 doors, an outer door and an inner door. Both are heavy explosion-proof doors. You have to go through 2 doors whether entering or exiting. Some workers joke that the shelter would survive the aftermath of a nuclear weapon. The shelter is equipped with squat toilets, kangs, stoves, heaters, and other designs that do not require electricity. All wires are installed indoors. Although it affects the appearance, it is more convenient for maintenance. A water pipe was also made from the well to the shelter to supply water to the shelter. Lin Shi asked people to seal the well cover completely so that the well water would not freeze so easily. Next, just put the daily necessities in the space and you can move in. And there are only 6 days left before the solar flare erupts. Chapter 29, Attracting Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi spent a day setting up the shelter. Except for the electrical appliances, everything else was ready. I also bought several carpets and laid them in the living room of the shelter. Electrical appliances must be turned off after the geomagnetic storm is over to avoid being damaged by it. After the shelter was built, Liao Peng stayed with Lin Shi and had nothing to do. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, "Go prepare some supplies and put them in your rental house. The end of the world is coming soon, and he doesn't mind giving Liao Peng a hand as a reward for Liao Peng's hard work over the past 2 months. It is impossible to pay him subsequent salary. Of course, if he doesn't listen, Lin Shi will not remind him again." After sending Liao Peng away, Lin Shi took out his cell phone and pulled a number out of the blacklist. Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi dialed the number. "Lin Shi? Is it really you? Where have you been recently? Last time I saw you in a short video being taken away by the security guards. Are you okay?" Zhao Xiao's voice sounded very surprised. It was really a surprise. He had been almost blamed to death by his parents for more than 2 months, and his family's plan to buy a new house was delayed because he failed to borrow money from Lin Shi. Lin Shi said, "I'm fine. I've been in a bad mood recently, and I'm traveling in Shashi. Do you want to come over and play for a few days?" Zhao Xiao on the other end of the phone agreed without even thinking. "Okay, I'll take a few days off and spend some time with you." After chatting for a while, Lin Shi hung up the phone. How could he forget Zhao Xiao, the person who killed him in his previous life? It is impossible for Hai Shi to go back, but that doesn't mean he will let Zhao Xiao go. The same is true for bringing Zhao Xiao to Shashi for processing. Lin Shi also replenished 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite food in Shashi. The thing that is least lacking in extreme cold is water. There is snow everywhere, and eating snow can quench your thirst. Although this will make the body colder, compared to the difficult-to-obtain food, water is something that survivors do not need to worry about. Viruses and bacteria are everywhere, so eating snow or not has little to do with whether you will get sick. Most of the survivors had already developed antibodies in their bodies a few years after the end of the world. Eating raw meat, eating snow, and wearing animal fur, humans slowly adapted to the harsh living environment. Those who could not adapt had already died. Lin Shi prepared some water just in case. I bought 2 more computers and copied countless materials and some movies, animations, and games from the internet. This includes some information on making various tools, repairing electricity, generators, etc. This information may become extremely valuable in the future. Apart from some of the copied gold bars, there was less than 100,000 yuan in cash left. Everything is ready. 3 days before a super large solar flare erupted, Zhao Xiao hurried over from High City. It can be seen that Zhao Xiao has not had a good time in the past 2 months and has lost weight. When Zhao Xiao saw Lin, he just greeted him and apologized, behaving very humbly. While apologizing, he observed Lin Shi's expression. "Lin Shi, I really treated you as my own brother, so I didn't think too much about it. Can you forgive me? I will definitely do more for you in the future." Lin Shi showed an ambiguous smile on his face and nodded perfunctorily. "Stay here for a week before leaving. I'll pay for all the expenses." Zhao Zhao's face was visibly filled with joy. As expected, Lin Shi is still the same Lin Shi who was taken advantage of. It seems that he was too obvious last time and made Lin Shi angry. "Okay." Zhao Xiao naturally agreed. He also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Lin Shi about borrowing money. By the way, when did you come to Shushi alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Zhao Xiao seemed concerned, but he couldn't hide the gloating in his eyes. It's true. Lin Shi nodded and pretended not to see it. Zhao Xiao pretended to comfort Lin Shi and then discussed the arrangements for the next few days with him. Lin Shi really wants to relax these days. It would be risky to take action before the end of the world, but Lin Shi could afford to wait for a few days. What he wants to do is to keep Zhao Xiao in Shushi, and when the end of the world comes, let Zhao Xiao feel the despair of the end of the world and then die. Lin Shi never thought of himself as a good person. After he lost the love of his parents in his previous life, he placed all his emotions on Zhao Xiao and his good friends. At the beginning of the apocalypse, when money was still of some use, he distributed the gold bars left by his father to several people, giving them hope of survival. In the end times, when he and Zhao Xiao depended on each other, he always took the initiative to do dangerous things. However, he did so much, but only got betrayal in return. This is also because he is too weak and does not know how to judge people. Therefore, in this life, he will never be soft-hearted again and will never believe in ridiculous feelings again. Although many things from his previous life, including betrayal, have not happened yet, Zhao Xiao is such a person that even if it happens again, he will still use him thoroughly. Lin Shi lowered his eyes to hide the coldness in his eyes. Isn't Su Qin also studying at a university in Shushi? Do you want to invite her out to play with you? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, giving him a look that every man could understand. Su Qin is the second girl in the group of 6 besides Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of this person still remains from 8 years ago. In high school, the other students always tried to match him and Su Qin together and talked about things together. After being told this so many times, Lin Shi began to have different feelings towards this girl. But for Lin Shi, he hasn't seen this person for 8 years, and he can't even remember his face. When this person was mentioned again, Lin Shi didn't feel anything, but Zhao Xiao kept encouraging him, so Lin Shi agreed casually. They found a hotel and settled Zhao Xiao in, and Lin Shi also lived next door to Zhao Xiao. And Zhao Xiao indeed made an appointment with Su Qin. The next day, May 29th, was 2 days before the next super-large solar flare. Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao came to the beach in Shushi and met Su Qin, whom they hadn't seen for 8 years. Su Qin is a student of the dance department at the Art College of Shashi University, so she naturally has an excellent figure. Because they were playing at the beach today, Su Qin boldly wore a bikini. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened. Lin Shi was wearing swimming trunks underneath his clothes. After he took off his clothes, his solid but not strong muscles made Su Qin's eyes sparkle. Lin Shi, when did you get in such good shape? Su Qin completely ignored Zhao Xiao, who had an average figure, and kept staring at Lin Shi's abdominal muscles. I've recently started to like working out. Lin Shi answered casually, opened the beach chair, put on sunglasses, and started to enjoy the sun bath. In 2 days, people will no longer need to wear sunglasses and will be able to look directly at the fireball in the sky. Before the end of the world, Lin Shi also prepared to enjoy the last 2 days of warm sunshine to relax his tense mood. Su Qin also lay next to Lin Shi basking in the sun. The two of them chatted idly and completely ignored Zhao Xiao. There was a gloom in Zhao Xiao's eyes, but he still forced a smile and joined in the conversation between the two. The three of them stayed until sunset before leaving the beach, finding a place to have a meal and then leaving. On the last day, Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao and Su Qin spent the whole day playing in Shushi. The time has finally arrived on June 1st, Children's Day. A magnitude 5.1 solar flare erupted that day. Chapter 30 Solar Flare Erupts. On the morning of the 1st, Lin Shi practiced the health preservation technique on the flat ground outside the shelter as usual. Zhao Xiao also asked him to go diving today, but he refused on the grounds that he had something to do. He wanted to stay in the shelter and observe what was different about the sun when a solar flare occurred. After today's solar flare, the violent solar storm will not reach Earth until June 4th. So before the 4th, the blue planet is still safe for the time being. The strange thing about this solar flare is that no country noticed anything unusual. With Blue Star's current technology, this situation is very bizarre. At this moment, Lin Shi was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Although his body movements were constantly changing, his eyes never left the sun in the sky. This posture is undoubtedly a bit funny. Several villagers from the foot of the mountain saw this scene from afar and started talking about it. What is that young man doing? What is he doing? It looks pretty evil. Look at the thing he built. It doesn't look normal. Do we still need money? Yes, we must. What are we afraid of? Let's go and ask for it tomorrow. I'll go and discuss with Uncle Lee how to ask for it this time. After practicing 5 sets of health preservation techniques, When Lin Shi started the sixth set, he suddenly stopped. The sun he had been staring at did not change at all. The reason he stopped was because the cornucopia interface, which had not changed much since the upgrade, turned into a bunch of garbled characters. What's going on? Lin Shi was shocked and immediately stopped practicing to observe the treasure bowl. I discovered that not only did the interface of the cornucopia turn into garbled characters, but even the space could no longer be sensed. Lin Shi's pupils suddenly shrank. This was a huge shock. The space contains all the supplies he has stockpiled over the past 3 months. If the space suddenly loses its function, the advantage he has after his rebirth will be greatly reduced. At this moment, Lin Shi suddenly realized that his dependence on space was too strong. After about a few dozen seconds, the garbled code in front of me formed a bunch of Chinese characters. The third reset of the blue planet Doomsday has begun. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. It has been detected that the cornucopia has recognized intelligent creatures as the main body, and the host protection plan has been launched. Lin Shi's pupils trembled. This passage contains so much information. Apocalypse reset? The third time? He experienced the end of the world in the previous life, went back to before the end of the world, and experienced it again. Does this count as twice? Then why does the cornucopia show this is the third time? Could it be that the end of the world had already been restarted once in his previous life before his rebirth? Before I had time to think about the meaning of the following words, the interface in front of me formed a new sentence. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please be prepared. Lin Shi's heart was beating like a drum. Is this a hint? This cornucopia is smart. After more than 10 seconds, the text disappeared and the cornucopia interface returned to normal. Lin Shi was also sensed by the space again. Only the countdown of 71 hours and 43 minutes in the upper right corner made Lin Shi realize that it was not an illusion. Lin Shi turned around and went back into the shelter, made himself a cup of coffee, took a few sips, and calmed himself down. Recall in my mind the abnormal changes that occurred in the cornucopia interface before. He speculated that this wave of changes was most likely related to the so-called super solar flare eruption. The solar flare explosion marked the beginning of this apocalypse, and the text that appeared before the cornucopia. The third reset of the blue planet Doomsday has begun. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. It has been detected that the cornucopia has recognized intelligent creatures as the main species, and the fire protection plan has been launched. It also states that the end of the world has already begun. Lin Shi is very concerned about the number third time. If he thought about it carefully, apart from himself, perhaps no one in this world knew that he would experience the end of the world again. When Lin Shi thinks back on the experience of rebirth, he still finds it bizarre. He died, but he was reborn 8 years ago. All human beings, the entire blue planet, have returned to the state they were in 8 years ago. Is this a step back in time? Or delete the file and restart? As far as humans know, time cannot be reversed, unless it is considered from a theological perspective. The Mandela effect? God's work? A game for high-level civilizations? Or is it a correction of the power of nature's own rules? And this might be the third time this has happened. Before he got this treasure bowl, time had gone back and humans had experienced the apocalyptic disaster that would occur in a few days. And when the apocalypse was reset for the first time, was I also like the billions of other humans and countless creatures today, knowing nothing about it? Why did it reset 3 times? Is it because all life forms on the blue planet became extinct the previous 2 times? This guess is too shocking and too terrifying. What exactly is the cornucopia? Why does this message appear? No wonder it is said that knowing too much is not a good thing. The more Lin Shi thought about it, the more doubts he had. His breathing became rapid and his head was buzzing, almost about to explode. My heart was beating very fast and I couldn't calm down at all. He was scared. Thinking in this way, Lin Shi began to doubt whether the universe as humans understand it today is controlled by some higher civilization. They are like other people's guinea pigs, being experimented on again and again. Lin Shi closed his eyes and hummed a song to divert his attention. After humming the song, he finally threw away these strange thoughts in his mind. He took out his computer and started looking up some information about the Ice Age. The blue planet has experienced several ice ages. Before this extreme cold apocalypse, human ancestors experienced an ice age that lasted more than 2 million years. It ended more than 10,000 years ago. This period is also known as the Quaternary Glacial Age. Lin Shi only briefly glanced at the details of whether humans were involved in the previous 3 ice ages. The Quaternary Ice Age alone caused the extinction of almost all animals that were not cold-resistant. Most of the animals that survived in the ice and snow were long-haired animals. but humans survived. As to why humans have been able to survive, some scientists speculate that it is because humans have extremely strong creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Sure felt that this statement could not stand up to scrutiny. Those who have not experienced extreme cold cannot imagine how terrifying it is. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, there are less than 1 million people left out of the world's 7.8 billion. This shows the horror of the end of the world. At that time, more than 2 million years ago, there were no technological items and resources were extremely scarce. There was a lack of plants and even less medicine. Countless large carnivorous mammals such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, brutal lions, dire wolves, etc. lived in this period. They are huge, ferocious, and carnivorous. With the size and speed of a normal human, they can only become food for these large carnivores, and even if they can survive in extremely low temperatures, it is difficult for them to survive. What's even more bizarre is that after the Ice Age ended, these ferocious large creatures became extinct, and humans still thrive today. This is difficult to explain in terms of adaptive creativity, but if there is the participation and help of advanced civilizations, then everything will make much more sense. Chapter 31 Villagers go up the mountain. But these are just Lin Sure's guesses. His original intention was just to survive in the apocalypse. No matter what the reason was, since he had been given a second life, he had to live well. Only by surviving can you find out more clues about this disaster. If it is true as he guessed, the end of the world will be reset every time all species become extinct. As the only person who knows the inside story now, perhaps he really needs to do something. Because no one knows how many times this reset can be done again. If this is the last chance, will the blue planet become a lifeless planet like other planets in the solar system? Lin Sure took out his computer, plugged in the wireless network card, and started surfing the internet. The news of the solar flare was posted anonymously on the internet. 3 months ago, if he had said that a magnitude 4.2 solar flare would occur today, he would undoubtedly have been regarded as a madman or a charlatan. No one would believe that he could predict the future. But today, he broke the news ahead of time based on facts that had already happened and added speculation that the Ice Age was about to come. It is much easier to gain people's trust. Perhaps a scientist will discover something abnormal about the sun and ask all countries to prepare in advance. After 71 hours, all electronic equipment will lose signal and become scrapped. Lin Sure will no longer be at risk of being exposed. I just don't know if my post can be discovered by someone with good intentions. Lin Sure closed the computer, unplugged the network card, and reclaimed the space. The rest depends on God's will. Lin Sure tried to establish communication with the cornucopia, but there was no response. In order to prevent the situation of being unable to sense the space from happening again, Lin Sure took out a portion of each type of supplies in the space and placed them in the basement of the shelter. The next day, the countdown in the upper right corner had jumped to 47 hours. This process of watching the end of the world come is tormenting. Lin Sure could only keep practicing the health-preserving techniques to keep himself calm. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests disturbed Lin Sure's peace. A tractor arrived outside Lin Sure's shelter. There are no windows in the shelter, so Lin Sure installed a camera at the peephole of the outer explosion-proof door to check the situation outside. 4 people got off the tractor and looked around the shelter. The 4 were still discussing who would come up and knock on the door of the big iron ball, but Lin Sure had already opened the door and walked out. The middle-aged woman among the 4 people looked through the crack in the door that Lin Sure had opened, wishing she could throw her eyes in to take a look. However, there was another door inside, and she couldn't see what was inside even if she puffed her eyes out. "What's up?" Lin Sure glanced at the 4 people coming. An aunt in her 40s or 50s, an uncle in his 50s or 60s with a cane, a farmer in his 30s, and a woman in her 20s. The 4 of them were also looking at Lin Sure with different eyes. Since a villager and a construction worker heard that the sphere on the top of the mountain would cost several million. Everyone in the village already knows that Lin Sure is very rich and a big fat sheep. The first person to speak was the farmer Li Chong. "Little brother, your ball has destroyed the feng shui of our village. Several chickens and ducks have died in our village recently. What do you think we should do about this?" Lin Sure looked towards a forest. "What does it have to do with me if your chickens and ducks die?" Aunt Li put her hands on her hips and glared at Lin Sure. "How come it's none of your business? It's because of your ball that our chickens and ducks started dying. Maybe someone will die in a few days." Lin Sure sneered. These villagers were really good at finding excuses. And they were right. More than just a few people will die in the next few days. Why don't you move away quickly? If you delay, everyone in your village might die. Rural people are most taboo about this, and Lin Sure made the 4 people very angry as soon as he opened his mouth. "Hey kid, Why are you so mean? How dare you curse us? Aunt Lee pointed at Lin Shi's nose and cursed. You little brat. What did you say? If you can't speak, I'll teach you how to speak. A fierce light flashed in Li Chang's eyes, and he slapped Lin Shi in the face with a palm as big as a palm fan. It seemed reckless, but this was something the four of them had planned before going up the mountain. Young people are not easily frightened and will behave themselves after a slap in the face. They have elderly, weak, women and children among them, so they can just fabricate some crime to pin on Lin Shi without worrying that Lin Shi will call the police. The other three seemed to have seen Lin Shi being slapped in the face. Pa! A heavy slap sounded. The noise was much louder than they expected. What really surprised them was that the person who got slapped was not Lin Shi, but Li Chang. Lin Shi raised his hand and grabbed Li Chang's hand, then slapped Li Chang in the face with his backhand. Li Chang was stunned by Lin Shi's slap. His head was buzzing and his face was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The four of them obviously didn't expect that Lin Shi would be so arrogant and dare to fight back when facing four of them at once. Moreover, at such a young age, his hands are so strong. Seeing his son being beaten, Uncle Lee, who was leaning on a crutch, relied on his age and swung the crutch at Lin Shi. Lin Shi nimbly dodged to the side and avoided the cane. Uncle Lee's eyes rolled. He cried out, ouch, fell to the ground and closed his eyes. This is the signal to start the second plan. Dad? What's wrong with you, Dad? Li Tsue reacted immediately and glared at Lin Shi. You hit my dad? I didn't even touch him. Lin Shi glanced coldly at Uncle Lee, who was lying on the ground with his eyelids twitching. The four of us here all saw it. Don't try to cheat. Aunt Lee knelt in front of the old man, hugged his body, and cried. Oh my God, it's so heartless. City people are bullying us country folks. My dear, if you leave me, I will die on this iron ball, and I won't live anymore. Li Tsue also started sobbing. My father is already in poor health. What should I do now? Pay compensation. Pay 50,000 yuan and we'll let it go. Li Chang covered his face and clenched his fists tightly, as if he would fight him to the death if Lin Shi said no. Aunt Lee threatened. If you don't pay, we'll call the security guards and reporters to expose you. Okay, Lin Shi said. The three of them looked delighted, thinking that Lin Shi agreed. Who knew that Lin Shi had the second half of the sentence? Call the police immediately. It is naturally impossible to call the police. Seeing that Lin Shi refused to budge, Li Chang glared at him fiercely and said, If you don't pay, then pay for my father's life. He couldn't bear to take that slap in vain, so he ran to the tractor and took down an axe. Wait. Lin Shi made a thoughtful expression and walked around Uncle Lee twice, as if observing Uncle Lee's situation. In fact, Lin Shi could call the police. After all, there was a surveillance camera on his door, and these people couldn't do anything to him. However, the security officer who came during the Li Duayu incident left Lin Shi with a bad impression of the Public Security Bureau. He had several ways to get rid of these four people. Lin Shi chose the most stress-relieving one. Aunt Lee, Li Chang, and Li Tsue exchanged triumphant looks, thinking that Lin Shi was already scared. Li Chang was secretly proud of himself. I told you, she's just a young girl in her 20s. Just scare her a little. Suddenly, Lin Shi stretched out his foot and stepped on the back of Uncle Lee's hand that was hanging on the ground. Ah! Uncle Lee screamed and opened his eyes. Lin Shi turned his head and said to Li Chang, who hadn't reacted yet, I cured your father and brought him back to life. Now I don't have to pay for my life, right? Chapter 32 Shanjinbin. Li Chang. Li Tsue. Aunt Lee. Lin Shi's unconventional approach made it difficult for the three of them to handle the situation. It was not until Uncle Lee's wailing sounded that the three of them came to their senses. Ouch, my hand is broken. Uncle Lee covered his hands with trembling hands. The wrinkles on his face were squeezed together in pain. Lin Shi's kick was not light. I originally just wanted to pretend to be injured, but now I'm really injured. The other three were furious and were about to explode. Lin Shi suddenly said, How about you take this old man to the hospital first, and then I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses. This sudden compromise startled the three of them again, and they all felt as if something was stuck in their chest. Aunt Lee almost fainted. She was just about to greet Lin Shi's 18 generations of ancestors. But they have already agreed. If they continue to make a fuss, what if they change their mind? You have to pay for the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damages, and also the loss of work time. Aunt Lee took 2 breaths and spoke tentatively. Lin Shi nodded, surprisingly easy to talk to. Okay, you guys go first. My house is here and I can't run away. Treatment is urgent. Why do they feel so aggrieved in their hearts even though their goal has been achieved? Uncle Li's wailing continued. Li Chang did not dare to delay and pointed at Lin Shi. Boy, if you don't pay me back, I'll make you regret it. After saying a few harsh words, the three men helped Uncle Li onto the tractor and drove down the mountain. Lin Shi watched the tractor drive away. Of course, he couldn't afford any medical expenses. I just wanted to get rid of these four people. If they can still get up the mountain when a snowstorm hits in a few days, he will lose. Lin Shi walked towards a forest. As soon as he left the shelter, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him in the woods. Since his rebirth, Lin Shi has become particularly sensitive to other people's gazes. He is so sharp that he can sense anything as long as you look at him within 50 meters. As Lin Shi walked into the woods, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, which quickly faded away. He only saw a vague black shadow disappearing into the layers of trees. Lin Shi took out his cell phone and the caller ID showed Zhao Xiao. He answered the phone unhappily. What? Lin Shi guessed that since he had left Zhao Xiao alone for 2 days, this guy probably couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Shi, guess who I met here? Zhao Xiao asked in a mysterious tone. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. Who? Zhao Xiao's voice on the phone was a little excited. The son of the richest man in our high city, Shun Jinbin. Lin Shi's grip on the phone suddenly tightened. Shun Jinbin? Yes, he even took the initiative to talk to me. He knew I was playing in Shushi, and he made an appointment with me to go diving together tomorrow, and asked me to ask you to come along. Lin Shi, you actually know such a super rich second generation. You hit it too well. It's really not nice of you. Zhao Xiao talked a lot on the phone, but Lin Shi's mind was full of Shun Jinbin and Shushi, and he couldn't hear a word of what he said afterwards. Shun Jinbin, one of the culprits who killed me in my previous life. But in fact, the hatred between Lin Shi and Shun Jinbin started a long time ago. Lin Shi's father was once an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day when Lin Shi's father had the accident, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company brought his son to the factory to inspect the situation. At that time, they came to the power area under the charge of Lin Shi's father. During the operation of Lin Shi's father, the chairman's son suddenly poured the drink in his hand on the circuit equipment, causing a short circuit and explosion. Lin Shi's father died on the spot. In order to calm the matter, Shin Fanren, chairman of the Weather New Energy Company, gave everyone at the scene a huge hush money. They were made to sign a confidentiality agreement, and the matter was ended with a sky-high death compensation. However, an employee who had a good relationship with his father secretly told Lin Shi about this. Lin Shikai realized that his father did not die due to a work error or improper operation, but was killed by someone. And the chairman's son is Shun Jinbin. At that time, Lin Shi told his mother about the matter. Lin Shi will always remember the look his mother gave him, a look that was a mixture of entanglement, hesitation, disgust, and pity. Finally, the mother said she would investigate the matter and let Lin Shi study hard. Since then, the employee who secretly told Lin Shi the truth has disappeared. A few months later, my mother remarried. And the person she remarried was actually the chairman of Weather New Energy Company, Shun Fanren. Lin Shi felt that he was involved in a huge conspiracy. In order to avoid bringing about fatal disaster, Lin Shi never mentioned this to anyone else in his previous life, and only told Zhao Xiao after the end of the world. He wanted to collect evidence secretly, but found that the Shun family had an omnipotent hand in Haishur and had cleared away all the evidence long ago. The survivor shelter in High City in the previous life was also built by the Shin family. He couldn't find any chance for revenge at all, and the only chance he had before dying was interrupted by someone. Now that Shin Jinbin is in Shushi, if I want to kill him this time, there should be no one who can save him, right? The knuckles of his fingers turned white from exerting so much force, and it was not until he heard a cracking sound from the phone screen that Lin Shi came to his senses. Lin Shi? Lin Shi? Give me a firm answer whether you are going or not. Zhao Xiao on the other end of the phone was still urging. Now Zhao Xiao still doesn't know that Shun Jinbin is the murderer of Lin Shi's father. Yes, of course. No matter what Shin Jinbin's purpose of appearing in Shushi this time is, he must kill him. Lin Shi lowered his eyes. His eyes were deep and dark, and a cold smile appeared on his face, which made people shudder at the sight of it. The birds in the woods sensed the murderous aura and flew away in all directions. At 1 p.m. on May 3rd, there are still hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia. Lin Shi came to a pier where private yachts were docked. From a distance, Lin Shi saw Zhao Xiao talking to a white-haired young man with his back to him, spitting heavily. Lin Shi recognized the figure at a glance, Shun Jinbin. Restraining the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi walked towards the two men. Lin Shi, Why did you come just now? Young Master Shun has been waiting for a while. Zhao Xiao stood beside Shen Jinbin and said in a blaming tone, Is it looking like the target has shifted to Shen Jinbin? Lin Shi sneered in his heart. As expected, no matter in the past life or this life, as long as he met Shen Jinbin, Zhao Xiao would turn against him. Lin Shi said with a normal expression. There was a traffic jam on the road, so we are late. Shen Jinbin turned his head, revealing a pale face that was caused by excessive drinking and sex. With a head of short white hair, he looks a bit ruffian. His eyes were still the same as in his previous life, looking down on Lin Shi as if he was looking at a cheap commodity. At this time, Shen Jinbin did not have the cruelty of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Shen Jinbin would often beat people to death just for a word he didn't like. He would take possession of any girl he liked, completely treating himself as a local tyrant. Shen Jinbin waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter, as long as the people are here. Let's go and get on the boat. Chapter 33. No Man's Sea. Shen Jinbin boarded the yacht first, and Zhao Xiao followed closely. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and followed the two people onto the yacht. As soon as he stepped onto the yacht, Lin Shi was stopped by a big man in black. Sir, I want to check if you have anything dangerous on you. Zhao Xiao was already being examined by another big man at the front, and he seemed to be accepting it well. Lin Shi frowned. I was invited to play. Is this how you treat guests? This is just a normal procedure for the safety of everyone on the yacht. The big man in black stared at Lin Shi with an unyielding look. Oh, in that case, I won't play anymore. Lin Shi turned around and was about to leave. However, the bodyguard took a step and stopped Lin Shi. What? You won't let me go? Lin Shi's face turned cold. Sir, if you don't have anything dangerous with you, just let me search it. This is Master Shun's private yacht. Since you are here to play, please cooperate. Give our master some face. This yacht is Shen Jinbin's private yacht, so these people are also Shen Jinbin's personal bodyguards. Lin Shi smiled, glanced at Shen Jinbin who was standing a few meters away watching the show. His eyes turned cold. Who is he? Should I give him face? Do I know him? You. The black-clad bodyguard glared, and a powerful aura emanated from him, oppressing Lin Shi. At this time, the yacht also left the dock. Lin Shi frowned. What? You want to fight in broad daylight? Shen Jinbin came forward at this time and said in an ambiguous tone, A biao, this is my half-brother. How can you be so tactless? Younger brother? Lin Shi is Shen Jinbin's younger brother? Everyone looked at Lin Shi in shock. The looks of the bodyguards were filled with shock, contempt, and disdain. The most shocked person was Zhao Xiao. He had known Lin Shi for so many years, so how come he didn't know that Lin Shi had this relationship with the richest man in High City? However, this incident was an insult to Lin Shi. My mother married my father, the murderer of my father. What brother? It was the first time they met in their lives. It was just something Shen Jinbin used to humiliate him for some unknown reason. Lin Shi clenched his teeth and tried to restrain his murderous intent. He kept himself calm. To Shen Jinbin, he was just an insignificant ant. In his previous life, Shen Jinbin had never met him before the end of the world. There must be some purpose for him suddenly coming to me this time. He can't be provoked and exposed first. Lin Shi looked at Shen Jinbin in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't even know you. Shen Jinbin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and pointed at Lin Shi and said, Oh, yes, you didn't come on the day your mom and dad got married. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Shen Jinbin, and I'm your mother's stepson. She's a good mother, and she treats me better than her own son. Lin Shi clenched his fists. A black-clad bodyguard named Biao stood in front of Shen Jinbin, ready to take Lin Shi down at any time. Lin Shi clenched and unclenched his fists, lowered his eyelids to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Oh, really? It seems like you really like being someone else's son. Shen Jinbin's face changed immediately, his eyes filled with cruelty. You, say it again? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhao Xiao quickly tried to smooth things over. Ha ha ha, aren't we out here for fun? We should be happy when we go out for fun. Look, the sea is so beautiful today. Zhao Xiao was not trying to ease the atmosphere for Lin Shi. The atmosphere on the yacht was indeed a bit strange. Apart from Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, there were Shen Jinbin and 8 burly men in black, all of whom were staring at them covetously. This is not a good sign. Shen Jinbin put away his brutality, revealed a sinister smile on his face, and turned to enter the cabin. The other men in black followed in. Only Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao, and the bodyguard named Biao were left on the deck. Mr. Lin, please let me search you. A Biao asked again. Zhao Xiao gently pushed Lin Shi and whispered in Lin Shi's ear. Lin Shi, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He is a young master of a wealthy family, and it won't be shameful for us to go along with him. Lin Shi glanced at him coldly, opened his arms and said to the black-clad bodyguard, "Search." A Biao looked at Lin Shi with contempt. After searching for a while, he confirmed that Lin Shi did not have any dangerous items on him, and then he walked into the cabin. In the yacht room, Shun Jinbin swept the last cup on the table to the ground. The bodyguard at the side was cleaning up the broken glass on the ground. Even though his hand was pierced by the glass, he still frowned and endured the cleaning. A Biao walked into the room and said, "Master, I've confirmed that they didn't bring anything, but that guy named Lin Shi has been exercising for a long time, so he should be quite capable. I'll take action after we get into the water and finish him off." Shun Jinbin slammed the table heavily, his face full of cruelty. Killing him like this is too easy for him. How dare he play tricks on me? I will make him regret ever coming into this world. A Biao seemed to have thought of some bad memories, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. "Young master, this is China after all," a Biao reminded. Shun Jinbin reluctantly lowered his head on the table again and gave a Biao a cold look. "Do the one that came with it as well?" "Yes." Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao were enjoying the sea view on the deck, and servants brought them wine and drinks. Not long after, Shun Jinbin also came out, returning to his original ruffian self, chatting and laughing with the two of them. "We are going to dive somewhere farther away this time. I know a small island. There are not many people around there. The underwater environment is very beautiful. I guarantee that you have never seen such a beautiful scene." Shun Jinbin exaggeratedly introduced the beauty of that sea area. Zhao Xiao kept nodding and said expectantly, "I'll follow Mr. Shun's arrangements. I can do anything." Lin Shi did not object. About 2 hours later, the yacht sailed near an uninhabited island. There were no ships or people around. The sunlight shines on the light blue sea, making it sparkle. A few thousand meters ahead is the clean beach and the lush green forests on the island. The scenery really looks beautiful. A bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. When the three of them walked over, a Biao had already put on his equipment. Shun Jinbin directly picked up a diving suit and put it on. A Biao placed the other two sets in front of Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao looked at a Biao and rubbed his hands. "I've never been diving before, so why don't I just not go down?" Lin Shi glanced at Zhao Xiao in surprise. "A Biao is a diving expert who can protect us underwater. We agreed to go diving together. Are you not giving me Shun Jinbin face?" Shun Jinbin frowned and looked at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao waved his hands repeatedly, turned around and saw that Lin Shi had already picked up a diving suit, so he had no choice but to put it on as well. As they watched the two men gradually get dressed, Shun Jinbin turned around, with mockery and hostility flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34 Underwater Murder. After everyone was dressed and put on their breathing equipment, Zhao Xiao, who was standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly pulled Lin Shi and squeezed at him a few times with the eyes behind the diving goggles. Lin Shi laughed. "Why are you squinting your eyes? Is there sand in your eyes?" It seems that Zhao Xiao is not too stupid. He has discovered something is wrong. Let's put aside Shun Jinbin's identity as a top-rich second generation. A stranger suddenly invites you out to play, brings 8 strong-looking men with him, and takes you to a deserted place. This sounds very dangerous. Zhao Xiao wanted to cling to Shun Jinbin's thighs at first, so he didn't notice anything unusual. In other words, when ordinary people meet someone who is particularly powerful, they will instinctively respect and trust the person and ignore many things. And Lin Shi naturally didn't want to expose it. Hearing Lin Shi's words, a Biao looked at Zhao Xiao with a scrutinizing look. Zhao Xiao cursed inwardly. With an awkward smile on his face, he said, "My eyes are a little uncomfortable." It's okay. The four of them checked their equipment, and a Biao explained to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao the meaning and precautions of several underwater hand gestures. Then he was the first to go into the water. After Lin Shi went into the water, Zhao Xiao turned around and looked at the bodyguards who were eyeing him covetously and had no choice but to follow him into the water. Zhao Xiao felt uneasy, but he secretly comforted himself that things might not be as bad as he thought. The underwater world is beautiful. Lin Shi swims at the front and looks around. It would have been a nice trip if it weren't for the vague gaze and murderous intent behind me. When everyone swam near a coral reef, Shun Jinbin gave a Biao a gesture to take action. When a Biao saw the order, he nodded, pulled out a dagger from his thigh, and swam towards Lin Shi. Watching a Biao getting closer and closer to Lin Shi, Shun Jinbin's eyes behind the diving goggles were filled with crazy excitement. Because it was Zhao Zhao's first time diving, he had been swimming at the back of the group, and he was scared to death when he saw this scene. He wanted to remind Lin Shi, but when he opened his mouth, the respirator in his mouth almost fell out, so he quickly shut up. Seeing that a Biao had swam behind Lin Shi and raised the dagger with a cold glow, Zhao Xiao was so scared that his legs went limp. Zhao Xiao quickly turned his head and looked at Shun Jinbin. I found that Shun Jinbin was actually excited. Finished. Zhao Xiao was desperate. This is murderous. Realizing that this was a murder, Zhao Xiao immediately turned around and swam to the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao had already determined in his heart that Lin Shi was dead. With Lin Shi's physique, there is no way he can be a match for a bodyguard. He must run now. If it's too late, you'll be silenced. Zhao Xiao wanted to turn around and dive up, but as it was his first time diving, he forgot to remove the weight in his panic and kept floundering in the same place. Lin Shi felt an unusual flow of water behind him. He turned around immediately without thinking. A dagger with a cold glow slid past his side. A Biao didn't expect Lin Shi to be able to dodge, and he moved his flippers and slashed at him again. Lin Shi finally saw clearly that the knife was aimed at his respirator. Sure enough, in the peaceful Xia Kingdom, these people would not do it recklessly even if they wanted to kill people. This was intended to cause death from lack of oxygen, thus creating the illusion of accidental death. Affected by the resistance of the water, Lin Shi had nowhere to hide. He reached out and grabbed a Biao's hand holding the dagger to prevent the respirator from being cut. A Biao reached for the respirator on Lin Shi's face with his other hand, but was also grabbed by Lin Shi. The two men wrestled underwater. A Biao's face was full of ferocity, and there was a hint of shock and astonishment. He tried his best to break free from Lin Shi's hand, but it was like being clamped by a pair of pliers, and he couldn't move forward at all. This kid is so strong. Lin Shi raised his foot and kicked a Biao hard, and he retreated more than a meter away. Just when A Biao was about to rush forward again, Lin Shi reached his hand behind him and then in front of him again, with a pistol in his hand. A Biao's body, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly froze, and his eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief and panic. When did the boy hide the gun? Impossible. He clearly searched Lin Shi and confirmed that he had nothing on him, and there was no place to hide a gun when changing into a diving suit in plain sight. This was impossible. A Biao even thought he was hallucinating underwater, because compared to the hallucination, the gun in Lin Shi's hand made him feel more mysterious. However, the blood exploding from his chest brought A Biao back to reality. The speed of a bullet in water is 772 times slower than on land due to water resistance. But the person on the other side also became sluggish in his hands and feet. At this distance, even the battle-hardened A Biao couldn't dodge. 3 shots in a row hit the vital points. Until his death, A Biao never figured out how Lin Shi brought the pistol into the water. Zhao Xiao also looked at this scene in disbelief. He felt that today's experience was really magical. How could Lin Shi have a gun? Is the Lin Shi who is so calm, decisive, and knows how to use a gun really the Lin Shi I know? The situation where everyone thought Lin Shi was doomed to die suddenly took a turn for the worse. The person who reacted the fastest among the three was Shun Jinbin. When Lin Shi took out his pistol, Shun Jinbin swam flexibly towards Zhao Xiao, who was still struggling in the same place. When Lin Shi turned the gun around, Shun Jinbin had already swam to Zhao Xiao, grabbed the terrified Zhao Xiao, and blocked him in front of him. At the same time, he pressed the deflation button on the diving suit. Zhao Xiao was so frightened that his soul left his body. As he ascended, he kept shaking his head as he looked at Lin Shi's raised gun. The underwater range of a pistol is no more than 1 meter. Seeing that the distance was about to be widened, Lin Shi's eyes turned cold and he fired without hesitation. The bullet broke through the water flow, but there were too many interference factors in the water. It was originally intended to shoot at Shun Jinbin's head, but it hit Zhao Zhao's neck instead. Zhao Zhao's eyes behind the diving goggles widened in horror, the respirator in his mouth fell out, and blood continued to flow out of his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi wanted to fire a second shot. At this time, a school of fish swam between the two of them. By the time the fish swam over and he regained his sight, the distance between him and Shun Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired another shot, but the bullet ran out of power and fell off halfway. Seeing that Lin Shi's pistol posed no threat, Shun Jinbin let go of Zhao Xiao, whose pupils had dilated, and swam towards the surface at a faster speed. Lin Shi. Shun Jinbin's eyes were filled with hostility, and he looked at Lin Shi with extremely vicious eyes. During the ascent, He even made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Shi. No one had ever made him so embarrassed. He must kill Lin Shi. Shun Jinbin was getting closer and closer to the water surface, and the distance between them had widened to 3 meters. Lin Shi's eyes were deep. He filled the diving equipment with air to the maximum, removed the weight, and surfaced faster than Shun Jinbin. Approaching Shun Jinbin rapidly. Chapter 35: The Cruel Truth. People who dive frequently know that the ascent from the dive cannot be too fast. Otherwise, the body will not be able to bear the load and tissue hypoxia damage will occur. Seeing Lin Shi approaching quickly while he was still 4 or 5 meters away from the water surface, Shun Jinbin was visibly panicking. Regardless of the fact that his body could not bear the weight, he swam upwards as fast as he could. Shun Jinbin, who didn't dare to look back, didn't see that Lin Shi had stopped chasing him and gave a mocking look at Shun Jinbin, who was fleeing in a hurry. This time he no longer hid, but took the pistol back into the space and took out a black killing weapon. Intercept the crossbow. He slowly tied a rope to the tail of the arrow and aimed at Shun Jinbin, who was getting closer and closer to the sea surface. An arrow shot out. The rapid ascent made Shun Jinbin's face paler, but his eyes were bright. The water surface was getting closer and closer. Finally, Shun Jinbin's head emerged from the water. He took off his respirator and was about to call for the bodyguard to pull him up. However, at this moment, his body trembled violently. Looking down, he saw a sharp arrow piercing through his abdomen, and blood quickly dyed the surrounding sea surface red. The bodyguard also noticed Shun Jinbin and immediately jumped into the water to pull Shun Jinbin up. However, in the blink of an eye, a huge pulling force came from the arrow, and Shun Jinbin was pulled back into the water. Shun Jinbin suddenly returned to the water, and the severe pain in his abdomen made him faint. Lin Shi no longer had the interception crossbow in his hand, but only a rope, and he used it to pull Shun Jinbin underwater. The bodyguard realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately dived into the water to rescue Shun Jinbin. However, without a respirator, I could only dive a few meters before having to return to the surface due to lack of oxygen. By the time the bodyguards went into the water wearing diving suits, Lin Shi, Shun Jinbin, and others were no longer visible under the water. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shun Jinbin like a dead dog and threw him on the beach of the island. Because he ascended too quickly, Shun Jinbin had already developed symptoms of decompression sickness, and his entire upper body was extremely swollen. The wound on the abdomen was turned white by the seawater, and infection was only a matter of time. In addition, he choked on the water and was almost out of breath. Lin Shi first took off his diving suit and gave Shun Jinbin some first aid measures. The arrow was not pulled out. If it had been pulled out, there was a high probability that Shun Jinbin would have died immediately. He still had questions that had not been answered, and he couldn't let Shun Jinbin die so soon. Cough, cough, cough. Hiss. Shun Jinbin spat out a mouthful of water and started coughing violently, which affected the wound on his abdomen. He twitched in pain on the ground. When he saw Lin again, Shun Jinbin no longer had the tyrannical and arrogant expression on his face and begged, "Let me go. I can give you a lot of money. Why do you want to kill me?" Shun Jinbin's eyes moved. "I didn't mean to kill you." Lin Shi's eyes suddenly turned cold. He placed his hand on Shun Jinbin's abdominal wound and dug into it with force. Ah! The intense pain made Shun Jinbin's expression distorted, and his body twitched and he screamed. Lin Shi waited for Shun Jinbin to recover and asked again, "Why are you killing me? My patience is limited." This time Shun Jinbin didn't dare to play tricks. You exposed Li Duotsai's affairs on the internet last time, and dragged my father's company into trouble, causing the company's stock to hit the limit down for a week. I just want to teach you a lesson." Shun Jinbin didn't dare to say directly that he wanted to kill Lin Shi. "Then why did you kill my father?" Shun Jinbin's expression changed. "What are you talking about? What about your father?" 3 years ago, when you visited the factory, you poured a drink into the machine, causing it to explode. A power electronics engineer died on the spot. Do you need me to help you recall? Lin Shi's voice was like the cold frost in December, and he placed his hand on Shun Jinbin's abdomen again. Shun Jinbin was so frightened that his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No. I'll tell you. I don't know your father. It was my father who asked me to do this. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. Go find my father. Please let me go." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You said, your father asked you to do this? Why did he do this?" Shun Jinbin swallowed his saliva and said, "Because he had long had his eyes on your mother and wanted to monopolize her, But that bitch said that cheating on her would ruin her reputation, so she refused to agree. So my father ordered me to kill the engineer. The truth was so cruel that his mother was the culprit who killed his father. The real mastermind behind the murder of his father was the chairman of Apocalypse New Energy Company, Ltd. The man who controlled the entire high city in the end times in his previous life. Seeing Lin Shi's eyes becoming more and more terrifying, Shun Jinbin defended himself. I was forced to do this. If I didn't do this, my father would deprive me of my inheritance rights. He has several sons outside. At this time, the sound of a yacht engine appeared in the distance, and a hint of joy and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shun Jinbin's eyes. One last question. Lin Shi moved closer to Shun Jinbin. Ask me whatever you want. I promise to tell you everything. Shun Jinbin's eyes were full of anticipation due to his huge desire to survive. He wished Lin Shi would ask a few more questions so that his men would have time to rescue him. What does hell look like? Go and help me see it. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He pulled out the arrow that had pierced Shun Jinbin's abdomen from behind and thrust it fiercely into Shun Jinbin's heart. Listening to the engine sound getting closer, Shun Jinbin's eyes were filled with resentment and malice. No, he can't die. He still has a brilliant life, endless money, and endless women to play with. How could he be willing to die at the hands of an ant whom he wanted to tease and take revenge on? The strong desire to survive made Shun Jinbin's already blurred eyes regain clarity for a moment. Seeing Shun Jinbin's eyes, Lin Shi was ready to stab him again, but at this moment he felt a thorn in his back. Lin Shi quickly rolled on the ground, and at the same time a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet shot into the sand where Lin Shi had just stood, and dust flew everywhere. It's actually a sniper rifle. If he hadn't dodged just now, the bullet would have hit his head. Lin Shi felt a chill in his heart, and turned around to see that the yacht had appeared within 200 meters. 7 black gun muzzles were pointed at him, and a series of flames appeared. Lin Shi dodged left and right, but was still hit in the arm by a pistol bullet. Not daring to stop, Lin Shi ran quickly towards the woods in front of him. Only after running into the woods did the strong sense of crisis subside. There were bloody scratches on his hands and feet from the bushes and weeds. But he did not stop and continued running towards the depths of the forest. Author's note: spoiler alert in advance, Shun Jinbin is not dead, but he will die in 4 chapters. This is to introduce an important setting. I hope readers will not criticize this point. I guarantee that he will die soon. Chapter 36: Ambush on the Island. Only when he could no longer hear any sound behind him did Lin Shi lean against a big tree and catch his breath. After an underwater battle, he swam several kilometers with Shun Jinbin to the island. Lin Shi's physical strength has been almost exhausted. At this moment, his hands and feet were shaking slightly unconsciously. This is a sign of exhaustion. If it weren't for 3 months of training, he wouldn't even have the strength to escape. But it was all worth it. He had learned the truth about his father's death and had killed the person who killed his father. With a fatal wound and a penetrating wound to the abdomen, as well as decompression sickness and wound infection, he didn't believe that Shun Jinbin could still be alive under such circumstances. But he didn't expect that the Shun family's bodyguards were equipped with so many heavy firepower weapons. Lin Shi always thought that he did not underestimate the power of the Shun family, but he did not expect that he still underestimated it. In a peaceful society, bodyguards can be equipped with such heavy firepower weapons. These bodyguards cannot be ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shin family can directly control the entire high city in the extremely cold apocalypse. After making sure that no one was chasing him for the time being, Lin Shi found a secluded valley. Take out bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and dagger from the space. After disinfecting the dagger with disinfectant, Lin Shi gritted his teeth, dug out the bullet from his left arm, sprayed it with hemostatic spray, and bandaged the wound. After doing all this, Lin Shi was already sweating profusely. In his previous life, he had suffered more serious injuries in the apocalypse. There was no medicine at the time, but he still managed to get through it. So this is nothing now. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and simply treated the wound that had just been cut by the branch. Lin Shi changed into a set of clean clothes from the space, took out some water and canned luncheon meat, and started to replenish his energy. So much time has passed, and no one has come after us. Either the bodyguards had already left with Shun Jinbin's body, or they were waiting somewhere to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Shi continued to walk deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing on the commanding heights of the island, Lin Shi overlooked every movement of the entire island. Shun Jinbin's yacht had disappeared, and his body was no longer on the beach. But on the other side of the island, a lifeboat was towed into the woods on the beach. Although the bright orange-yellow color is partially obscured by the shadows of the trees, it is still very eye-catching. Of course, if Lin Shi hadn't been standing on the commanding heights, he wouldn't have been able to find the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat means that someone remained on the previous yacht. It seems like he is really planning to ambush me. Originally, Lin Shi was still thinking about how to return to Shushi. This uninhabited island is not far from Shushi, but it is impossible to swim there by hand. Now this is exactly what he wants. At this time, the sun is setting and there are only 17 hours left in the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia. Lin Shi did not delay any longer. He took out his combat uniform and put it on neatly. This is the military winter clothing that Lin Shi spent a huge amount of money to order from Xiejinshin. The full name of military winter clothing is Cold Weather Special Forces Combat Uniform. There are a total of 16 pieces inside and outside the suit, which are extremely warm and waterproof, keeping you warm without affecting combat. In this kind of weather, Lin Shi naturally didn't wear all of his clothes. Instead, he took off several pieces of thermal underwear, put on the bulletproof vest inside the outer clothes, and put on a tactical helmet and thermal sensing night vision goggles. Arm yourself fully and wait for night to fall. When night falls, it is the best time to start killing. The forest was pitch black at night and full of mosquitoes. 5 figures in black were crouching behind bushes in 5 locations, waiting for their chance to strike. Their exposed necks and hands were covered with mosquito bites, but they still frowned and endured it. Originally, they were out for fun with Shanjin Bin, so they had prepared only guns, which was their limit, and they did not prepare any other equipment at all. The only sniper rifle is hidden at the bottom of the yacht for emergency use. After all, this is the safest country in the world, not the Middle East where guns are rampant. They never expected that just an ordinary dive would lead to serious mistakes in their work. Clatter. A slight sound made the 2 bodyguards tense up. Da, da, da. A bodyguard looked up and saw big raindrops falling from the sky hitting the leaves of the surrounding bushes. The sound of rain turned from a tapping sound to a pattering sound. Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue waiting? A bodyguard whispered into the intercom. Wait. This island is so big that if someone wants to hide, we only have 5 people, and we won't be able to find him in such a short time. If we disperse and go into the dense forest to fight the killer one-on-one, we will be courting death. Wait, he will definitely find a way to leave here. Then we will have to test our patience with him. If we fail to get rid of this person this time to atone for our sins, we will not end up well either. Several bodyguards looked at Shan Jinbin's injuries and speculated that Lin Shi was a premeditated killer who had prepared in advance to assassinate Shan Jinbin. Perfect disguise, brutal attack. How could an ordinary person possibly do that? Moreover, he could know their destination in advance, hide things underwater, and wait for the right opportunity to act. This was definitely a skill that only professional killers or agents could possess. They would never have thought of it. Lin Shi appears to be an ordinary person, but in fact he is a survivor who came back from the end of the world and experienced countless crises. There were no weapons hidden underwater in advance, but there was a space where people could take things at any time. However, some of the bodyguards still felt something was wrong. I don't think that man looks like a killer, and didn't Master Shan say that this man is the son of his stepmother? The man called number 2 was silent for a moment before he spoke. The young master had investigated Lin Shi before his information came out, and he was just an ordinary college student. If you tell Master Shen that an ordinary college student took out a crossbow from somewhere and killed a Biao, and almost killed Master Shen, will he believe it? Could it be that the 8 of us who have walked on the edge of a knife before can't even defend against a college student? It would be more logical to say that there was a killer disguised as Lin Shi. It is also easier to find excuses for one's own negligence. No continued. This time we gave the young master all the gene repair drugs to keep him alive. It's hard to say whether he can be rescued or not. If the young master dies, think about the consequences. The bodyguards remained silent. Lin Shi didn't know that Shin Jinbin, who he thought was dead, was not dead yet. At this time, he had carefully groped his way into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden sound of rain startled him at first, and then surprised him. Even God is helping him. The heavy sound of rain could easily cover up the sound of his footsteps, and several burly men were clearly visible through the night vision goggles. Lin Shi was lurking 300 meters away and took out a crossbow. The interceptor crossbow is powerful, but its sound is not stealthy. The crossbow in Lin Shi's hand is called a crossbow. It makes very little noise when fired and is suitable for close-range combat. He got it last time when he went to pick up the goods. Carefully placing a few crossbow arrows into the quiver, Lin Shi cautiously approached the ambush position of the 5 men. All he could hear was the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves. Lin Shi tried his best to step on the exposed stones and soil to avoid noticing any unusual movements. When he was within 200 meters, Lin Shi stopped and became fully alert. If the other party has an infrared sensing device, they will definitely be able to detect you at this distance. Lin Shi waited there for a while, but the other party did not respond. This distance is also the range of the crossbow. He set up his crossbow and aimed at a figure that was not hidden by the trees. An arrow is shot. Chapter 37 Sniper on a Rainy Night. Although I have not been practicing with the crossbow for a long time, the crossbow has the characteristics of high aiming accuracy and easy to use. He can use guns and is also adept at using bows and crossbows. Brush. Although there is no sound when the crossbow arrow is shot out, it still makes a different sound when it passes through the leaves of the bushes. The unusual sound amid the heavy rain made number 2's ears move. Something's happening. Well. The alarm sounded and another bodyguard's muffled groan sounded at the same time. The arrow hit a bodyguard directly. Under the thermal sensing night vision goggles, the positions and movements of the 5 people hiding behind the bushes appeared in front of Lin Shi with incredible clarity. Get down. The bodyguards reacted quickly and immediately lay down on the muddy ground. The 4 of them lay in the mud, not daring to move. There is no moon tonight, and in the pitch-black rainforest, I have no idea where the enemy is or where the attack is coming from. Be careful, the other party has heat-sensing equipment. No reminded in a low voice. If the enemy came close, it would be impossible for them to not notice it at all. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping them from a distance. There are snipers among them, but sniper rifles are completely useless in this kind of jungle. It's a crossbow. Hao crawled forward and climbed to the side of the team member who was shot by the arrow. Seeing the arrow stuck in the team member's head, he became more certain of this. Now they are really caught in a dilemma. If they advance, they don't know where the enemy is, and if they retreat, they will become sitting ducks if they retreat to the beach. The other bodyguards were also a little desperate. They didn't expect that the killer was so well prepared and had placed equipment on this island in advance. Those who originally didn't quite believe that Lin Shi was a killer in disguise were also shaken. In the dark night with heavy rain, Lin Shi's sharp eyes were focused on the sight. His expression was cold, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. With a pull of the trigger, the black arrow broke through the layers of water curtains, passed through a few blades of grass, and shot towards a bodyguard at an extremely fast speed. Puff! There was an inaudible sound of the arrow entering the flesh, followed by a suppressed groan. Someone got shot again. But after waiting for a while, Lin Shi found that the thermal sensing night vision goggles did not show any signs of rapid loss of body temperature. This person is not dead. It seems that it didn't hit the vital point. The remaining 4 bodyguards are now lying in the grass. The island is covered with dense weeds and bushes, which greatly affect the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Shi looked around and locked onto a pine tree on the right. Lin Shi flipped his hand to put the crossbow back into space and used his hands and feet to climb up the tree like a nimble mountain cat. He quickly found a good foothold and hid his body, then a crossbow appeared in his hand. He aimed and shot. Oh wow! There was another short scream, and a bodyguard's chest was pierced by a sharp arrow. Heisey! The other man next to the bodyguard who was shot raised his head and called out. But another arrow came through the rain and hit the bodyguard right in the forehead, who wanted to check on his companion. No frowned and said in a low voice, "Northwest direction, on the tree." After saying that, he stood up and moved forward more than 10 meters in a V shape, leaned behind a tree, pulled out his gun and started shooting. Bang! The shooting was very accurate and hit the spot where Lin Shi had just hidden. Unfortunately, the place is now empty and there is no trace of Lin Shi. After Lin Shi shot 2 arrows, the crossbow in his hand disappeared from his hand immediately, and he jumped up and slid to the ground holding the tree trunk. Snipers have a saying that they move to another location after each shot. How could he be so stupid as to shoot continuously in the same place? When number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already climbed up another tree a few meters away from his previous position. This extremely accurate shot also startled him. This person was most likely the sniper who shot him on the yacht. After hearing number 2 report the location, the other bodyguard stood up and imitated number 2 to hide behind a tree and attack. However, just as he stood up, he heard number 2 shout, "Don't get up!" But it's too late. Brush! The last thing the bodyguard saw was a dark and cold arrow. Puff! The arrow hit the eye right away, killing him with 1 shot. With this, only one of the 5 bodyguards was left. No hid sideways behind a tree. The freezing cold rain slid down his resolute face. He was once a well-known international mercenary and a sniper. He was the one firing the sniper rifle on the beach earlier. It was only because he was disheartened by the betrayal of his comrades during a mission that he left that circle and became a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he is the least sociable one. Used to being alone, he is silent all day long. And a Biao is capable of handling things, good at flattery and pleasing others, and has the trust of Shan Jinbin, so he can become the leader among the 8 people. From the moment he started licking blood from the knife, Number 2 knew that the day would come when he would die at the hands of someone else. Now, that day has finally come. He knew that this time he might not be able to leave the island. At this moment, there was an arrow stuck in Number 2's right arm. The arrow pierced his arm, and a trace of his flesh and blood was still hanging on the sharp arrowhead with barbs. Having his right hand, which was good at shooting, crippled meant losing more than half of his combat power. But there was no emotion in his eyes, nor any fear of dying. The rain was getting heavier. He, holding the gun in his left hand, found that the enemy had changed position. He wanted to remind his teammates, but it was too late. A slight sound of breaking through the air and the death of his teammate made him discover Lin Shi's location again. Number 1 took a deep breath. His eyes became calm. He quickly calculated Lin Shi's position in his mind and quickly left the shelter. Shoot resolutely. After Lin Shi on the tree shot an arrow, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged. The feeling of danger is even greater than when I was targeted by a sniper rifle on the beach before. His grip loosened, and he leaned back to narrowly avoid a bullet. But the tree was extremely slippery, and he fell into the air. This situation is very dangerous. Once he is suspended in the air, the enemy can predict his position and shoot him by simply moving the muzzle of the gun down. And there was no way he could dodge in midair. However, Lin Shi was already prepared. He flipped over and returned to the tree. He was actually holding a rope in his hand. The rope had already been tied to the tree. At this moment, Lin Shi was also extremely shocked. The enemy's shooting skills were so accurate that he could find his position in the dark rainy night from more than 200 meters away. Once can be considered a coincidence, but twice can only mean that the opponent has amazing marksmanship. So after being discovered for the first time, he was prepared to dodge this time. Without the sensing night vision equipment, Lin Shi didn't believe that the other party could still find his location. However, this time he was wrong. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and the moment Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet hit his left shoulder. Even though he defied the laws of physics and returned to the tree, the enemy still discovered his location. How is this possible? Lin Shi was surprised. A blind cat catches a dead mouse? Although this shot was blocked by the bulletproof vest, the impact force caused Lin Shi to fall under the tree again. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis swept over his whole body. Chapter 38 Gene Lock. The intense life and death crisis made Lin Shi loosen the rope in his hand. But that's not enough. There was suddenly something in front of him. A riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bullets hit the riot shield almost at the same time with a slight difference. What scared Lin Shi was that the 3 shots were aimed at his 3 fatal parts. The enemy even expected that he would let go later? How is this possible? With a dull thud, Lin Shi fell to the ground covered with rotten leaves and weeds. He rolled over on the spot and hid behind a tree as thick as a man. His heart was beating very fast, proving that Lin Shi, who had just escaped a fatal blow, was not calm at the moment. If he hadn't had the space, if he couldn't just pick it up at will, if he hadn't reacted quickly, the 3 bullets just now should have hit his head, neck, and heart. The other 2 positions were okay, but the neck had no protection. If he had been shot, he might have died here today. What a terrible shooting skill. Lin Shi leaned against a tree and calmed his heartbeat. Ugh. A scream suddenly sounded from 200 meters away. Lin Shi was shocked and carefully used the thermal sensing night vision goggles to investigate the situation. The only bodyguard who was still alive was found lying on the ground twitching. There were no other living creatures around. Lin Shi suspected that there was a trick and did not go over. Instead, he took out a crossbow, aimed an arrow at the man. After being hit by an arrow, Lin Shi found that the man was still twitching and did not show any dodging reaction. Only then did Lin Shi approach carefully. When I got closer, I found that the bodyguard was bleeding from his mouth and nose, with a distorted expression, and seemed to be in great pain. The body continued to spasm uncontrollably. The arrow just now hit this person's thigh. There was also an arrow in the man's arm, but it seems that this person no longer cares about these injuries. When he saw Lin Shi's figure, Number 2's eyes flashed with shock, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Shi was still alive. He tried to control his mouth. How could you not be dead? Lin Shi picked up the pistol that number 2 had dropped on the ground and pointed it at number 2's head. What's the matter with you? It's genetic collapse. Genetic collapse? Lin Shi frowned. The aftermath of unlocking the gene lock. Before he could say anything, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gene lock? Is there anyone who can unlock the genetic lock in peacetime? Shocked, Lin Shi asked, how can I save you? It's not that I really want to save this person, but I want to know the secret about the gene lock. This was the first human Lin Shi encountered who had unlocked his genetic lock. The end of the world is coming, and danger is everywhere. If we can get something out of this person and unlock the genetic lock in advance, we will have a stronger ability to protect ourselves. Pocket. Noah's eyes have begun to roll up. Lin Shi squatted down, fumbled around, and found a box in the lining of the man's coat. Is this it? No nodded with difficulty. Lin Shi opened the box and found a blue pill inside. He glanced at number 2 who was staring at the pills in his hand. Lin Shi broke the pill into 2 halves and put one half into number 2's mouth. He took 2 steps back and raised the gun again, aiming at number 2. He swallowed the pills with blood and his body slowly calmed down. He lay still. Is there anything you want to ask? Ask it. I don't have much time. Hao's voice was a little hoarse, and he obviously knew the purpose of Lin Shi helping him. Lin Shi asked, how do I unlock the genetic lock? Tell me, and I'll give you half of this pill. No smiled and asked, do you know what a gene lock is? Lin Shi shook his head. He only knew a little bit. In his previous life, he had always been an ordinary person. Even in the 8th year of the apocalypse, he had only accumulated some combat experience. Gene lock, I don't know who named it. I also found some information after I opened the gene lock. There are 5 gene locks in the human body. When you activate the first stage of the gene lock, your brain will block out all external interference, and you can remember things that you would normally forget after just one look at them. When fighting in this state, you can make use of everything around you, and your brain will calculate as calmly as a computer. When you activate the second stage, you can perfectly control every bit of strength in your body and every inch of muscle. Even if you only have 50 kilograms of strength, you can kill a boxing champion. I don't understand the later stages. I have only started the first stage. To unlock the first order gene lock, you need pain, extreme pain. Lin Shi frowned. Pain? Can you be more specific? I don't know the details. When I first opened the gene lock, I went into shock. I don't know how I managed to survive. Noah's eyes were dazed, as if he was recalling some memories. So those shots you fired just now are the result of activating the gene lock? Is the reason why you are like this now also related to the activation of the gene lock? Lin Shi asked quickly. There was something obviously wrong with number 1's face, and it became paler and paler. That's right. I just entered the gene lock state, but my body can't bear the sequelae of opening the gene lock. This is the 5th time I have unlocked my gene lock. My genes are already on the verge of collapse. If I hadn't unlocked my gene lock this time, I might have been able to live for a while. Now, even if I have drugs to maintain my life, wow. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the black blood gave off a foul odor. What was this medicine you just took? Lin Shi still had half a pill in his hand. This medicine is what controls the aftereffects of unlocking the gene lock. It also has the function of repairing injuries, but it's no longer useful to me. The bloody teeth were cracked. You want to know where this came from? Answer me a question first, and I'll tell you. You ask. How did you dodge my shot just now? I calculated all your reactions. It shouldn't be possible for you to dodge it. Lin Shi's eyes flashed. This was related to his biggest secret. However, facing the increasingly distracted look in the man's eyes, Lin Shi still said that he also wanted to know where the medicine came from. Because I just blocked the bullet with something. There was a flash of confusion in number 1's eyes, not understanding what Lin Shi was using to block it. However, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Knowing that it was not his fault, number 2 smiled. It's okay to tell you. This was made by the Shin family. The outside world thinks that the Shin family is just a company that studies energy. In fact, the Shin family is involved in many fields. It is even bigger than you think. No said slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shi stared closely at the man in front of him whose life was about to come to an end, judging the truthfulness of his words. Chapter 39 Return to Shashi. I am a lone man, and I am not a member of the Shin family. The Shin family gives me money, and I work for them, that's all. What does it have to do with me what happens to the Shin family after I die? You were able to dodge the 3 shots I fired to open the gene lock, which is great. But unfortunately, If you get out of here, you won't live long. The Shin family will not let you go, and you will definitely not be able to escape the Shin family's annihilation. Number one's nostrils began to bleed, but his complexion improved. He knew that his time was up. Let me tell you one more thing. Shin Jinbin is not dead yet. With the Shin family's medicine, he won't die so easily. Number one's lips moved a few times, and Lin Sure couldn't hear what he said next. Shin Jinbin is not dead yet? Lin Sure's expression finally changed. Shin Jinbin didn't die? I clearly pierced Shin Jinbin's heart. How could he not be dead? Lin Sure still wanted to know some details, but at this time number two's head tilted and he lost his voice. Lin Sure frowned, squatted down, and felt number two's pulse. Already dead. He searched the man and found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an ID card. Lee number two. It's this person's name. Perhaps knowing that he was going to die, Lee number two did not let Lin Sure feed him the remaining half pill until his death. Lee number two said that in addition to the energy field, the Shin family also dabbled in other fields and even trained people to unlock the gene lock. It turns out that this is the reason why the Shin family is so powerful after the end of the world. In my previous life, I was like a frog in a well, knowing nothing. Lin Sure had never expected that Shin Jinbin was not dead. Lin Sure spread out his hands and looked at the half-blue pill in his palm. He carefully put the pills into the space. Shin Jinbin was injured so badly that even if the Shin family had a way to save him, it would be impossible for Shin Jinbin to recover in a short period of time. The injury may recur due to the bumpy journey, so Shin Jinbin may still be in Shushi. Lin Sure stood up and walked towards the other bodies. After quickly recovering all the arrows from the corpse and collecting the spoils, Lin Sure went to look for the lifeboat. It is almost 1 a.m. now, and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl still has more than 9 hours. He must rush back as soon as possible, find Shin Jinbin and kill him before the solar storm reaches the earth. However, when Lin Sure arrived at the beach, he found that he couldn't walk at all. It was raining heavily at the moment, and the sea was rough. Without the moonlight, the sea was dark and deep, making it almost impossible to tell the direction. Putting a small lifeboat into the sea at night in such weather is tantamount to seeking death. Lin Sure could only retreat back into the woods. When the rain stops at dawn and he returns to Shushi, he may not have enough time to find out which hospital Shin Jinbin is in. He must return to his safe house before the solar storm reaches Blue Star. Lin Sure remembered the satellite phone he found on Liurheo, took it out, and dialed a number. Su-chin, I need your help with something. After hanging up the phone, Lin Sure found a place with slightly higher terrain, pitched a tent, and rested for the night. Lin Sure didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep in such a place. When the early morning light appeared, he packed up the tent, took out some water and food from the space, and ate a little. The rain has stopped. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 5 hours left in the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. Lin Sure changed his clothes. On the way to the beach, they happened to pass by yesterday's battlefield, and Lin Sure took another look at the body of Lee number 2 from yesterday. The body of Lee number 2 was actually in a state of advanced decay. It was just one night, no, to be exact, only about 4 hours had passed. The skin of many corpses had fallen off, revealing the flesh and muscles underneath after being washed by rain. In some places, white bones were faintly visible, which was extremely horrifying. Is this a genetic breakdown? Recalling the shots fired during yesterday's battle with Lee number 2. Extremely accurate prediction, extremely accurate shooting skills, and super calculation ability. It is difficult for humans to achieve that level without external help. Gene lock, a terrible double-edged sword. Lin Sure walked towards the beach. The sea had returned to calm. Lin Sure pushed the lifeboat into the sea, started the engine, and headed towards Shushi. After more than 3 hours, Lin Sure finally approached the coast of Shushi. At this time, as shown in the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia, there is still more than an hour before the solar storm reaches the Earth. Lin Sure took out his phone and contacted Su-chin. Su-chin, have you found that person? Lin Sure told Su-chin that one of his friends was seriously injured and was dying. I couldn't contact him, and he was out at sea. I was rushing back to see him for the last time. He asked Su-chin to help look for the patient in major hospitals in Shushi and promised to give her a big red envelope. Lin Sure told Su-chin Shin Jinbin's name, age, and other characteristics, and asked her to start looking in the hospital with the best facilities. Su-chin wanted to ignore it, but when she heard Lin Sure say that he would give her a big red envelope of 20,000 yuan, she didn't even sleep and took taxis to various major hospitals to look for him that night. Found it. It's in Shushi First Hospital, Intensive Care Unit number 1 on the 8th floor. There are so many experts here for consultation. Who is your friend? How can he be so powerful? Su Qin yawned, her voice sounding tired. In fact, she found the person at the first hospital she went to, but she was afraid that if she found him too easily, Lin Shi would regret it. Thank you. I'll give you the red envelope. Lin Shi hung up the phone, found a deserted beach, went ashore, and put the lifeboat into the space. At this time, the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia still has 1 hour and 26 minutes. Lin Shi took out a baseball cap and a mask and put them on. He walked to the side of the road, stopped the car, and headed towards Shushi First Hospital. Shushi First Hospital. There were more than a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman standing outside the intensive care unit number 1 on the 8th floor. What is shocking is that these dozen doctors are all famous experts who frequently appear in major newspapers and magazines. These people should have been waiting in line for appointments at Haishur or Kyoto Hospital. But now they are all gathered here to discuss solutions for one person's illness. Drip, drip, drip. In the ward, Shun Jinbin was covered in bandages and had tubes inserted into his body, lying on the bed with a weak breath. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman, wearing a high-end custom-made suit dress. She looked very capable, but her beautiful face looked a little tired, and there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Last night, Shun Fanren, who had not been in contact for several years since the divorce, suddenly called her and said that his son had an accident and he had something to do in High City and couldn't leave. So he asked her to go over and take care of him. It was not until Li Huilan arrived in Shushi that she realized how badly her son was injured. That unfaithful man, that beast, actually didn't even care about his own son. Just know how to accompany that vixen. Chapter 40 Shun Jinbin's death. The experts looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed. Mr. Shun was seriously injured. Although I don't know what's holding me back, and my will to survive is very strong, most people would be injured by this. We can only do our best. Everyone spoke very tactfully, but the meaning was self-evident. It's a miracle that he has survived until now. How can they save him? Li Huilan collapsed and burst into tears. Please, aren't you an expert doctor? You must save my son. One of them asked carefully. We found that there is a special substance in young Master Shun's body. This substance maintained young Master Shun's last bit of life. I wonder what young Master Shun took before. The experts' eyes lit up. They also wanted to know. What? I don't know. Li Huilan turned to look at the bodyguard who brought Shun Jinbin to the hospital, as if grasping a life-saving straw. What did you give Jinbin to eat? Is there anything else? Take it out now. The two bodyguards looked at each other. No, that's the life-saving medicine that Mr. Shun asked us to keep. There's only one pill, but the person who delivered the medicine is on the way. At this time, one of the bodyguards answered the phone. Hello, on the 8th floor. The bodyguard hung up the phone and looked at Li Huilan. The person who delivered the medicine is here, downstairs. Li Huilan was excited. That's great. Jinbin is saved. Countdown 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital and walked towards the inpatient department. The hospital was full of people wearing masks, and Lin Shi's outfit did not attract anyone else's attention. The intensive care unit and the general ward are in two different buildings, and there are not many people there. Soon, Lin Shi walked to the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the elevator button. A person walked over to me and seemed to be waiting for the elevator as well. At this moment, the elevator door opened with a ding sound. Lin Shi was about to walk into the elevator when he saw the figure reflected in the reflector in the elevator and was slightly stunned. The person standing behind Lin Shi was reflected in the reflective mirror inside the elevator. He was dressed in black, had a strong body, a grim face, and was holding a box in his hands. This man's temperament is very similar to Shun Jinbin's bodyguard. Lin Shi didn't stop and walked into the elevator as usual. The man in black also walked in. The elevator door slowly closed and Lin Shi pressed 7. If the person next to him is related to Shan Jinbin, he should go to the 8th floor. Sure enough, the next second the man in black took a step forward and pressed 8 on the elevator button. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes under his baseball cap. Now he was sure that this person was Shun Jinbin's man. The elevator slowly rises. There were not many people in the building, and the elevator went straight to the 7th floor without stopping. Well, Lin Shi suddenly covered his chest with his hands and bent over, looking like he was having a seizure. The man in black turned his head and glanced at Lin Shi, but ignored him and took a step aside. Ding! We arrived at the 7th floor and the elevator door opened. There is usually no one outside the elevator of the inpatient department of this hospital. If you want to visit a patient, you need to walk out of the elevator and enter a door to enter the inpatient department. At this time, Lin Shi had fallen face down on the ground in pain and was stuck in the middle of the elevator door, so the elevator could not close. Except for the man in black, it seemed that no one could help Lin Shi. If Lin Shi is not helped up, the elevator will not be able to operate normally. The man in black frowned and tightened his grip on the briefcase. Finally, he walked to Lin Shi, bent down and extended a hand to Lin Shi, preparing to pull him up and throw him out of the elevator. However, at the moment when the man in black's hand touched Lin Shi suddenly rushed towards the black-clothed man's arms, and a dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the black-clothed man's abdomen and stirred it vigorously. The man in black's eyes were bloodshot, and he collapsed into Lin Shi's arms in disbelief. He never thought that someone would dare to kill someone in this place full of surveillance cameras. Lin Shi did not draw out the dagger to avoid getting splattered with blood. I'm not sure how many people like Shen Jinbin are upstairs, so I'll deal with them as soon as I can. At this point, he was no longer afraid of being discovered. In less than an hour, the whole world will be plunged into chaos. All he had to do was get rid of Shen Jinbin and leave before the hospital security could react. Knock down the man in black and place him outside the inpatient department on the 7th floor. Lin Shi saw the box that the man in black was holding tightly in his hand and reached out to grab it. Then he stepped into the elevator whose door was about to close. Bite. The elevator to the 8th floor opened and Lin Shi walked quickly into the inpatient department. When Li Huilan saw Lin Shi, who was dressed in black, she quickly walked over and held out her hand. You're here to deliver medicine, right? Where's the medicine? Lin Shi took a look at the woman who looked three-quarters like Shen Jinbin and confirmed her identity. Without answering, he walked straight towards Shen Jinbin's ward. Wait. One of Shen Jinbin's bodyguards noticed something was wrong and stopped Lin Shi. Why haven't I seen you before? Another bodyguard also stood behind Lin Shi, and the two of them blocked Lin Shi's retreat routes. The two were the bodyguards who had escorted Shen Jinbin back from the yacht. Lin Shi lowered his eyes and lowered his voice. I'm the one in charge of guarding the pills. This time, Mr. Shen needed them urgently, so he asked me to deliver them. This sentence is ambiguous. That is, it can be understood that Lin Shi is the person who usually guards the pills, and this time he is responsible for delivering other things. It can also be understood that Chung Lin Shi came to deliver pills. How to understand it all depends on the listeners. Hearing this, the two bodyguards obviously relaxed a little, but still said, Open the box and take a look. Lin Shi's lowered eyes flashed. Lin Shi hadn't seen what was originally in the box. In the elevator, he had already used space to replace the contents with a pistol. Hearing this, Lin Shi put the box on the ground without hesitation and unbuttoned it. Many experts gathered around, wanting to see what this thing was that could save a dying person. Lin Shi slowly lifted the lid of the box with one hand and reached into the box with the other hand. He quickly pulled out a pistol and shot the bodyguard blocking his way. Puff! The silenced gunshot rang out, and bright red blood spurted out from the chest of the bodyguard in front of Lin Shi. Everyone widened their eyes and watched this scene in horror. Ordinary people have only seen guns on TV in their entire lives and have never seen such a scene. They were all so scared that they couldn't even speak. The one who reacted the fastest was the bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi, who had already reached out to his side. However, Lin Shi was unexpectedly faster and pulled the trigger with just a turn. Puff! A shot from below sent the bullet through the bodyguard's chin and straight into his brain. A pool of blood exploded on the back of the bodyguard's head. At this time, all the experts and Li Huilan reacted. Ah! Li Huilan fainted from fright. Murder, murder! Run! Lin Shi took advantage of the chaos to push open Shen Jinbin's ward, and after confirming that it was Shen Jinbin, he pointed the gun at Shen Jinbin's head. Puff! 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 After 3 consecutive shots, Shen Jinbin's blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over the snow-white pillow. The heart monitor beeped piercingly. This time Shen Jinbin couldn't die anymore. Lin Shi put away his gun and left. At this time, a group of hospital security guards saw Lin Shi killing people in the elevator from the surveillance camera, and they were rushing towards Lin Shi with batons and riot shields. There are 35 minutes left in the countdown to the end of the world. Chapter 41: Escape from the Hospital. 5 minutes have passed since Lin Shi killed a bodyguard from the Shin family on the 7th floor. The security guards in the monitoring room have gathered people and are rushing towards the building. The police were called, but it took more than 10 minutes for the security guards to arrive. Lin Shi walked out of the ward quickly, preparing to enter the safe passage of the inpatient building and leave via the stairs. However, at this moment, a hand grabbed his trouser leg. Li Huilan woke up at some point and lay on the ground, holding onto Lin Shi's trouser legs tightly. She just fainted out of fear, and when she heard the gunshots coming from the ward, she forced herself to wake up. Li Huilan's red eyes were full of tears. She stared at Lin Shi with despair and resentment in her voice. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi struggled but failed to break free. He lowered his head and looked at the desperate mother without any sympathy in his heart. "Your son killed many people. You know that, right? He deserves to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not teaching him well." Li Huilan screamed. "He killed someone and the law can punish him. Why did you kill him? Why? And even if my son killed someone, they were just some lowly ordinary people. My son was born noble. It would be an honor for him to kill a few untouchables and send money to their families. You executioner, give my son back to me." If it weren't for these vicious words, the tragic look of losing a beloved son would be quite touching. Lin Shi sneered, his exposed eyes full of sarcasm. "In that case, let the law punish me." After saying that, he kicked the woman away and ran towards the emergency exit. Li Huilan looked at Lin Shi's back with a ferocious expression and resentment, and said in a hoarse voice, "You killed my son. I will make your parents, brothers, all relatives and friends be buried with my son. No matter where you run to, I will make you die in agony." Lin Shi turned his head suddenly, and his eyes suddenly became cold and full of murderous intent. He should have thought of it earlier. The reason why Shin Jinbin looked like that was closely related to his family. Shin Fanren is not a good person. Shin Jinbin's mother is also a wolf in human skin. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Originally, he didn't want to kill more people. Seeing Lin Shi stop and realize something, Li Huilan stepped back in fear. "No, no, no. I was just joking, Before Li Huilan could finish her words, Lin Shi had already fired without hesitation. After a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Li Huilan's eyes widened, and she fell to the ground with a bang. After Lin Shi fired the shot, he didn't even look at Li Huilan and rushed down the corridor like the wind. As soon as Lin Shi left, the elevator door on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out of the elevator and ran to the outside of the intensive care unit, where they were shocked by the bloody scene before them. The entire corridor was filled with flowing blood. "Oh my God, what kind of hatred or grudge is this? It says the person inside is the richest man's son. Come and see if he's still breathing. Dead, dead. These were all shot to death. What should we do? Should we chase him or not?" At this time, a voice came from the intercom. "The murderer escaped through the safe passage. Chase. You don't have to run too fast, just hold them back." When Lin Shi ran to the 2nd floor, he heard dense footsteps coming from downstairs. It came pretty quickly. He murmured, opened the window in the corridor, took a look, and jumped down. He rolled over to slow down the momentum, then stood up and ran into the registration hall. The murderer jumped out of the window and ran to the registration hall. People downstairs quickly surround him. There were a lot of people in the registration hall, and with only a few security guards, they couldn't keep an eye on him. Lin Shi quickly avoided the security guard and slipped into the restroom. When he came out again, Lin Shi was dressed casually and had taken off his mask and hat. Left the hospital openly. If today wasn't the end of the world, the sheriff could have targeted Lin Shi by monitoring people entering and leaving the hospital. The world-famous Xia Kingdom Sky Eye is not just talk. It takes time to screen suspicious persons with available surveillance, and now, there is no time. Lin Shi stopped a taxi and glanced at the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes. Please be prepared." He looked out the car window at the ordinary people on the street outside who were unaware of the danger. The end of the world is approaching, and this should be the last peace and tranquility. It seems that his last post didn't work. The era of peace and prosperity is about to disappear. Lin Shi kept his eyes on the countdown on the cornucopia interface. When they were still about 4 kilometers away from Lin Shi's safe house, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the taxi radio. "Zzz. All vehicles, please take note. This is the National Security Agency. At 10:05 a.m. local time, a solar storm will arrive at the Blue Planet. For driving safety, all vehicles are requested to pull over immediately for 10 minutes. There is no traffic penalty for illegal parking within 10 minutes. All vehicles, please note, this is the National Security Agency." This passage was repeated over and over again on the radio. Lin Shi was stunned. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Time goes back 15 minutes. The top floor of the Tianqi New Energy office building in High City. In the office of Shun Fanren, chairman of Tianqinu Energy. Shen Fanren was standing in front of the window, listening to his subordinates report with a serious face. Boss Shen, we found out that someone above has stopped all of Xia country's exports in the past 2 days. Moreover, external orders have increased by dozens of times in the past 2 days. In addition, our people learned that the military had suddenly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call in the early morning, and the entire city of Hai started to lose power from 10 a.m. for the day. We haven't found out the specific reason yet. Oh. Shin Fanren frowned. He did not go to see his son whose life was in danger, but stayed in Hai City because there were a lot of incomprehensible big moves made by the higher-ups in the past 2 days. There have been constant frictions among countries in recent years. Is a war about to break out? But why is there a power outage when a war begins? Shin Fanren was a little anxious about not being able to see through the country's actions this time. At this moment, Shin Fanren's private phone rang suddenly. The special number of the Public Security Bureau on the caller ID made Shin Fanren's eyebrows jump. He answered the phone and a serious voice came. Mr. Shen, this is the Shushi Public Security Bureau. We are very sorry to inform you that your son Shan Jianbin, his ex-wife Li Huilan, and 3 bodyguards were killed more than 10 minutes ago. Shin Fanren was shocked. What did you say? The voice on the phone continued. In addition, we found illegal weapons such as pistols and daggers on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Hai City Public Security Bureau. Please do not leave Hai City in the next 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 42 Lu Siyue. After listening to the call from the Public Security Bureau, Shin Fanren's expression had become somewhat hideous and terrifying. He smashed his phone to the ground, turned around and looked at his capable subordinates with suppressed anger. You said last time that it was Lin Shi who caused Jin Bin to be seriously injured and on the verge of death? Yes. But number 2 and his team reported that this Lin Shi was a killer in disguise. Number 2 sent a message yesterday afternoon saying that he would be dealt with, but there is no news yet. Wang Shi didn't know why Shin Fanren suddenly got so angry, so he told the truth. A killer in disguise? Then why did that Lin Shi happen to be in Shushi? Didn't you find out if that Lin Shi was the real person the whole night? Now someone came to the hospital and killed my son, and the security guards found guns on our people. Good, this is really good. Veins popped out on Shin Fanren's forehead, and his eyes, which looked intimidating without even being angry, revealed a terrifying murderous intent. What? Did they fail on number 2? Wang Shi quickly took out his cell phone and contacted number 2. However, several minutes passed, and there was still no contact. A whole night had passed. If number 2 had succeeded, he would have reported it to him long ago. Even if it is not finished yet, I will answer the call as soon as possible. The fact that we can't get in touch with them is very telling. Wang Shi realized the seriousness of the matter and whispered, I will immediately deal with the matter at the Public Security Bureau and personally go to Shushi to bring that Lin Shi back to you for disposal. Shin Fanren's voice was cold. Find that Lin Shi and bring him back to the research lab alive. Regardless of whether he was the one who killed Aben or not, I will make him regret ever coming into this world. Yes. Also, tell someone to bring all my illegitimate children back to us. Yes. After Wang Shi left, Shin Fanren swept all the documents on the table to the ground. Waste. All of you waste. Shin Fanren's chest rose and fell, and it was obvious that he was very angry, but he did not show any sadness for losing his son. A beautiful woman pushed the door open. There was no sign of aging on the woman's gentle face, and she looked very peaceful in the floral dress. If Lin Shi were here, he would recognize this woman. This woman is his remarried mother, Lu Siyue. Lu Siyue pressed against Shin Fanren's back. Her soft and boneless hands gently pinched Shin Fanren's shoulders and said with a sweet breath, What are you so angry about? If I get sick from being angry, what will happen to my happiness for the rest of my life? Shin Fanren usually fell for this, but today, he grabbed Lu Siyue's hand and threw her to the ground. What happened? Your precious son killed my son, and he let the police find me. If the higher-ups target me because of this, I will take care of you too. Lu Siyue was thrown to the ground and was about to get angry, but when she heard this, she was horrified. What? Jin Bin is dead? Lin Shi killed him? How is this possible? Even when seeing Shin Fanren's expression of wanting to eat someone, Lu Siyue was still a little bit unbelievable. Having raised Lin Shi for more than 10 years, she can be said to be one of the people in the world who knows Lin Shi best. Lin Shi is easygoing, obedient, sentimental, a little clever, but too naive and easily trusting of others. I have never killed a fish since I was a child. How could I kill someone? Moreover, Shin Jinbin was surrounded by agile bodyguards. Lin Shi was just an ordinary college student. How could he kill Shun Jinbin under the protection of so many bodyguards? Lu Siyue carefully looked at Shun Fanren, who was in a rage, and expressed her doubts. Doesn't Jinbin have several Southeast Asian mercenary bodyguards around him? Lin Shi is just an ordinary person. How could he kill Jinbin? It seems that your son is very secretive. Even you, his mother, don't understand him. Shin Fanren looked gloomy and stared at Lu Siyue with a scrutinizing look. Call him now and ask him where he is. Tell him to return to Haishur immediately. Realizing that this was true, Lu Siyue panicked. Okay, I'll call now. Lin Shi's cell phone rang. He just took a look and hung up. Lu Siyue. In his previous life, from the time Lu Siyue remarried to the time Lin Shi died, a full 11 years, this woman never contacted him once. Lin Shi hasn't seen this woman for 11 years. I've only heard about Lu Siyue through some sporadic rumors. She was high up as the wife of the director of the Haishur shelter. He was competing for food with wild dogs outside the shelter. It was only after experiencing the end of the world that Lin Shi realized that there could be such cruel mothers in the world. Now he knows that it was this woman who killed his father. Even though she was his mother, Lin Shi had already drawn a clear line between himself and this woman in his heart. Just after he killed Shun Jinbin, Lu Siyue suddenly contacted him. Why? The answer was self-evident. A look of sad sarcasm suddenly appeared on Lin Shi's face. Just as Shun Jinbin said, as a mother, she treated him better than her own son. However, Lin Shi didn't know that because he was reincarnated and killed Shun Jinbin, from this day on, Shin Fanren would no longer trust Lu Siyue, nor would he pamper her as he did in his previous life. The taxi radio continued to repeat the warning for all vehicles to pull over. The taxi driver was confused when he heard the broadcast. What the hell? A solar storm? Holy crap. I've never heard of such a thing in my entire life of driving. At this time, Lin Shi discovered that many traffic policemen had appeared on the street unknowingly, maintaining traffic and requiring all vehicles to stop. All the traffic lights on the entire road turned red. This scene did not happen in the previous life. When solar storms broke out in previous lives, vehicles suddenly broke down, causing countless traffic accidents and paralyzing traffic. Many people died in this solar storm. Did the post I posted earlier work? Or was it my own rebirth that caused the butterfly effect? This scene not only happened in Shushi, but also happened all over the country. Soon all the vehicles on the street slowed down and stopped. This also includes the taxi that Lin Shi was riding in. Lin Shi glanced at the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please be prepared. He casually threw a $100 bill on the car, opened the door, and ran away. He is the only one who knows that this wave of danger is not just a solar storm. The electromagnetic pulses brought by solar storms do have little effect on the human body. But there are also super strong geomagnetic storms caused by solar storms. It will cause drastic changes in the magnetic field of the blue planet. Almost everyone will experience symptoms such as physical discomfort, dizziness, and vomiting. People who are sensitive to magnetic fields may even fall into a coma. And it was on this day that Lin Shi fell into a coma in his previous life. He had to get back to his safe house to be safe. Fortunately, there is still time. Lin Shi ran to the side of the road, took out his mobile phone, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode quickly onto the non-motorized vehicle lane, rushing towards his safe house. Chapter 43: The End of Technological Civilization. The bicycle, which could only ride at a speed of 20 yards per hour, was now ridden by Lin Shi at a speed of 40 to 50 yards per hour. Stop! Danger! The traffic policeman shouted from behind, but Lin Shi seemed not to hear it. After riding for a while, Lin Shi noticed that the billboards and lights of the nearby buildings were all off. The billboards in the city center and various 24-hour lights that could be seen even from several kilometers away were not turned on at this moment. There was electricity in the hospital just now. Why did the power go out suddenly? This thought just flashed through Lin Shi's mind. Without giving it any thought, he pedaled as hard as he could and finally made it back up the mountain at the last minute. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please be prepared. He simply threw the shared bike in his hand, walked quickly to the door, and opened it as quickly as possible. Enter the first door, close and lock it. He then removed the surveillance camera facing the peephole at the front door and put it into the space. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. Click. The door opened. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please be prepared. Walk in the door. Lin Shi slammed the door shut with his backhand and fell into the lazy sofa. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please be prepared. Solar storm arrives. Geomagnetic storm is forming. Source material is being generated rapidly. The moment his eyes went dark, the thoughts in Lin Shi's mind were, source matter? What is that? At the same time, an invisible solar storm outside the blue planet swept across the entire blue planet. There are more than 1,000 satellites of all sizes outside the entire blue planet, exploding with sparks of different sizes, like a fireworks show. All satellites were destroyed, and even those that did not explode no longer function. The fragments of the satellite explosion splashed onto manned spacecraft of various countries like cannonballs. The screens of space stations of various countries all turned black in an instant, and then electric current and sparks suddenly burst out. All astronauts still working in the space station were the first to bear the brunt of this solar storm and face destruction. Even though they had received news about the approaching solar storm last night, they ultimately had no time or chance to return home. At this moment, all the equipment on the blue planet suddenly lost its signal. But this is just the beginning. The extremely strong electromagnetic pulses from the solar storm swept across the entire blue planet. The terrifying energy created an invisible ripple, instantly destroying all electronic equipment containing circuits around the world. Electromagnetic pulses can destroy not only equipment containing circuits that are in use, but also equipment that is not in use. In this technologically advanced age, almost all appliances contain circuits. At this moment, all the planes in flight fell straight down from the sky. Ships, aircraft carriers, submarines, all without exception turned into piles of scrap metal. At this moment, electrical appliances in countless homes suddenly burst into sparks. Those who are lucky will see black smoke, while those who are unlucky will directly catch fire. People fled their houses in panic, but some people fell into a coma like Lin Shi under the geomagnetic storm and were directly engulfed by the sea of fire. People who were around the transformer were horrified. There was a burning smell around the transformer, and the wires connected to the transformer also started to catch fire. All power stations in the world, whether they are hydropower stations or nuclear power stations, as long as it is still running, all the energy will be overloaded at this moment, causing an overload situation. The fuse will be quickly burned out, and even a fire will occur. There was even an explosion at a nuclear power plant, burying an area of hundreds of kilometers. The entire world suddenly lost all power supply. Most of the Blue Star country, which was in the night, fell into darkness in an instant. Countless people lying in hospitals, relying on medical machines to keep them alive, died in a coma. This is not the end. All the cars, energy vehicles, and electric vehicles that were in motion suddenly malfunctioned without exception. It is common to see chain accidents involving dozens or even hundreds of cars on the entire street. When people wanted to seek help, they were horrified to find that their phones were either overheated and burned or had black screens. They couldn't contact anyone or get any rescue, so they could only desperately escape from the gradually spreading fire. In just a few minutes, the entire blue planet was engulfed in flames. If someone could stand in outer space, they would be able to appreciate this short-lived moment that marks the end of the technological era on the blue planet. The achievements of mankind's explosive technological development in the past few hundred years came to an end on this day. Lin Shi had experienced all of this in his previous life. At this moment, Lin Shi had fallen into a coma due to the drastic changes in the magnetic field of Blue Planet, just like many people who are sensitive to magnetic fields. Because the electricity was not turned on, and all the electrical appliances were put away by Lin Shi, the danger had no effect on him. He didn't know that because of his reminder, the entire Xia country shut down the country's power supply in the morning, compared to other countries that are in flames and dire straits. Although there were casualties in Xia Kingdom, the casualties were greatly reduced. The butterfly effect caused by his rebirth began to change the entire future direction from that moment on. Lin Shi, who was in a coma, could not see the changes that happened to the treasure bowl interface in front of him. This restart is generating a large amount of source, which will speed up the evolution of all creatures on the blue planet. The fire is detected to be in a safe environment. Absorb the source as soon as possible to complete the evolution. Detected that the fire has lost consciousness, the auxiliary program is activated. The cornucopia starts automatically, is starting, and has finished starting. Begin to absorb the source. Lin Shi closed his eyes tightly. A faint golden light emanates from between the eyebrows. There were invisible tiny substances around him gathering towards his body and merging into his body, his cells, and his genes. If Lin Shi's gene chain was observed at this moment, it would be seen that his gene chain was rapidly absorbing this substance. The gene chain broke quickly and reassembled in an instant. This situation is so similar to unlocking a gene lock. But normally when the gene lock is unlocked, The recombination speed after the gene breakage is far less fast. Therefore, Lin Shi, who was in a coma at the moment, did not feel any pain of unlocking the genetic lock. At the same time, other living beings on the blue planet are also absorbing the source unconsciously. Animals absorb the fastest, followed by plants, and finally humans. There are also individual differences among humans. But even the most powerful animal could not absorb as much as Lin Shi at this moment. After a day and a night, the geomagnetic storm is coming to an end. The formation rate of source matter in the air also slowed down. People who fell into coma and felt unwell due to the sudden change in the magnetic field gradually returned to normal. The golden light between Lin Shi's eyebrows was also slowly disappearing. At the same time, a new prompt appears on the cornucopia interface. The end of the world has officially begun. The countdown to the next wave of danger will begin within 72 hours. After a while, Lin Shi's eyelids twitched and he woke up. Chapter 44 Encounter in the Rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The safe house was completely dark with no light source. Are the solar and geomagnetic storms over? Lin Shi held his forehead. My head is still a little dizzy. He flipped his hand and took out an emergency flashlight from the space. Open and hang on the wall. Then get out a household gasoline generator and connect it to the home's electrical wiring. As the power switch was turned on, power was restored to the entire safe house. Lin Shi didn't know how long he had been in a coma. In his previous life, he was in a coma for a day and a night. He didn't know if it was the same in this life. The mechanical watch on my hand shows that the current time is 11:34. Goo goo goo. The hunger in his stomach made Lin Shi feel as if he had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi planned to replenish some water, eat something, and then go out to see the situation. He suddenly vaguely remembered the clue about the appearance of the cornucopia before he fell into a coma. Solar storm arrives, geomagnetic storm is forming, source, material is being generated rapidly. What is the source substance? I checked the cornucopia interface and found no changes, and the original countdown also disappeared. Goo. My stomach is protesting again. Lin Shi suppressed the doubts in his heart and took out a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from the space. Pour a pot of water, put the hot pot base in the bottom of the pot and bring it to a boil, then cut the beef into slices and put it into the pot. They were all fresh beef. Lin Shi cut it and picked up a piece to eat. With some fresh vegetables, 5 pounds of beef was eaten in no time. When did I become so good at eating? Even though my stomach was full, for some reason I still felt like I wasn't full. The aftermath of a geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi touched his stomach, put the dishes in the sink, turned on the faucet, and tested the water. Ordinary electric pumping equipment will be destroyed by electromagnetic pulses. Therefore, when building the pumping device, Lin Shi asked the master to use a traditional unpowered pumping device. The water was still able to flow out, proving that Lin Shi's foresight was correct. The water temperature was slightly cold, but still normal. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changed into long-sleeve shirt and long pants and opened the first door of the safe house. The safe house has excellent sound insulation. Lin Shi walked to the door and took a look outside through the peephole. Then the door opened. It was raining heavily outside the door, and Lin Shi stretched out his hand to catch a handful of rainwater. The temperature outside was just a little cool. It seems that he was unconscious for about the same time as in his previous life. After the solar storm in the previous life, the sun's light weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the temperature on the blue planet dropped by dozens of degrees within 3 days. Lin Shi was in High City at that time. He remembered that the temperature dropped by about 10 degrees Celsius the next day after he woke up, and it was raining heavily outside. At this time, people were still panicking about losing electricity and being unable to receive news from the outside world after the solar storm. We didn't find any abnormal weather and just thought it was a wave of strong cold air. But on the 3rd day, the temperature dropped by more than 20 degrees. Extreme weather such as hail, strong typhoons, and blizzards occurred in many places. People began to realize that something was wrong and rushed around to grab supplies in the heavy snow. On the 4th day, the temperature dropped again, falling by more than 30 degrees in one day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon is 20 to 30 degrees, which is extremely scary. Many people who went out to buy supplies and did not have time to return home died of hypothermia in the blizzard. The temperature in the south has dropped to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, not to mention the north. It takes a process for the human body to adapt to temperature, and the sun simply did not give humans time to adapt. Even if they hide at home and wrap themselves tightly in quilts, many people still cannot withstand the sudden change in low temperatures, and there are many people getting sick, getting frostbite, and freezing to death. The hospital was overcrowded, all equipment and ambulances were destroyed by the solar storm, and there was no electricity. The speed of treatment could not keep up with the number of patients. Medicines began to be in short supply, and countless people died within a day. People began to panic and become confused. Finally realized that the end of the world has come. Shushi is close to the equator and it is summer now, so the temperature should not drop as fast as in Haishur. The daytime temperature in Shushi was still 32 degrees Celsius 2 days ago. Lin Shur flipped his hand and took out an electronic air temperature meter. The measurement was 22 degrees Celsius. He went back inside, put on a coat and a backpack. He wanted to go out and collect some things before the snowstorm came. Although the supplies in the space were enough for him to use, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Excess supplies can be traded or kept in reserve for emergencies. Now that there is no surveillance outside, he no longer has to be cautious and afraid of exposing the existence of the space. Putting on a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shur went outside and picked up the shared bicycle that he had casually thrown on the ground. The electronic locks of shared bicycles were damaged by electromagnetic pulses, but it did not affect their use at all. He got on the shared bike and sped down the mountain. After coming down from the mountain, Lin Shur found that riding a bike today was very easy. Before, I had to pedal with all my strength to reach 40 or 50 yards, but now I can do it easily. After a good night's sleep, your physical condition suddenly improved? Lin Shur was lost in thought and didn't notice that there was an intersection at the corner ahead. A group of people were walking out from the intersection. This group of people were wearing the same raincoats, and each of them had a resolute face and looked serious and vigilant. If you look closely, you can see the uniform army green uniforms showing from beneath the collars of their raincoats. Among this group of people, there was a girl wearing a transparent raincoat and a white dress, who was tightly protected in the center. Seeing someone suddenly appear from the corner, it was too late for Lin Shur to brake. Squeak! A sharp brake sound was heard, but the shared bicycle still rushed towards the group of people. Ah! A girl's exclamation came from the crowd. A middle-aged man in the group frowned, took a step forward, and kicked as fast as the wind. He kicked the handlebar above the wheel of Lin Shur's bicycle. If a normal person kicks like this, the interaction of the forces will definitely cause their leg to break. However, the expected cry of pain did not come. Instead, Lin Shur was kicked backwards along with his bicycle. Lin Shur's eyes narrowed, and he retreated a few meters before he stabilized the car. Looking down, I saw that the bar under the front of the shared bicycle had been dented. Who is this person? So strong. Who is it? The others became alert and looked at Lin warily. Some even put their hands into their raincoats. Lin Shur reacted quickly, reached behind his head and scratched his head, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I came out to buy something and was in a hurry to go home. Luckily, I didn't bump into you. Uncle, is your leg okay?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything, but just frowned and stared at Lin Shur, his eyes full of scrutiny and vigilance. Lin Shur clenched his hands slightly around the handlebars. Both parties fell silent and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At this time, a female voice came from the group. "Uncle Chio, forget it. He didn't mean it." Chapter 45 Port $0 Purchase. It was the girl who was frightened and screamed just now. The girl pushed aside the people standing in front of her and stopped only when she was stopped by a man called Uncle Chio. The girl said to Chio Jun impatiently, "Let's go quickly. It's raining so hard that my clothes are soaked." "Hey, you hit us. We won't compensate for this bicycle." The second half is addressed to Lin Shur. The girl was about the same age as Lin Shur, with fair and flawless skin. Although her facial features were pretty, the impatience on her face at the moment ruined the girl's beauty. Lin Shur waved his hands and said with a look of self-blame, No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have ridden so fast. If this uncle is injured, I can go home and get money to compensate for the medical expenses." After 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, Lin Shur thinks his acting skills are pretty good, and he portrays the appearance of an ordinary big boy vividly. The middle-aged man called Uncle Chio looked at Lin Shur deeply, pulled the girl behind him, made way for her, and said to Lin Shur, "Ride slower next time. It's unsafe to ride so fast." The others also moved aside to make way. Lin Shur chuckled. His smile was simple and honest. "I see. Thank you, uncle." After saying that, he got on his bike and passed by the group of people. It was not until I rode a few hundred meters and turned a corner that the feeling of being stared at from behind disappeared. Only then did Lin Shur realize that a thin layer of cold sweat had appeared on his back. The group of people just now gave him a sense of danger, especially the middle-aged man, who gave him the greatest pressure. Given the situation just now, if a conflict occurred, he might not necessarily win even if he had room to surprise the opponent. Fortunately, there was no harm. He didn't care at all who those people were or what they were going to do. He just came out to look for supplies and didn't want to cause any trouble. After what happened just now, Lin Sure slowed down a bit this time. After driving onto the main road, the streets were full of scrapped vehicles. What was different from the previous life was that the vehicles were parked neatly on the roadside, and there were no dozens or hundreds of cars crashing into each other and blocking the road. There were people walking in 2s and 3s on the road. Some were in a hurry, and some were returning home with bulging bags. Now the entire city is in a situation where there is no electricity and no information from the outside world can be received. Many people have consciously purchased reserve supplies. There are also people who are hoping that there is a problem with the power supply facilities in their city and that it will be restored soon. But when people realized that the electricity would never be restored, the electronic products they were used to could no longer be used, the environment became harsh, and people started dying everywhere and no one cared. They will realize that this city can do whatever it wants. At that time, the evil thoughts deep in human nature will break through the sense of rules engraved in people's bones, turning this city into an icy hell. People who still spend money to buy supplies now may be able to buy them for free in a few days. Lin Sure wanted to go and buy a wave of products for free before these people could react. Nowadays, there are many people going to supermarkets to buy supplies. His target is the containers in the port. More than an hour later, Lin Sure finally arrived at the southern port of Shushi. Looking across the entire southern port, there are countless containers and gantry cranes. There are also many cargo ships docked neatly at the port. The number of cargo ships was greater than Lin Sure had expected. Yes, since the cars have been notified to stop driving, maybe the ships have also been notified to temporarily dock. Maybe my post didn't turn into a white hair, and it really worked. Lin Sure looked around and made sure that no one saw him. Then he put the bicycle back into the space. Normally, there are many managers in this port, but after the solar storm, the port was forced to stop operating, and many people were scared by this incident and ran back home. Even if there are still people guarding, there won't be too many. There are no surveillance cameras in such a large port now, so as long as Lin Sure is careful, it will be difficult to be discovered. There was no other sound in the entire port except the sound of raindrops falling on the containers. Lin Sure walked towards a container and placed his hand on it. With a thought, the things inside were transferred into the space. From the outside, the container looked intact, but inside it was empty. Only Lin Sure could take things away in this way without anyone noticing. The first container he collected contained a box of watermelons. Not bad, a good start. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Sure's face. The fruits in Shushi receive plenty of sunshine and are sweet and delicious. This container of watermelons can last for a long, long time. He walked to the next container. There is fruit in this container again. This time it is coconuts. After collecting 6 containers of fruit in succession, Lin Sure walked towards the containers on the other side. This time, our luck was bad and the container was empty. And 3 in a row were empty. Lin Sure soon discovered that the locked containers basically contained goods. Those without locks are empty. Containers with cargo and goods are stacked separately. After discovering this situation, Lin Sure bypassed the unlocked containers and walked towards the next pile of containers. This time, a container of clothes was stored in the space. But they are all short sleeves. Lin Sure just picked up a container and didn't accept any more. He suddenly remembered that it is summer all year round in Shushi, so most of the clothes in the local residents' wardrobes should also be summer clothes. At most, there are a few spring and autumn styles. When the extreme cold comes, no one knows how many of these indigenous people will freeze to death. Maybe more people die than in Haishur. Then, Lin Sure received 3 boxes of snacks, 4 boxes of frozen seafood, and 2 boxes of daily necessities. In one of the containers, Lin Sure found several imported cars. The market prices are tens or even millions. The sealed metal boxes can block the impact of electromagnetic pulses to a certain extent. These cars may be intact or damaged. Anyway, there is still a lot of space, so Lin Sure Zhao can collect them. Electrical appliances, handicrafts, daily necessities, food, industrial supplies. There are nearly 10,000 containers in a port. Lin Sure walked through each container like opening a blind box, putting the things inside into space. But not long after, a group of uninvited guests also arrived at the southern port. Brotherly, will we really be okay like this? 5 young men in their 20s and 20s, who looked like hooligans, walked together to the port. The one who spoke was one of the bald young men. He looked timid and looked around as if he was afraid of something. Li Kuei hit the bald young man hard on the head, his face full of displeasure. Don't be afraid. Didn't I tell you? There is a power outage in the entire city. And those surveillance cameras are also out of power. There are so many containers here, we can just empty one and no one will notice. These people actually set their sights on the containers too. Chapter 46. The beginning of evil thoughts. But what if there's still surveillance and electricity? The bald young man said cautiously, his eyes full of worry and a hint of fear. Li Kuei pointed his finger at the bald young man's nose and said angrily, "That's why I said you can't get rich. You don't have any observation skills. Look at the whole shushi now. Where is the electricity? Even the traffic lights are not working." Li Kuei glanced at the four brothers who had been with him for 2 years, took in their struggling expressions, and said in a gentle and persuasive manner, "I brought you out here to make money because I saw you guys have been with me for so long. If I cheat you, can I also cheat myself? Now is a good opportunity to make a fortune. When the power is restored, we will have no chance. Think about those people who look down on you. Why do they look down on you? It's because you don't have money. Now that there are opportunities to make money right in front of you, do you want to be a pauper for the rest of your life and be looked down upon by others?" Li Kuei spoke passionately, with saliva flying everywhere. The reason he worked so hard was that he owed a loan shark when he went out gambling a few days ago. Those loan sharks are different from small thugs like him. They have powerful forces behind them, so dealing with them is like a piece of cake. If he can't pay back the money, he will be missing some limbs in a few days. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy, but suddenly the whole shushi lost power. Wasn't this God helping him? So he decided to move the port near his home, but he knew he couldn't move much by himself, so he called these 4 cowards. Seeing that the 4 people seemed to be persuaded by him, Li Kuei struck while the iron was hot. There are so many boxes here, no one will notice if one is empty, and there is no surveillance now. Even if someone finds out, they won't know it was us. Don't be afraid. If you get caught, just say I ordered you to do it. Seeing that what Li Kuei said made sense, he patted his chest and took the responsibility. The other 4 people finally put aside their worries, and there was a flash of greed in their eyes to varying degrees. They are all in their 20s, and none of them has a proper job, so they spend most of their time relying on their parents. That's why people with similar tastes get mixed together. A yellow-haired man spat on the ground. "Let's do it. These are all the blood and sweat that the capitalists have taken from us ordinary people. We are robbing the rich to help the poor." Brotherly is right. There's no surveillance now, so there's nothing to be afraid of. After I finish this job, I'll throw the money in front of my old man and let him see that his son is not a good-for-nothing who only knows how to spend money. The person who spoke was a fat man with 4 layers of fat on his neck. The last young man with a buzz cut and earrings. Done? Seeing his companions all express their opinions, the bald man gritted his teeth and said, "I'll follow, brotherly." "Okay." Li Kuei nodded with satisfaction. "Be quick in a moment, let's go." At this time, Huang Mao suddenly spoke. "Brotherly, there's someone over there? Could it be the manager here?" A blond young man stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Shi, who was opening a blind box. No, collecting containers of supplies 100 meters away. Li Kuei looked in the direction his younger brother pointed, and after a few glances at Lin Shi, he could tell at a glance that Lin Shi was not a manager. The staff here all wear uniforms. Leave him alone. Let's go to the other side. After saying that, he took his younger brother and walked towards the container in another direction. Some of the containers in the port are imported, some are exported, and there may be anything in them. Lin Shi had just received a container of medicine and a box of luxury goods. Luxury goods are useless, but medicines are very precious. He placed his hand on the container in front of him and moved his mind. There is actually a box of seeds in here. A container was filled with more than 2,000 cartons, each labeled with the name of the seeds. Seeds are very small, and there may be tens of thousands of them in a small box. There are at least hundreds of millions of seeds in this entire container. If he didn't take them away, the seeds would be frozen in 2 days and would be unusable. However, even if they were collected, they could no longer be planted in the environment of the apocalypse. In the extremely cold apocalypse, except for a few mutated plants, most plants will be frozen to death. Green plants were no longer to be seen, and the whole world had no other color except white. Lin Shi shook his head with some regret, but still put it into the space. After collecting hundreds of containers of supplies, his space was reduced to just a small corner. With the current size of the space, it is not a problem to load more than 20,000 containers of supplies. Lin Shi continued to walk towards the next container. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a metallic knocking sound in the distance. Lin Shi frowned and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Due to the obstruction of the view by the container, Lin Shi could not see what was happening several hundred meters away. He approached carefully, hid behind a container, and looked sideways. It was discovered that the sound was caused by 5 masked men chopping the door lock of the container with a fire axe that was stolen from somewhere. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Shi's face. It was surprising that someone reacted so quickly and had the same goal as mine. However, these people had no space, so they could only break the locks and move the things inside. Without a vehicle, they couldn't move much. And although the noise was covered by the rain, it was very likely that the noise could be heard by nearby managers. Sure enough, when Lin Shi looked around, he saw 2 managers in raincoats jogging towards him from a few hundred meters away. It's open. The door is open. Quick, come and see what it is. What the hell? Isn't this the bag that female stars on TV often carry? This is the donkey card. I have another card here. This big iron box is full of valuables. We are going to get rich. All 5 of them ran into the container and started unpacking the boxes. The 5 people, who were surrounded by great surprise, did not notice that 2 managers were approaching. Lin Shi dodged and hid behind a container to conceal his figure. Then he put the materials in the container into the space. 2 port managers followed the sound and quickly discovered the open container. Hey, what are you doing? The 5 people were frightened. The box containing the donkey brand bag in the bald young man's hand fell directly to the ground. Brotherly, we've been discovered. Shut up, idiot. Li Kuei growled. 2 managers pointed batons at the 5 people and shouted, "Come out!" Li Kuei glanced at the container full of luxury goods, his eyes full of greed. With this box of things, he could not only pay off the loan sharks, but he could even buy a house in the suburbs and live a stable life in the future. If today's operation fails, he will not be able to pay back the high-interest loan of more than 100,000 yuan, and will have his hands and feet cut off and be taken to the police station. There is no surveillance here. If we deal with these 2 people, no one will know that he did it. A fierce look flashed across Li Kuei's face. He picked up the fire axe beside him and rushed towards a port manager. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Shushi Troops. The 2 managers did not expect these people to be so ferocious, and one of them was chopped down while they were distracted. A man fell to the ground, blood all over the ground. The other person was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, his face full of fear, and he tried his best to move backwards. No, don't kill me. Li Kuei chopped the man's leg with an axe. His bloodshot eyes swept fiercely towards the 4 people behind him, and he held a bloody fire axe in his hand. Why don't you do it? This scene is extremely shocking to those who have always lived in a safe and peaceful world of rules. The 4 were afraid that Li Kuei would kill them as well, so they mustered up the courage to walk up to the 2 managers who were still alive. Lin Shi didn't read on. This kind of scene will happen everywhere after a while. Without meddling in other people's business, Lin Shi changed direction and continued to collect supplies. More than 2 hours later, most of the supplies in the containers of the entire port were stored by Lin Shi. It was a rainy day, the sky was gloomy, and the light in the evening was already very dim. The temperature dropped a few degrees compared to noon, and there was a hint of coolness in the humid air. There were no street lights at night, and there was no moon in this weather, so Lin Shi prepared to go back. Maybe I was unlucky today, as I ran into those 5 people again when I was leaving. The 5 people looked nothing like they did before, and 3 of them even had their raincoats removed, revealing their true faces. There were a lot of blood stains on their clothes, especially the first person to attack someone. The blood on his body almost dyed his green clothes so that the original color could not be seen. Brotherly, it's that kid from before. Huang Mao recognized Lin Shi's clothes immediately. After Lin Shi left, they had been moving things for less than half an hour when they met 3 staff members who were looking for someone. Killing 2 is killing. Killing 5 is also killing. This time the 5 men acted in unison without saying a word. After experiencing 2 murders, the 5 people had basically overcome their fears and became bloodthirsty, and would kill anyone they saw from then on. Another person appeared, a man with a crew cut, with a ferocious expression on his face, holding a fire axe in his hand and rushing towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, actually took out a pistol equipped with a silencer from the space, and fired directly. Puff! A bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the man with the crew cut. He ran 2 more steps due to inertia, then the fire axe in his hand loosened, and he fell directly to the ground. The other 4, including Li Kuei, suddenly woke up from their bloodthirsty state. Thump! The bald young man fell to his knees, holding his head in his hands. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Don't kill me. Lin Shi pulled out his gun and fired smoothly, and the bald man subconsciously thought Lin Shi was a security guard. Li Kuei's face was full of ferocity, and he shouted, "Don't be afraid. The people we killed today are enough to kill them all. He only has one gun. Let's attack together." After saying that, he rushed over first. When the fat man and the yellow-haired man saw this, a fierce look flashed across their faces, and they also pounced towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi fired decisively, 3 shots in a row, and the 3 men fell to the ground one after another. The last yellow-haired man had almost grabbed Lin Shi's arm, but how could such a yellow-haired man with unsteady steps be a match for Lin Shi? In just one encounter, 4 bodies were lying on the ground. The only one left in the 5-man team that robs the rich and helps the poor is the bald young man who is now kneeling on the ground and pissing his pants with fear. Lin Shi turned the gun towards the bald young man. The bald man was so desperate and frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Just as he was about to take a few steps closer to silence the witness, Lin Shi's ears suddenly moved. A burst of dense footsteps was heard not far away. The footsteps sounded very orderly. Lin Shi subconsciously felt that something was wrong and retreated behind the container. A team of fully armed soldiers with guns in hand trotted out from behind a pile of containers, only a dozen meters away from Lin Shi. "Who is there?" Lin Shi frowned. "Is he from the military?" When he came to Shushi, he learned that Shushi's troops were stationed on a small island. Now that there are no ships, did all these soldiers come here by rowing boats? It was getting close to evening, and it was raining heavily, so the light was dim. Lin Shi didn't even notice whether there were any ships on the sea. These thoughts flashed through Lin Shi's mind. He lowered his footsteps and quickly retreated, using the container to conceal his body and evacuate. However, Lin Shi's luck today was really bad. He had just dodged a wave of soldiers and had not run far when another group of soldiers appeared from behind a container a few dozen meters ahead. More than a dozen black gun muzzles were pointed at Lin Shi. "Who is it?" Lin Shi immediately stopped, raised his hand, pretended to be panicked and said, "I'm a student." When they heard that it was a student, the soldiers immediately lowered their guns, but they still did not let down their guard and surrounded Lin Shi. "Don't move." As soon as they landed at the port, they found several bodies nearby. They also discovered that the locks of the containers had been damaged and the cargo was missing. This was undoubtedly a vicious murder case. As a troop from Xia country, although their mission was to take over the supplies here, they also had the obligation to catch the murderer. A soldier came forward and searched Lin Shi. Lin Shi had already put the pistol back into the space and cooperated obediently. "Report. No dangerous items." The soldiers returned to their ranks. A man who looked like the leader of this group of people walked up to Lin Shi with a serious face, confirmed Lin Shi's age, and asked, "Which school are you from and why are you here?" "Shushi Art College." Lin reported to Suqin School. The identity of a student makes it easier for people to let down their guard. Besides, Lin Shi was just a student before. "I originally wanted to go back to school, but I got lost without navigation," said Lin Shi. This makes logical sense given that there are no taxis or navigation systems to guide you. "Show me your student ID." "I didn't bring my student ID," Lin Shi said with a somewhat uneasy look. "How about an ID card?" Seeing the person in front of him nod, Lin Shi took out an ID card from the interlayer of the mobile phone case that had not been searched by the soldiers. Lin Shi has a habit of putting his ID card or door card in the interlayer of his phone case. Wang Chao took the ID card and returned it to Lin Shi after confirming that it was correct. Lin Shi's clothes were clean and intact, without any blood stains, and he had no weapon on him. In addition, he was only 19 years old, so it was impossible to associate him with a murderer. However, Wang Chao always felt that there was something wrong with the man named Lin Shi in front of him. "Come with me to the front first. I'll have someone take you back to school later." Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat, but he said calmly, "Okay." Soon Lin Shi was taken to an open space. With a quick glance, he saw at least several hundred soldiers, each equipped with a gun. Hundreds of port managers in uniform were also gathered in the open space. At this moment, a fat and big-eared man who obviously looked like the port leader was talking to a man who looked like his superior in tears. In addition, Lin Shi saw the bald young man who was the only survivor among the 5 people. The bald man was tied up tightly with ropes and was guarded by 2 soldiers with a desperate look on his face. At this moment, the bald young man suddenly raised his head and looked towards Lin Shi. Chapter 48 Escape. I noticed the bald young man looking up. Lin Shi quickly turned his back and hid behind a tall man, so as not to be recognized. "What are you hiding from?" A familiar voice sounded from behind my head. Lin Shi's body stiffened slightly. He turned around and noticed that the person he was using as a shield was the commander of the team of soldiers who had just brought him here. Wang Chao. Wang Chao stared at Lin Shi's eyes with a sharp look, as if he wanted to see something. Lin Shi knew that he was suspected. Before Lin Shi could answer Wang Chao's question, another group of soldiers came to the open space. Report. We found 2 students at the port exit, saying they were lost. Lin Shi heard the voice and turned to look. When he saw one of the 2 students being brought over, the expression on his face immediately became somewhat interesting. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi and walked towards the 2 students. For some reason, his intuition from years of military service told him that this boy named Lin Shi was no ordinary person. Wang Chao walked up to the 2 female students and asked the soldier who brought them here. Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified? Report to the commander. The people from Shushi Art College have confirmed it. Brother soldier, we have been walking around for a long time and can't find the way. It's getting dark and we are so scared. What happened in Shushi? Why don't mobile phones work suddenly? Woo woo woo, I want to go home. One of the girls burst into tears when she saw Wang Chao. Wang Chao frowned and wanted to ask something. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and waved at another female student. Su Qin. The day before yesterday, Su Qin went shopping with her roommates with the 20,000 yuan given by Lin Shi. As a result, I fainted for some reason. When I woke up, I found that my phone was out of battery. When I went outside, I realized that great changes had taken place in Shushi. Without a car or a cell phone, she and her companions tried to walk back to school based on their memory but got lost. I was happy to see the soldiers and wanted to ask for help, but I was brought here. Faced with a strange environment, strange people, and so many soldiers with guns, Su Qin's face was filled with anxiety and tension. Su Qin? Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice and turned around. Lin Shi? Su Qin responded with surprise. Why are you here too? In this strange and solemn environment, having a boy you know will undoubtedly greatly increase your sense of security. Wang Chao saw how familiar the 2 were with each other and asked Su Qin, do you know each other? Su Qin nodded repeatedly, looking very happy. Yes, we are classmates. Su Qin got excited and spoke faster, missing the word high school. She originally wanted to say high school classmate, but since she had already said it, it didn't matter. Wang Chao's eyes softened as he looked at Lin Shi when he heard this. It seems he was overthinking it. Wait here. I'll find a comrade who is familiar with the terrain of Shushi to take you to school. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qin, who is this? Li Xiaoxiao asked with sobs in her voice. I'm a student of sculpture. Lin Shi winked at Su Qin. Su Qin was wondering when Lin Shi became a sculpture student, but she immediately understood after meeting Lin Shi's eyes. This requires your own cooperation. Lin Shi was so generous that she could still help with this insignificant matter. Yes, he's a freshman too, Su Kimmeling said ambiguously. The 3 chatted for a while, and soon Wang Chao came over with a soldier who looked not much older than the 3 of them. This is Li Wei. He is also from Shushi and knows the way to your school. Just follow him. Lin Shi and the other person expressed their gratitude. This is what we should do. Be careful on the road. If you can't see the road at night, come back tomorrow morning. Wang Chao said. The second half of the sentence was directed to Li Wei. Li Wei agreed and led the 3 people away. Not long after Lin Shi and his companions left, a soldier came up to Wang Chao and reported, Sir, we have found the murderer who killed the nearby management staff. The murderer confessed that he and his accomplices killed those people, but his 4 accomplices have been shot dead. According to the bald man, it was a young security guard in a black raincoat who fired the shots. Young vigilante in a black raincoat? For some reason, Wang Chao's mind immediately flashed with Lin Shi's face, and he said, Take me to the murderer. After walking for a while, Li Wei found that the 2 girls were walking very slowly, so he urged them, We have to walk faster. It will be dark soon. The city has no power and there are no street lights. It is not safe to walk at night. Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch, and it was already 5:27. He memorized the map of Shushi and knew it was about a 5-kilometer walk from here to Shushi Art College. At the current speed, it would take them about an hour to walk back like this. Lin Shi is now disguised as a student of Shushi Art College. In order not to reveal his identity, he has to go back to Shushi Art College with Su Qin and then leave. The officer had already suspected him. If he left and didn't go to the academy, his identity would be exposed when the soldier returned. Shushi is so small, it would be a trouble if we encounter it again. Forget it, it's just a few kilometers, and he has a flashlight, so he is not afraid of walking at night. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao quickened their pace a little and followed behind Li Wei. Lin Shi followed Li Wei. "Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Shushi?" Li Xiaoxiao asked. Li Wei thought about it and realized that their superiors had not asked them to conceal the news, so he said, "There was a solar storm the day before yesterday that disrupted the city's electrical circuits. How long will it take to fix it? How can we live without electricity? My cell phone is also damaged. Can you fix it? If you can't fix it, I won't have money to buy a new one." Li Xiaoxiao seems to be a chatterbox and never stops talking. Li Wei was somewhat confused by this series of questions and replied, "The leader has sent people to repair the power. Before the power is restored, you should all stay in the school and don't come out again. In a couple of days, people from other troops will go to the school to distribute emergency supplies." "What emergency supplies?" "Just food, candles, matches, lighters, and the like." "What? Candles? Oh my God. I have to live with candles from now on. How scary it is at night. Xiao Qin, what should I do?" Su Qin's face was also full of worry. The two girls complained about how inconvenient it would be for them to have no electricity for some time. But Lin Shi knew. When the extreme cold comes, even if there are unburned electrical wires, as long as they are exposed outdoors, they will be frozen. All the machines that process precision parts have been damaged, and no one can repair the power station and transformer with bare hands. Not to mention having to reconnect the wires in a snowstorm. The power would never be restored. Chapter 49, Shushi Art College. Lin Shi remembered his father telling him when he was a child that decades ago, when electricity was not yet widely available, people used candles and flashlights. Go to bed as soon as it gets dark and get up before dawn. They work all the time, and they work very hard to cure their stuttering. Their physical fitness is also very good. I seldom walk at night, and there is not much entertainment at night. There won't be any young boys and girls addicted to the internet. Human beings today have become too dependent on electronic products, and there are many people who are addicted to the internet and mobile phones. This makes the physical fitness of most people worse and worse. This solar storm destroyed electronic products and set human technology back hundreds of years, which can be regarded as a forced way for humans to quit their internet addiction. The extreme cold is coming. The arrival of extreme cold has made survivors pay more and more attention to physical exercise. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Lin Shi's mind, and an idea flashed through his mind. Too fast to catch. The third restart accelerates evolution. When Lin Shi was lost in thought, the two girls behind him started complaining about the power outage and kept talking about Lin Shi. "Student Lin Shi, you are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Seeing that Lin Shi didn't say anything, Li Xiaoxiao took a few steps forward and prepared to pat Lin Shi's shoulder from behind. Lin Shi, who was lost in thought, grabbed the hand that Li Xiaoxiao extended to him and was then surprised at his own reaction speed. "Ah, it hurts." Li Xiaoxiao cried out in pain. Seeing Li Wei turning around to look at him, Lin Shi let go of his hand and put on a fake apologetic smile on his face. "Sorry, I was just thinking." The two were very close to each other, and Li Xiaoxiao's eyes scanned back and forth across Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi looks nothing like his parents. His father has ordinary facial features, while his mother is too gentle. Lin Shi's face is more three-dimensional, as if it was carved out with the most precise knife, with deep eyebrows, a high-nose bridge, and slightly thin lips. But there is a 1 centimeter scar on the brow bone, which ruins this perfection. Lin Shi has had this scar since he could remember. His father said it was caused when he fell out of his crib as a child. The clear eyes of the past made Lin Shi's face look somewhat warm. Now there was only coldness and indifference in Lin Shi's eyes. When he didn't smile, the aura on his body gave people a feeling that no strangers could get close to him. The sense of incongruity that Wang Chao noticed was actually that Lin Shi's eyes were simply not what a normal 19-year-old could have. Facial expressions can be faked, but eye contact is difficult. Li Xiaoxiao was obviously a bit nervous, rubbing her wrist. "Forget it. I forgive you because you're so handsome. I just asked you if you have a girlfriend." Lin Shi replied directly, "No." When Li Xiaoxiao heard that Lin Shi didn't have a girlfriend, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. "And you?" Su Qin stepped forward and stopped Li Xiaoxiao from being obsessed with sex. "Xiaoxiao, what time is it now? Stop making trouble. We need to go back quickly. It's getting dark." Seeing Li Xiaoxiao being infatuated with Lin Shi, Su Qin felt like someone was targeting her. Li Xiaoxiao curled her lips where Su Qin couldn't see. Lin Shi didn't care about the two girls' thoughts. The end of the world has come, and it is already difficult to survive. Naturally, Lin Shi has no interest in love between men and women. After all, the people who can hurt you the most are often the ones you trust the most. Li Wei glanced at the sky and urged, Hurry up and go. After walking for half an hour, the sky was getting darker and the rain had stopped. The surrounding temperature is lower than in the afternoon. Lin Shi took off his raincoat and felt the temperature. He estimated that the temperature was at least 5 degrees lower than when he went out at noon. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao were both wearing cool shorts and short-sleeved shirts, and at the moment they were hugging each other's arms to keep warm. Li Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Shi's long-sleeved coat and whispered in Su Qin's ear, "Su Qin, aren't you familiar with this boy? Ask him to lend us his coat." Even if Li Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, Su Qin was about to speak. With her charm, it was not easy for a boy to lend her his coat. What's more, Lin Shi had liked me a little since high school and even followed me to Shushi. That's right, Su Qin had already imagined that Lin Shi came to Shushi because he came for her. Su Qin said confidently, "Lin Shi, can you lend me your jacket?" Lin Shi directly refused. No. He would not take the risk of catching a cold for an unrelated woman. The smile on Su Qin's face froze. Li Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Qin's embarrassed expression. Although she didn't show it on her face, a hint of gloating flashed through her heart. It turns out that even the beautiful Su can fail sometimes. How come you don't have any gentlemanly manners at all? Su Qin was a little angry and embarrassed. Lin Shi didn't even turn his head. Gentlemanly manners? Can I eat it? Poochie. Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. But soon, Li Xiaoxiao couldn't laugh anymore. Because it was too dark, she stepped on something and fell to the ground. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao screamed. Seeing this, Li Wei took out a flashlight from the bag he had been carrying on his back and turned it on. Li Xiaoxiao fell into the dirty mud and screamed angrily. "You have a flashlight, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Li Wei explained, "There are only a few flashlights and batteries left in the army, so we have to use them sparingly. Flashlights and batteries are extremely precious commodities nowadays." Li Xiaoxiao was so angry that his chest heaved, but he didn't dare to do anything to the soldiers. Half of her body was soaked in mud and water. She felt even colder when she stood up, and she shivered while hugging her arms. When Li Xiaoxiao approached Lin, her face looked aggrieved and pitiful. No. Lin sure knew what she was going to say, and refused decisively. Li Xiaoxiao was furious. "How can you be like this? Are you still a man?" However, no matter what she said, Lin Shi remained unmoved. When the four of them arrived at the entrance of Shashi Art College, it was already completely dark and it was almost pitch dark. The school's automatic door is broken and is locked at the moment. The four of them walked to the security room and knocked on the glass. The security guard in the security room saw Li Wei, who was dressed in military uniform, asked a few questions and learned that he was sending 3 students back to school, so he let them in through the small door. "Young man, do you have a flashlight? It's pitch dark here and I can't see anything." The security guard stared at the flashlight in Li Wei's hand and asked, "Sorry, I only have one flashlight. Someone from the army will come to distribute lighting supplies in the next 2 days." Hearing what Li Wei said, the security guard did not force it. He sighed and nodded. "I don't know when the electricity will be repaired. Please go in." The campus is dark and silent at night. Under the guidance of Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, the four of them first walked towards the girls' dormitory. Halfway through the journey, Lin Shi suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" Li Xiaoxiao now looks at Lin Shi with no good intentions. So what if he is handsome? His personality is so annoying. "Stop talking." Lin Shi let out a low cry and listened attentively to the sounds around him. There was a slight rustling sound next to my ears, which seemed to be getting closer. "Where's the nearest building?" Lin Shi turned to look at Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, his voice sounding somewhat anxious. Chapter 50. Hail falls from the sky. "Why are you asking this? We're only 10 minutes away from the dormitory. Let's go." Li Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory to change her wet clothes, which were sticking to her body and making her feel uncomfortable. Su Qin looked serious when she saw Lin. She didn't understand what was going on but still pointed to the darkness on the left. "The gymnasium is a few hundred meters in this direction. Run. It's hailing." Lin Shi reminded, snatched the flashlight from Li Wei's hand, and ran in the direction Su Qin pointed. As for whether they would follow him, he couldn't care less. "What?" Before the two girls could react, Li Wei had already chased in the direction Lin Shi was running. "Wait for us." It was pitch black around them, and without any light source, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had to keep up. However, Lin Shi disappeared in a flash, leaving only a tiny flashlight spot, and the two men could not catch up with him at all. "Why are you running, psycho? Wait for us. We can't see." Li Xiaoxiao was so angry that she screamed hysterically. The rustling sound became louder and louder, and something was really getting closer. Su Qin thought of what Lin Shi said and started to panic. She tried her best to squeeze out her physical strength as a dance student and ran to the gymnasium according to her memory. Gymnasium, gymnasium. Su Qin ran as fast as she could, not noticing that Li Xiaoxiao was already far behind her. Oops. A cry of pain came from Li Xiaoxiao behind him. Xiao Qin, I fell down. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin paused slightly. The sound of ice falling to the ground became clearer and clearer in her ears. She hesitated for only a second before gritting her teeth and continuing to run forward. After a while, a scream was heard from behind. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao behind him screamed, and then there was no movement. Su Qin's eyes were red, and she ran desperately with her lips pursed. However, her speed was never as fast as the hail. A marble-sized hailstone first hit Su Qin's forehead, and then a fist-sized hailstone hit her left shoulder. Su Qin felt pain, but didn't dare to stop. The next second, a hailstone the size of a human head brushed past Su Qin's nose and hit the ground, almost hitting her. Lin Shi, save me. Intense fear and panic swept over Su Qin, and she could only turn to the only life-saving straw. The light of the flashlight not far away had stopped moving, proving that the gymnasium was right in sight. But this distance was like a chasm between heaven and earth, and all around her there was the sound of huge hailstones hitting the ground and shattering into pieces. Perhaps she would die in the next second. Not getting a response, Su Qin cried and ran in despair. In places she couldn't see, the genes in her body were rapidly mutating, breaking, and recombining. While running, Su Qin used incredible agility to narrowly avoid several hailstones the size of human heads. Then, with only a few meters left to reach the gym, she ran out of energy. Her hands and feet suddenly went limp, and Su Qin felt her vision becoming blurry. Before she lost consciousness, she suddenly saw a figure appear in front of her, carrying her on his shoulders and running. Then she knew nothing. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium and watched Li Wei running back carrying Su Qin. Hoo. Li Wei was breathing heavily. A hailstone just fell on his head. Luckily, he was wearing a helmet, so he was able to run back. However, he inevitably suffered several injuries on his body. There were also a lot of bloodstains on Su Qin's clothes. Only Lin Shi was still neatly dressed and hid under the eaves of the gymnasium before the hail fell. Then he looked coldly at the people struggling in despair. Li Wei looked at Lin Shi angrily. Aren't you classmates? Why didn't you help? Lin Shi laughed coldly. The laughter was full of sarcasm. Aren't this woman and that woman classmates? Why didn't she save them? At a distance of several hundred meters, they naturally heard Li Xiaoxiao's cry for help. Since Su Qin was able to run over, she definitely didn't go to save Li Xiaoxiao. Li Wei was speechless. Why not save? Because I'm afraid of death. Because other people's lives are not as important as your own. Because that's human nature. Lin Shi turned around, picked up the flashlight, and walked into the gymnasium. He doesn't care if others act like saviors. He has already done his best by giving them a reminder. The gymnasium was pitch black. Lin Shi walked in and checked with a flashlight. There are several corridors on the first floor. Each corridor is marked where it leads. There is an arrow with the word gym written on it at the corner not far ahead. Lin Shi walked straight towards the gym. The gym is filled with various fitness equipment and several yoga mats. Seeing Li Wei carrying Su Qin in, Lin Shi gave the gym to them. You guys sleep here. I'll sleep somewhere else. Don't follow me anymore. He wasn't used to having strangers around him during his breaks. Wait a minute. Your classmate seems to be ill. Li Wei put Su Qin down. Only then did Lin Shi notice that Su Qin's body was curled up. Her beautiful facial features seemed to be twisted in great pain, and her limbs were twitching unconsciously. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Qin's current appearance is similar to the state of number 2 sequelae after the gene lock was unlocked. He pushed Su Qin. Su Qin? Su Qin? However, Su Qin was unable to respond to Lin Shi at all. She clenched her teeth, and at this moment every cell in her body seemed to be groaning in pain, so painful that she couldn't even faint. Li Wei took out a piece of cloth from somewhere, folded it, and stuffed it into Su Qin's mouth, explaining, "This will prevent her from biting herself. She looks like she's having an epileptic seizure, probably from running too fast just now." Lin Shi could not deny it. In the years that he had known Su Qin, he had never heard that she had epilepsy, although he did not rule out the possibility that she was concealing her medical history. Li Wei laid Su Qin's body flat, tilted her head to one side, and then massaged her hands and feet. The response method is quite appropriate. Lin Shi placed the flashlight at a higher place so that most of the gym could be seen clearly. Time passes by every second. Because she bit too hard, Su Qin's gums were bleeding. Lin Shi really wanted to confirm whether Su Qin's current condition was a sequelae of unlocking the genetic lock. He remembered that number 2 had half a blue pill left. But after thinking about it, he rejected the idea of feeding it to Su Qin. Number 1 had said before that it was the 5th time he unlocked the genetic lock before his genes collapsed. So he survived the first 4 times. At least from what number 2 said, he definitely handled it by himself the first time. Although Lin Shi still had doubts in his heart about an ordinary person being able to unlock the genetic lock, now that the end of the world has come, judging from the information obtained from the cornucopia, this restart of the species will accelerate the evolution of the species. Then it is not impossible for ordinary people to unlock the genetic lock at the critical moment of life and death. Lin Shi was in deep thought. We're going to watch her like this? Li Wei felt a little sorry when he saw Su Qin in pain. Then what do you want? Lin Shi sneered. Are you going to take her to the hospital? Without any means of transportation, it would take an indefinite amount of time to bring someone to the hospital on foot. It's hailing outside now. Going out is tantamount to seeking death. There is also a school doctor in the school. Where are you going to find it at this time? Also, you. Don't take me with you. Lin Shi corrected. Aren't you classmates? How can you just stand by and watch someone die? Li Wei was furious. As a soldier, the accusation of protecting ordinary people was engraved in his bones. If he could speak swear words, he would have burst into swearing. This is the second time you've said that. I thought I made it clear before. Lin Shi said coldly. He glanced out the window, and after a moment, he saw that the hail outside had become much smaller. Li Wei took out a candle from his backpack, lit it, and took the flashlight away. I can't just stand by and watch her die. You stay here and take care of her. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Shi watched Li Wei leave, muttering in a low voice. There is no one left in this world whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51 Darkness and Light, I. After Li Wei left, Lin Shi sat cross-legged aside and observed Su Qin's changes. No matter how painful Su Qin looked, he remained unmoved. The sweat from the pain soaked Su Qin's hair and clothes. The thin white t-shirt clings to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. If it were an ordinary young man, a single man and a single woman in a room, and the beautiful woman in front of him had no ability to resist, even if she didn't make any dirty moves, he would have his blood boiling and his face would have blushed. However, Lin Shi did not have any romantic thoughts about the scene before him. 10 minutes later, the pain on Su Qin's face faded away, and her body gradually calmed down. After she recovered, she opened her eyes weakly and rolled her eyeballs. Where is this? I'm not dead. Lin Shi helped Su Qin up and leaned her against the wall. This is a gymnasium. Did you just have a seizure? I'm sick? I'm not sick. I don't know what happened. I had fainted and suddenly I felt severe pain all over my body. Su Qin looked confused and frightened. The pain just now was so painful. Lin Shi's eyes moved, and he became more suspicious that Su Qin might have accidentally opened the gene lock. Did anything special happen to you? Or did you have a special feeling before you entered the gym? Su Qin shook her head. I was so scared that I just ran, but I fainted while running. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? Su Qin stared at Lin Shi closely. It was that soldier who saved you. Lin Shi said directly without admitting it. Su Qin lowered her head, and the dim candlelight made it impossible to see the expression on her face. Where's the soldier? I went to see the school doctor. After listening to this, Su Qin fell silent. The atmosphere was quiet for a long time. Su Qin suddenly spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi looked at her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower and used the flashlight to illuminate the road, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have died. Why? Why have you become so cold-blooded? You killed Xiao Xiao. When she said the last sentence, Su Qin almost shouted out. She had been conscious during the painful period just now. I also heard the conversation between Lin Shi and Li Wei, but I was unable to speak. After experiencing a series of life-threatening situations, Su Qin's spirit had long been in a state of tension. And the question just now was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Xiaoxiao called her name before he died, but she didn't look back or even stop. Her conscience could not accept that she was responsible for Li Xiaoxiao's death, so she pushed all the blame onto Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was full of accusations and resentment, and her red eyes stared at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes turned cold, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in them. He has experienced too much of this kind of thing. You can say he is cold-blooded or selfish. The end of the world taught him a bloody lesson. Don't be sincere and kind to anyone. Even though the person who saved Su Qin before was Lin Shi, Su Qin would still feel that he was the one who killed Li Xiaoxiao. But Su Qin didn't think about it. Lin Shi and Li Xiaoxiao had no relationship at all. Why would he risk his life to save her? Lin Shi's mind moved, and a dagger appeared in his hand behind his back. He couldn't allow someone who hated him to live in this world, or someone who may have unlocked the genetic lock. That is a threat to oneself. Su Qin was frightened by Lin Shi's eyes and stepped back, but there was a cold wall behind her. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the gym, and Lin Shi put away the dagger behind him. Li Wei walked quickly into the gym, holding someone in his hand. Seeing Su Qin, he said in surprise, "You woke up?" Lin Shi stood up and noticed that there was a man in a white coat and carrying a medicine box behind Li Wei. The man walked quickly forward and squatted down to check Su Qin's condition. "Su Qin, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" This man actually knows Su Qin. Su Qin was also slightly surprised. "School Dr. Chu?" Lin Shi and Li Wei walked aside and watched School Dr. Chu inquire about Su Qin's condition, check her physical condition, etc. Lin Shi did not ask how Li Wei, who already had a bruised face and nose, found the school doctor. He listened carefully to what Su Qin said. Su Qin's words were the same as what she had just said to Lin Shi. School Dr. Chu suddenly turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei and said, "Student Su Qin has a lot of external injuries. I'll treat and bandage her. The two gentlemen, please go out and wait for a moment." Su Qin lowered her head shyly. Lin Shi turned and left, and Li Wei followed him out of the gym, closing the door behind him. As soon as the gym door closed, Su Qin threw herself into the arms of School Dr. Chu and began to cry softly. It turned out that just now, when School Dr. Chu approached Su Qin to examine her, Su Qin took advantage of School Dr. Chu's body shape to cover herself, secretly pulled his clothes, and wrote the word "help" on his palm. "Woo woo woo, School Dr. Chu, someone wants to kill me." Just now, Su Qin saw Lin Shi's back reflected in the glass by candlelight. I also saw a dagger appear out of thin air in Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi wanted to kill her just now. School Dr. Chu felt the soft fragrance in his arms, and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. Patting Su Qin's back gently, he said soothingly, "Tell me slowly what happened." Lin Shi and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment and said to Lin Shi, "The escort mission has been completed, and it's time for me to go back." Chapter 52, Darkness and Light, Part 2. Hearing that Li Wei was leaving, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei took out the only soldier's rations he had brought with him from his backpack and handed them to Lin Shi. "Share this among you later. Blow out the candle when you go to bed. Don't waste it. It will be very valuable in the future." Li Wei left after he finished speaking, not giving Lin Shi a chance to refuse. He had just taken a few steps when Lin Shi's voice came from behind him. "Actually, you don't have to blame yourself. If you hadn't followed me at that time, all three of you would have died." Hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Wei stopped in his tracks and his eyes immediately turned red. Li Wei thought no one knew how much pain he was in. The question he asked Lin was actually a question to himself. "Why don't you help?" The moment he heard that it was going to hail, and the moment he saw Lin Shi take the flashlight and run away, Li Wei was scared. Running away was his subconscious reaction at the time. He had been in the army for less than 2 years and was only doing his military service when he suddenly received a level 1 combat readiness order and became a regular soldier. Suddenly I received a notice that the outside world has changed drastically and some unexpected changes may happen in the future. He is only 21 years old and he is also afraid, and he is afraid of death. But he is already a soldier. It is a soldier's duty to protect ordinary people. What he is doing is tantamount to deserting the battlefield. After running to a safe place, he remembered that there were 2 female classmates behind him. So when he heard Su Qin's cry for help, Li Wei risked his life to run out and carry Su Qin back. That's why he risked his life to find the school doctor when Su Qin seemed to be ill. If he could save one person, he would feel less guilty. What Lin Shi said was true. If he hadn't run away, all 3 of them might have died in the hail. Although it still couldn't completely eliminate his guilt, he felt much better. A gleam of gratitude flashed across Li Wei's eyes. He turned his back to Lin Shi, nodded, and left. Lin Shi looked at the individual rations in his hand, and his originally cold eyes softened a little. He put the thing into the space with his backhand. Some people are inclined towards light, while others fall into darkness. Although Lin Shi considers himself not a good person, he does not reject truly good people. Because good people always die quickly. And 1 less dead means 1 less. After a while, the door of the gym was opened, and School Dr. Chu said, "It's ready, come in." Lin Shi walked into the gym, found a corner, and sat down. Su Qin stared at the door and found that no one came in for a long time. She looked at Lin Shi with a vague look and asked, "Where's the soldier?" "He went back." Lin Shi answered casually. "He just left like that? Why didn't he even say hello?" Su Qin's voice was a little shrill. When he arrived at the school gate, his mission was completed. "Do you want to repay him with your body just because he saved your life?" Lin Shi said venomously. Su Qin's face froze slightly. Ignoring Su Qin no longer, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flash of panic flashed across Su Qin's eyes, and she turned to look at School Dr. Chu. School Dr. Chu shook his head slightly at her and said loudly, "Let's rest here for the night. Su Qin, find a place to lie down. I'm going to blow out the candle." Hearing this, Su Qin found a mat and lay down. Call. The candle went out. After School Dr. Chu lay down, the surroundings became quiet. In the darkness, there was a slight rustling sound of clothes touching each other, and then it returned to silence. I don't know how long it took. A slight rustling sound was heard again in the darkness. Su Qin suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness and reached out to touch School Dr. Chu, who was lying next to her. School Dr. Chu also opened his eyes. Both of them had clear eyes, and there was no sign of sleepiness at all. It was obvious that neither of them had fallen asleep. School Dr. Chu couldn't see Su Qin's expression in the darkness, so he could only reach out and gently pat the back of Su Qin's hand, signaling her to rest assured. Then he slowly stood up and took out a sharp scalpel from his pocket. He had taken off his shoes without knowing when, and his steps on the ground made no sound. In the darkness, there was only the barely audible sound of clothes rubbing against each other. Su Qin also sat up. Her heart was in her throat, beating rapidly. Su Qin covered her chest, fearing that her heartbeat would be too loud and wake up Lin Shi. After knowing that Lin Shi wanted to kill her, Su Qin turned to the School Dr. Chu, whom she knew, for help. Originally, the best person for her to ask for help was Li Wei, but she didn't find the opportunity and Li Wei left quietly. School Dr. Chu told Su Qin that neither the Public Security Bureau nor the hospital could be contacted in the past 2 days, and all communications and electricity in the entire city were cut off. He even suspected that the entire Xia Kingdom and even the entire Eastern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere had been hit by a solar storm. Today, the principal ran to the nearby police station for help, but the station was overcrowded and there was a serious shortage of security guards, so the school could not get any effective help at all. Perhaps it is only a matter of time before order collapses. Su Qin was frightened by what School Dr. Chu said. She remembered what School Dr. Chu said. "Xiao Qin, I like you, and I can't let anyone hurt you. I can help you kill him. As long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you." The look in School Dr. Chu's eyes made Su Qin feel unfamiliar. But when she thought about how Lin Shi wanted to kill her, and that she would be killed if she didn't do anything, she didn't want to die. Why did Lin Shi dare to kill people? Why was he so cold-blooded? Isn't it because there is no order now? Even if he hurts or kills people, no one cares? Then no one would know if they killed Lin. Su Qin found a good excuse for herself and finally agreed with School Dr. Chu's idea. However, Su Qin didn't expect this. Why did School Dr. Chu dare to kill people? In the darkness, a cold smile appeared on School Dr. Chu's face. These 2 days were like heaven to him. After the school suddenly received news of a solar storm yesterday, most students developed various unexplained symptoms of dizziness and vomiting at around 10 o'clock in the morning. Many students were still in a coma, and even several school doctors were in the same condition. However, School Dr. Chu was the only one who had no reaction to this. He just felt a little nauseous. In an emergency, the teachers who had not yet fainted sent the students to the school hospital, and most of them were treated by School Dr. Chu. At first, he treated the patients well, but later he found that no matter what method he used, the unconscious students would not wake up and were not in danger of life. School Dr. Chu looked at the unresponsive female student lying on the hospital bed and suddenly had evil thoughts. After one time, no one noticed. After hearing from the school security guard that all surveillance cameras were out of order and the Public Security Bureau could not be contacted, School Dr. Chu became bolder. In one day and one night, he violated more than a dozen girls, feeling their young bodies and becoming addicted to it. Unexpectedly, when he was raping a female student this morning, the female student woke up. As soon as he woke up, he struggled and screamed. In a panic, School Dr. Chu killed the female student, then wrapped her body in a huge garbage bag and hid it in an empty refrigerator. This was like opening Pandora's box. School Dr. Chu used the school hospital's drugs to inject the unconscious female students, making them unconscious. Then he continued his evil deeds. 2 female students never woke up again due to drug overdose. Everyone in the school fell into panic and chaos because of the sudden change. Even after 2 days and one night, no one noticed this. Even if someone asked about the missing female student, School Dr. Chu would respond by saying that the person had already left. At night, when School Dr. Chu was continuing to treat a girl in the school hospital, he suddenly heard someone shouting. Seeing the military uniform on Li Wei almost scared him to death, thinking that his crime had been exposed. I didn't expect that Li Wei just came to ask for help. After following Li Wei to the gymnasium, Su Qin asked him for help. When School Dr. Chu learned that Li Wei was only escorting them to the school and would leave soon, he wanted to kill Lin Shi. He then persuaded Su Qin to agree to kill Lin Shi. This time, he didn't want to use dead fish without any feeling. He wants to enjoy a fresh, energetic woman. As long as he kills this guy, he will be able to enjoy Su Qin, the beauty he has been coveting for a long time. Thinking of this, the excitement in School Dr. Chu's eyes became even stronger. He had already walked to the place where Lin Shi was sitting before. School Dr. Chu raised the gleaming scalpel and stabbed hard at the spot. Chapter 53. I'm shooting at you. Do you try to dodge? The gleaming scalpel pierced through the air and stabbed fiercely towards where Lin Shi was. Su Qin couldn't see the situation, but the bloody scene in her mind scared her so much that she almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. However, the bloody scene that Su Qin expected did not appear, and School Dr. Chu's knife did not hit anything. He was startled, and his expression changed suddenly. Where are the people? Are you looking for me? A strong light suddenly appeared in the darkness along with Lin Shi's voice. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from School Dr. Chu, holding a high-intensity flashlight in his hand. The dazzling light dispelled the darkness of the entire gym. Ah! This time Su Qin really couldn't help but scream out loud. Why are you there? I remember clearly that you slept in this place. School Dr. Chu covered his eyes, which were blinded by the bright light, with one hand, and pointed the scalpel at Lin Shi with the other hand. Oh! Because I changed my sleeping place after blowing out the candle, Lin Shi said. Impossible. We didn't hear you move at all. And where did you get this flashlight from? Su Qin's face was full of panic and helplessness at being discovered. Lin Shi shrugged and answered Su Qin's question. I really don't know whether to say you are smart or too stupid. I just need to move before this school doctor lies down. The sound of his movement will cover up the sound of my movement. Of course, I took the flashlight out of the backpack. By the way, you two are not sleeping so late at night. Do you want to kill me? Lin Shi turned to look at Su Qin with a smile on his face and asked. But I have a habit of not sleeping in the same room with strangers. If I do that, I will never fall asleep. After struggling in the apocalypse, he was already familiar with the malice of human nature. The first time he saw School Dr. Chu, he discovered that he had a ruthless aura as if he had just killed someone. When the candle went out, I carefully changed my position. Moreover, after his rebirth, Lin Shi became particularly sensitive to other people's gazes. Even in the dark, he could still sense the vague murderous intent. So I opened my eyes a long time ago. I really don't want to live even one more night. Lin Shi's weird smile, coupled with the situation, suddenly made Su Qin feel a chill. Is this person really the Lin Shi that I know? Lin Shi said no more nonsense. He took a few quick steps forward, easily snatched the scalpel from School Dr. Chu's hand, and stabbed it into Chu's chest. Don't want. As Su Qin's voice sounded, the scalpel had already hit School Dr. Chu's heart. The action was so fast that School Dr. Chu had no time to react. He ignored his eyes that were shedding tears under the strong light and glanced at his chest in disbelief. The scalpel was completely inserted into the heart, leaving only the handle, and the eye-catching blood spread out from the scalpel. The next second, he fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Shi looked calm, as if he had done something insignificant. He turned to look at Su Qin, who had lost her voice in fear. Ever since waking up from the geomagnetic storm, he has noticed that his physical fitness is abnormal. Whether it's speed, strength, or nerve reflexes, they are all much better than before. Su Qin's eyes widened in fear. Her body felt like it was nailed to the ground, and she was shaking uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Su Qin knew her fate and begged desperately. I can be your girlfriend. Don't kill me. You can do anything to me, please, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, right? Actually, I've always liked you. There was hope in Su Qin's desperate eyes, and she tried hard to show admiration on her face. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. Lin Shi smiled, but there was an icy coldness in his eyes that was hard to melt, and the words he said were even more creepy. I'm going to shoot you, and if you can dodge, I'll let you go. Su Qin's pupils trembled, and she looked at Lin Shi as if she had seen a ghost. and then a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand and was pointed at her. "I'll shoot after I count down to 3. Lin Shi did not give Su Qin a chance to object and started counting down directly. 3. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair. 2. Su Qin's eyes suddenly changed. Without counting to 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. At this moment, Su Qin's entire temperament changed. Her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip at that moment. The bullet, which was impossible to dodge, was dodged as she slightly tilted her body. When Su Qin found that she had dodged the bullet, an expression of ecstasy appeared on her face. She screamed in her heart, "I dodged it! I dodged it!" Puff! Before the ecstasy on Su Qin's face could fade away, a flower of blood suddenly exploded on Su Qin's shoulder. She cried out in pain and fell to the ground, holding her shoulder. It turned out that Lin Shi fired another shot. You can only dodge 1 shot. Lin Shi's expression was somewhat disappointed. Just now, he just wanted Su Qin to make the final use of her value before she died, to verify whether she could open the gene lock at the critical moment of life and death. Now he was sure that Su Qin had indeed unlocked the genetic lock. Chapter 54 Return. Now Lin Shi is 70% sure that the unlocking of the gene lock is related to the intense life and death crisis. You liar. Su Qin also wanted to question Lin Shi why he didn't keep his word. But the next second, she fell to the ground again, convulsing all over. 8 seconds. The time from when Su Qin dodged the bullet to when she fell down. Lin Shi stared at Su Qin. This time Su Qin did not fall into a coma, and her body showed the same reaction as before. Does it hurt? Lin Shi observed that the side effects of Su Qin's second gene lock were significantly more severe than the first time. This time, blood oozed from Su Qin's ears, nose, and corners of her mouth, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. Su Qin couldn't make a sound. She stared at Lin Shi, and the meaning expressed in her eyes was very clear. Kill her. Lin Shi watched indifferently. Finally, 17 minutes later, the side effects of the gene lock ended and Su Qin fell into a coma. Lin Shi put away his gun and stabbed Su Qin in the heart, ending her life. Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch, and it was already past 3 a.m. It's time for him to go. After thinking about it, he decided to put the bodies of School Dr. Chu and Su Qin into the space, in case someone finds something through the body in the future. A strong wind started blowing outside the window at some point, making the glass windows of the Taekwondo gym whistle. The indoor temperature, which was originally over 10 degrees before going to bed, has dropped to only about 10 degrees. It's probably only 5 or 6 degrees outside. Lin Shixian took out a set of warmer clothes and changed into them. Then he took a flashlight and searched out of the Shashi Art College. The dark road was silent, and there were water stains on the ground left by the falling hail. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Shi took out the shared bicycle and tied a flashlight to the front of the bicycle. Ride towards the Shashi Cross Sea Bridge. There are now several corpses in the space. Although the space can keep them fresh and prevent them from rotting, it is always disgusting to have so much food in the space. Lin Shi planned to dispose of the bodies in the dark and windy night. After driving a few kilometers, fog started to form around us and visibility became low. Occasionally 1 or 2 white bodies killed by hail could be seen on the road. Some of the corpses had half of their heads smashed in and their brains splattered. Some were covered in blood, with blood flowing everywhere. In such a dark and silent night, it looks particularly eerie and scary. Lin Shi's expression didn't change much. He had seen many corpses in the apocalypse and had become immune to these scenes. The hail and Shashi occurred at night. If it had occurred during the day like the mirage in the previous life, more people would have been killed. About 20 minutes later, several corpses were thrown into the sea by Lin Shi with plop and plop sounds like dumplings. He also washed the bulletproof SUV. After cleaning all the blood in the car, he drove the SUV directly to the safe house. There is basically no one outside at this time, and even if someone hears the sound of a vehicle running, they cannot see who is driving. The off-road vehicle has a high chassis, so when you see a body you don't have to get out and move it, you can just run over it. Much more convenient than shared bikes. Lin Shi certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to ride his bike in the cold wind. As vehicles drove through the city, some people heard the sound of cars passing by downstairs. "Honey, wake up, I think I heard the sound of a car." "Don't make trouble, honey. Go to sleep. You must be dreaming." "Cars? Are there still cars that can be driven now?" Someone opened the window and looked downstairs, but was filled with a mouthful of cold wind and quickly closed the window. There were occasional corpses and obstacles on the road, so Lin Shi didn't drive too fast, keeping the speed at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. As the sky gradually brightened, Lin Shi put the bike back into the space and switched back to the shared bike. As the sky brightened, I saw more pedestrians hurrying by on my way to Lin Shi than yesterday. And almost all of them are young and middle-aged. Yesterday, there were many people wearing short-sleeved shirts, but today, everyone wore long-sleeved jackets. It's just that most people's clothes look very thin. Just as Lin Shi thought, in Shushi, a city where it is summer almost all year round, local residents have hardly prepared winter clothes. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, with sporadic snowflakes falling, which was almost impossible weather in Shushi. Even the most obtuse person could tell something was wrong. People who were rushing to buy food yesterday are busy buying clothes and bedding today. Many people on the road had their lips turned purple from the cold, but even though the wind was biting cold, they still had to go out. There are elderly people and children at home who are in urgent need of cold-proof supplies. But I wonder how many of these family pillars can return alive today. A snowstorm is coming. Lin Shi saw that some people couldn't stand the cold and smashed the windows of shops that were not open for business. Pull down curtains, or take away other items from some stores to keep warm. Order also began to break down. The end of the world is coming, and anything can happen in order to survive. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The mountain leading to your safe house is behind the village, and you need to go around the village or pass through the middle of the village. Given the nature of the villagers in Wulong village, Lin Shi naturally chose to do less trouble and just rode a longer route to get around. Just today, a group of villagers were gathered on the road that must be taken to reach the forest outside the village. On the cement road outside the village, a dozen villagers holding kitchen knives, hoes, chopping knives, sticks, and other weapons gathered together to form a circle in the middle of the road. Noisy sounds were coming from this circle. Hit, kill it. Liangzi, come on. It's so cold. I've been craving for a dog meat hot pot. What are you afraid of? It's just a beast. There are so many of us. You said you would go up. Among these villagers, a dog that was already covered with scars was baring its teeth at them and making threatening, whimpering sounds. Judging from the dog's body shape, it is a large dog, with black and yellow dirt covering its original fur color. The pair of round dog eyes showed a fierce look at this time, and as the teeth were bared, blood could be seen faintly on the exposed sharp teeth. What is surprising is that its eyes are heterochromatic, with the left eye being sea blue and the right eye being scarlet. It's just a beast. With so many of us attacking it together, how can it bite anyone to death? If we kill this beast, we can each get several kilograms of meat. Now we can't buy meat at the market. The person who spoke was Li Chong, who had gone to Lin Shi's safe house a few days ago to commit fraud. Although what Li Chong said made sense, no one went forward first. They were all waiting for someone else to come up first and attract the dog's attention so that they could take the dog down safely. Who wants to be bitten for nothing? It was the oldest village chief in the crowd who made the decision. All right, Xiangzi, Liangzi, you two are the strongest here. You go ahead. Li Chong and Wang Liang looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Wang Liang said dissatisfiedly, "Uncle, if you say that, I'm going to go home. How can I and Xiangzi have to take the lead every time?" Li Chong also echoed Wang Liang. "That's right. Last time he asked me to go up the mountain, my dad broke his hand. I still haven't gotten the money from that bastard for this." Yesterday, Li Chong was shouting and banging on the door at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house. He was exhausted, but he didn't see Lin Shi come out. He was very upset. "I haven't received the money yet, and I still have several $1,000s to spend on medical expenses." Li Chong has secretly sworn in his heart that he will make Lin look good the next time he sees him. Who would have thought that if you mentioned Chow Chow, he would appear? A sharp break sound was heard. Lin Shi, whose vision was blocked by the wind, snow, and fog, did not realize there was someone about 10 meters ahead until he got closer. Lin Shi saw the villagers, and the villagers naturally saw Lin Shi as well. Li Chong pointed at Lin Shi with his axe and shouted angrily, "You little brat! I finally found you!" Chapter 55 Knife Attack. Li Chong no longer cared about the dog and quickly walked in front of Lin Shi to block his way. He said viciously, "Compensation. My dad's medical expenses. Mental damage compensation. Lost work wages. Nutrition expenses. A total of 500,000. I remember you said 50,000 last time?" Lin Shi raised his eyebrows and got off the shared bike slowly. Li Chong stared. Last time was last time. What time is it now? A few days ago, meat cost more than 10 yuan per pound, but now you can't even buy a pound at 50 yuan. How can it be the same? The other villagers also gathered around Lin Shi. According to the rule of the village, no matter how much money is collected, the villagers must share it equally. Compared to 500,000, a dog is nothing. What if I don't give it to you? Lin Shi was surrounded by a group of people, but he showed no fear at all and asked calmly. No? Haha. Ask the guy in our hands if he agrees. You don't want to call the police to rescue you, do you? Why don't you try calling one? A villager obviously knew that all electronic products were now inoperable, and he said fearlessly, Boy, we have the final say in this village and the nearby hills. If you can't pay, don't even think about leaving today. Yes, hurry up and give me the money, or we'll break your legs. Another villager holding a stick shouted fiercely, Young man, if you don't pay the money, they will beat you to death with sticks. You should think carefully. The village chief seemed to be giving good advice, but in fact he was making gestures with his hands behind his back. Seeing the village chief's gesture, Li Chang understood that this meant to teach him a lesson. I was immediately delighted. He was finally able to avenge the slap he received last time. The situation now is different from the past. With more than a dozen of his own people standing behind him, Li Chang is not worried at all that Lin Shi would dare to fight back like last time. This time he must teach this kid a lesson and let him know how powerful he is. Li Chang grinned, took 2 steps towards Lin Shi, and slapped Lin Shi in the face. The slap as big as a palm fan was thrown out with a loud bang. It was thrown with full force. If this slap really hit the body, an ordinary person would definitely be knocked to the ground. The other villagers all looked like they were enjoying a good show. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them, and he grabbed Li Chang's hand. Bang! An extremely loud slap landed on Li Chang's face. This scene was so familiar that Li Chang was confused for a moment. He was knocked around half a circle and fell to the ground, with the axe in his hand falling out of his hand. My head is buzzing. There seemed to be something in his mouth. When he spit it out, he found that it was 2 bloody teeth. It can be seen that Lin Shi did not hold back this time. A dozen villagers fell silent. The atmosphere was eerily quiet for a moment. There were 13 of them, and Lin Shi was the only one. They had an absolute advantage, and they all had weapons in their hands. They never thought that Lin Shi would dare to fight back when surrounded by so many of them, and his fight back was so fierce. Li Chang is crazy. No one except his family saw the last time Lin Shi beat him, but Li Chang always kept it in mind. This time, he was slapped in the face in front of the villagers. The pain on his face deeply stimulated Li Chang, and a surge of furious impulse surged from his heart to his head. I'm going to kill you. Li Chang quickly got up, picked up the axe, and chopped it at Lin Shi's head. It turns out that a small number of people are dominated by momentary emotions and do irrational things that they will regret for the rest of their lives. At this time, Li Chang was overwhelmed by anger. Li Chang, stop! 2 voices rang out in unison. However, Li Chang seemed to have not heard anything at all, and he continued to chop at Lin Shi with the axe in his hand. Lin Shi looked at the axe coming towards him, but he did not move. To outsiders, he looked as if he was frightened. The scene was so horrible that even the more timid villagers dared not look directly at it. But at this moment, a dark shadow flashed by. Ah! Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled the birds within 100 meters. Li Chang's screams and gunshots rang out at the same time. A moment before the gunshot, Li Chang's left leg was bitten tightly by a dog. It was the dog that was surrounded by the villagers just now. It turned out that the dog did not leave after escaping the encirclement, but carefully went around to the weeds next to the concrete ground. Lin Shi was a little surprised. He had just noticed the dog, but he didn't care about it. I didn't expect that he would help me when Li Chang attacked me. Li Chang was shot in the side of his waist, and the axe in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Fell to the ground. The dog dodged aside immediately. The gunshot startled everyone present except Lin Shi. The villagers were in an uproar. Don't move. Put down your weapons. Put your hands up. 2 security guards came out of the village. The 2 men looked extremely serious, with guns in their hands. They were sent out to inform all villages and counties to pay attention to precautions such as keeping warm and storing supplies. Everything was fine when I passed other villages, but when I came to Wulong village to look for the village chief, I couldn't find him. I asked the villagers and heard that the village chief was beating a dog outside the village. When they came over to take a look, they actually saw a knife attack. The person who just fired the shot was one of the 2 people, who was also the one who shouted, "Stop," before. The villagers looked at the fallen Li Chang, and then at the gun in the security guard's hand. He actually dropped the thing in his hand. Suddenly, clanging sounds were heard all over the floor. The security guard approached with his gun raised and shouted, "Everyone squat. Squat in a row by the roadside." The villagers did as they were told. Lin Shi also squatted down obediently, next to Li Chang. Li Chong was not dead yet. He was lying on the ground, staring at Lin Shi with wide eyes. If eyes could kill, Lin Shi would have been cut into pieces. Seeing Li Chong like this, Lin Shi suddenly felt evil. Chapter 56. Villagers frustrated. A normal person would feel more or less frightened when being stared at with such resentful eyes by a dying person. But Lin Shi is obviously not. He opened his mouth slightly, keeping his lips still, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Go ahead and die with peace of mind. You won't die alone. I'll ask your parents and sister to go down with you later." When Li Chong heard this, his eyes were red with anger, and he kicked his legs and rolled his eyes. A security guard came over to check on Li Chong. Lin Shi restrained his expression, looking like he had survived a disaster. The security guard found that Li Chong was dead and said to another security guard, "The perpetrator died. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" The security guard asked Lin Shi. Lin Shi, "No, luckily you arrived in time." These villagers were blackmailing. The village chief rolled his eyes, squeezed out tears, knelt on the ground, and interrupted Lin Shi. "Oh my God, what kind of sin has this happened?" The village chief burst into tears, knelt on the ground, and beat his chest hard, crying, "Old Li, your hand was broken by this villain, and your son Xiangzi was also killed by this villain. How can I be worthy of your family?" The village chief knelt in front of the villagers, and the other one made gestures behind him. The villagers who saw it immediately understood. Wang Liang's face was filled with grief and indignation. He pointed at the two teeth that Li Chong had spat out on the ground and said, "This bastard broke Xiangzi's father's hand. We went to ask Xiangzi for medical expenses, but he not only refused to pay, he also knocked out Xiangzi's teeth. Sir, look at the two teeth on the ground, and then look at Xiangzi's face." The security guard indeed saw two teeth on the ground. He checked Li Chong's face and found that he had indeed been beaten severely. His entire face was swollen and purple. It is already a fact that Li Chong committed murder. In that case, let's drag this stubborn guy into the water as well, and see if he dares to be so arrogant. A sinister look flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief looked at Wang Liang approvingly, believing him to be his most promising successor. Yes, Xiangzi fought back because he was cornered. You beat someone up like this, and you're not allowing them to fight back? Xiangzi's death was so tragic. What should we do with his two elderly parents and an unmarried sister at home? Is there any justice in this world? The villagers have cooperated dozens or even hundreds of times over the years and have become very proficient at it and can do it without any hesitation. Both security guards frowned, asked, "Did you hit someone?" Lin Shi did not deny. "He came at me with a knife first and I fought back." "Yes. Next time you encounter this situation, run first. Protecting your own life is the most important thing, understand?" The security guard patted Lin Shi on the shoulder and said, "This village is well known in the vicinity, and the two security guards have heard of it before." Naturally, I didn't believe what these villagers said. They saw with their own eyes the murderer slashing people with a knife, and a group of villagers surrounded Lin Shi with weapons in their hands, watching him with a fierce look. The most important thing is that Lin Shi doesn't have any weapons in his hands, and he is the victim no matter how you look at it. Lin Shi's expression was slightly surprised, but this time he was not pretending. He originally thought he would have to argue with this group of villagers, but he soon realized what was going on. The villagers were simply dumbfounded. On weekdays, they rely on their numbers and good cooperation, and have made it impossible for security guards to do anything with them many times. Unfortunately, this time they don't have the final say just because they have more people. "Sir, he beat people. Why are you still favoring him?" Wang Liang asked, unconvinced. "Even if it was a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," said the security officer. "With so many of you pointing weapons at him alone, even if he fights back, it is legitimate defense. We saw it with our own eyes when we came here. You all surrounded him with these things. Are you planning to kill him in the street?" Another security guard said, "We're using these guys to beat the dogs." A villager argued, "Where's the dog?" The villagers looked around. The dog ran away a long time ago, so there is no dog left. The security guard looked at the villagers and said sternly, "You all have to stay in the village recently and wait for investigation, do you know? Things are different now. If it were a few days ago, they would have investigated the matter thoroughly and dealt with it seriously. Bring all these people back to the bureau. But now, they have more important things to do." A dozen villagers looked unwilling. Ordinary people's awe of security guards cannot be eliminated in such a short period of time. Although I knew there was no surveillance now, I didn't dare to attack the security guard openly. Seeing that more than a dozen villagers were just staring without saying anything, the two security guards looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. As people in the system, they know better than ordinary people that the order is now out of control. Although the truth was obvious, the two security guards still pulled Lin Shi aside and asked about the process. Made a simple note. Lin Shi truthfully told the story that Li Chang's family first went to his doorstep to commit fraud, and that he accidentally stepped on Mr. Li's hand and broke it. He then promised to pay him 50,000 yuan in compensation, and then told the truth about the conflict that ensued after he was asked to pay 500,000 yuan today. The two security guards nodded. Things were pretty much as they had guessed. The security guard said to Lin Shi, "Why don't you come with us to town? We can arrange a place for you to stay first. It's not a peaceful time these days, and this place is remote, so it's hard for us to take care of you right now." The meaning is self-evident. He is afraid that the villagers will attack Lin Shi again. The villagers gritted their teeth in anger. These damn cops. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi refused. "I'm not going." The security guard pulled Lin Shi aside, leaned in close and whispered, "If these villagers cause trouble for you after we leave, we won't be able to help you." Lin Shi looked into the security guard's eyes and saw that he was seriously thinking about him. But he could only refuse the kindness and said, "I can protect myself. I have learned some fighting skills, and my home is safe. They can't do anything to me." The two tried to persuade Lin for a few words, but seeing that Lin was determined, they had no choice but to give up. "Then if you have any problems, go to the nearest town sheriff's office for help, okay?" Lin Shi nodded. It is impossible to ask for help, and the only people who can ask for help are these villagers. The two security guards who had their backs to the villagers did not see it. At this moment, the dozen or so villagers all looked at Lin Shi with malicious and vicious expressions. Some even made provocative gestures towards Lin Shi. The village chief also looked at Lin Shi gloomily. Their village has never suffered such a great loss. Faced with all this malicious intent, Lin Shi simply curled up the corners of his mouth and sneered. A security guard noticed Lin Shi's gaze and looked back. The villagers immediately returned to normal. However, the security guard still saw some malicious looks from him. "You can all go back to the village now. Remember not to go out these few days. The village chief will stay here." The security guard made up his mind to give the village chief a good warning. The other villagers looked at Lin Shi fiercely before dispersing. "You should go back too. Try not to go out recently. Keep warm and store some food." The security guard warned Lin Shi. Lin Shi said he understood. Before leaving on the shared bike, Lin Shi glanced at the bushes where the dog had been hiding. There was nothing there. Perhaps my arrival before had unintentionally saved the dog. The dog jumped out to save himself when Li Chang attacked him. What a grateful dog. Lin Shi suddenly felt that it was a pity that he had given up the idea of raising a dog. The journey back to the mountain was smooth afterwards. But when we got back to the top of the mountain, we saw a black dog sitting in the open space at the door. Lin Shi's mood suddenly became cheerful. "Are you waiting for me?" Chapter 57 Partner 1. "Are you waiting for me?" The dog just looked at Lin Shi without saying anything. Lin Shi casually put the shared bicycle back into the space. He had nothing to hide from a dog, but I still subconsciously glanced at the dog's expression. The dog stared at Lin Shi's hand that was used to put the car back into space. His head tilted slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in his smart eyes. It seems that I can't understand why this hand can make things disappear out of thin air. It looks really funny for such a big dog to make such an expression. This also proves from the side that this dog is very smart. Lin Shi originally planned to raise a sled dog, but later gave up the idea because the sled was burned in a fire in the warehouse. Dogs can't talk and tell their secrets, nor will he betray him. Although he has never raised a dog, he has heard that dogs are very loyal to their owners. Maybe this dog is also a good choice? Lin Shi took a few tentative steps towards the dog. The dog stood up and took a step back, looking a little uneasy. He stopped immediately, feeling somewhat disappointed. This dog is obviously a stray dog. Maybe it was abandoned by someone and has been hurt. It is normal that it doesn't like being approached by people. If you can't accept his words, he won't force you. There was a container of pet supplies in the container at the port yesterday. Lin Shi casually took out a bag of dog food from the space and placed it in front of it. "Eat, go back." Then walk around the dog and towards the door. After walking a few steps, I felt a familiar gaze coming from behind me. Lin Shi turned around and saw that the dog was actually following him with dog food in its mouth, eyes eagerly looking at him. His eyes flashed. He remembered something and said, "It was you who spied on me in the woods last time, wasn't it?" After saying this, Lin Shi burst out laughing. How could a dog understand what he was saying? However, the dog was smarter than Lin Shi had imagined. It put down the dog food in its mouth and opened its mouth. Woof. Is it really you? You want to go home with me? Lin Shi was skeptical. Woof. The dog took a few steps towards Lin Shi with the dog food in its mouth, then stopped and looked at Lin Shi's expression, as if to confirm that Lin Shi did not mind its approach. Finally, he slowly walked to Lin Shi, lay on the ground, carefully wagged his tail, and looked up at Lin Shi. Now Lin Shi no longer doubted that the dog could understand what he said. He bent down and reached out to touch the dog's head. The dog subconsciously wanted to dodge, but finally did not move and accepted Lin's hand on its head and touched it. All these reactions indicate its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that if he had not accidentally saved its life, the dog would not have accepted him so quickly given its hostility and vigilance towards humans. It seems we are quite destined to be together. Lin Shi smiled, looked into the pair of mysterious eyes, and said seriously, "Let's go home. We will depend on each other from now on." The dog also looked at Lin seriously, as if responding silently. After bringing the dog back to the safe house, Lin Shi first checked the dog's wounds. The dog had serious injuries, with skin peeling off in several places on its dirty fur, and it was a bloody mess. Most of them were fresh wounds and were still bleeding. Many of the wounds were covered by the black and dirty hair. If Lin Shi had not examined it carefully at close range, he would not have noticed that the dog was so seriously injured. It can actually pounce on people and bite them like a normal dog. "You're such a man." Lin Shi's tone was somewhat helpless. If no intervention is given for such a serious injury, the dog will die from inflammation and infection in a few days. He could only hope the dog had no other internal injuries. "I'm going to treat your wound and shave your hair. It will be a little painful, so you have to bear with it." Seeing that the dog had no other reaction, Lin Shi took out disinfectant, razor, bandages, medical needles, and thread and other tools from the space. Start treating its wounds. Shaving, disinfection, suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging. It took Lin Shi more than 3 hours to treat all the wounds, and he finally gave half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. No anesthesia was used during the entire process, and the dog did not dodge or roar, but rather allowed Lin Shi to toss it around very quietly. "You're such a man." She actually let him treat the wound without saying a word, and his technique was not gentle at all. Lin Shi patted the dog's head, took out a blanket, and covered the dog. Because there were too many wounds and the dog's hair was very dirty, some of it even clumped together, he shaved all the hair off the dog. "Now I'm naked. The whole dog looks a little funny." After shaving the hair, I found that the dog was very thin. You can clearly see the ribs on the belly. Feeling the temperature was getting lower, Lin Shi lit the heater. The warmth quickly dispelled the chill in the living room. After clearing the garbage on the ground, Lin Shi began to prepare lunch. Lin Shigang walked into the kitchen and found that the dog had followed him in and was lying quietly at his feet. "You have stitches on your wound, so don't move around too much and stay in the living room." The dog dropped its tail and walked away obediently. "By the way, should I give you a name?" Lin Shi suddenly thought of it. He had never had a pet since he was a child, mainly because the woman didn't like small animals and hated having excess hair in the house. So he has no experience in raising small animals. When the dog heard that he was going to give himself a name, he stopped walking and looked at Lin Shi hopefully. "Call." Lin Shi looked at the ugly naked dog with stitches all over its body and fell into deep thought. "Platter? Iron Man? Blue and red?" The dog's face visibly collapsed. "Haha, I was just kidding." With a new member in the family, Lin Shi unconsciously became more talkative. "How about calling the Demon King?" "Woof." "Demon King?" "Woof." "Devil?" "Woof." A lot of meat was prepared for lunch. After discovering that the Demon King preferred raw meat, Lin Shi directly took out a large piece of raw beef from the space and gave it to it. The man and the dog were eating and drinking their fill and were just taking a rest when they heard a noise outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of someone banging on the door. Chapter 58, The Village Chief's Abacus. Dozens of villagers, young and old, male and female, all holding farm tools or sticks in their hands, stood menacingly at the door of Lin Shi's safe house. Standing in the front were the dozen or so young and middle-aged villagers we met outside the village in the morning. Wang Liang and another villager were banging on the door with hoes. However, after smashing for a while, there was no sign of the door being broken open except for a few marks. "My son, you died so tragically. Why is my life so miserable? I have to die young." Antli was supported by Li Tsue and cried in the crowd. "We must tear down this door today to avenge Jiangzi." That kid must pay with his life. Revenge for Qiangzi. The roars of dozens of villagers echoed in the mountains. Although Li Chang was not killed by Lin Shi, they did not dare to provoke the security guards, so they naturally put the blame on Lin Shi. Over the past decade, the villagers have extorted a lot of outsiders with ease, and they have almost never failed, let alone suffered such a huge loss. Not long after the security guard left, the village chief gathered 1/3 of the villagers to come and find trouble. The village chief did not take the security guard's warning seriously at all. I heard that things are in chaos out there right now. Doesn't this mean that the people in their village can be more bold in the future and no one will care? The village chief was silently calculating in his heart. In fact, if Lin Shi had not arrived, Wulong village would have become a small gathering place for survivors in the apocalypse. The leader was the village chief. These villagers have been brainwashed by the village chief for many years. They are extremely united and respond to the call of all. As long as they do not confront the authorities head-on, they can do whatever they want in this small place. Seeing that they couldn't break the door open, someone picked up a hoe and hit the outer wall. Bang! After a loud noise, only a shallow mark appeared on the wall, and the hoe had rolled over. The person who was breaking the wall had his hoe slip out of his hand due to the recoil and almost hit the person standing behind him. Village chief, this thing is too strong. We can't break it open. Wang Liang was panting. The village chief stared at Lin Shi's explosion-proof door thoughtfully. Keep smashing. I don't believe he will never come out. Wang Liang could only continue smashing with another villager. Just when the villagers thought Lin Shi was going to be a coward, the door lock made a click sound and opened. Lin Shi walked out of the door, looked at the scratches on the door caused by the hoe, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What are you doing? After waiting in the cold wind for a while, Lin Shi finally came out. The villagers were already impatient. A middle-aged villager in his 40s took a few steps forward and walked in front of Lin Shi without waiting for the village chief's instructions. Pointing at Lin Shi's nose, he cursed. Why do you dare to ask? If you owe money, you must pay it back. If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. You. Before the villager finished speaking, Lin Shi looked at the finger in front of him, frowned slightly, grabbed the finger, and twisted it hard. Ah! The crisp sound of breaking fingers and the villagers' screams rang out at the same time, and the middle-aged villager's face turned pale with pain. Lin Shi loosened his fingers and kicked the middle-aged villager in the abdomen to kick away the noise, and the other villagers quickly dodged. The middle-aged villager who fell to the ground held his stomach with a look of pain on his face, and he couldn't even stand up. Lin Shi glanced at dozens of villagers. If you want to talk, just talk nicely. I hate people pointing fingers at me. The villagers were frightened by Lin Shi's cruelty, but they were not good people either, and soon their eyes became fierce again. The village chief stepped forward and said, "Young man, you were the first to attack me this time. If you hit someone, you will go to jail." Lin Shi felt like he had heard a particularly funny joke. No wonder there is a saying on the internet that some people, you talk to him reasonably, but he acts like a hooligan to you. You act like a hooligan to him, and he talks to you reasonably. Seeing that Lin Shi didn't say anything, the village chief thought he was scared. He rolled his eyes and said, "You are so young. If you have a criminal record, it will affect your future." The village chief looked like he was thinking about Lin Shi. Seeing that Lin Shi did not refute, he continued, "We can choose not to report the case. As long as you compensate our village for the losses, we can forget about this matter and Qiangzi's matter. How about that?" "I can't let it go. Beat him to death. Beat him to death so that my son can pay for his life. He is the only child of my Li family." When Aunt Li heard what the village chief said, she became very emotional and started crying and shouting. The village chief winked at the people behind him, and someone immediately covered Aunt Li's mouth. "What do you think? Do you want to consider it?" The village chief rubbed his hands and glanced at the safe house behind Lin Shi. He knew better than the other ignorant villagers that things were in chaos outside. There was a power outage, cars couldn't drive, and it was snowing in June. If the situation continues to deteriorate, it might even become the end of the world. He had to plan for himself. I have to say that the village chief of Wulong village is a man of some brains, as he can lead the whole village to get rich. Lin Shi looked at the village chief with a half-smile and asked, "You want me to pay you back?" A sinister calculation flashed across the village chief's eyes, and he smiled. "As for the money, just a token of your appreciation is enough. We don't want much. Just give us the house behind you." Now the ATMs are broken and the banks are packed with people. How could the village chief not know that the money could no longer be withdrawn? What he wanted was a place where he could settle down before chaos broke out. Lin Shi's eyes became even colder. It turned out that he had set his eyes on his safe house. What a nice thought. His face immediately turned cold and he said, "Roll." The smile on the village chief's face froze, and anger rose in his eyes. "Young man, you have to think carefully. If it weren't for the two nosy security guards this morning, you would have been hacked to death by Qiangzi." The subtext is that Lin Shi was lucky to escape the disaster that morning. The other villagers also thought so in their hearts. They are numerous and powerful. Even if Lin Shi is strong, they are all used to doing heavy work on a daily basis. There is a saying that goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. They saw with their own eyes in the morning that Lin Shi was almost hacked to death by Li Chong. You don't know yet, right? The outside world is in chaos now. Even if a murder happened somewhere, no one would investigate if the body was thrown away. I advise you to think carefully about whether your life is more important or your material possessions are more important. The village chief narrowed his eyes. This sentence was a naked threat. The other villagers immediately picked up the weapons in their hands and cooperated with the village chief, showing a fierce and eager look. Swish! Lin Shi sneered. These people thought they could treat him as a soft persimmon just because they had more people. But he didn't know that if the troops from Shushi had not appeared, Lin Shi would have killed them without any scruples. If he doesn't kill them, but they still seek death, he will not show mercy. If you want something from me, take it from my dead body, old man. Stop talking nonsense. I don't know what's good for me. Chapter 59. The Beast Appears. The village chief completely lost his patience, and a scowl flashed across his face. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Wang Liang and the villagers who were smashing the door together looked at each other, and one of them raised a hammer and smashed towards Lin Shi. If a person is hit by a hammer, he won't die immediately, but he will definitely suffer fractures and internal injuries. Under the current medical conditions, being seriously injured is more terrifying than dying on the spot. When Aunt Lee saw this scene, she stopped struggling and her eyes showed the satisfaction of having her revenge. However, before the smile on her face could fully bloom, the situation took a turn for the worse. When the two of them moved, Lin Shi also moved. Lin Shi arrived later but was the first to grab Wang Liang's hammer handle and pulled him over with the hammer. With a look of shock on Wang Liang's face, he pulled the hammer in his hand hard and hit it against another villager's hammer. Another villager's knuckles were broken, and he was kicked away by Lin Shi. The hammer flew out of his hand and hit a villager on the head. The villager who was hit by the hammer fell down on the spot, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Several women among the villagers screamed in surprise. Upon seeing this, the village chief retreated back into the crowd and directed the other villagers. Come on, all of you, chop him up. The 5 villagers who were called surrounded him with axe in hand. The 5 villagers came up and attacked Lin Shi with all their might. Lin Shi shook off Wang Liang, pulled out the knife from his back, his eyes instantly became sharp, and he rushed towards the attacking villagers. He misstepped his steps and dodged flexibly into the gap between the 5 people's attacks. The sharp blade slashed across the neck of the person closest to him. Avoiding the spurting blood, he turned around and appeared behind the 4 people and stabbed a villager in the back with his hand. Kill 2 people instantly. Ordinary people only attack with a fierce spirit. They don't have any skills or combat experience. To Lin Shi, they are like chickens and dogs. If he had to use guns and crossbows to deal with ordinary people who have not yet experienced the baptism of the apocalypse, he would have spent 8 years in the apocalypse in vain. The remaining 3 villagers looked at the 2 dead men lying on the ground and were so frightened that they stood there in a daze, without swinging the knives in their hands again. This is the disadvantage of having no combat experience. Fear of death is instinctive. When seeing your companions die tragically, you will unconsciously have the idea of retreating cowardly. But Lin Shi knew that no matter how fierce the battle around him was, he could not stop as long as he could still move, and as long as the enemies were not all dead. Fight or run. To stop is to die. Lin Shi easily stabbed the 3rd man's neck with his knife, and then slit the 4th villager's throat. The last of the 5 finally reacted and ran away, shouting incoherently as he ran. Village chief, he has a knife and he killed someone. However, before he could run a few steps, a knife tip emerged from his chest. Lin Shi drew his knife and glanced at the villagers who were standing in the distance in a daze. Seeing Lin Shi's fierce attack, the village chief felt uneasy and shouted angrily. So what if he knows kung fu? He can beat a master with random punches, but he only has 2 hands and a knife. Attack him with all your strength. The other villagers looked at each other, looked at the village chief, and then looked at Lin Shi's knife that was still dripping with blood. They were ordinary people who had never seen blood. Faced with such a horrific scene, their instinctive fear overcame their awe of the village chief. "Oh my God! Someone's murdered!" A villager dropped his farm tools and ran away. As if triggering a chain reaction, other villagers also dropped their weapons and fled in panic. "Don't run!" the village chief shouted. But the villagers, who were already frightened, could not hear it at all. Dozens of people crowded together and pushed the village chief, who was still standing, to the ground. "You guys, oh, don't push." As everyone trampled on him, the village chief soon had several footprints on his body and was speechless. After all the villagers fled, the village chief's body was covered with footprints. He looked like he had been tortured and was already dying. Lin Shi did not chase after the mob. His eyes were always fixed on the village chief. The village chief deserves great credit for being able to lead the entire village in peacetime and making it so that even the security guards can't do anything to them. If this kind of person is given time in the end times, he might lead these villagers to cause trouble. Lin Shi walked forward, stabbed the village chief in the heart, and took the unconscious village chief away. The village chief was stabbed in the heart, but he opened his eyes with a last-ditch effort, stared at Lin Shi, and then died unwillingly. He never thought that he would be betrayed by the villagers he had brought up. Lin Shi was about to throw the bodies on the ground down the mountain when he suddenly heard a loud shouting, coming from halfway up the mountain. "Help! Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" A wild boar that was much larger than an ordinary wild boar suddenly appeared from nowhere and charged at dozens of villagers on the mountain road. Many villagers fell off the cliff nearby, and some directly hit the cliff wall and vomited blood. There were already several bodies lying on the ground. There is only one way down the mountain, and on flat ground, these villagers cannot outrun a wild boar at all. The wild boar's sharp fangs will take away one person every time it charges. The wild boar stopped attacking only after more than a dozen corpses were left. It bit the neck of a corpse and began to eat it with a grunt. The villagers who fled in a hurry did not dare to look back, and naturally did not notice that this wild boar was different from the wild boars they had seen before. Ordinary wild boars rarely hurt people without reason, and they will not eat people, but this wild boar's eyes were bloodshot, and it was gnawing on human flesh in its mouth, with its eyes slightly narrowed in enjoyment. When Lin Shi walked down and saw this scene, his eyes widened slightly and his pupils shrank suddenly. Strange beast. In previous lives, due to the arrival of extreme cold, plants died on a large scale and countless herbivores died. Many animals survived the low temperatures. Due to lack of food, they came out from the deep mountains and forests and began hunting humans. 3 years before the end of the world, humans organized hunting. Although there were frequent casualties, they did have some food sources. The survivors at that time did not regard these animals as a threat, and the authorities were also committed to restoring humanity's former technological civilization. Unexpectedly, the reproduction rate of animals that once needed to be protected by humans suddenly increased, and a large number of animals began to attack humans. And in the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beasts appeared. As time went by, humans had fewer and fewer guns and ammunition. Even if the authorities tried their best to restart the production of bullets and guns, the manufacturing speed was far behind the consumption speed. Human defenses began to fray. As for the carnivores, not only did their hair grow longer and their bodies grow larger, they even underwent various abnormalities. The name strange beasts began to appear and was used to refer to these mutated animals. Scientists have discovered a substance in the flesh and blood of these animals that can speed up animal evolution. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick fur and flesh of the alien beasts. It was only at this time that humans realized that in this environment, if they did not make changes, they would not be able to compete with these strange beasts. Lin Shi didn't expect that in this life, the strange beast would appear at the very beginning. His expression changed from shock to solemnity. Is this the result of the cornucopia of accelerating the evolution of species? As if noticing Lin Shi's gaze, the wild boar stopped eating and turned its head to look at Lin Shi. Chapter 60. Unlocking the first stage of genetic lock. When the alienated wild boar looked at Lin, its scarlet eyes seemed to evoke the deepest fear in people's hearts. Lin Shi couldn't help but tighten the knife in his hand. Not only do exotic beasts have higher defense than ordinary animals, but they are also stronger, faster, and smarter than ordinary animals. In his previous life, he and Zhao Shao once worked together with several people to kill a strange beast. But later, due to a disagreement over the distribution of spoils, Zhao Shao was almost killed by the other side on the spot. From then on, Zhao Shao refused to kill strange beasts again. At that time, Lin Shi had no chance of winning a one-on-one fight with the strange beast, so he gave up the idea of hunting. Coming back to life again and facing strange beasts again, it is impossible not to be nervous. However, Lin Shi in this life is no longer the pauper who only has a dagger as a weapon in his previous life. He focused his mind, and with a thought, the saber in his hand returned to the space. What reappeared in his hand was a black killing weapon. Intercept crossbow. Although the pistol has a faster rate of fire, it is not as powerful as the interceptor crossbow, and wild boar hide is notoriously thick. The interception crossbow can easily smash the elephant's skull within 150 meters, which shows its power. When the interception crossbow appeared in Lin Shi's hand, the mutated wild boar seemed to feel threatened and rushed straight towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi quickly set up the crossbow. Just as Lin Shi was aiming, the interface of the treasure bowl, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly changed. A first-level source beast has been found. Please kill it and absorb its source power. Source beast? Source power? Lin Shi was slightly stunned. The mutated wild boar was extremely fast. In just a moment of distraction, it had closed the distance between Lin Shi and him. Lin Shi could even smell a fishy wind blowing towards him. He immediately came to his senses, took quick aim, and shot an arrow. However, this arrow was too hasty. A small mistake can lead to a big disaster. Originally, he wanted to aim at the weak spot above the mutant wild boar's eyes, but he shot its nose, passed through it, and came out from under its mouth. One arrow sealed the mutated wild boar's mouth. But in the short term, this kind of injury will not only anger the mutated wild boar, but will not even affect its mobility. The mutated wild boar screamed in pain, and its originally scarlet eyes glowed even redder, and it rushed towards Lin Shi at an even faster speed. It was too late to shoot another arrow, so Lin Shi decisively retracted the crossbow, rolled on the ground, and avoided the attack from the mutated wild boar. When facing a strange beast like the mutated wild boar, you cannot be hit even once. Otherwise, you will immediately lose your combat effectiveness. Its sharp fangs can easily pierce a person, and the powerful impact force can smash the person's internal organs. The mutated wild boar ran for more than 10 meters before slowing down its momentum. It turned around and charged towards Lin Shi again. Lin Shi stood up quickly, and when he stood up, the saber reappeared in his hand. At this time, the distance between him and the mutated wild boar was only a dozen meters, which was just a blink of an eye for the mutated wild boar. The alien wild boar came galloping. As the man and the beast got closer, the visual impact of the mutated wild boar's huge size became even stronger. Feel the danger approaching. Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, his adrenaline surged, but his eyes became increasingly calm. When the mutated wild boar charged at him, he quickly dodged to the side, while holding the saber in his hand horizontally in front of him, slashing across the mutated wild boar's slippery skin. A wound more than half a meter long suddenly appeared on the side of the mutated wild boar, and blood spurted all the way. However, there was no joy on Lin Shi's face as he swung the knife. He knew in his heart that the wound caused by this knife looked terrible, but in fact it only cut through the skin of the mutated wild boar and penetrated into the flesh. Compared to the huge size of the mutated wild boar, this injury is not fatal at all. Instead, the palm of his hand that was holding the handle of the knife was cracked due to the huge reaction force, and blood was dripping. If it was an ordinary wild boar, it would have been ripped open by this knife. The super strong defense of the alienated animals is evident. The mutated wild boar became even more furious after feeling the pain and turned its head quickly. The distance between the man and the beast was shortened again. Lin Shi's palms were sweating slightly as he held the knife. The mutated wild boar was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge at such a close distance. We can only try our best. A look of determination flashed across Lin Shi's face, and instead of retreating, he advanced and attacked directly towards the mutated wild boar. The wild boar's body was getting bigger and bigger before my eyes, and its sharp fangs seemed to be right in front of me. The strong sense of life and death crisis made Lin Shi's scalp numb unconsciously, and the adrenaline in his body reached its peak. Just when he was about to come into contact with the wild boar, Lin Shi felt something shattered inside his body. The wild boar in front of him suddenly slowed down, and all movements around him also slowed down. All the knowledge and combat experience he had learned before suddenly flashed through Lin Shi's mind. The brain enters a state of high-speed computing. The current wind speed is level 4, northeasterly. The cement road has a slope of 27 degrees. The speed of the alien wild boar is 19 meters per second. Its own burst speed is 13 meters per second. In seconds, it will collide with the alienated wild boar, with a mortality rate of 99. Best dodge angle. Best attack angle. Best attack point. This information flashed through Lin Shi's mind at a speed of 0 seconds. Next, Lin Shi felt that his body was like a precision instrument. There was no need to react or think. His brain had already selected the best time and angle to dodge, and he avoided the attack of the mutated wild boar by a hair's breadth. The arm was like the most precise mechanical arm. It burst out with all its strength at the perfect moment and stabbed the mutated wild boar's neck with one blow. He then immediately let go, avoiding being blown away by the power of the mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar, which was stabbed in the neck, moved forward a few meters due to inertia and turned its head again. Even with this blow, it still didn't die immediately, but the speed was much slower. The mutated wild boar stumbled and turned around, preparing for a last fight. However, as soon as it turned its head, it was greeted by an extremely sharp arrow. The moment he let go of the saber, the crossbow reappeared in Lin Shi's hand. As if he already knew the wild boar's reaction, the moment the wild boar turned its head, he shot an arrow at the mutated wild boar without aiming. It looked as if the boar had turned its head and bumped into the arrow. The huge impact force of the arrow instantly penetrated into the brain of the alienated wild boar through the eye socket. The mutated wild boar shook its body twice. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. The next second, Lin Shi's eyes regained clarity. He looked at his hands, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Is this what it feels like to unlock your genes? No wonder, even in the pitch-black rainforest, Number 2 can still determine his own position and movements through the barely perceptible sounds. Once the genetic lock is unlocked, the brain is like a computer. Unfortunately, it can only last for 3 seconds. It can only be used at critical moments, and the aftereffects are coming too, right? This thought just flashed through Lin Shi's mind. The next second, a sharp pain came from all over the limbs. The aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock appeared. Chapter 61, Extreme Cold Evolution. After a few minutes, Lin Shi finally recovered. Unlike Su Qin, she did not fall into a coma after the first genetic lock was unlocked. The severe pain also lasted shorter than Su Qin's. Most importantly, he didn't feel much pain. It still hurts, but it's definitely not to the point where life is worse than death. Could it be that there are individual differences in gene locks? Lin Shi was confused, but he put this question aside for the time being. There are more important issues at hand now. He walked towards the dead mutated wild boar. The strange beast should be the first-level source beast mentioned in the cornucopia. So how do we absorb the so-called source power? Lin Shi squatted in front of the wild boar and fell into deep thought. Detected ownerless source power. Do you want to absorb it? Yes, no. A line of words suddenly appeared on the cornucopia interface. Lin Shi perked up and said, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Note, the process of absorbing source power cannot be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and cannot be obtained again. Can't get it when interrupted? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, put the wild boar corpse into the space, and walked towards the safe house. I don't know how long it will take to absorb the source of power. Although there is no one around now, it is safest to return to the safe house. Lin Shi hurried back to the safe house, touched the Demon King's dog head, signaled it to stay in the living room, and walked into a storage room where he originally planned to store some sundries. Take the body of the alienated wild boar out of the space, and the cornucopia interface will reappear with a prompt. Detected ownerless source power. Do you want to absorb it? Yes, no. Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, put his hand on the wild boar's sticky fur, and said, yes. As Lin Shi finished his words, the invisible source of power was drawn away from the mutated wild boar and flowed into his body from the palm of Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi felt that his hands and entire arms that had touched the wild boar were slightly warm. Then a feeling of comfort spreads throughout the body, from cells to the soul. After 2 minutes, the feeling stopped. I felt nothing after that. When Lin Shi pulled his hand back, he still felt a little unsatisfied. Is this what evolution feels like? Smacking his lips, Lin Shi took the wild boar back into the space and went to wash his hands. Soon he found that he was walking a little faster than before. Lin Shi tested his strength again, and it was a little stronger than before. The overall physical fitness has improved by about 10%. He was certain that source power was the key to the rapid evolution of human beings. Lin Shi remembered that when the end of the world just began, the cornucopia had a strange change. Solar storm arrives, geomagnetic storm is forming, source material is being generated rapidly. Source power can make organisms evolve. This so-called source substance is the key for living things to obtain source power and evolve. Obtaining this source material and forming source power is the key to becoming stronger. In previous lives, scientists discovered that animals and plants had mutated, and humans were simply more cold-resistant. This proves that this source substance can be passively absorbed by plants and animals, but not by humans, who must actively absorb it. Therefore, the resonance technique came into being in our previous lives. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to work together with others to kill a strange beast. He remembered that he had not practiced the health preservation secret since the end of the world began. Now is a good opportunity to try out which one is more powerful, the health-preserving technique or the resonance. Lin Shi did what he said and started practicing the health-preserving secrets in the living room. As he expected, after practicing a set of health-preserving techniques, the feeling of warmth in the body became more obvious, and he also felt a tingling and numb feeling similar to when absorbing source energy. Lin Shi tried resonance again and found that the effect was much worse than that of health preservation tips. At least it's more than half. His palm flashed, and the health preservation secret appeared in his hand. It still looks dirty and tattered. Health tips, resonance. If I meet that fat Taoist priest again, I must ask him where this health-preserving secret came from. Lin Shi put the health preservation secret away again. Ordinary people can open their genetic locks, and now even exotic beasts have appeared. This end of the world is no longer like the end of the world in my previous life. The world outside can quickly become dangerous. Lin Shi turned his head and looked at the Demon King lying on the carpet, staring at him curiously. He stroked its head and said, "Demon King, let's work together to become stronger. Woof. Game for dinner. Woof." In the evening, Lin Shi dealt with the alienated wild boar. The huge corpse of the mutated wild boar looked to be at least 400 pounds, very large. He had heard in his previous life that the meat of exotic beasts was very delicious, and he had long wanted to try it. Lin Shi first cut a large piece for the Demon King, and then fried a few wild boar chops for himself. It's no wonder that the exotic wild boar meat is not as hard as ordinary wild boar meat, and it doesn't have any fishy smell. It tastes chewy and full of freshness. Lin Shi ate 7 pieces in one breath before stopping. Even the devil ate 2 more pieces and licked his lips with satisfaction. This may be related to the fact that the source force has transformed the life essence of the source beast. After the meal, Lin Shi wanted to go out to digest the food. The devil also wanted to follow out, but he had no fur now. Lin Shi was worried that he would be cold, so he found a piece of clothes, altered it, and put it on him. The Demon King was obviously not used to it, but he still accepted Lin Shi's packing for him. It was snowing heavily outside. In just a few hours, there was no trace of blood on the ground. Looking down from the mountain, half of the county town was pitch black. Occasionally there was a faint light in someone's house, probably from candles. Demon King, there will be no more lights in thousands of houses from now on. Lin Shi looked at the dark world and said in a low voice. He now understands the significance of this apocalypse. Humans have been sitting comfortably at the top of the food chain for too long. This apocalypse may be about forcing humans and other creatures to compete again. He also had some guesses in his mind as to why the apocalypse had to restart twice before. Human beings are accustomed to relying on external forces and have forgotten to improve themselves. A few years before the end of the previous life, humans still wanted to restore technological civilization. Lin Shi could imagine that after his death, a few decades after the end of the world, the evolution speed of animals and plants would far exceed that of humans, and their reproduction speed would be several times faster than that of humans. Human beings fall behind step by step and eventually fall to extinction. As the only person who knew about the incident, Lin Shi felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. What should he do? The devil looked up at Lin Shi, as if he could sense the heaviness in Lin Shi's heart, and walked over and rubbed Lin Shi's leg. A man and a dog stood on the dark snow, silent. Chapter 62, Blue Pill. The next day, the 4th day of the apocalypse began. Early in the morning, Lin Shi practiced the health-preserving secrets in the living room. After knowing that practicing health-preserving techniques can make him stronger, he naturally wants to spend more time practicing. After returning to the safe house last night, Lin Shi practiced health-preserving techniques for several hours until his limbs were too tired to lift, and then he stopped to sleep. After a night, he finally figured it out. He is just one person and cannot control the whole world. Even if he goes and tells the authorities that this is the third Doomsday, humans must improve themselves from now on and stop thinking about restoring technological civilization. It is impossible for the official people to believe him. They might even capture him and interrogate him about how he knew all this, or even kill him for trying to seize the cornucopia. The best outcome is to control him and make him a tool for the superior. Lin Shi is not yet great enough to sacrifice himself for all mankind. Possessing a treasure pot, health-preserving secrets, and knowing the truth about the end of the world, he has already stood ahead of everyone else. What he should do most is to make himself stronger. Only by becoming strong, so strong that even the officials are afraid of him, can he have the power to dialogue with them on an equal footing. An ant cannot influence the world, but a giant can. Besides, he also wants to see whether this world is worth saving. It's worth it for him to do that. Anyway, the worst outcome is just destruction together. Thinking of this, the faces of the Shen family flashed through Lin Shi's mind. His eyes turned icy cold in an instant. People like Chen Fanren don't deserve to live a good life. The Demon King, who had been staring at Lin Shi's practice, saw Lin Shi suddenly show a terrifying expression. He widened his eyes and tilted his head back unconsciously. After finishing the training, Lin Shi rested for a while, made 2 ham sandwiches, boiled more than 30 eggs, and made 2 cups of milk, which he and the Demon King each shared in half. From this point of view, he and the devil are quite compatible. Both the man and the dog have big appetites. After breakfast, he reinstalled the camera he had removed earlier onto the peephole of the outer door. There was a snowstorm outside. The sky and the earth are the same color, with white snow covering the entire sky. The temperature outside has dropped to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who escaped did not cause trouble again. I don't know how many people lost their lives in their sleep last night due to the cold. They are probably too busy to take care of themselves at this moment. The official supplies that Li Wei mentioned before have not been seen yet. Lin Shi could understand that the temperature drop happened too quickly and too suddenly. The authorities originally wanted to distribute lighting supplies to appease the people, but they did not expect that whether or not they could see the light at night was no longer important. What people need more are warm and cold-proof items. Food. He was not thinking about the official supplies, but mainly wanted to see how far the Shushi government could go. Back in the safe house, Lin Shi changed the bandage on the devil's wound. The devil's wound had an amazing ability to recover. After a day, not only was there no inflammation or infection, but there were even some signs of scabbing. To be on the safe side, Lin Shi gave the Demon King half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. After the injection, the devil walked around in the safe house, looking outside the door frequently. Seems a bit over-energized. I'll take you out when you're healed, Lin Shi said helplessly. He thought about it and remembered that there were some pet toys among the pet items he had collected before, which he should be able to take out and use to help the Demon King pass the time. I'll find some toys for you to play with. Lin Shi used his thoughts to communicate with the space, and his consciousness swept through the huge space. Suddenly I noticed a box. Huh. In a flash, a box appeared in his hand. This was the box that Shin Jinbin's bodyguard had placed in the suitcase he was going to bring into the hospital. After Lin Shi replaced the box with his pistol, he hurried back to the safe house. I had completely forgotten the existence of this box these days and only remembered it when I saw it just now. When the devil saw Lin Shi had an extra box in his hand, he moved his bald head closer and sniffed it. That's not it. Lin Shi stroked the Demon King's head, and a ball appeared in his other hand, which he threw to the Demon King. You play this. However, the devil just glanced at the ball, then turned his head to stare at the box in Lin Shi's hand, and seemed more interested in the box. Lin Shi couldn't do anything about it, so he said, "Then let's take a look together, but I don't know what's inside either, so be careful and stay away." The Demon King obediently sat on the sofa on the other side of Lin Shi. Lin Shi opened the box carefully. There were 6 blue pills neatly stacked inside. Looks very similar to the blue medicine obtained from number 2. It's just a different shape and a bit bigger. I don't know when the devil came over and sniffed the blue pills. These pills were originally supposed to be sent by the security guard to Shan Jinbin to save his life. What is this? Lin Shi picked up one. The moment the pill came into contact with him, a prompt suddenly appeared on the treasure bowl. A trace amount of source substance is detected. Is it absorbed? Yes, no. Lin Shi was slightly shocked. These pills actually contain source substances? Now he knew very well what the source substance represented. Shin Fanren was actually able to extract this substance before the end of the world? Lin Shi looked serious and said directly, "Yes. Absorb." The next second, A faint warm current flowed into Lin Shi's body from the place where his fingers touched the pill. Lin Shi only felt his arm slightly warm, and then there was no reaction. He felt it. The feeling of absorbing the pill is somewhat similar to absorbing source power before. But the effect is not even 1/1000th of the source power. The source material in the pills left by number 2 was pitifully small, and Lin Shi didn't even get a hint when he held the treasure bowl in his hand. This made Lin Shi feel slightly relieved. If this pill contains a lot of source substances, then he will have to reconsider whether to seek revenge on the Shen family. Before he died, number 1 said that Shen Fanren was training genetic warriors. If there are a lot of source substances in this kind of pill, it means that Shen Fanren is likely to succeed. It seems that there is no such thing now, and this pill also looks very precious to Shen Fanren. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 6 pills only when his own son was dying. Turning around, he saw the Demon King sniffing the pills, looking very eager. Lin Shi asked, "Wanna eat?" Demon King, woof. The source material is useful to both humans and animals. But this amount of source material is not as much for Lin Shi as practicing the health preservation technique once. Lin Shi threw the pill into the devil's mouth without hesitation. The devil swallowed the pill and licked his lips. Seeing that the Demon King had no other abnormal reactions, Lin Shi fed all the remaining 5 pills to the Demon King. It was just an unintentional act, but he didn't expect that he would receive an unexpected surprise the next day. The next day, when Lin Shi just woke up, the treasure bowl in front of him suddenly gave a reminder. A level 1 source beast is detected within 2 meters. Chapter 63, Demon King Evolution. This reminder scared Lin Shi so much that he jumped out of the bed. Within 2 meters? Isn't it in your room? What kind of source beast could break through the defenses of the shelter and enter his room directly? Lin Shi felt all the hairs on his body stand up in an instant. When he looked over, he saw that the only people in the room were himself and the devil lying on the carpet. There are no other living things. The devil was also awakened by Lin Shi's noise. The man and the dog stared at each other. Seeing Lin Shi wake up, the Demon King took the initiative to step forward and rub Lin Shi while wagging his tail. After a while, Lin Shi finally confirmed that the first level source beast mentioned in the treasure bowl was the Demon King. He couldn't help but be shocked. After careful observation, there was no obvious change in the Demon King's appearance. However, all the severe wounds on his body were scabbed over after one night. Even the wound that he had stitched up before has basically healed. With this recovery rate, as long as you are careful, you will be basically recovered in a few days. What a strong self-healing ability. After the shock, there was ecstasy. I can actually become a partner with a source beast? Lin Shi rarely smiled, revealing his full mouth of white teeth. Watching the devil touching again and again. The devil's pair of heterochromatic eyes seemed to be more lively. The blue one became clearer and brighter, and the red one became more weird. After animals become source beasts, their intelligence will also increase. Lin Shi stretched out 2 fingers, looked at the Demon King and asked, "What is this?" "Woof woof." "What is this?" "Woof woof woof." "What's this plus this?" "Woof woof woof woof." After testing, Lin Shi determined that the Demon King's intelligence was at least equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Maybe after learning, your intelligence will be higher. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches for the Demon King. He guessed that the Demon King's hand had already absorbed a lot of source matter and reached the critical point of evolution. That's why it evolved directly after eating the pill he fed it. After removing the stitches, the devil licked Lin Shi. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out and touched the Demon King's head. Just like before, the demon wagged its tail rapidly when it heard Lin praising it. Transforming into a source beast did not affect the Demon King's temperament. Throughout the next day, Lin Shi became more certain of this after observing the situation. He had a premonition that the Demon King would be his greatest helper in the future besides the cornucopia. Another 3 days passed. The blizzard gave this city, which had never seen snow before, a good taste of what ice and snow were like. The temperature has dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero, and the temperature at night is even lower, reaching more than 50 degrees below zero. Lin Shi had never been to Shushi in his previous life, but he remembered that the temperature in Shushi was more than 50 degrees below zero on the 4th day, and the lowest temperature at night was 80 degrees below zero. At this time in the north, the temperature has dropped to around -70 or -90 degrees Celsius, right? If Lin Shi was in Haishur in this life, he would find that the temperature in Haishur has dropped to more than -60 degrees Celsius during the day and more than -80 degrees Celsius or even -90 degrees Celsius at night. As for the north, if someone were to pass through the north with a heat-sensing instrument, they would be able to see that there are very few lives left in the north. There is no sign of life in the city near the far north. This extremely cold apocalypse is even colder than the last one. During these few days, Lin Shi stayed in the safe house, eating and drinking with the Demon King every day, and practicing health preservation techniques. It was minus 30 degrees Celsius outside, and over 20 degrees Celsius inside with the heater burning. Other survivors wrapped themselves in all the clothes, curtains, and bed sheets they could wear at home, but still could not resist the biting cold. Lin Shi, however, was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts in the safe house. When he was practicing health-preserving techniques and sweating profusely, he would have a glass of freshly squeezed juice to drink. The continuous snowstorms have made some people who were once proud of living on the upper floors of high-rise buildings regret their decision after their glass windows and floor-to-ceiling windows were broken by the snowstorm. Cold wind poured into the room from every corner, and the entire suite was in a mess. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes were also frozen. Having lost their drinking water, the survivors had to use basins, buckets, and other containers to melt the snow for use. And after many plastic buckets were frozen, I finally thought of taking out the stainless steel wash basin that was at the bottom of the house and using it. After the natural gas was cut off, the survivors who had no gas in their homes could only eat raw food in despair and wait for rescue. Here in Lin Shi's place, the well was sealed in advance, and all the water pipes were connected to the safe house from at least 6 meters underground. Therefore, it is not frozen and can still be used. And even if the well water is frozen, he installed a stainless steel water tank underneath the safe house when he built it, which will not affect domestic water use. Lin Shi also enjoys barbecue, hot pot, and boiled fish every day. When I'm bored, I watch the downloaded dramas and take the 9-year compulsory education course for the devil. Besides not being able to go out to play, I have to go out and shovel snow every day. Life is no different from before the end of the world. The villagers living at the foot of the mountain have a hard time. After escaping from the forest, more than a dozen people were killed by the mutated wild boars. People in the village who did not go with them found that in just 2 or 3 hours, the number of people who went out and returned was reduced by half. After hearing what happened in the mountain, and having lost the village chief, the villagers fell into chaos. Some were crying and shouting, some were looking for security guards for help, and some were ready to take weapons and fight to the death on the mountain. It was a complete mess. Then the blizzard came. Although it is a mountain village, the villagers who have lived in Shushi for decades have no experience in resisting the cold. The windows of the self-built houses in the village are not even as thick as the soundproof glass in the city. On the first night, most of the glass in the village shattered due to the sudden change in temperature and the blizzard. Fortunately, every household in Wulong village had some wood and lumber, so they repaired the problem overnight and finally managed to get through it. After just one night, 1/3 of the village population was sick with fever. Moreover, the windows that had been repaired with wood still leaked air. Most villagers had to move their beds to windowless rooms or the lobby on the first floor. However, compared to people in the city, most households in the village use gas cylinders, and many still rely on burning fire to cook. And every family has the habit of keeping candles and flashlights. Eating and lighting are not a problem. But as the snowstorm continued for several days, many sick villagers could not bear it anymore. Many elderly people in the village passed away quietly in the howling snowstorm. Early in the morning of that day, people who were still able to wake up from their sleep found that the snowstorm that had been raging for several days had finally stopped. Even the long-lost sun reappeared in people's sight. Chapter 64, Sunshine Returns. See the sun shining on the earth again. Those who were still alive were ecstatic, thinking that this nightmare was about to end. But soon, people noticed that the sun was no longer as bright and warm as before, and even when standing in the sun, they still couldn't feel much warmth. Some people who lived on the first floor without eaves to shelter from the wind and snow soon found that they could not open their doors. The continuous snowstorms added more than 1 meter of snow to the entire Shushi. Those with windows can only climb through them to clear the snow at the door, and those without windows can only find a way out from the second floor. But this is not a problem for Lin Shi. When Lin Shi designed the safe house, he drew on the experience of his previous life and had someone install an inward opening door. Even if there is thick snow outside, the door can be opened, but you need to clear the snow regularly to avoid being buried inside. At this time, the door of the safe house was opened. Lin Shi and the Demon King walked out from the door. The Demon King's wounds have healed, and the bloody wounds have turned into pink and tender scars. The hair that was shaved off the body also grew out, and in just a few days a layer of fluff had grown on the body. However, it was still not enough to cope with the outdoor temperature, so he put on the ugly clothes that Lin Shi had modified himself. Lin was wearing a waterproof and cold-proof jacket, with a set of thermal underwear and a set of constant temperature high-necked fleece sweater inside. The shoes are snowproof snow boots. The hands are warm and waterproof gloves. There is a windproof hat on the head, and even a windproof mask on the face. Finally, put on a pair of ski goggles to protect your eyes from the reflection of sunlight on the snow. The whole person can be said to be fully armed. Lin Shi took out a pair of ski equipment from the space, put on his skis, and when he was ready, he said to the Demon King, who was already eager to try, "Let's go. Don't run too fast and be careful with the turns." When the devil heard the word "set off," he immediately ran away, galloping across the snow like a wild horse. Lin Shi smiled helplessly and chased after him. The man and the dog quickly got down the mountain. After going down the mountain, Lin Shi put away his skis and walked towards the city with the Demon King, taking one step forward and one step back. There were also many people on the street who came out of their homes dressed in bloated clothes. You can tell at a glance that she has put on all the clothes she has at home. Compared to them, Lin Shi's clothes were quite light. It's just a matter of who is keeping warmer. You can tell by looking at their purple lips from the cold and their red faces and hands that are exposed. A young man saw Lin Shi's attire and called out to him enviously, "Hey, the big brother with the dog?" Seeing that Lin Shi seemed not to hear him, the young man trotted over quickly, tripped over the snow and fell into the snow, but quickly stood up and ran towards Lin Shi. Only after he was caught up did Lin Shi stop and turn around, looking coldly at the young man whose face was red from the cold. "My name is Qian Liang. What's your surname, brother?" Qian Liang brushed the snow off his body and looked at Lin Shi with a flattering look on his face. Lin Shi said, "Just say it straight." Qian Liang looked at Lin Shi's outfit with undisguised envy in his eyes. "I just want to ask, where did you buy this set? I want to buy one too." "Downtown shopping mall," Lin Shi said briefly and left. Hey, big brother, don't leave yet." Qian Liang followed and asked as he walked, "How much does it cost to buy one? Brother, do you have any extra ones at home? Can you lend me one first?" Lin Shi frowned and glanced at Qian Liang coldly. "Go buy it yourself and don't follow me, or I'll be rude to you." The devil also stopped and stared at Qian Liang with a bad look, making threatening, whimpering sounds from his mouth. Qian Liang looked at the Demon King with fear, who was bigger than any dog he had ever seen. Okay, take care, big brother." After Lin Shi walked away, Qian Liang spat at Lin Shi's back. "Bah, a man relying on a dog's power. What's so great about that?" At this time, a middle-aged man in a down jacket walked past Qian Liang. Qian Liang stepped forward immediately. "Big brother, the clothes you are wearing?" Roll. When he came out a few days ago, some shops were still operating despite the power outage. Today it is completely gone. After experiencing the nightmarish changes in the past few days, people finally realized that if they didn't desperately collect food and cold-proof supplies, they would not be able to survive. There were many people on the street smashing shops with all kinds of tools and weapons. Some groups of people rushed to loot clothing and food stores. Some people even directly snatched supplies from others. Some people even killed people in the streets. The social order has completely collapsed. Lin Shi brought the Demon King to the door of a gold shop. The purpose of his coming out this time was to collect gold and upgrade the treasure bowl that had not been upgraded for a long time. The origin of the cornucopia is mysterious. It can predict the coming of the end of the world and knows terms such as source power and source beast that no one has ever heard of in the previous life. It mysteriously seems to know everything. The ability to copy items and store items are unheard of and unseen capabilities. It can even give people rebirth. Perhaps after upgrading the cornucopia to a certain level, you will get some unexpected surprises. Therefore, Lin Shi never forgot the idea of upgrading the treasure bowl. Lin Shi signaled the devil to step back a little, and he took out the hammer he had prepared in advance and hit the tempered glass of the jewelry shop with a heavy hammer. With Lin Shi's current strength, the tempered glass could break into countless small particles with just one hit of the hammer. After a few hits from the hammer, the entire piece of glass fell down with a loud crash, and the broken glass was scattered all over the ground. The store was quiet, with no shrill alarms or screaming clerks. Let the devil stand guard outside the store. Lin Shi went directly to the gold shop, knocked on the counters one by one, and took out the gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds inside. As long as it is valuable, put it all in the backpack. Then put most of the backpack into the space. The whole process took less than half an hour. He did not use space directly to collect the gold in the counter. This is because if someone coming later sees that the counter is intact but the gold inside is missing, It will increase the risk of exposing his possession of a treasure chest. After collecting gold from one store, take the Demon King to the next gold store. Lin Shi had been to the city before the end of the world and knew that there were many gold shops in the city. Along the way, Lin Shi raided 8 gold shops in succession, including 3 large ones. The collected gold, silver, and jewelry were worth at least hundreds of millions before the end of the world. There are many shops and shopping malls in the city, and many people come here to grab supplies. Some people saw Lin Shi breaking into the gold shop and stealing gold, silver, and jewelry, and they also wanted to go in to get a piece of the pie, but they were scared away by the devil guarding outside. Some people also saw Lin Shi snatching the gold and silver that could not be eaten or worn, and secretly laughed at Lin Shi's stupidity. At noon, Lin Shi took the Demon King to have lunch at a gold shop that he had already robbed. He used his backpack as a cover, took out some pre-made beef patties from the space, and shared them with the Demon King. Although there was no one else in the store, you still had to be careful. The lessons from his previous life told him not to let his guard down at any time. When the man and the dog were eating happily, footsteps were heard from the door of the gold shop. Chapter 65. The Source Beast Reappears. A middle-aged couple, a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and a boy in his teens passed by the store and came into Lin Shi's sight. The 2 middle-aged men and the girl were all carrying a big bag. Only the boy had nothing in his hands. They looked like a family of 4 out looking for supplies. When the 4 of them arrived at the door of the gold shop, they glanced into the shop, which was wide open, as if they were preparing to go in and take a look. Lin Shi opened his mouth to remind, "There are people here. You should go somewhere else if you want to rest." When the 2 middle-aged men heard Lin Shi's words, they were about to leave, but the boy stopped. "Is this your house? I can go in if I want." The boy had a sour face, as if the whole world owed him 5 million, and he spoke in a very aggressive tone. He was about to walk in, kicking the shards of glass. The girl next to him quickly pulled him back. "Akiyu, don't cause trouble." However, this sentence seemed to have touched a nerve in the young man. He shook off the girl's hand and walked into the store while cursing. "I'm coming in, you little bitch. What do you care about me? This place is not his. What's wrong with me coming in?" The boy named Akiyu walked straight up to Lin Shi. It was not until he saw the Demon King that he could not help but take a few steps back. However, when he saw the beef patties in the devil's mouth and in Lin Shi's hand, Akiyu stopped again, staring straight at the beef patties. At this time, the 3 people outside also walked in. The middle-aged couple who were originally planning to ask Akiyu to leave couldn't take their eyes off the beef patties. Although the loss of electricity and gas lasted only a few days. But for those who are used to eating cooked food and cannot live without meat for every meal, these days are as difficult as eating dirt. "Young man, isn't it a waste to feed such good meat patties to the dog?" The middle-aged woman stared at the beef patty next to the devil's mouth with a look of pity and couldn't help but speak. When the devil heard what the middle-aged woman said, he immediately became unhappy. It raised its head and looked at the middle-aged woman with fierce eyes, as if it would not eat the cake but eat people if it disagreed with her. The middle-aged woman immediately shut her mouth in fear and hid behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the beef patties and swallowed his saliva, then looked at Lin Shi and said, "Young man, you have to use a leash when you take a dog this big out. Otherwise, what if it bites someone? How about you tie it up first? If you're afraid of being bitten, you can leave. You've already disturbed our meal." Lin Shi replied indifferently. The middle-aged man was choked by Lin Shi's words and showed displeasure on his face, but he looked at the Demon King and finally said nothing. At this time, the boy named Akiyu spoke. "Mom, I want meat pie." The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Shi awkwardly, then pulled the boy aside and said, "Mom will make it for you when she gets home. Let's go." "There's no meat at home. There's not even a hot meal at home. I want meat pie. I want meat pie now." The boy pulled the middle-aged woman's clothes and stomped his feet. "I won't leave until I eat meat pie." Annoyed by the boy's noise, Lin Shi looked up at the boy with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The boy was immediately frightened and kept silent. "Hey boy, can we trade these for 4? No. 3. For 3 beef patties?" The girl among the 4 had been staring at the meat pie and lowered her head when she heard that. Lin Shi refused without a second thought. "Cannot." The woman's bag was filled with summer clothes, curtains, carpets, and other things that were of no use to him. 2 pieces will do, or just 1. "Please help me. My son hasn't eaten meat for several days, and he's become skinny due to hunger." The demon glanced at the boy's round belly and round face and tilted his head, as if wondering why the woman was talking nonsense. Seeing that Lin Shi was unwilling to exchange, The middle-aged man said unhappily. I'd rather feed them to the dogs than change them. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Let's go. The middle-aged woman sighed helplessly, took the boy, and the family walked out. Linsher ignored them and continued eating lunch. By the way, he stuffed another piece of beef patty into the devil's mouth after he had already finished one. The devil did not answer, but suddenly raised his head and looked outside. Linsher followed the devil's gaze and turned to look at the street outside. At this time, the boy named Akiu suddenly broke free from the middle-aged woman's hand, rushed up and snatched the meat pie that Linsher was going to feed to the devil. Give me. Linsher noticed the boy who rushed over to grab the meat pie, and a murderous look flashed across his body. At the same time, the aura of the devil changed instantly, and he bit the boy who rushed in front of him. Bit off the boy's hand. Ah! Two screams rang out at the same time, one from the boy and the other from the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman rushed over and hugged the boy who fainted instantly from the pain, desperately calling the boy's name. The devil spat out the bloody hand in his mouth, as if he was spitting out something dirty. At this time, there were faint sounds of commotion outside. Linsher prepared to go out and see what was going on. Stop! The middle-aged man glared and questioned Linsher. Your dog bit off my son's hand, and you just want to leave like that? Linsher didn't even turn his head. He rushed over to grab the things, and I was very kind to him because my dog didn't bite him to death. He patted the Demon King's head and said, next time you encounter someone who comes up to grab you, just bite him to death. The devil nodded obediently, turned his head and looked at the boy again, as if thinking about whether to go over and bite him to death now. Do you have any humanity left? Not only did you feed the food to the dogs, but you also took human lives like this. The middle-aged man shouted, but did not dare to come forward to avenge his son. At this moment, clear screams and hurried footsteps were heard on the street outside the door. Help! A group of people were running wildly on the street. Behind them, a black and brown tabby cat, as big as a mountain cat, was chasing them madly. This cat was extremely fast, and its strange, fierce eyes clearly lacked the lazy and docile characteristics of an ordinary cat. Whenever its sharp claws caught a person, they would penetrate directly into that person's body and tear off a piece of flesh from that person. After knocking someone down, it will not pounce on the next person until the person is covered in blood and flesh under its claws. It seems that it has treated humans as mice under its claws. After killing another person, it leaped up and used its super jumping force to jump directly in front of the fleeing crowd. He looked at the desperate humans with amusement. When the cat approached the store within 100 meters, the treasure bowl interface in front of Linsher issued a reminder. A first-level source beast is detected within 100 meters. The source beast appeared again. Chapter 66, The Demon King versus the Tabby Cat. Seeing another source beast, Linsher's expression was startled. Last time, he was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the prompt from the cornucopia and failed to shoot the mutated wild boar in advance. He will not fail again this time. At this moment, the Demon King standing next to him suddenly burst out with a strong desire to fight, staring at the alienated tabby cat with hostility. The devil took a few steps on the spot, looked up at Linsher, as if asking for Linsher's opinion with his eyes. You want to deal with that cat? Linsher immediately understood what the devil meant. The devil nodded. Seeing a source beast, he had to kill it for sure. Linsher would naturally not let go of the opportunity to quickly improve his strength. It was the Demon King who took the initiative to apply for battle, which surprised him a little. But this just happens to allow him to see the Demon King's combat power. After all, it doesn't matter who the source beast dies in. Then he asked, do you need help? The devil nudged Linsher with his head, pushing him back a step. It means telling him not to take action. Okay, go ahead. With me guarding the battlefield from the side, nothing will happen to the Demon King. The devil looked at Linsher gratefully and slowly walked towards the cat. At the same time, the mutated tabby cat seemed to sense something and turned to look at the Demon King. When the cat saw the Demon King, it immediately left the group of humans behind and stared closely at the Demon King who was walking towards it. His whole body arched up, and he shouted in a warning tone, "Meow!" The devil quickened his pace and pounced forward. They are all source beasts. The Demon King is larger, but the tabby cat is incredibly fast. The cat-dog war is about to break out. Linsher was concentrating on watching the cat and dog fight outside. A family of 3 in the gold shop had an argument. Dad, hurry up, take Joe to the hospital. The middle-aged woman covered the boy's wound with clothes and carefully wrapped up the severed hand. Don't you know what's going on in the hospital right now? Where are the doctors? The most deaths have occurred in the hospital in the past few days, and there's a giant cat outside. How are we going to get out? After these few days, the hospital has become one of the most chaotic places in the city. In the past 2 days, countless people with frostbite, colds, and fevers rushed to the hospital, but the arrival of the blizzard trapped everyone in the hospital. The hospital was packed with people, but the hospital didn't have enough supplies to accommodate so many people. One can imagine what people who are extremely hungry and cold will do when they are faced with life and death. Today's hospitals are a hell. What should we do? Are we going to watch Chio die here? The middle-aged woman was extremely anxious. Mom, tie up Akia's wound with a rope first. It can reduce bleeding. The girl who had been silent suddenly spoke. Hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged woman who originally looked like a loving mother immediately changed her expression and said in a sharp tone, "What do you know, you little girl? Do you want to turn your brother into a cripple?" The girl looked timid and said in a low voice, "I saw this on the internet before. If he continues bleeding like this, he will die from excessive blood loss." The girl's words were like lighting 2 powder kegs. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and slapped the girl hard in the face. He vented his anger that he couldn't vent on Lin Shur on the girl. "You just want to watch your brother die, right? You useless bastard. Why didn't you hold Achio back from coming in? Why didn't you help your brother grab the meat pie just now? Why wasn't you the one who got bitten?" The girl was knocked to the ground, and the broken glass on the ground pierced into her palm. However, the middle-aged couple turned a blind eye to this scene, and the middle-aged woman continued to curse the girl with sarcastic words. "If anything happens to your brother, you won't have an easy life." The girl stood up numbly and silently picked out the broken glass that had pierced her palm deeply. Looking at her hand that was bleeding, her eyes were dark and unclear. Fighting between animals is the most primitive and cruel. In just a few minutes, the cat and the dog were both injured. Those who were being chased by the tabby cat took advantage of the fight between the 2 beasts to escape without a trace. The tabby cat was limping at this time, and its right leg was bitten by the devil at some point. The Demon King's eyes were scratched by the civet cat, leaving 3 bloody cuts, and the cat almost scratched his eyes. There were several scratches on his legs, deep enough to see the bones. Lin Shur's heart was secretly lifted. If the Demon King was in danger of his life, he was ready to take out long-range weapons and attack at any time. The devil's fierce pounce was once again dodged by the tabby cat. The tabby cat turned around and quickly grabbed the devil with its claws. The sharp claws flashed coldly in the sunlight, tearing the devil's down jacket and causing goose feathers to fly everywhere. At this moment, Lin Shur's eyes moved. Murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a pistol appeared silently from his sleeve. A girl's scream came from behind Lin Shur. "Run! They're going to kill you!" It turned out that at some point, the middle-aged couple had circled around to a place not far behind Lin Shur, each holding a knife in their hands. The 2 men stared at Lin Shur with murderous and crazy eyes, and it was self-evident what they wanted to do. "Fuck, this idiot bitch." When Lin Shur discovered them, the middle-aged man gave the girl a vicious look. After being discovered, he no longer hid himself and said to Lin Shur in a sinister tone, "Your dog is not with you now, boy. You have harmed my son. I will chop all your bones into pieces and feed them to the dog. Don't waste your time talking to him. Just kill him and give you his clothes. I want beef patties," the middle-aged woman said anxiously. In fact, they had already set their sights on Lin Shur. Originally, they had targeted Lin Shur's dog, but they didn't expect the devil to be so cruel. After discovering that the dog around Lin Shur was difficult to deal with, they thought about leaving first, lying in ambush when it got dark, and using the girl to lure the dog away before taking action. Unexpectedly, my son got into trouble first without me noticing. But it's the same if we take action now. Kill this kid while the dog is away. Woof. He was threatened when he saw Lin. The devil roared angrily, slapped the tabby cat to the ground with one claw, and bit the cat's injured right leg again with even more ferocious momentum. This bite determined the victory. The tabby cat's right leg was bitten off directly, and it let out a shrill scream. The devil took the opportunity to pounce on the tabby cat. The advantage of overwhelming strength was exerted at this moment, and the sharp claws pinned down the tabby cat that was trying to stand up. The tabby cat struggled desperately and scratched the devil's legs. The next second, the devil stepped on its neck and broke it. But here in Lin Shur's place, unexpected changes occurred. Just as the middle-aged couple rushed towards Lin Shur with knives, the girl who was hiding aside and shivering suddenly took out a bone-chopping knife from somewhere and chopped at the middle-aged couple. Chapter 67 Qin Shuang. No one present expected such a sudden change. The girl who had the least presence among the four and was so timid that she didn't even dare to speak, suddenly did such a surprising thing. The girl looked thin but was very strong. She almost cut the middle-aged man's neck in half with one knife. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged woman was also caught off guard and knocked to the ground by the girl. This was also the first time that Lin Shi encountered such a situation, and his expression was slightly surprised. After the devil killed the tabby cat, he quickly ran back to Lin Shi. Lin Shi touched the Demon King's head and gave him affirmation. He took out medical supplies from his backpack and gave the Demon King some simple treatment on his wounds, while observing how things developed out of the corner of his eye. The other side. The middle-aged man's carotid artery was cut, and soon his body convulsed and his eyes rolled due to massive blood loss. The middle-aged woman was still struggling, stabbing the girl with the fruit knife in her hand. The girl dodged and was stabbed in the arm, but she did not stop her movement and slashed the middle-aged woman on the head again. Even though the middle-aged woman had stopped moving, she continued to chop with her knife. Blood splattered, as if the people under the knife were not her parents, but two pieces of pork. The girl didn't stop until both bodies turned into a bloody mess. She stood up with the knife in hand, and like a zombie, she walked to the unconscious boy and whispered, "Let's go to hell together, brother." After saying that, he chopped at the boy who had no power to resist. The boy's head was chopped off with a few knives. After doing all this, the girl walked towards Lin Shi with a knife in hand. But he dropped the knife on the ground halfway through the journey and looked as if he had lost his soul. He looked at Lin and said, "Just kill me. Why should I kill you?" Lin Shi was puzzled. He killed people to protect himself and his own interests. The girl did not attack him, did not insult him, and even gave him a reminder. Although he had sensed the murderous intent behind him at that time, it also showed that the girl had no hostility towards him and solved his problem for him. He had no reason to kill. The girl's eyes lost their luster. "I killed my parents and relatives. Shouldn't a scum like me be killed?" Lin Shi found it funny. "What does it have to do with me if you killed your relatives? Besides, some people are not worthy of being parents." At this moment, Lin Shi thought of Lu Xiyue. Darkness surged in his eyes. He patted the Demon King and said, "Let's go." When Lin Shi and the Demon King returned to the tabby cat, the person who had just escaped had already come back. "But I just watched from a distance and didn't dare to go closer. The tabby cat is dead, but the devil who killed the tabby cat is still here." Lin Shi ignored the looks around him and let the Demon King pick up the body of the tabby cat and leave. Those who thought that Lin Shi might not take away the body of the tabby cat immediately showed disappointment. "I thought I'd have a chance to pick up some meat." However, the remaining broken leg of the tabby cat that was bitten off by the devil still attracted a lot of people to fight for it. No matter what kind of meat it is still meat. After walking a distance, Lin Shi stopped and shouted at a corner behind him, "Come out." The girl, covered in blood and carrying a large bag, walked out carefully from the corner. It was the girl who had just killed her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer and stopped when she heard the Demon King's threatening voice. "Can I follow you?" "Cannot." Lin Shi refused without hesitation. "Just because I don't kill her doesn't mean I can accept her. I can do everything. Don't look at me because I'm thin. I'm very strong and can endure hardships. I don't eat much at all." The girl tried her best to sell herself. "I already have a partner." Lin Shi warned the girl with a sharp look. "Don't follow me anymore. I will kill people without mercy." He would no longer be a partner to anyone, not even a servant. "My name is Qin Shuang." The girl shouted at Lin Shi's back. Seeing that Lin Shi didn't even turn his head, Qin Shuang's eyes were firm and he left in another direction. The feeling of being watched from behind gradually faded away. Lin Shi found a secluded and deserted corner and put the body of the tabby cat into the space. In the afternoon, Lin Shi took out the previously marked map and continued to raid the gold shops. After raiding more than a dozen gold shops, I met an unexpected person at the door of a gold shop. "You're following me?" There was a flash of murderous intent in Lin Shi's eyes as he looked at Qin Shuang, who appeared in front of him again. Qin Shuang quickly defended himself. "I didn't follow you. I came to this gold shop to look for something." At this time, Lin Shi noticed that Qin Shuang was holding a fire axe in his hand. "It turns out that you are here to look for gold as well." Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. Because he met this girl twice in one day, he subconsciously thought that this girl wanted to stick with him. Lin Shi walked around Qin Shuang and was about to leave, but was stopped by Qin Shuang. "Wait a moment." Lin Shi turned around and looked at Qin Shuang with some impatience. Qin Shuang put down the big bag on his body. It was obvious that the bag had become much heavier after an afternoon. She opened the bag, revealing assorted gold jewelry amidst a pile of miscellaneous items. Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled as he grabbed a handful of gold and handed it to Lin Shi. "These are for you." Lin Shi's impatient look changed slightly. "Why give it to me? Don't you need gold? I went to 4 gold shops this afternoon and collected all the gold here." Lin Shi said coldly. "I need something I can collect myself. Even if you waste your time looking for these things, I won't take you in." "I know." Qin Shuang lowered his hands, tightly grasped the gold jewelry in his hand, lowered his head and said, "I know that I have a life like this, and I can only rely on myself. I just want to thank you for not pushing me when I was most desperate. Thanks are unnecessary. I didn't do anything." Lin Shi is pragmatic. Qin Shuang looked at Lin Shi firmly and said, "I think what I have is what I have. This gold is useless to me, so you can take it. Huang Jinlin wants it, but he won't owe anyone a favor for nothing. If you really want to give it to me, I'll exchange something with you." Lin Shi took out a box of anti-inflammatory drugs, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandage from his backpack. If Lin Shi had exchanged so much gold for these few medicines before the end of the world, someone would definitely think he was crazy. But now, when medicines in pharmacies and hospitals are sold out at the first opportunity, medicines are definitely much more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been stabbed by the middle-aged woman before. If it was not treated, the wound would likely become inflamed and infected. In the current environment, he might die. These medicines are invaluable to her. For Lin Shi, he made a profit by exchanging a little bit of medicine for 30 or 40 kilograms of gold. Moreover, he can also get the girl's gratitude. There was a gleam in Lin Shi's eyes. He found that this girl was a little unusual. Chapter 68 Phase 2. A girl could carry so much gold, a sack of supplies, and a fire axe weighing several kilograms in her hand. This kind of strength cannot be simply summarized as great strength. Moreover, Lin Shi had seen the girl's arm being stabbed by the middle-aged woman before, but the girl continued to collect supplies as if nothing had happened. He looked down at the Demon King's wound and saw that there was no more bleeding. Thinking of something, Lin Shi took out a few packs of instant noodles that he had collected from the container before and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medicine. Qin Shuang's eyes turned red, and she took the money from Lin Shi with trembling hands. "Thanks." Lin Shi put the gold in Qin Shuang's bag into his backpack and said, "I have to go. It will be dark soon." It was not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sky was already starting to darken. The arrival of extreme cold makes the nights much longer than the days. Without lights, the night is much more dangerous than the day. "May I have your name?" Qin Shuang's voice came from behind. Lin Shi thought for a moment, then replied without turning his head, "My name is Li No. 2. Lin Shi and the Demon King returned to the safe house before dark. After returning to the safe house, he first checked the wounds the Demon King had sustained today. The wound healed quickly, and there was no more bleeding. Lin Shi once again marveled at the amazing recovery ability of the source beast and treated some of the deeper wounds carefully. Letting the devil rest in the living room, he walked into the utility room, locked the door, and took out the body of the tabby cat. Detected ownerless source power. Do you want to absorb it? Yes, no. The moment he received the reminder of the treasure bowl, Lin Shi said without hesitation, yes. Just like when he absorbed the wild boar before, as a warm current flowed from his arm into his body, an indescribable wonderful feeling spread from every limb of his body. It is a wonderful feeling that the essence of life is sublimating. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body shook. The genetic lock in the body was automatically unlocked at this time. Just as he was surprised, an unprecedented sense of power surged in his heart. This is? Lin Shi felt his body in surprise. This feeling was so magical and incredible. At this moment, not only was his brain as clear and calm as before when he unlocked the first-level gene lock, but the strength in his body was actually increasing. He suddenly had the illusion that he could fight the source beast with his bare hands. Lin Shi tentatively punched the air. The wind from his fist actually cut through the air, making a whistling sound. The brain calculates the strength of this punch at this moment. The power is actually 10 times higher than before. It has far exceeded the power that humans can achieve. This was just a casual punch from Lin Shi. Is this the second stage of the gene lock? Lin Shi was so shocked that he jumped on the spot, hit the ceiling easily. He tried to jog a few steps, and in the blink of an eye, he ran from one end of the utility room to the other. At such a fast speed, in a not very spacious room, Lin Shi accelerated from start to stop in one go, and just stopped in front of the wall without hitting it. This requires perfect control of force to be able to do this. If a normal person's body strength and speed suddenly increase, they will not be able to adapt to their own strength in a short period of time. You may also experience a lack of coordination between your hands and feet and even accidentally injure yourself. It takes time to practice and adapt. But when Lin Shi unlocked his genes, his brain could precisely control every bit of his body's strength, and the power in the body seemed to be pouring out continuously. This feeling is so powerful. This time the gene lock lasted for 8 seconds. After getting out of the gene lock state, Lin Shi's body shook and he knelt on one knee on the ground. My limbs are weak and my body feels a little painful, but it is much better than the aftereffects of the first time the gene lock was opened. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I absorbed the source power of the source beast twice. Lin Shi thought. I originally learned from number 2 that the sequelae of opening the gene lock are becoming more and more serious, but his condition is indeed getting better and better. Source of power. Lin Shi knew that source power was the key. Can absorbing the energy of 2 first-level source beasts in succession unlock the second-level gene lock? Or has my body already absorbed some source matter before this? He was secretly confused. Lin Shi didn't know that the cornucopia automatically absorbed the source material when he was unconscious, otherwise he wouldn't have this question. After resting for about 10 minutes, although Lin Shi's hands and feet were still a little weak, he had slowly recovered. He tried to open the gene lock again, but there was no response. When the gene lock is unlocked, it is indeed very powerful, but Lin Shi still can't figure out how to open the gene lock independently. Except for life and death situations, or when emotions reach a certain peak, Lin Shi has not yet found any other way to actively open the gene lock. And after observing the battle between the Demon King and the Tabby Cat, Lin Shi discovered that other than humans, other animals seem to have no such thing as or ability to unlock the genetic lock. They are more direct enhancements of physical strength and some outward changes in body shape. The evolutionary directions of humans and source beasts are not the same. Currently, everything is in the exploratory stage, and Lin Shi can only slowly understand and discover the mysteries. After putting the body of the Tabby Cat back into the space, he opened the door of the utility room. He didn't know when the devil would be lying at the door waiting for him. Are you waiting for me? Lin Shi was slightly surprised. He squatted down and reached out to touch the Demon King. The devil walked around Lin Shi twice, sniffing at him as if he was confirming something. What's wrong? Lin Shi asked with a smile. The Demon King rubbed Lin Shi's palm with his nose, his smart eyes full of intimacy and a hint of awe. Lin Shi thought the Demon King was hungry, so he patted the Demon King's head and said, Are you hungry? Let's go and eat. After a hearty dinner, Lin Shi took out all the gold, platinum, diamond, silver, and other jewelry that he had collected today from the space and placed them on the floor of the living room. The gold collected today weighs at least several hundred kilograms, and the other silver, rose gold jewelry, and diamond jewelry also weigh several hundred kilograms in total. The entire floor of the living room is shining with gold, which looks very eye-catching. Copies cannot be used for upgrades. These things have no value in being copied for any purpose other than upgrading. Lin Shi looked at the treasure bowl interface in front of him. Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 58,500. He squatted down, placed his hands on the pile of jewelry, took a deep breath, and said, Upgrade item copy. Chapter 69. Upgrading the treasure bowl again. As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, a golden light flashed in front of him, and a part of the jewelry piled up like a mountain disappeared immediately. The numbers on the cornucopia interface jumped rapidly, and after calming down, they became Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 160,000. The upgrade pattern of item times is the first upgrade, the second upgrade, and the third upgrade. This is Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, which is a full-time. At the same time, the precious metals required for the next upgrade also increased. It was 80,000 before, and later Lin Shi copied and swallowed the extra gold into the items, so it became 58,000. This time it directly became 160,000. 10,000 points of wealth is equivalent to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum can also be devoured, but not to the extent of gold one. 100 silver can be exchanged for 1 money point. As for diamonds, Cornucopia does not seem to recognize this stone that has been hyped up to sky-high prices. Or is it that only the cornucopia of precious metals can swallow it? Lin Shi put these thoughts aside and continued to upgrade the item replication. Fifth upgrade. Number of times the item has been duplicated. Continuing to upgrade requires 320,000 money points. Sixth upgrade. Number of times the item has been duplicated. Continuing to upgrade requires 640,000 money points. Lin Shi glanced at the gold and silver jewelry on the ground, most of which were gone. According to this upgrade rule, the next upgrade will require more than 1 million money points. The gold and silver we have now may not be enough. He silently recited the upgrade again. This time, the number of item copies increased by 192 times. Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 1.24 million. Lin Shi roughly estimated that the remaining gold and other jewelry could be exchanged for 400,000 to 500,000 money points. Sure enough, it is still a long way from upgrading to the next level of item replication. Lin Shi chose to upgrade the storage space. After 5 upgrades, the space has reached its current size. The gold required for space upgrade is much less than that for item duplication. He estimated that if he upgraded it 4 or 5 more times, there would be enough space to go around without having to upgrade it in the future. Upgrade all storage spaces, Lin Shi said decisively. As the words fell, all the accessories in his hands, except the diamonds, disappeared. This time the upgrade time of the cornucopia has been significantly longer. After the numbers on the cornucopia changed 4 times, they became treasure bowl, storage space, 1456. Continue to accumulate 985,755 money points to obtain full storage space. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 1.24 million. Full storage space? Lin Shi was slightly stunned. He had always had a guess in his heart that if the cornucopia was upgraded to a limit, perhaps some unexpected changes would occur. He did not expect that it would be achieved so soon. Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened slightly. The storage space has been upgraded 5 times before. Plus it has been upgraded 4 times now, which means it can only be upgraded 10 times at most. Lin Shi took out a pen and paper and started calculating silently. According to the rule of upgrading the cornucopia, the money points required for each upgrade will double. Originally, the money points required for the 10th storage space upgrade should be 512,000 points, but now after absorbing the excess gold and silver, it still requires more than 980,000 points. Lin Shi frowned slightly. That is to say, the money points required for the last upgrade are no longer doubled, but quadrupled. The item copy has been upgraded 7 times. If it is also upgraded 10 times to the maximum level, then he still needs 10,000 money points. In other words, he still needs to collect more than 20 tons of gold, or more other precious metals. Lin Shi immediately opened the map of Shushi to check. The gold shop that he had robbed before had already been taken away by him. There are not many gold shops left on the map. The city of Shushi is not big, and in just one day, he had visited 60% of the gold shops. The remaining ones are all in the suburbs, where not only will the collection speed be slower, but there are also not many gold shops. Far less than 20 tons could be collected. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and immediately thought of the bank vault. But he immediately rejected this idea. When Lin Shi went out to collect supplies today, he had already seen that most of the banks had been locked. Although there was no one guarding them, the walls of the banks were explosion-proof walls and the glass was bulletproof glass. Not to mention the bank vault. I heard that even a bomb couldn't blow it open. Even if there was no one guarding it, with the limited firepower stored in his space, it would be extremely difficult to break the bulletproof glass, and it would be a pipe dream to want to open the bank vault. Lin Shi glanced at his hands, wondering if the space in the cornucopia could store the gold inside through the wall of the bank vault. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and walked towards the wall. If you want to know if it is possible, it's very simple. Just try it in your own safe house. The outer wall of his safe house was more than 3 meters thick, but the inner walls separating the rooms were not that thick, with one wall being about 30 centimeters thick. Just try it in your own room first. Lin Shi placed his hand on the wall connecting to the bedroom. Close your eyes and communicate with the space with all your mind. When one's thoughts are connected to space, one's consciousness always has a feeling of being able to drift away hazily. When he took out the things in the containers and suitcases before, he had a feeling that his consciousness could vaguely touch the things inside. But at this moment, just as he had the thought of taking the items in the room, he felt a sharp pain like a needle pricking his brain. Lin Shi immediately disconnected from the space. The whole person squatted on the ground. Woof! Seeing this, the devil trotted over to Lin Shi and circled around him anxiously. Lin Shi suppressed his sudden nausea and dizziness and forced a smile at the Demon King, who looked anxious and concerned. Said, I'm fine. Lin Shi rested for a long time before the nausea and discomfort subsided. At this point, his heart had already sank. He didn't believe it and tried something else. From cups, to tin boxes, to cabinets and so on, we tried everything we could think of. Lin Shi finally figured out the limitations of telekinesis. Whether telekinesis is successful depends on the thickness of the container that separates the objects, as well as the density. If you want to take something out of a container remotely, first of all, no matter what it is, the maximum thickness of the container cannot exceed 5 centimeters. Secondly, the greater the density of the container, the lower the upper limit of thickness. For example, after Lin Shi used several alloy plates to piece together a box, he found that if the box was longer than 3 centimeters, the same situation would occur as before when he wanted to take something from the living room to the bedroom. It seems this path won't work. Lin Shi rubbed his swollen temples. If you want to collect items through a container, the item must be relatively thin and not too dense. Bank vaults obviously do not meet this condition. It seems that there is only another way. After collecting all the gold shops in Shushi, I will go to other cities around Shushi to collect gold. Chapter 70 Troop Movements. The next day, Lin Shi went to the bank without giving up. After spending most of the day breaking through the bank's several door locks, we finally reached the vault door. Lin Shi once again experienced the feeling of being dizzy and nauseous after being hit hard on the head. This time he completely gave up. The bank's vault is not only thick, but also has many layers and a complex structure, which makes it absolutely impossible to open it with ordinary external force. The lock on the vault door alone is extremely complex in structure, and even if the lock is broken, it is impossible to open the door. Helplessly, he could only collect gold from every gold shop. On that day, Lin Shi raided all the remaining gold shops in the city and collected less than a few dozen kilograms of gold and other types of jewelry. Less than he thought. After exchanging all of these for money points to upgrade the space. Treasure bowl. Storage space. 1456. Continue to accumulate 153,673 money points to obtain full storage space. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade. 1.24 million. He only needs 150 kilograms of gold to upgrade the storage space to the maximum level. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel excited. The third day after the snowstorm. After practicing health-preserving techniques early in the morning, Lin Shi discovered that it was snowing heavily outside. Although the heavy snow affects the vision during travel, fortunately the wind is not strong, so we can still go out to look for gold. The Demon King's injuries have not yet fully healed. I did not take it with me when I went out to the forest yesterday, and I left it at home today. Considering that the snow might get heavier and in case of a blizzard that would trap them somewhere and make them unable to return, Lin Shi left enough food for the Demon King for a few days before going out. Lin Shi's target today is the suburbs. As soon as he arrived in the suburbs, Lin Shi noticed the difference in the atmosphere. Perhaps it's not just the suburbs, but the atmosphere of the entire Shushi has changed. The number of people who were still outside looking for supplies today was obviously much less than the previous 2 days. In the past 2 days, whenever a lone person carrying supplies walked by on the street, someone would rush over and snatch the item. During the robbery, the white knife going in and the red knife coming out often happened in front of Lin Shi. In addition to the messy footprints on the snow, you can often see glaring blood staining a large area of the white snow. Yesterday, Lin Shi saw from afar 2 young women who seemed to be out together to look for supplies, but they were dragged into a dark and empty shop by 3 big men. The desperate cry of struggle lasted only a moment before it died down. Lin Shi was dressed in luxurious clothes, so it was no surprise that he was regarded as a target. There was an endless stream of people who wanted to take advantage of him and looked at him with ill intentions. With his current physical fitness after unlocking the second stage of the gene lock, and the killing experience accumulated in the 8 years of the apocalypse, anyone who dared to run in front of him and seek death was easily dealt with by him one by one. After knowing that life and death situations can inspire humans to unlock their genetic locks, Lin Shi acted more decisively. If you can kill someone instantly, never give him an extra blow. The whole world has turned pure white, while people's hearts have turned dark. After killing the 5th blind guy who came up today, Lin Shi was a little impatient and directly put the Nepalese machete with blood clots on his waist. Sure enough, there were fewer people with eyesight coming up to cause trouble. But at noon, when Lin Shi was having lunch, some blind people appeared. "Young man, please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 2 days." A kind-looking middle-aged woman in her 50s, wearing a rag cotton jacket, walked into the printing shop where Lin Shi was resting. Lin Shi glanced coldly at the ant who was getting closer and closer and said in a cold tone, One more step up and you'll die. The ant paused as she walked in and wiped her eyes. God won't give me a way out. My children are all away, leaving me, an old woman, to suffer here. Young man, I don't want more from you. Just give me one bite, and I'll trade you this coat. The ant stood at the door and did not give up. Exchanging a bite of food for a cotton-padded jacket that retains warmth sounds like a good deal. Perhaps some people would grit their teeth and eat less to make the exchange. Lin Shu's eyes became even colder. He stood up and walked towards the ant. The ant thought Lin Shu agreed, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Just as Lin Shu approached, a fierce look flashed in the old lady's eyes, and a sharp steel spike appeared in her hand tucked into her cotton-padded jacket. However, before she raised her hand, a cold light flashed in the corner of her eyes. Her vision suddenly became dizzy, and the last thing she saw was Lin Shu holding a sharp, bloody knife and standing in front of a familiar headless corpse. Is that my body? This was Annie's last thought. Lin Shu put away the knife and kicked the old lady's body out of the door. He glanced coldly at the several prying eyes nearby before returning to the store to eat. In the afternoon, when Lin Shu was collecting gold, he suddenly heard a commotion. The sound did not come from nearby, but came from some high-rise residential areas and apartments. Soldier, I'm here. The troops are here. We are saved. Brother soldier, save me. I haven't eaten for 3 days. In the past 2 days, people have often cried out in despair in the apartment complex, asking why the troops did not show up and why the country did not come to rescue them. Lin Shu already had a guess in his heart that the troops should take action soon. Because yesterday he found an opportunity to go to another port and found that most of the containers had been opened and the useful materials had been taken away. Thinking about the scene when he met the troops that day, Lin Shu had no doubt that the soldiers of the troops should have received orders to collect supplies as quickly as possible in the past few days. This is wise. Without material supplies, even if the troops were barely able to maintain order in the city, the survivors who were about to starve to death or freeze to death would still be dissatisfied. Driven by cold and hunger, they might even confront the troops, causing riots and rebellions. This also shows that the supreme commander of the Shushi troops is not a pedantic person. Sure enough, the troops finally took action. Teams of soldiers equipped with real swords and guns, fully armed, appeared in various places in Shushi. To the survivors' disappointment, the soldiers did not hold the supplies they had longed for, but instead pieces of paper that looked like leaflets. These soldiers turned a blind eye to the corpses everywhere on the streets and did the same job as posting flyers before the apocalypse. Sheets of paper were posted in conspicuous places throughout the city. Some soldiers saw people and directly stuffed leaflets into their hands. Lin Shu also took a flyer, or notice, which looked like it was handwritten. Chapter 71, Complete Storage Space. He took the flyer and read it carefully. The climate has been abnormal in recent days and connections with other cities have been cut off. Special situations must be treated specially. Our unit will take the following measures in response to extreme weather. Notice 1. Starting tomorrow, citizens can go to Shanghai apartment near the eastern suburbs and queue up with their ID cards to register their personal information and receive a week's worth of survival supplies, unless it is a snowstorm. If there are elderly or children at home, they can come and collect the voucher with their identity information. Those who falsely claim or claim more than one item will have the materials taken away from them and will permanently lose the qualification to receive the materials. Notice 2. The troops will build a shelter in the eastern suburbs of Shushi, and all those who participate in the construction of the shelter for 100 days will be eligible to live in the shelter. All participants in the construction can get 2 extra meals per day and an extra set of cold-proof clothing every month. Requirements: age 16, healthy, and without underlying diseases. Those with special talents will be given priority. Notice 3. Due to the need to build shelters, those who submit various building materials will receive contribution points based on the amount submitted. Those who meet 500 contribution points will be eligible to live in the shelter. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, and the exchange details will be posted outside Dongjiao Shanghai apartment. Notice 4. From today onwards, a team of soldiers will patrol with real guns every day in every district and county. Citizens are prohibited from robbing supplies, killing, violently forcing women, and other vicious incidents. If found, they will be shot on the spot. There was a long paragraph of official text at the end, and Lin Shu glanced through it. His previous guess was correct. The land in the eastern suburbs was indeed favored by the authorities. When Liao Peng was asked to look for land before, he noticed the land in Duodongjiao. After all, there aren't many plots of land that meet the requirements for building a shelter. The small hill where my safe house is located is in the western suburbs of Shashi, just far away from the eastern suburbs. The terrain is high and the area is small, so even if we expropriate the land, we can't get the area of more than 300 square meters. That's why he felt comfortable building a safe house. After a while, people kept coming out of their homes in the streets and alleys and surrounded the soldiers who were distributing leaflets. Comrade, food. Is there any food? I'm starving. I'm so cold. Do you have any extra clothes? Brother, my child is sick. Do you have any medicine? The surrounded soldiers could only keep explaining. We don't have any supplies. You can go to the east suburbs to get them tomorrow. It's all written on the flyer. Please get out of the way. We need to complete the mission first. When they found out that these soldiers really didn't bring any supplies, the crowd immediately became agitated. Why are you handing out leaflets when lives are at stake? You guys came so late. My dad is already dead. If you had come earlier, maybe my dad wouldn't have died. He was only in his 60s. Don't you even bring food with you when you go out? Do you know how hard it is for us ordinary people? What kind of soldiers are you? Take their clothes off. More and more people gathered around, and it seemed like these soldiers would not let them leave unless they left something behind. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The crowd suddenly became quiet. But then there was even louder shouting and cursing, and some people even started fighting. A burly man with a crew cut pushed the soldier who fired the gun and said with glaring eyes, "Kill me if you dare. I'm here to make a statement today. Don't leave without giving me something. Let's see if you dare to shoot me. That is, don't even think about leaving. Your guns are meant to be pointed at the enemy, not at us civilians. I wonder if they dare to move." There were constant responses from the crowd. Conflict seems imminent. Lin Sure watched this scene leisurely on the side of the road. He wanted to see what kind of orders the commander of the Shashi troops gave to these soldiers. The commander must be very capable to be able to develop Shashi into the largest official shelter. Bang! As the gunshots rang out again, the sturdy man who had caused the most trouble looked at his bleeding chest in disbelief and fell down. The crowd finally quieted down. The leading soldier looked at everyone with a stern expression and said, "Kill the troublemakers. If you want supplies, go to the eastern suburbs tomorrow. Now, get out of the way immediately." The crowd dispersed in a hurry. Lin Sure took all of this in. He glanced at the sky and left the place with the crowd. The gold collected today is enough for the upgrade space. He planned to go back first and visit the eastern suburbs tomorrow. Now that he has settled down in Shashi, he needs to understand something about the ruler of this place. When passing by the entrance of Wulong village on the way back, Lin Sure discovered that the villagers of Wulong village were actually holding a funeral. He went out early and came back late these 2 days, and basically did not see the villagers of Wulong village. From outside the village, you can see that almost every household has white cloth hung up, which must be because many people have died in the village. But at this critical juncture, with no one knowing when the next snowstorm will come, these villagers are still thinking about holding a funeral. Lin Sure didn't know whether to say they were ignorant or stupid. He quickened his pace, eager to get back to the safe house. After saying hello to the Demon King, he took out the gold and other precious metals collected today. I feel nervous, excited, and anxious, but more of it is anticipation. Lin Sure took a deep breath and said softly, "Upgrade storage space." Most of the gold ornaments in his hands disappeared. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone from between Lin Sure's eyebrows. The entire cornucopia interface in front of me started jumping around like garbled code. Lin Sure's pupils trembled, and he stared at the changes in front of him carefully. The last time the cornucopia interface experienced such a drastic change was when it absorbed the second ancient coin. Lin Sure's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. The devil was already standing aside, stunned. Although he was already accustomed to changing things around on weekdays. But it actually glows this time? This is the first time in its life that it has seen a human being who can glow by himself. The devil opened his mouth wide, unaware that his drool was all over the floor. The dog's eyes were visibly filled with admiration as it looked at Lin. After a long while, the cornucopia interface reappeared in front of us. Treasure bowl. Storage space. Complete the volume of the space can increase as the source power in the user's body increases and can store living things. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade. 1.24 million. It can store living things? Lin Sure glanced over the first 5 words and stared at the 5 words at the end. Can store living things. He knew what these words meant. He quickly used his consciousness to check the space. As far as the eye can see, the entire space has been expanded to the limitless, and even the things inside have become small. The nearly 10,000 containers of supplies previously collected at the port originally occupied 1/3 of the volume of the entire space. After upgrading 4 times yesterday, the supplies only occupied 1/10,000th of the space. But now, the entire space seemed to be divided into two by something. On one side, there was still a vacuum area as large as before, but on the other side, there was a piece of land as big as a football field. Chapter 72, Experimental Space. The new land that appeared in the space was barren. It was like a wasteland, with nothing but gray-black soil. Linsher immediately wanted to give it a try. He certainly wouldn't try it with the Demon King, because the Demon King was already his partner, and if anything went wrong, he would definitely regret it. Linsher walked out of the safe house and looked around for a moment. There seemed to be no other living things in the world except the vast white snow. He immediately set his sights on the mountain. Of villagers. Wulong Village. Wang Liang moved between the villagers' homes with a gloomy face. Uncle Wang, the world outside is in chaos. Do you think we can postpone the funerals of the uncles and aunts, or make them simpler? Wang Liang walked into a villager's house and said. The man called Uncle Wang said angrily, How long can we postpone it? There's no telling when another snowstorm will come, and it will make my dad stay at home for 10 days or half a month. That won't do. When a person dies, he or she must be buried in the ground. And nowadays, so many elders only have one funeral, which is already very simple. How much simpler do you want it to be? Wang Liang said with great regret. When people die, they die. We the living have to keep living, right? We can't ruin the lives of the living just for the dead. How much did my father do for the village when he was alive? Liangzi, the village chief, often told us that we should not be selfish. We are a collective, and we should advance and retreat together. Do you want my father to be left dead in the wilderness? Don't say such heartless words. Wang Liang visited more than a dozen households and received similar answers from almost everyone. Wang Liang cursed inwardly, then walked away with a sullen face. Originally, the village chief had always wanted to train Wang Liang to be his successor. If he was given a few more years, he would definitely become the next village chief after the village chief died. But now, the village chief died suddenly. He had not yet established prestige in the village, and the villagers simply did not listen to him. Insisted on holding a funeral for the dead in the village. In the past few days, someone has died in almost every household in the village. Unlike the urban communities where each family lives on their own, the villagers have made their living through years of hard work by the village chief. Basically, they are of the same mind. So many of my friends and relatives died all of a sudden. One person suggested holding a funeral for the deceased villager according to the old rules, and all the other villagers agreed. The village is located in the suburbs, close to the mountains. Villagers have the habit of storing food, drying vegetables, and pickling meat at home. So for the time being, there is no chaos and looting like in the cities outside. But Wang Liang had gone out to see that the people outside were committing all kinds of atrocities, such as burning, killing, looting, and so on, just for a little food and clothing. If they don't find a solution, once the food in the village is eaten up, they will have to wait for people like those outside. This is why Wang Liang was so anxious and angry. At this moment, he felt like he was the only one sober while everyone else was drunk. He suddenly felt that the village chief's ideas were not capable of coping with the current situation. Wang Liang walked out of Uncle Wang's house angrily, walked to the foot of the mountain, kicked the snow on the ground fiercely, and cursed. It's all the fault of that bastard on the mountain. One day I'm going to kill him. Wang Liang cursed a series of dirty words and greeted all of Lin Sher's ancestors. It seems that this is the only way to vent the anger in my heart. If he hadn't met Lin Sher, he would still be waiting in the village to become the successor to the village chief. Suddenly, Wang Liang noticed that there was a shadow of a person behind him. Just as Wang Liang was about to turn around, a hand patted his shoulder. As soon as Lin Sher came down the mountain, he saw a lone villager. He planned to test the space using the villagers of this village. The people in this village are hostile to me, so it's easy to try. Coincidentally, Lin Sher happened to hear Wang Liang scolding him. Lin Sher curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, put his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder, and moved his mind. Wang Liang turned around and looked Lin Sher in the eye. Both of them were slightly stunned. Lin Sher, why is the space not responding? Wang Liang, this person looks familiar. Wang Liang's eyes suddenly widened in fear. Before Wang Liang could react, Lin Sher knocked him unconscious with a single blow. Communicate space again. There was no obstacle this time, and Wang Liang disappeared from Lin Sher's hands. The living creatures put into the space must be unconscious? Lin Sher frowned and checked the situation in the space. I saw a person lying on the empty land in the space. It was Wang Liang, who had just been knocked unconscious by Lin Shi. Lin Shi moved his mind, and Wang Liang reappeared on the snow. He took Wang Liang to an empty corner and grabbed a ball of snow and stuffed it into Wang Liang's clothes. Wang Liang was woken up by the cold after a while, and when he saw Lin, he wanted to scream in fear. Lin Shi had been prepared for this and punched Wang Liang in the mouth, muffling his screams into his throat. "Don't make a sound, or you will die immediately." Lin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, which made Wang Liang nod his head continuously. With just one punch, Lin Shi knocked out several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi tried again to take Wang Liang into the space. This time he felt it clearly. When he wanted to take the person into the space with his mind, he seemed to encounter resistance and could not succeed. Wang Liang had blood in his mouth. He looked at Lin Shi in horror as he kept his hands on him motionlessly. The fear of the unknown was the most terrifying. He didn't know what Lin Shi was going to do to him. "I'm telling you, listen to me. No matter how you feel next, don't resist, or I'll kill you, understand?" Lin Shi looked at Wang Liangdao with a cold gaze. Wang Liang nodded desperately. Lin Shi communicated with the space again, and this time the resistance was significantly smaller, but he still felt that something was missing and he still could not succeed. The next second, Lin Shi grabbed Wang Liang's throat. His hands gradually lost their strength. Wang Liang's eyes were bloodshot, and he tried desperately to pry Lin Shi's hands apart. Lin Shi simply used his other hand to break Wang Liang's hand to prevent him from struggling. With his current strength, it is no problem for him to break a person's hand bones with his bare hands. Lin Shi's grip tightened. During the process, he kept using his mind to connect the space, trying to bring Wang Liang into the space. Just when Wang Liang rolled his eyes, Lin Shi's hands were empty and he succeeded again. Wang Liang was not dead yet. He almost suffocated to death. His neck was suddenly released, causing him to cough violently. Before he could see clearly where he was pulled out of the space by Lin Shi again. In this way, Lin Shi repeated the experiment several times. Finally, it is confirmed that if you want to put a person into the space, you must do so when that person has no ability to resist or when his will is weak. Moreover, time flows normally in this living space, and people can breathe and move around in it. Although the fact that he couldn't take in normal people was more useless than he thought, he didn't have to use it on people. Animals' consciousness or willpower is weaker than that of humans, and they may be easier to take into space than humans. Lin Shi already had an idea in his mind, but he had to go back and try it with the Demon King to confirm it. At this moment, Lin Shi's eyes moved slightly. Ignoring Wang Liang, who was already distracted, Lin Shi listened attentively to the noise around him. After listening for a while, Lin Shi lay down on the snow again and listened attentively. Just a few seconds later, Lin Shi stood up with a serious expression. If he heard correctly, there were at least 2 wild beasts or source beasts coming towards this side. Under the current environment, the possibility of the appearance of source beasts is greater. Lin Shi took a last look at the dying Wang Liang and broke his neck. When his neck was broken, there was even a hint of relief in Wang Liang's eyes. Today was worse than a nightmare for him. If there is a next life, he will never dare to curse others behind their backs. This is what Wang Liang thought at last. Lin Shi quickly ran back to the safe house. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambition. It was just when night was about to fall. The villagers in Wulong village basically prepared dinner at home. In the homes of the villagers who were still alive, stoves were lit and smoke was rising. Liao Peng had previously counted this village and found that there were 96 households with a total population of no more than 400. Over the past few days, more than half of the villagers have died. But there are still quite a few people left. Because food is plentiful. Compared to the scattered people in the high-rise buildings, the number and smell of humans in the village are obviously much more concentrated. If everything in this village was safe and sound and no source beast appeared, the people in this village would live longer. Unfortunately, perhaps because of the smell of blood that had appeared before, uninvited guests appeared in the village that night. When Lin Shi was standing on the commanding heights of the safe house and saw 5 extremely large wild boars rushing into Wulong village, he knew that tonight was going to be an uneasy night. There is not a single evolver in the village now, and even if there is, they cannot stop the source beast. When Lin Shi heard the screams coming from Wulong village, he stopped watching. Instead, he returned to the safe house, approached the Demon King and asked, "Demon Lord, how about we play a game?" Lin Shi waved at the Demon King. "Demon Lord, let's play a game." Lin Shi patiently said, "I'll take you to a place later. You can help me see if that place is fun. Don't be afraid. I'll let you come back soon." The Demon King tilted his head, thinking about what Lin Shi meant by this sentence. Lin Shi placed his hand on the demon dog's head and connected his consciousness with the space. The next second, the devil appeared on the space land with a confused look on his face. In Lin Shi's mind, he saw the Demon King appear in space, suddenly jumped up, looked around extremely vigilantly, and let out a series of uneasy growls. Woof woof, woof woof. Lin Shi quickly transferred the Demon King out of the space. The devil returned to the familiar safe house, and when he saw the familiar Lin, the excitement in his dog's eyes was about to overflow. He was just about to pounce on Lin Shi. Lin Shi patiently explained to the Demon King several times, and after calming it down, he let it enter the space again. This time when he entered, the Demon King was not as uneasy as last time, and he ran around in the space. This piece of space is as big as a basketball court. When the devil ran to the border, he was blocked by an invisible wall. Lin Shi tried to communicate with the Demon King with his mind. Demon Lord, can you hear me? The Demon King raised his head suddenly and looked around in the space. Seeing the Demon King's reaction, Lin Shi was delighted. His guess was confirmed. He gave the order again. Demon, try to dig the soil. Although the devil was wondering why he could hear the voice even though he couldn't see his master, he still dug the soil obediently. The powerful hind legs quickly dug a hole. Lin Shi moved the Demon King out of the space. The devil was still digging the soil when he suddenly found himself back home, bewildered again. When he turned around and saw Lin, the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. Lin Shi was overjoyed, and the thought in his heart became clearer and stronger. As expected, the space in the cornucopia can accommodate source beasts. Human hearts are unreliable, so he will try to form an army of source beasts of his own in the end times. Only in this way will he be able to take revenge on the Shin family. Lin Shi squatted down and patted the Demon King on the head, his eyes firm. Demon King, we have to become stronger quickly. I will make you the king of the source beasts in the future. The noise in Wulong village did not stop until the early morning. Lin Shi came out again in the middle of the night to take a look at the situation in Wulong village. The next day, although the Demon King's injuries had recovered, Lin Shi still decided to go out alone. Because today, he wants to go to the eastern suburbs. In order not to attract attention, Lin Shi deliberately changed into a less conspicuous coat and covered his face with a mask. He took out Li No. 2's ID card and put it in his pocket. I saw a flyer yesterday asking survivors to register their information, so I should bring it with me just in case. He has kept Li Erheo's ID card because although Li Erheo's facial features are rather ordinary, his facial contours are somewhat similar to his own. Keep it, you never know when you might need it. In order to make it look more realistic, Lin Shi even used an electric razor to give himself a buzz cut similar to the one in the photo on Li No. 2's ID card. Without taking off the mask, his outline is already 50% similar to the photo. If the military personnel do not conduct strict audits, they may not be able to find out. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction at the mirror, left enough food for the Demon King, and went down the mountain. Before going to the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi first went to Wulong village. Wulong village, which was still filled with smoke from cooking yesterday, was now dead silent. Many houses collapsed and there were large pools of blood inside the houses, but no body was found. Needless to say, we know what happened to these villagers. As for the two wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen at this time. When Lin Shi encountered wild boars in the mountains before, he knew that there could not be only one or two of them. Perhaps there are still many mutated wild boars or other wild beasts in the deep mountains. He had to get stronger as soon as possible. As for the dead villagers of Wulong village, Lin Shi had no obligation to save them. Being cleaned out by wild boars was already the best outcome for Lin Shi. No one would come to cause trouble near his safe house in the future. After confirming that there were no living people in Wulong village, Lin Shi left Wulong village and headed east. Walking towards the eastern suburbs, I met many people on the road, all heading in the same direction. Apparently, they had also received the notice to go to the eastern suburbs. It was a peaceful journey today, and no one dared to take action. Occasionally, small groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. It might take a whole day to walk from the western suburbs to the eastern suburbs just on foot. Lin Shi found a deserted place to take out the snowmobile, rode a long distance avoiding the crowd, and found a place to retract the space when he was close to the eastern suburbs. Finally arrived at the eastern suburbs at noon. As soon as he arrived at the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi realized that although he arrived quickly, he was not early. Many residents who already lived in the eastern suburbs had already surrounded the entrance of Shanghai apartment. Many survivors rushed to the eastern suburbs after receiving the notification yesterday. Although the temperature at night was 10 to 20 degrees lower than during the day, some people who had sick family members who were starving or freezing to death did not care about the cold and risked their lives to rush to the eastern suburbs in advance. Many survivors were so hungry that their faces were pale and their steps were unsteady. Amid the hustle and bustle of the crowd, Lin Shi couldn't even see the door to Shanghai apartment. He came here to find out what was going on, so he was not in a hurry to move forward. He stood quietly at the outermost edge of the crowd and observed the situation. After a while, a shrill horn honked from the front of the crowd, and then a rough voice reached everyone's ears. Quiet! Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, stand in 5 rows and line up. Anyone who causes trouble will be killed. Chapter 74, Receiving Supplies. The word kill brings with it a murderous aura. If this wasn't enough to shock the survivors, then the orderly sound of a long row of soldiers standing at the apartment door loading their guns finally quieted the noisy crowd. After a while, some clever survivors squeezed to the front and formed a queue. Others scrambled to line up. Lin Shi also followed at the end of one of the teams. At this time, a younger voice came over the front speaker, sounding less murderous than the previous one. Everyone, please line up, take your ID card, register your identity, and enter the community to receive the supplies. 1 ID card for 1 supply. If your family is collecting on your behalf, please show your household registration booklet or marriage certificate or other documents as proof. Those who claim falsely or claim more than 1 item will lose their permanent eligibility to receive supplies. Please be sensible when claiming supplies. If anyone has lost their ID card, you can go to the right to register and verify. During this special period, we must take this seriously to prevent rioters from causing trouble. Please understand. Applicants, please go to the left to register for the interview. Lin Shi stood behind the crowd and observed. Although he couldn't see clearly, he saw that the team was moving forward quite fast, so he knew that the review was not very strict. After a while, there was a sudden commotion ahead. My last name is Chun. What's the problem with my son taking my wife's last name Huang? Why can't I just get him? A man at the front of the line was shouting excitedly. The registrant said, if you want to collect it on behalf of your family, please show your household registration booklet or your wife's identity information and marriage certificate information. I came all the way from the South District, and I didn't even bring the information with me. Without the documentation, you can only collect your own supplies. I say, aren't you serving the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you. The man wanted to say something when suddenly the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. Don't you understand what he said? If you have an ID, you can collect it on someone else's behalf. If you don't have one, you can only collect 1 copy. Now, either go collect your own copy or go home and get the information. Those who cause trouble die. This sound was the same rough sound that appeared in the speaker before. The man in the green military coat looked unusually burly, with a square and tough face. One of his eyes was an abnormally cloudy color, and it looked like the eye was injured, which made his upright face look even more ferocious. The murderous voice and the cold muzzle of the gun on his forehead frightened the troublemaker so much that his legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. Yes, yes, yes. The troublemaker stood up, took the sign from the registration staff, crawled through the right passage, and ran into the apartment. Many people who originally had the same idea as the troublemaker gave up after seeing this scene. The team moved forward a little faster. Soon after, someone who had registered to receive supplies was seen walking out of the apartment carrying a large black bag. The people in the queue immediately turned their eyes to the bag in the man's hand, as if they wanted to see through the bag to see what was inside. Someone brave enough in the team shouted, "Brother, what did you get?" The man did not answer, but held the bag tighter and left in a hurry. The line kept moving forward, and after waiting for 3 hours, Lin Shi had already reached the front of the line, with more than a dozen people ahead of him. After half a day, he discovered it. In addition to the fact that the review process for picking up things on behalf of others will be more stringent. To receive supplies, individuals only need to register the information on their ID card, ask about the job they were good at before the end of the world, and then they can enter the apartment to receive supplies. Those whose occupations meet the recruitment requirements for building shelters will be given an additional olive branch and led to the other side. Lin Shi was more concerned about the man who had been standing in front of the soldiers. This man has an iron-blooded temperament. Standing in front of the team with sharp eyes, he can actually have the same deterrent power as a row of soldiers holding guns. Before, a soldier ran up to this person to report the situation, and Lin Shi vaguely heard the soldier calling this person Major General Lin. Could this person be the leader of the Shushi troops? Lin Sure didn't stare at him for too long to avoid being discovered. Soon, it was Lin Sure's turn in the team. He took out Li number two's ID card and placed it in front of the person registering. The registration staff glanced at Lin Sure, took out his ID card, wrote down his age and gender, and asked, "What did you do before? Why are you wearing a mask?" "Ahem, I've been coughing a lot these past few days. I'm afraid I have the flu. Do you have any medicine in your supplies?" Lin Sure coughed hard a few times and said in a hoarse voice, "I used to be an accountant." The staff member took another look at the ID card and Lin Sure, handed the ID card and a metal plate to Lin Sure, and said, "Go in and take the sign to get the supplies. Next one." Lin Sure took it and walked into the apartment through the passage separated by soldiers. It is impossible to get lost once you walk in. There are two soldiers with guns standing 1 meter apart on both sides of the road. There is a guard post every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Just follow the passages marked by the soldiers on both sides, and you will reach the supply collection area. He examined the cool metal plate in his hand. It is actually a rectangular piece of metal. The material seems to be aluminum alloy, and there is a stamp of Xia Country's logo on it. It seems to be made by temporarily cutting a large piece of aluminum alloy. The edges are not cut smoothly, and you may cut your hands if you are not careful. It seems that the steps of making metal plates and entering the apartment to collect supplies are a bit redundant. But Lin Sure could understand that if the supplies were distributed directly at the door of the apartment. Supplies are piled directly at the door. First of all, it is easy to encounter blizzards or snow outdoors, making it difficult to transport and store supplies. Secondly, with so many survivors, it is inevitable that some of them will become anxious when they see the supplies and rush up to snatch them at the risk of their lives. If too many people rob, it may cause a riot, and it will be difficult to defend the apartment entrance. Now this method has effectively diverted the crowd and deterred people with bad intentions. If someone tries to rob supplies in the apartment, they will not be able to escape this layer of tight defense. Minimize the occurrence of disturbances and accidents, and achieve a tight exterior and loose interior. This is just what Lin Sure could think of. There may be many other reasons. As I turned a corner, a man who had just returned from receiving supplies came towards me. Lin Sure took a casual glance and coincidentally, the man looked somewhat familiar to him. Qian Liangliang held the supplies in his arms with a vigilant look on his face, fearing that the things in his arms would disappear. He had suffered a lot these past few days. Although he managed to cheat 2 pieces of clothing and some food at the beginning with his cleverness, he soon couldn't cheat anything anymore. Not only that, he was also robbed and almost lost his life. Qian Liangliang had been hungry for 2 whole days. He ran here before dawn and finally got some supplies. At this time, Qian Liangliang noticed that the person walking towards him was looking at him. That day, Lin Sure was wearing a mask and a hat, and was accompanied by a demon king, so Qian Liangliang did not recognize Lin Sure. "What are you looking at?" Qian Liangliang glared at Lin Sure and walked quickly towards the apartment door. Chapter 75 Strange Youth. At this moment, Lin Sure remembered that Qian Liangliang was someone he had met a few days ago, so he looked away. The place to pick up supplies is the property lobby of the apartment. When Lin Sure walked here, there was also a queue inside. But the people were not as exaggerated as those at the apartment door. Lin Sure could only line up at the back of the team again. After a while, an old lady came around from the back, walked hurriedly to the front of the line, and naturally joined the front row. Someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "Hey, auntie, why are you cutting in line?" The aunt put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "I am an old man with weak legs. My legs are sore after walking for so long. You young people should give way to me. Stop arguing. Didn't you see that these soldiers didn't say anything?" Everyone looked at the soldiers who were still guarding the supplies with an expressionless face, and some people could only swallow their anger. But some people were still angry and said, "We all walked a long way and waited in a long line to get here. Just because you're old, do you think you can take advantage of your age? You've walked such a long way, and your physical strength is no less than us young people." The aunt looked at the person who was speaking with disdain. "Young man, no one else is talking, but you are still holding on to this little thing. Can you be more open-minded? It will do us no good if you continue to make a fuss. Just stay quiet. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Do you understand? Aunties are not scary. What is scary is aunties with culture." This made the other party seem like he was being unreasonable. The man gritted his teeth, too angry to speak. "Pesque, if you don't listen to the old man, you will be happy for several years, right?" At this time, the young man in front of Lin Sure suddenly smiled and spoke, walked over, and pulled the old lady out of the crowd. Everyone was quite surprised that someone would stand up at a time like this. All those who were originally unhappy because of the old lady cutting in line showed happy expressions. Although they didn't want to cause trouble, they would like to see someone take care of this annoying old lady. Lin Shi also watched this scene with interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man was obviously very strong, and the old lady was pulled out of the team despite her struggle. The ant turned around and wanted to go back to the team. The people in the line immediately stood closer together to prevent the ant from squeezing back in. Seeing that she couldn't cut in line anymore, the old lady pointed at the young man who pulled her out and yelled, "Are you sick? I didn't cut in line in front of you. You live by the sea. Why are you being so nosy?" The young man just smiled and walked back to the line, this time standing behind Lin Shi. The old lady was very angry, but she didn't dare to make a big fuss. She walked behind the young man and continued to curse in a low voice. "You bastard! Look, you still have to queue up again. You think you're doing a good deed, but others don't want you to queue back up." The young man leaned forward to Lin Shi and asked, "Can I go back in line?" Lin Shi made a gesture of invitation. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked smugly at the old lady who was about to explode with anger, then lined up in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi thought this person was quite interesting. It's just a position of one in front and one behind. It doesn't matter whether you give way or not. The key point is that the attitude of this young man and his words and actions made Lin Shi a little confused. The young man did not have the negative feeling of suddenly sinking into the end of the world like the people around him. On the contrary, this young man still has a kind of cynicism and positivity that is still in the peaceful era before the end of the world. When everyone was standing in the queue before, Lin Shi hadn't noticed it yet. After this action, he immediately felt the difference of the young man. Perhaps because Lin Shi's gaze was too strong, the young man suddenly turned around and blinked at Lin Shi. His eyes were clear and bright, without depression, despair, or vigilance, which were emotions shared by almost everyone around him. However, there was an emotion that Lin Shi did not understand. "Thank you," the young man said to Lin Shi with a smile. Lin Shi nodded and lowered his eyes, no longer looking at the young man. "No matter how special they are people who have nothing to do with me." After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to receive the supplies. He handed over the metal tag like everyone else. After the staff saw and checked the metal tag, they took out a black bag from the cart behind them and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag is fluffy and weighs only about 10 pounds. Someone from the other team opened the supplies as soon as they received them, threw them on the ground in frustration and cursed. "This is all we have to eat for a week? Are you trying to starve us to death?" Lin Shi took a glance. In the bag were several packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, several packets of cold medicine, and some frozen fruits and vegetables. Dissatisfied voices immediately arose from the crowd. Maybe someone had caused trouble before, and a soldier immediately came forward to pick up the bag and said in a cold voice, "If you don't want it, go find it yourself." These things were brought back by our men who struggled to bring them back even though their hands and feet were frozen off. Even the troops in Shushi were not prepared with cold-proof clothing that could withstand such extreme cold. Even if you collect enough clothes, you basically can't find things like waterproof snow boots and waterproof gloves in Shushi. During the past few days of collecting and transporting supplies, many soldiers in the army suffered frostbite and even had their fingers and toes frozen off. Everyone knows what the situation is outside now, and that person ultimately cannot say something tough like, "No." He angrily snatched his bag and walked out. "It's good to have these things. In a few months, I won't be able to eat them if I want to," Lin Shi said secretly. Before he left, there was a huge notice posted on the wall of the hall. Above is a detailed list of materials exchanged for contribution points and contribution points exchanged for materials. There was also paper and pen on the side so that everyone could copy a copy to take home. Lin Shi also picked up a pen and paper and copied a copy. Sand can be exchanged for 5 contribution points. Cement can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Steel bars can be exchanged for 20 contribution points. A bunch of building material names and exchange details. Below is also a detailed list of contribution points that can be exchanged for undamaged circuit boards, undamaged electrical appliances, auto parts, various precision parts, wires, etc. What makes people jealous is the detailed list of materials exchanged for contribution points below. Chapter 76 Material Exchange List. List of materials for contribution point exchange. Contribution points can be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, a piece of bread, or a sausage. Contribution points can be exchanged for 5 pounds of charcoal, 1 liter of diesel, or 1 candle. Contribution points can be exchanged for a cotton coat, a cotton quilt, or a number 5 battery. Contribution points can be exchanged for a military flashlight or a military horn. Contribution points can be exchanged for the right to live in a single shelter. Contribution points can be exchanged for a cold weapon. The types are as follows: engineer shovel, saber, bayonet. Points can be exchanged for dagger guns, which have a power close to that of pistols within a distance of 10 meters. Contribution points can be exchanged for a crossbow, specially used by the Xia army, or a pistol. Contribution points can be exchanged for gene pills, repair genes, strengthen the body, and can slightly accelerate the repair of internal and external injuries. Contribution points can be exchanged for gene pills, repair genes, strengthen the body, and accelerate the repair of internal and external injuries to a certain extent. The above supplies can be obtained as long as the survivors are willing to spend time and energy to collect contribution points. Especially some electronic accessories. One piece can be exchanged for dozens of contribution points. If you are lucky enough to find a few pieces, you can solve the problem of food and clothing. What surprised Lin Shi was that he actually saw 2 things on it that were impossible to appear. Gene pills, gene pills. Lin Shi's eyes flashed. When he saw these 2 things, the tablets and pills he got from the Shin family quickly came to his mind. Although he was surprised that the army had such a thing, it was not too strange. If even the Shin family had it, it was impossible that the country had not developed it. In his previous life, Lin Shi had heard rumors that someone in the army had opened their genetic lock. What Lin Shi didn't expect was that the commander of Shushi would actually use this kind of thing as a reward to motivate the survivors. Ordinary people have no idea what this pill is. Repairing genes, it can indeed repair collapsed genes to a certain extent, but it only works for people who have unlocked their genes. Normal people can only absorb a little bit of the source substance and increase their body strength a little bit after eating it. It's better to exercise to improve your body. Lin admitted that it also has the function of repairing injuries, but that is only when the injuries are not serious. If the injury is serious, like Shan Jinbin before, he needs to take 6 pills at a time to stay alive, and then continue to use modern medical technology to save him. But now, if you are seriously injured and there is no modern medical equipment, you will die even if you take 10 pills. So this function is also very useless. Lin Shi could tell at a glance that the item was just a gimmick, just like the first prize in a scratch-off lottery ticket, to attract people to buy it. Contribution points. It is impossible for anyone to reach this contribution point in a short period of time. If it is achieved, it will be several years later. What Lin Shi coveted was the crossbow worth 3,000 contribution points. I don't know whether Xia Kingdom's bows and crossbows will be more powerful than the interception crossbows made by the Lighthouse Kingdom. After all, Xia Kingdom has a long history of using bows and crossbows. See things like batteries and flashlights. Lin Shi guessed that the Shushi troops should have a lot of military supplies that were well sealed or placed underground and were not destroyed by the electromagnetic storm. But except for unimportant things like flashlights and speakers, other things probably wouldn't be taken out. Lin Shi casually copied a list, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon when he walked out of the material distribution center. In about an hour, it will be dark. When he returned to the door of his apartment, he could already hear soldiers using loudspeakers to disperse the still growing crowd. Today's supplies distribution will end in half an hour. Those who haven't received supplies can come back tomorrow. And there were soldiers walking around with military loudspeakers to notify those coming from behind. There were voices of dissatisfaction and complaints from the crowd. Some people at the back were unwilling to leave. Not long after Lin Shi walked out of Xinghai apartment with the bag, he noticed several malicious gazes. These people had been targeting him since he walked out of his apartment. This place is quite close to Xinghai apartment, and there are more soldiers patrolling around than in other places. Lin Shi sneered in his heart and continued walking calmly. After walking another 2 kilometers and passing a deserted street, these people finally couldn't help but jump out. 6 masked men divided into 2 groups, one in front and one behind, blocking Lin Shi's way forward and backward. One of the masked men pointed the fruit knife in his hand at Lin Shi and said, "Boy, hand over what's in your hand and we'll spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand and shook it. "For you." A look of joy flashed in the masked man's eyes, and he took a few steps forward to take the bag. However, when the masked man approached, Lin Shi took a step forward, grabbed the masked man's right hand, and thrust the fruit knife in the masked man's hand into his abdomen. Then he quickly pulled out a fruit knife and rushed towards the 2 people on the opposite side who had not yet reacted. A moment later, 6 lifeless bodies were lying on the cold snow. Ever since what happened with Shan Jinbin, Lin Shi would make sure that the corpse had completely lost all vital signs before leaving, or he would directly put the corpse into the space. Because of the previous feature of the space that it could not hold living things, any corpse that could be stored in the space would be absolutely dead. Originally, he was planning to store the bodies of these people into the space. But for some reason, after killing these 6 people, he still had a feeling that he was being spied on. I can't tell where this feeling comes from. Lin Shi was secretly alert and did not use the space. After confirming that these people were dead, he got up and left. Long after he left, a figure appeared on the snow carrying a head with distorted features. If Lin Shi were here, he would be able to recognize that the face of the head with its eyes open after death is exactly that of the old lady who cut in line at the supply collection point. The person holding the head was actually the strange young man who had stood in front of Lin Shi and looked harmless. The young man looked at the direction Lin Shi left, with an ambiguous smile on his face. Interesting. After Lin Shi left the street, the vague feeling of being watched by others disappeared. To be on the safe side, he carried the bag and walked a few kilometers further. Then he found a hidden corner and put the bag in his hand into the space. After changing his clothes, Lin Shi took out his snowmobile and headed towards the western suburbs. It was already dark on the way back. After dark, Lin Shi no longer hid and drove his snowmobile directly onto the main road. Only Lin Shi's car lights were on in the dark street, attracting the attention of many survivors who were trembling as they hurried on. What the hell? What is that? Someone was shocked. Snowmobile. Boss, give me a ride, someone said jealously. Damn, where did the snowmobiles come from in Shushi? Some people questioned their lives. Is there any car that can be driven now? I'll go find one and try it tomorrow. Some people were hoping for a lucky break. Lin Shi's face was hidden by the goggles and mask. No one could see it clearly. They could only watch him disappear in envy and jealousy. After arriving at the western suburbs, Lin Shi put the snowmobile into storage, so as to avoid being found from the tracks left by snowmobiles. After cleaning up the footprints and returning to the outside of Wulong Village, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he entered Wulong Village, Lin Shi realized something was wrong. Chapter 77, Encountering the Source Beast Again. Since the arrival of extreme cold, the absence of insects and birds chirping at night makes the already quiet night even quieter. The entire Wulong Village was plunged into darkness under the cover of night. In the darkness, the gloomy village entrance looked like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting for Lin Shi to come in. Lin Shi looked at the darkness and felt a sense of danger rising in his heart. Although there are no living villagers in Wulong Village, but the threats at night usually do not come from humans, but from some wild beasts or even source beasts that are lacking food in the mountains. Wulong Village is originally a mountain village, surrounded by mountains, and the probability of wild beasts or source beasts appearing is higher than in other places. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the location he chose is far away from the crowd, the chance of encountering source beasts will be higher. Lin Shi took out an infrared night vision goggles from the space and put them on. In the dark night, any warm-blooded animal within 200 meters will be visible under the infrared night vision goggles. Then he took out his weapons and walked out of the village. There is a field on one side of the road outside the village, and the houses in the village on the other side. There is no wind and snow tonight, and the fields full of weeds are clearly visible without any buildings blocking the view. Lin Shi focused his attention on this side of the village. He moved forward carefully step by step. After walking for a few minutes, there was still nothing suspicious in sight. The only sound I could hear was the slight sound of my feet stepping into the snow. Am I being too suspicious? Lin Shi thought to himself. But he did not let his guard down, believing that it is better to be safe than sorry. In the end times, it is better to waste some time and energy being overly cautious than to die from one's own carelessness. After walking for a few more minutes, a red light suddenly flashed in the infrared night vision goggles. It only appeared for a moment before disappearing under the cover of the building. What? Lin Shi stood there concentrating and on guard. There was an extra gun in his hand. Seeing the red light proved that his premonition was correct. There were indeed living creatures in Wulong Village. The red light flashed across the air. It was definitely not a human. Lin Shi held his breath slightly and stared intently at the place where the red light had just disappeared. About 3 or 4 minutes later, with a strange sound, a red light suddenly flashed in the infrared night vision goggles and then disappeared. This time it was closer to his location. Time passed by minute, and Lin Shi was ready. Just as the red light appeared in his sight again, he quickly aimed at the red light and fired. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing the thing that was rushing over to stagger and fall from midair, making a dull sound like a heavy object falling into the snow. Then he stood up quickly as if nothing had happened and rushed towards Lin Shi. This time Lin Shi saw clearly what it was. It turned out to be an ape-like creature. Through the infrared night vision goggles, the arms of this ape-like creature look particularly thick. It uses its hands and feet when running, and its palms are even bigger than wash basins. This is clearly a mutated gibbon. The sound that Lin Shi heard before was because this gibbon had been swinging in the air using the village buildings. When the gibbon approached within 100 meters, the cornucopia immediately issued a warning. A first-level source beast is detected within 100 meters. Lin Shi was not surprised but happy. He put away his gun and took out his saber. He wanted to try to see if he could tame the gibbon. Although he already had the idea of forming a legion of source beasts, if the source beast could not be tamed, then his plan could not be implemented even if the space could accommodate living things. Use this gibbon to try out whether your ideas can succeed. Now that he had unlocked the second stage of the gene lock, he could use this first stage gibbon to test his true combat power. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and with a saber in hand, he rushed straight towards the huge gibbon. Seeing that Lin Shi did not run away but advanced instead, the gibbon slapped Lin Shi with its basin-sized palm accompanied by a whistling sound. Feeling the fishy stench of fur coming towards him, Lin Shi dodged nimbly. He chopped off the arm of the gibbon in front of him with a knife. The blade was clamped by the gibbon's muscles an inch into the flesh and could not go any further. What a strong defense! His current strength is several times stronger than when he unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock. The wound inflicted on this gibbon was even worse than that on the mutated wild boar. The pain in his arm made the gibbon roar angrily, and he slapped Lin Shi on the head with his other arm. Lin Shi simply dropped his saber and leaped back to avoid it. Snowflakes were flying where Lin Shi was standing. He had no doubt that if this hit him on the forehead, it would crack like the way he usually did when he hit a watermelon in the safe house. The gene lock was quietly opened in an instant. Lin Shi's eyes and temperament changed, and his whole body entered a mysterious state, with the power in his body surging out. He quickly determined the strengths and weaknesses of this gibbon in his mind. As an ape, its defense is not as strong as that of a wild boar, but the gibbon's arms seem to be extremely strong in both strength and defense. Obviously, the arms have been alienated. If you want to take down this gibbon, the place you need to attack should be its body. The gibbon failed to take a picture of Lin Shi, so it quickly opened its arms and hugged Lin Shi. The arm, which was at least 2 meters long, almost blocked Lin Shi's retreat routes. A saber reappeared in Lin Shi's hand. When the gibbon came around, he used its arms to gain leverage and stepped on the gibbon's shoulder. After activating the second-level gene lock, his strength and speed are incomparable to those of a first-level source beast. He grabbed the gibbon's hair with his left hand to stabilize his body and stabbed the gibbon's neck with the sharp saber in his right hand. Turned the tide of battle in a matter of seconds. The gibbon roared in pain. Under the precise control of the gene lock, Lin Shi's knife avoided the gibbon's carotid artery and pierced deeply into the gibbon's neck. As long as he applied force horizontally, he could cut half of the gibbon's neck. Lin Shi didn't care whether the gibbon could understand or not, and said murderously, "Submit to me, or I'll kill you." Chapter 78. What kind of dog is the Demon King? Although the gibbon didn't understand what Lin Shi said, but animals have an instinctive fear of death, and they understand the feeling of having their lives held in the hands of others. The alienated gibbon was obviously smarter than ordinary animals. It did not choose to struggle to death, but stopped attacking and did not move again. If Lin Shi could see the gibbon's eyes, he would see that the gibbon's round eyes were full of panic and fear. Lin Shi immediately communicated with the space and tried to take the gibbon in it. However, it was not as smooth as pulling the Demon King into the space. When he tried to pull the gibbon into the space, he felt a resistance. Lin Shi increased the strength in his hand, and the saber went deeper, threatening with a murderous tone. No resistance. Time is running out. The gene lock can only be activated for 8 seconds, after which he will become weak. If he failed, he would have to kill the gibbon immediately to avoid it becoming a threat to himself. He knew that wild animals could not understand human language, so he could only release the murderous intent in him so that the gibbon would understand what he meant. If that doesn't work, he'll have to find another way next time. Lin Shi was counting down secretly in his heart. 4, 3, 2. The next second, the gibbon under his feet disappeared into the snow. Lin Shi landed. Success. He quickly sent his consciousness into the space to check. The gibbon appeared on the spaceland at a loss. Noticing that blood was still flowing from its neck, it reached out and grabbed a handful of dirt and patted it on the wound, then looked around. Lin Shi withdrew his consciousness. The next moment, a feeling of weakness swept over me. This time, Lin Shi did not stagger and kneel down, but instead supported himself with his legs to steady his body. He took out the gun and held it in his hand, constantly scanning the surroundings with the infrared night vision goggles. Although he was weak, he did not dare to let his guard down at all. After all, he was still outside and in the dark. Even the appearance of another source beast is possible. It would be nice if the Demon King was around. Lin Shi thought of this at this time. The reason why we didn't put the Demon King into the space and take him out was because we were afraid that there would be hidden dangers if living things were placed in the space. For example, there is insufficient oxygen over time, or living things cannot be kept there for a long time, or there are other disadvantages. Originally, Lin Shi was planning to go to the mountains to find a wild beast to experiment with in the next few days. Now is the perfect time to try it out with this gibbon. Once he is sure that the space can really hold the source beast for a long time, he will bring the Demon King with him whenever he travels. With the Demon King's vigilance, he won't have to worry about safety issues like he does now after unlocking the genetic lock. Lin Shi recovered his strength, raised his feet, and walked towards the safe house step by step. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the safe house. When the devil heard the sound of the door opening, he came forward quickly and sniffed Lin Shi in confusion. Lin Shi habitually reached out and touched the Demon King. After pulling out the Demon King's short hair a few times, he took a shower and changed his blood-stained clothes. Being able to tame a source beast this time was a huge gain for him. Whether this source beast can be fully utilized by oneself like the Demon King depends on subsequent developments. After dinner, Lin Shi tried to communicate with the gibbon in space. However, although the gibbon is smart, it has been living in the wild and cannot understand human language at all. Instead, he was startled by the sudden sound in his ear and started running around in the space anxiously. Lin Shi thought for a moment, glanced at the Demon King who was watching the teaching video obediently, and said, "Demon Lord, I have a mission for you." The Demon King turned around and looked at Lin Shi in confusion. Woof. 10 minutes later, Lin Shi sighed as he watched a dog and an ape chasing and fleeing in his consciousness. The gibbon was running in front, and the devil was chasing it from behind, barking loudly. The key is the expression of the Demon King. Lin Shi asked it to be more friendly when communicating with the gibbon, but the Demon King learned a smiling expression from somewhere. This expression on the devil's dog's face is extremely ferocious and looks like a pervert. It seems that it is not easy for different animals to communicate with each other. Lin Shi held his forehead helplessly. Originally, he thought that since they were both source beasts, and the Demon King was so smart, it should be no problem for him to subdue a gibbon. Lin Shi found that he was too impatient. Although they are all mammals, it is still not easy for a Xia person who has not learned a foreign language and a foreigner who has not learned Xia language to communicate with each other. Especially since the gibbon was still in an unfamiliar and alert environment, it was impossible for it to communicate well with the Demon King who suddenly descended from the sky. Moreover, when the Demon King saw the gibbon, which was also a source beast, it was as if his nature was released, and he suddenly became a little unserious. Only then did Lin Shi realize that he had never known what breed of dog the Demon King was. With a thought, he released the Demon King from the space. When the Demon King came out, he was still a little unsatisfied. Looking at Lin Shi, he seemed to want to try again. Lin Shi smiled bitterly and said, "It's a little shy now, let's try again in a few days." He observed the devil carefully. After the hair that had been shaved off grew back a little, the color of the Demon King's fur could already be distinguished. It has pointed ears, gray-black fur on its body, white fur from the neck to the abdomen, and white paws. Except for the black nose tip, the mouth, nose, and area around the eyes are all white, but there is a strip of gray-black hair between the eyes and forehead. Although Lin Shi had never raised a dog, he always felt that the Demon King looked familiar. Could it be that the devil is? The devil tilted his head and stared at Lin Shi. Lin Shi immediately denied the guess in his mind. It shouldn't be. The Demon King is so docile and never destroys the house. Moreover, it is much bigger than that kind of dog and has longer hair. Lin Shi compared the dog in a movie on his computer, looked at the devil seriously and asked, "Demon King, you are an Alaskan dog, right?" The devil blinked. Woof. Lin Shi felt relieved. Facts have proved that the source beast's self-healing ability is really strong. When he woke up the next day, Lin Shi found that the gibbon's wound had stopped bleeding. He brought in some fruit from another vacuum to feed the gibbon. Every time he feeds the gibbon, he will talk to it to let it get familiar with his voice. This gibbon is smarter than Lin Shi thought. The intelligence of wild animals will be improved after being alienated, not to mention apes whose IQ is already higher than that of ordinary animals. After knowing that it couldn't go anywhere, the gibbon calmed down and was no longer afraid of Lin Shi's sudden voice. 2 days later, the gibbon was no longer as uneasy as when he first arrived. You can also fight with the devil. Lin Shi rubbed his brows and pulled the Demon King who was fighting happily out of the space. In the past 2 days, Lin Shi also confirmed that there was no problem in keeping living things in the space for a long time. Today he is going to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. Chapter 79 Meeting Qian Liangliang again. When I went to the eastern suburbs 2 days ago, I was only there to investigate the situation and had no time to collect gold. In the past 2 days, he has visited all the gold shops in the suburbs in the other 2 directions. In total, more than 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry were collected. Just upgraded the item replication to a higher level. The upgraded cornucopia data is as follows. Treasure bowl. Storage space. Complete the volume of the space can increase as the source power in the user's body increases and can store living things. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 2.48 million. The number of item duplications has been increased by 384, and the required money points have been doubled. This is the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the time to copy each type of material in the space, which took 15 copies. A relatively small number of items such as generators, medicines, wilderness survival tools, cold-proof clothing, etc. were copied. Coal and wood, which are consumed more quickly, are also copied. There are 750 copies of the remaining items. After once again reminding the Demon King and the gibbon not to fight, Lin Shi put the Demon King into the space, got dressed, and went out. It snowed heavily outside today, so Lin Shi wore a waterproof and warm suit, which was waterproof from the hat to the boots. When traveling on snowy days, if the clothes are not waterproof, no matter how thick you wear, you will not be warm. When snowflakes fall on your body, melt on your clothes and then freeze, it can chill you to the bone. There were survivors on the road holding umbrellas and wrapping their shoes with nylon and plastic bags to prevent them from leaking. After walking for a while, you should shake the umbrella to shake off the snow, so as not to carry a heavy burden. The survivors who were walking on the road were all envious and jealous when they saw Lin Shi's outfit. Ever since the Shushi troops distributed supplies, people from other surrounding villages and counties who got the news rushed to Shushi with their families. The blizzard and low temperatures caused many deaths in the city in less than half a month. People coming from the surrounding areas would just knock on the windows, and after making sure that no one was at home, they would directly pry open the lock or break into the house through the window. They threw the body, which had been frozen into an ice stick, onto the road, fixed the windows, and moved in as if it were their own home. Therefore, the number of survivors in Sha City increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The order that had just improved has deteriorated again. Maybe no one dared to take direct action on the main road, but on the small roads or in deserted places, there were always a few corpses lying in the snow with their eyes open. The bodies were buried by heavy snow overnight. No one knows how many bodies are beneath the path they walk on. Lin Shi dealt with a few fools and prepared to find a deserted place to take out the snowmobile as usual. As soon as I walked into a small path, I heard a cry for mercy not far away. This situation was very common, so he didn't bother to do anything and just turned around and left, ready to move to another place. I'll fight you guys. After a loud roar, hurried footsteps approached Lin Shi, getting closer and closer. Chase after him. Don't let me catch you, you little brat, or I'll skin you alive. Qian Liangliang desperately rushed out from the 3 people who were trying to kill him for money and ran for his life. Seeing Lin was like seeing a life-saving straw, and he shouted, "Help! Someone is robbing and killing people." Seeing Lin Shi pretending not to hear and continuing walking, Qian Liangliang's eyes flashed with viciousness. He reached out and grabbed Lin Shi's back. "Since you didn't help me, don't blame me for taking him as a scapegoat." However, it was as if Lin Shi had eyes on his back. He slightly turned his body and Qian Liangliang missed his chance. Qian Liangliang was slightly stunned. Since he failed, he didn't dare to stop and prepared to continue running away. Who knew that as soon as I took a step, there was an extra foot under my feet? Qian Liangliang tripped and lost his balance, falling into the snow, flat on his face. It was Lin Shi who kicked the ball. Lin Shi looked down at Qian Liangliang. He didn't know if it was because Shushi was too small, but this was the 3rd time he had met this man. Qian Liangliang looked at Lin Shi with resentment and prepared to continue running away. But this delay allowed the 3 people behind him to catch up. One of the men in a black down jacket quickly raised his foot and kicked Qian Liangliang, who had just stood up, hard, kicking him back into the snow. "You little bastard, I told you to run. You run again. You dare to kick me? Kick me again and try." Before Qian Liangliang could even remember, The man stabbed him in the leg again. Suddenly, a scream like a pig being slaughtered resounded through the sky. "Shut up. I'll kill you if you scream again. Where's the food? Hand it over now." Qian Liang was in so much pain that he cried and snot. "My food was stolen 2 days ago. I really have nothing left, brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out alone to look for food and got caught by you." He turned to look at Lin Shi, pointed at him with resentful eyes and said, "Look at how well he's dressed. He must have food at home. I also know he has a dog. If you kill that dog, you can eat it for several days. Please, brothers, let me go." Qian Liang had recognized Lin Shi from his attire and found that he was the man who brought the dog a few days ago. Because there is no one else like Lin Shi in the entire Shushi, so I was particularly impressed by Lin Shi's outfit. The devil who was playing with the gibbon in the space didn't know that someone was eyeing his dog meat. After hearing Qian Liang's words, the other two licked their lips and immediately approached Lin Shi with knives. A murderous look flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, and he reached for his waist. At this time, a burst of orderly footsteps approached this side. Lin Shi stopped moving. The footsteps in this area could only be made by well-trained soldiers. One of the assailants was obviously very experienced and whispered hurriedly, "Oh no, that damn kid just shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers." He immediately lifted Qian Liang up and stood behind him to block the attack and covered the blood on the ground with snow. Another person put a knife to Qian Liang's back and warned, "Don't talk nonsense for a while. If we are discovered, we will kill you first. If you cooperate with us, we will spare your life for a while, understand?" Qian Liang nodded quickly. Another person threatened Lin Shi, "We will kill you first if you dare to ask for help." The three of them skillfully got into position, and just a moment later, a group of soldiers came over and inquired about the situation. The man who blocked Qian Liang showed an embarrassed expression to the leading soldier and said, "We 5 came out together to look for supplies. My brother just fell and hurt his leg, so he screamed a little louder. I'm really sorry." Qian Liang was blocked tightly behind one of the men. He wanted to turn his head to hint, but he felt the tip of the knife piercing his clothes from behind, and he dared not move. The other two also quickly showed a harmless expression. The leading soldier glanced at the few people suspiciously. Looking at Lin Shi, who was standing beside them and clearly looked different from the others, he asked, "Is that so?" Chapter 80: The Whereabouts of Gold. Obviously, these soldiers also know the current situation in Shushi. The 3 thugs immediately broke out in cold sweats upon hearing this. If soldiers from the Shushi force discover a robbery, they will directly take the person to the nearby security station. I heard that the nearby police station has been overcrowded these past 2 days. If anyone thinks that the current Public Security Bureau provides food and accommodation like the Public Security Bureau before the apocalypse, they are wrong. Those who were arrested would be locked up in a cell with dozens of other people. No food or bedding. Dozens of people crammed together won't freeze to death, but it's dirty, smelly, and people are always hungry. It's unknown how long they will be locked up. That kind of suffering is terrible. Of course, you can also resist, but the result of resistance is death. The murderer will be shot dead on the spot. The 3 thugs turned their heads and stared at Lin Shi. Qian Liang, who was blocked behind a murderer, showed ecstasy on his face and shouted wildly in his heart, "Damn it, blink quick so I can be saved too." Just when everyone thought Lin Shi would ask for help, Lin Shi glanced in the direction of Qian Liang, and because of his position, he happened to catch Qian Liang's ecstatic expression. He shook his head at the soldier. "I was not hijacked." The ecstasy on Qian Liang's face froze, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. The 3 murderers were secretly surprised, but they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there was another cry for help from the street outside, and someone shouted, "Help!" The leading soldier's expression became tense, and without caring about the 5 people who were in a strange atmosphere, he quickly led the team to run outside. After the soldiers left, the 3 criminals regained their ferocious expressions. One of them said to Qian Liang, who was staring at Lin Shi as if he had a grudge against Lin Shi for killing his father, "Take off your clothes and shoes and get out." Qian Liang originally thought that he was doomed to die because he missed the opportunity to ask the soldiers for help. Seeing that the 3 men were really going to let him go, he didn't care about the cold and quickly took off his clothes and shoes. He dared to guarantee that he had never taken off his clothes so quickly when he first went to bed. While taking off her clothes, she looked at Lin Shi with a pleased look and mouthed to him, "You deserve it." Another person said to Lin Shi, "Look, kid, we're only after money, not life. You have behaved well just now. Take off your clothes and hat, and then take your dog away." However, Before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his neck and could not say the rest. Qian Liang was busy taking off his clothes. Suddenly, there was a sound of something heavy hitting the snow nearby, and Qian Liang turned his head to look. But he saw a scene that he would never forget. The three people who had looked ferocious just now were now all lying on the ground, their bodies and heads separated forever. The expression on the head still maintained a ferocious look, as if it had not yet realized that it was dead. Qian Liang reacted instantly, and he finally understood why Lin Shi didn't ask the soldiers for help. Because there is no need for it. Seeing Lin's cold eyes, Qian Liang didn't even bother to take off his pants halfway. He knelt on the snow with a plop and groaned. "Big brother, please spare me. Big brother, please spare me." Lin Shi naturally would not let go of this person who dared to harm him, and the knife in his hand quickly chopped towards Qian Liang's neck. At this moment, Qian Liang, as if he knew that he was doomed, suddenly had an idea and said, "Brother, I know a place with lots of gold." Lin Shi paused as he was about to strike with the knife, and instead placed his hand on Qian Liang's neck. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Qian Liang with murderous intent. "How did you know I needed gold?" "Brother, the story about you taking the big dog out to smash a gold shop and kill a monster has spread all over this area." I heard about it too." Qian Liang's mouth twisted as if he was crying and laughing. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead and quickly turned into frost. Soon his head was covered with white snow. Lin Shi said, "Do you know where there is a lot of gold?" I know. I used to work in a company, and my boss had a habit of buying gold and—" Qian Liang's tone was slightly hesitant when he said this. Lin Shi interrupted impatiently. "Are you kidding me? How much gold can one person buy? The person you were talking about would have more gold than the gold shop?" Qian Liang immediately remembered that his life was in someone else's hands and said quickly, No, not just a little bit, definitely a lot. I heard that many people have given him gold. He is my big boss." He raised his head and glanced at Lin Shi secretly. These words should not be said. But the world is like this now. Even if he said it, what would it matter? If he has lost his life, who would care about whether he would be retaliated against by his leader? Seeing that Lin Shi had indeed restrained his murderous intent, Qian Liang immediately knew that his life was temporarily saved. "Where?" Lin Shi asked. Originally, after collecting gold in the eastern suburbs today, he was planning to visit other surrounding cities. However, other cities have not visited the site in advance, so the collection speed will be much slower than that of Shashi. It would be great if we could speed up the process. Qian Liang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Big brother, look, if I tell you, I'll be dead, right? I'm not that stupid. How about this? I'll take you there, and you'll let me go after you get the gold." Lin Shi put away the knife. "Put on your clothes and take me with you." Looking at Qian Liang, who was hurriedly putting on clothes, Lin Shi's voice was icy cold. "If I don't have the gold I want, I'll make you regret having lived so long on Earth." Having lived in the apocalypse for 8 years, he knew several ways to make people live a life worse than death in extreme cold. Qian Liang shuddered coldly, glanced around at the 3 people whose blood had been frozen into ice, and said hurriedly, "I absolutely wouldn't dare." After Qian Liang put on his clothes, Lin Shi used his backpack to cover himself and took out a golf ball from the space. This was collected from the port containers before, including a container of sports equipment. He handed the golf ball to Qian Liang and said, "Hold it in your mouth." Qian Liang stared at Lin Shi. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. The threat was self-evident. "If you go out and start yelling, I'll kill you." A ball of this size is just enough to make a person speechless when held in the mouth. Qian Liang reluctantly put it in his mouth and then put on the mask that Lin Shi handed over to him. There is nothing unusual from the outside. Qian Liang, who originally wanted to wait until he walked to the street to find a chance to escape, now felt that there was something he didn't know whether he should say or not. Chapter 81. Searching for Gold. More than 2 hours later, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa area near the eastern suburbs. Qian Liang was almost in despair along the way. Lin Shi's vigilance was amazing, and he didn't find any chance to escape. The houses in the entire villa area look shorter than usual. Now the first floors and low-lying areas of Shashi are no longer habitable. The continuous snow caused the snow in Shashi to accumulate to more than 3 meters deep. One layer has been covered with snow. The average villa, which used to be only 3 stories high, is now only 2 stories high. Following Qian Liang's directions, the two walked to a villa. "Is it here?" Lin Shi pointed at the villa whose gate had been buried, so that only a little bit was exposed. Qian Liangliang nodded. After looking around and seeing no one nearby, Lin Shi grabbed Qian Liangliang and threw him onto the second-floor balcony, which was only 1 meter above the snow, amid his terrified whimpers. Then he jumped up. Qian Liangliang fell on the balcony and saw stars. Just as I was about to get up, my eyes met another pair of eyes through the balcony glass. A pair of cloudy yellow eyes were staring at him. Woo woo woo. Qian Liangliang was so frightened that he stepped back madly and almost fell off the balcony again. Seeing Lin Shi coming up, he quickly pointed at the room. As soon as Lin Shi came up, he saw the person lying in the French window. It's a corpse. He opened the French window and found that the door was not locked at all. When I walked in, there was a bedroom with 2 bodies in it. A body was lying on the bed. It was a middle-aged woman. One of them was lying on the ground. It was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stared towards the balcony with his eyes wide open. There were obvious external injuries on the body, and it was obvious that he was murdered. Qian Liangliang saw the middle-aged man's face clearly, pointed at him, and kept whining. Lin Shi asked Qian Liangliang to take the golf ball out of his mouth and speak. Qian Liangliang took some effort to dig out the golf ball and said excitedly, "This is my leader." Looking at the traces in the house, Lin Shi frowned. "Someone has been here." "What?" Qian Liangliang looked at the signs of robbery in the house and looked at Lin Shi with some fear. He was afraid that Lin Shi would kill him immediately out of anger. "Why don't we look for it again? Maybe the gold hasn't been taken away yet." He himself did not believe what he said. How could a looter let go of anything he could take away? Although gold is of no use now, what if one day the world returns to its original state? Qian Liangliang just wanted to hope that he would have a chance to slip away while looking for something. Lin Shi glanced at Qian Liangliang, whose eyes were spinning around, and said, "You go and look for it, and I'll watch you." Qian Liangliang realized that his little trick had been seen through, and he listlessly began to search the room. The clothes, blankets, and even curtains in all the bedrooms of the villa had been torn away. I didn't see anything valuable, and it was cleaner than if it had been washed by a flood. The more Qian Liangliang searched, the more frustrated he became. He couldn't help but secretly observe Lin Shi's expression behind him. "Find it quickly, or I'll kill you right away," Lin Shi urged. Qian Liangliang had no choice but to continue searching, and finally, after opening a room that seemed to be a study, he shouted in surprise, "The safe is still there." The safe is not big, but it is very heavy. Without electricity and cutting equipment, it cannot be opened violently in a short time. This may be the reason why the criminals did not take the safe away. Lin Shi glanced coldly at the excited Qian Liangliang. Even if all this place was gold, it wouldn't hold much. After hearing this, Qian Liangliang, who was originally happy, immediately broke out in a cold sweat and danced with joy, trying to make Lin Shi believe him. There must be gold somewhere else. There can't be only this much. We often see news about corrupt officials hiding money in walls or mattresses. Lin Shi glanced across the study and knocked on the wall. "There's nothing unusual. Does your leader have any strange habits or quirks?" Lin Shi asked. "Strange habits?" Qian Liangliang scratched his head and thought hard. Suddenly he thought of something and looked up. Does it count if he likes to listen to rock music? Like listening to rock music? A middle-aged senior executive in a career structure likes to listen to rock music? Yes, I heard that he even built a soundproof room to listen to rock music, and he would invite people to his house to enjoy it together. But he treated his speakers very carefully and never allowed anyone to touch them. Qian Liangliang said. There were several huge speakers in the room they had just visited. "Let's go check out that room." The two walked back to the room where the stereo was. The room is luxuriously decorated, with a huge screen and 6 exaggerated and huge speakers on both sides. Opposite is a leather sofa seat. Lin Shi suspected that there was gold in this room. He instructed Qian Liangliang, "Tear down the sofa and see." Qian Liangliang walked towards the sofa. Lin Shi himself walked towards the speakers. It should be easy to hide things in such a big speaker, right? He placed his hand on the speaker and shook it. The first speaker is normal. The second one is also normal. Third, Lin Shi immediately discovered something unusual. The speaker is very heavy, more than twice as heavy as the previous two. Lin Shi immediately used his thoughts to communicate with the space and extended his consciousness into the sound. Sure enough, gold was found inside. And they are all square gold bars. Gold bars of this size are about the same size as the ones Lin Shi bought from the bank before. One bar should weigh 10 kilograms. And this speaker has 53 of them. He put his hands on the other speakers and asked casually, "How many years have you, the leader, worked in your unit?" I heard that he has been doing this for 20 to 30 years. Qian Liangliang said. Lin Shi nodded. No wonder. There are more than 50 of them in this speaker. While Lin Shi was collecting the gold conscientiously, Qian Liangliang, who was originally looking for something to cut open the sofa, had a sinister look on his face. He reached his hand into his pocket, and when he took it out, there was a sharp blade in his hand. He walked carefully towards Lin Shi, who had his back to him. The blanket on the ground masked the sound of his footsteps. The closer Qian Liangliang got, the more ferocious the expression on his face became. If there weren't 3 people present today, he would have killed them and stolen their supplies long ago. It's a pity that subsequent developments were completely beyond his imagination. No matter how cautious this guy is, there will always be times when a person loses his vigilance, just like now. In Qian Liangliang's mind, he seemed to have seen Lin Shi's desperate and shocked expression after he cut Lin Shi's neck with a blade. He took another step closer and slowly raised the blade in his hand. What are you doing? Lin Shi turned his head, and his calm eyes met Qian Liangliang's ugly face. Qian Liangliang stood there frozen. He didn't expect Lin Shi to turn around. But he didn't know that Lin Shi had already discovered it and was just waiting for him to get closer to give him the final blow. This guy is useless anyway. Chapter 82, Getting Gold. Lin Shi quickly drew his knife and chopped off Qian Liangliang's head with one stroke. After taking care of this guy, he continued to check the remaining 2 speakers. There are 50 or 60 wires in each of the remaining 2 speakers, and together with the ones found earlier, there are more than 200 wires in total. More than 2 tons of gold. If it was before the end of the world, this would be more than 500 million xia country currency. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh that this leader was so cunning. He put the gold right under his nose and invited people to his house to listen to rock music. Generally, people of the same age as this leader don't like rock music and basically won't come back for a second time. No one would have thought that there would be so much gold in the speakers right in front of them. If you turn on the 2 front speakers at all times, it will be difficult to arouse suspicion. He checked other places and made sure it was gone before walking back to the room where he had just found the safe. Generally speaking, the thickness of a safe is 6 centimeters. Lin Shi wanted to try to take the gold out of the safe, because ever since he had experimented with the limits of telekinesis several times with his mind last time, he discovered that when he used space to get supplies later, his mind could penetrate a greater distance than before. Just in case, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King from space. Something is approaching to alert me. The devil immediately got into shape. His eyes became sharp in an instant, and he was alert to his surroundings. Lin Shi placed his hand on the safe, communicating the space. Unlike collecting gold from the speakers, when consciousness spreads into the safe, the sense of obstruction and obscurity becomes stronger. As his consciousness entered, Lin Shi only felt a dull pain in his temples. But it hasn't reached its limit yet. Lin Shi frowned, concentrated his energy, and continued to probe his consciousness. Finally, success. As the items in the safe were transferred into the space, Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before he knew it, his forehead was covered with sweat. Lin Shi wiped his sweat and checked the things he had just stored in the space. The result was disappointing. In a flash, some cash, 2 small gold bars, and some jewelry appeared in his hand. The value of this little thing is not even comparable to a gold bar found in the speaker. But Lin Shi changed his mind and didn't care much about it. It was a pleasant surprise that we were able to harvest more than 2 tons of gold this time. Maybe he should hang out in the villa area more often? Based on the principle of, since you are already here, Lin Shi put all the wooden furniture in the villa into the space. Wooden furniture can be disassembled and used for burning. Many people may not realize the value of wood now, and in the future they may not realize it anymore. There were also some pots, pans, and other things. He took away everything he thought was useful. Walk. Lin Shi cleared out everything in the villa, took the Demon King back into the space, and left from the balcony. He landed lightly, and seeing that it was still early, he decided to see if there was anything else he could find in this villa area. You can tell whether someone lives in the villa by looking at whether the snow at the door has been cleared. The snow at the doors of some villas had been cleared to both sides, and some doors had been buried in the snow. Lin Shi was looking for a villa with a door buried in snow. Within half an hour, Lin Shi searched 2 more empty villas. In one building, everything that could be taken away had been taken away, and there was no sign of clutter. It looked like the owner had moved out on his own. There was another building that had no signs of anyone living there, but there were still some furniture that had accumulated a lot of dust. No matter whether it was useful or not, Lin Shi would just take it away first. After 2 rounds, there were many miscellaneous things in Lin Shi's space, but no gold was found. As expected, the chances of trying luck in the villa area are still slim. Since we don't know exactly where the gold is, the efficiency of this search is not as high as raiding gold shops. After coming out of another empty villa, Lin sure planned to leave. At this moment, there was a slight sound of something falling into the snow not far away. Then there was the sound of something rising from the snow. Lin sure looked sideways warily. A young girl in a beige down jacket is climbing out of a snow pit. He patted his body to shake off the snow. The bulky down jacket still can't hide the girl's exquisite figure. A circle of fluffy fox fur on the brim of her down jacket covered half of the girl's face. Lin Shure's eyes hidden behind his goggles moved, and he recognized him at a glance. This girl was exactly the heavily protected girl in the team that he almost collided with when he was riding a shared bicycle before. After meeting the people from the port troops that day, Lin Shure became even more certain that those people he almost bumped into were from the army, not just an ordinary soldier. At that time, Lin Shure only felt that the man named Uncle Chiu posed a strong threat to him. Now that the second stage of the gene lock has been activated, Lin Shure finally realized how powerful the man named Uncle Chiu was at that time. That kind of power and reaction speed. At least he is a strong man who has unlocked the first level of genetic lock. Or he is a strong person with the bonus of being well trained. With such a strong man protecting her, this girl might be a relative of some important person in the army. The girl is here, and the man called Uncle Chiu is likely to be nearby as well. Although his current strength is no weaker than that of Uncle Chiu, he does not want to have anything to do with troublesome people. Lin Shure turned around and quickened his pace. After taking a few steps, Lin Shure felt someone following him. He stopped and turned around, only to see that the girl was following him. Lin Shure looked at Lu Pianran, frowning under his goggles. I couldn't help but speed up and try to shake the girl off. The last time I saw this girl, the weather was not cold yet. He was wearing thin clothes and half of his face was covered by a raincoat. This time, he didn't even show his eyes, and he wore much more clothes than last time. Therefore, even judging from her figure, it was impossible for the girl to recognize herself. Lin Shure looked around again, but this time he didn't see the man called Uncle Chiu. What surprised Lin Shure was that even though he sped up, the girl still caught up with him. Hey, wait a minute. Don't run yet. Lu Pianran tried her best to catch up with Lin Shure's pace, panting. She was originally being guarded in the villa and wanted to come out for some fresh air. After leaving the villa, Lu Pianran found that the sky and the earth were all white. There was no one around, which made her a little scared. Hey, why are you running away when you see someone? You're sneaking around like that. Stop right there. Lu Pianran pouted, and saw that Lin Shure in front of her still had no intention of stopping. She was so angry that she took out the gun that Uncle Chiu gave her for self-defense. If you run again, I'll shoot. Feeling the threat coming from behind, Lin Shure finally stopped. He turned to look at Lu Pianran and said impatiently, Why are you following me? Lu Pianran said unhappily, Is this road yours? Who said I was following you? I just saw you acting sneaky and not like a good person, so I wanted to ask you a few questions. This tone made Lin Shure frown even more tightly. She looks just like a proud and arrogant young lady who just graduated from school. They still fail to realize that we are now in the end times full of dangers. He actually spoke to others in such an arrogant and condescending tone. He didn't want to waste any more words and warned directly with murderous intent. Follow me again and I'll kill you. Chapter 83 Conflict. Kill me? Lu Pianran was frightened by Lin Shure's murderous aura and could not help but take 2 steps back, followed by a feeling of shame and anger. No one has ever dared to talk to her like this. I have the gun in my hand now, and I am the one who will kill you. I order you to take me away from here now, or I will shoot. Uncle Chiu was right. There is no good person out there now. In this case, she would have no psychological burden in threatening the sneaky guy in front of her with a gun. Lin Shure stood there without saying anything else. What he is hesitating about now is whether to get rid of this girl. It seems that the power behind this girl is not small. Even if it is solved, it will still be a hassle. Lin Shure didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person, so he turned around and left. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance was approaching rapidly. Chiu Jun had just visited an old friend in the villa area. When he came back, he found that Lu Pianran was missing. He was so scared that he ran out at full speed. He came to Lu Pianran and checked her up and down to see if she was injured, and said in a concerned and stern tone, Xiaoran, are you okay? Why did you sneak out like that? Where are you going? Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry, Uncle Chiu. You keep me in the villa every day. I'm just too bored and want to go out for a walk. The other people who were protecting Lu Pianran ran over quickly, surrounded Lu Pianran, and protected her heavily. Xiao Jun pulled Lu Pianran behind him, looked at Lin Shi warily, and asked, "Who was that?" Lu Pianran glanced at Lin Shi with disgust and said, confusing right and wrong. "I was walking down the street, and he said he was going to kill me." At this moment, Lu Pianran hopes that Xiao Jun can teach Lin Shi a lesson for his tactlessness. Little did he know that this sentence would directly put the two sides on the brink of a war. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun's brows immediately raised, and a murderous aura rushed towards Lin Shi. Others also reached into their clothes and grabbed the guns. There was a flash of murderous intent in Lin Shi's eyes behind his goggles. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lu Pianran quickly pulled Xiao Jun and said with a guilty conscience, "Forget it, Uncle Xiao. You see I'm fine now. Just let it go." However, these words did not stop Xiao Jun from killing. Lu Pianran didn't know how dangerous the outside world was, but they knew it. Someone actually wanted to kill the person they were protecting? Even if they wanted to kill, they couldn't do that. After hearing Lu Pianran's words, Xiao Jun and the others looked at Lin Shi with even more unkindness. "Xiaoran, step back." Xiao Jun was confident that he could easily capture this petty thief. After saying that, he stepped on the snow suddenly, leaving a deep footprint, and rushed towards Lin Shi like an arrow. Lin Shi was not slow either. He quickly reached behind his back and pulled out a pistol from the space. "The reason why I didn't defend myself was because after experiencing the end of the world, I knew that defense at this time was useless. Even if the other party is skeptical and unsure, he will capture me first. It is impossible for Lin Shi to entrust his safety to the conscience of others." When Xiao Jun moved, Lin Shi had already taken out his pistol and shot directly at Xiao Jun, who was rushing towards him. At such a close distance, it is impossible for a normal person to dodge the bullet. But at this moment, Xiao Jun, whose eyes widened, and his gaze instantly became blank, and he dodged the bullet by a hair's breadth. Xiao Jun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he gave up his original plan to capture Lin Shi and interrogate him. This young man is so dangerous, and he even carries a gun. It turns out he is well prepared. Kill on the spot. Xiao Jun gave the order as he approached Lin Shi. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, and while others were pulling out their pistols and loading them, he fired the second and third shots without hesitation. However, it was no longer aimed at Xiao Jun, but at the 6 people standing in front of Lu Pianran. The 6 people protecting Lu Pianran did not dare to dodge, and 2 of them fell down at once. At this time, the other 4 people fired bullets at Lin Shi. The moment the bullet flew towards him, Lin Shi's temperament suddenly changed. The genetic lock in the body was automatically unlocked, and the person dodged 4 incoming bullets at a speed that left an afterimage. This scene is like a movie plot unfolding before your eyes, with great visual impact. When Xiao Jun saw that Lin Shi had also unlocked the gene lock, his pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted loudly, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He didn't expect that Lin Shi was a strong man who had unlocked the genetic lock. Those who can unlock the genetic lock are already above 99% of human beings. If this kind of person really wanted to kill Lu Pianran, he would never give him time to run to Lu Pianran. The other 4 also stopped shooting and looked at Lin Shi in shock. Obviously, they also know what it means to be able to dodge so many bullets. However, Lin Shi had already made up his mind to kill. If you don't take action, then it's fine. But now that you've taken action, it's too late to talk about misunderstandings. He didn't believe that the other party would have no grudge against him even though he had killed him. Lin Shi fired all the bullets in his hand without hesitation. No need to aim, just shoot 3 times in a row and kill 3 people. Xiao Jun pulled out a gun and pointed it at Lin Shi, trying to stop him. "Stop it. This was just a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out. If you can join us, everything we did before can be written off." Although Lin Shi had killed several of his men, 100 ordinary men were not as important as a genius who could unlock the genetic lock. Haha. Lin Shi responded with a sneer. There was no way he could join any organization. The gene lock is activated at this time, and when the gene lock time ends, he will fall into a passive position. Therefore, either he dies or the other party dies. Besides, it was the other party who provoked us first. Lin Shi's murderous intent did not decrease but increased. The last person standing in front of Lu Pianran was shot dead with 1 shot, and pointed the gun at Lu Pianran, who was already frightened out of her wits. "Stop." Xiao Jun became nervous, and after shooting away the bullet that Lin Shi shot at Lu Pianran, he rushed towards Lin Shi. Xiao Jun was not far away from Lin Shi. After turning on the gene lock, his speed increased. After knocking away the bullet that Lin Shi shot at Lu Pianran again, he had already rushed in front of Lin Shi. Prepare to capture him first. Lin Shi gave up his empty pistol. Facing Qiu Jun's oncoming punch with a gust of wind, he quickly took action to catch it. Qiu Jun was not surprised to be hit, because after activating the gene lock, his speed was faster than his instinctive speed. Even if you... Originally he wanted to say, even if you also opened the gene lock, you would not be my opponent. It takes time to adapt and master the gene lock. And he has been in the first stage of gene lock for 5 full years. Chapter 84 Kill Them All. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Shi's taking of the punch was not the end. A fierce look flashed across Lin Shi's face. He exerted a little force with his arms, clenched Qiu Jun's fist, and twisted it hard. A barely audible click sound was heard. The moment Lin Shi caught Qiu Jun's punch, his arm was twisted into a knot by a huge force. Impossible! Qiu Jun's pupils trembled. At this moment, his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. The second stage, definitely the second stage of gene lock. Lin Shi's eyes showed mockery. Next life, watch carefully before you act. In a split second, before Qiu Jun could even feel the severe pain of his broken arm, Lin Shi also attacked with his other hand. No. Qiu Jun still wanted Lin Shi to listen to him. He didn't want to be hostile to a genius who had activated the second level of genetic lock on his own. He wanted to say that everything just now was a misunderstanding. But Lin Shi no longer gave him a chance. Now that we have offended someone, we must eliminate all threats. On this point, Lin Shi never hesitated at all. Lin Shi grabbed Qiu Jun's neck and squeezed it hard with an expressionless face. Snap! Qiu Jun widened his eyes in disbelief. His neck was directly broken by Lin Shi. Before he died, he was still staring at Lin Shi, as if he didn't understand why he would meet someone who could unlock the second level of the genetic lock on his own. Why did such a misunderstanding occur? This scene finally made the frightened Liu Pianran react. Ah! Liu Pianran screamed. It all happened so fast that she still thought she was dreaming. Lin Shi broke Qiu Jun's neck and threw him on the ground like garbage. It all seemed like a long time ago. In fact, it only took a few seconds from Qiu Jun's sudden attack to Lin Shi's shooting to Lin Shi's instant killing of Qiu Jun. In fact, Lin Shi was also a little surprised. He found that Qiu Jun opened the gene lock and maintained it for more than 3 seconds. Originally, he thought that the higher the level of the gene lock that was opened, the longer the gene lock could be maintained. Now he ruled out this idea. It turns out that even if the level of the gene lock is not increased, the time for maintaining the gene lock can be increased. He needs to go back and study this carefully. At this moment, Lin Shi was filled with murderous aura, like a Shura walking out of hell. Liu Pianran never dreamed that just by saying 2 words, Uncle Qiu, who had watched her grow up, would die tragically in front of her. At the same time, several people who were like older brothers protecting him also died on the spot. If this happened before the end of the world, her previous unreasonable behavior and distortion of right and wrong would at most cause a small misunderstanding, which might just make people resent her and would not be a big deal. But she didn't know that the end of the world had come and the rules and order had collapsed. Her words at this time were like the fuse that ignited the explosives. With a bang, 2 groups of people who had nothing to do with each other exploded. The mistake was that she had always been too well protected, over-pampered, and always spoke and acted according to her own will without considering others or the consequences. And with this kind of character, sooner or later you will have to pay the price in the end times. After Liu Pianran screamed, her eyes rolled back and she fainted due to the drastic change of emotions. There was no one standing except Lin Shi. The cold wind was howling, and the ground was covered with blood and corpses. In the cold snow, the blood exploded into balls of blood-red ice flowers. Lin Shi was fighting against the aftereffects of the gene lock when, a moment later, 3 sneaky men came out of the villa at the end of the road. After careful observation, he quickly approached the battlefield near Lin Shi. The 3 people were a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each holding a weapon in his hand. They are Tang Dao, horizontal sword and sword respectively. It seems that someone in this family has a hobby of collecting cold weapons. One of the 3 young men flinched and said, "Dad, that man is so scary. Do we really want to go there? What are you afraid of? The man's gun is out of bullets. Didn't you just see him throw the gun on the ground through the telescope?" said the middle-aged man. The cowering young man pursed his lips, with fear flashing in his eyes. But I just set up the telescope and saw him twisting another man's head off with his bare hands." When the middle-aged man heard this, he looked at his son as if he were a fool. He then looked at Lin Shi, who was motionless, again with a sharp gaze, and said, "Have you watched too many movies? You only took a quick glimpse from such a distance, so you must have seen it wrong. Look, That man is standing there motionless, and it is obvious that he cannot move. He must have been seriously injured just now. Another older youth patted his brother on the shoulder. Ahua, the world is so chaotic now, and nothing is more dangerous than this. Didn't Dad always teach us that risk is proportional to reward? I tell you, when those poor people have nothing to eat, they will come and rob us. If we don't get ourselves some protection, sooner or later our neighbors will attack us. This older young man was obviously well aware of the wickedness of human nature. He continued to encourage his brother. We have all learned martial arts, so just treat it as slaughtering a pig. Don't be afraid. When we get the guns, we can still eat and drink like before. Since the end of the world came, life has become like a nightmare for those of them who were used to living a luxurious life. Not enough to eat and not enough to wear warm clothes. Even if this incident had not happened today, they were planning to rob other people's homes in the next 2 days. The middle-aged man looked at his eldest son and nodded with satisfaction and urged his youngest son. Hurry up, don't let anyone get there first. The three of them quickened their pace and approached Linshur. The gunfire just now woke up many people. Even some people who were originally hiding in the secret room or basement of the villa secretly came out to observe the situation after hearing the noise. Soon they discovered that the neighbors who were usually very smart and hiding in their homes came out. Then more people followed the crowd and came out. Among them were men, women, and 2 elderly people. I don't know who shouted. There are so many guns over there. Suddenly, these people's eyes lit up like cats smelling blood. Because the distance was too far and the battle ended too quickly, Linshur barely had time to see how the people around him died. They only saw that there was only one person left there, and pistols scattered all over the ground. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, so if they don't fight now, when will they? If no one stepped forward, they might not dare to go up. But now there are so many people who are brave enough, they won't think they are so unlucky that they will die before others. Run faster. We must not let the Wong family father and son get the gun. One of the middle-aged men with a big belly saw the father and his 2 sons who were very close to Linshur and ran and shouted breathlessly. Hubby, run faster. I'll follow you. We can't let anyone get the gun first, or we'll be at their mercy. A woman on the other side shouted. There were many people who had similar ideas. Although there were not many people living in this villa area, there were still more than 20 people who rushed out. Everyone has a herd mentality, especially greedy people, whose rationality will be eroded by greed. This group of people have already taken all the spoils from Lindy as their own. Linshur naturally noticed the movement around him. There wasn't much surprise in his eyes at the crowd surrounding him. If someone had seen a scene like this before the end of the world with the ground covered in blood and corpses, they would have run as far away as possible. But in the last days, there are many cases where someone is caught by someone else while the Oriole is waiting behind. At this moment, he was completely exhausted, as the after effects of the gene lock had not yet passed. But he is not alone. Linshur calmed down and focused his attention on the communication space. He spoke to the Demon King, who was still chasing the gibbon in space with his mind. Demon Lord, prepare to fight. The Demon King immediately stopped chasing the gibbon, and his dog eyes became sharp, as if he understood at that moment. The master is in danger. He raised the dog's head and barked. After a while, the father and his 2 sons who appeared first came near Linshur. Seeing Linshur, who remained motionless even though they were approaching him, the 3 of them felt a lot more relieved. He looked greedily at the pistol before his eyes. Dad, look at me. I'm going to kill him. You stay behind and guard the battlefield. The older youth had a fierce look in his eyes and took the first few steps forward. He had studied martial arts for several years and could see at a glance that Lin's lower body was unstable and his body was trembling slightly, with a determined gleam in his eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and asked his youngest son to carefully go around and get the gun. However, just as the young man was walking towards Lin with a knife in hand, the figure of the devil suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All the older young man saw was a huge black shadow rushing towards him. He didn't even see what it was before his neck was bitten off. The middle-aged man and the young man who was about to get the gun only then saw clearly that a ferocious big dog appeared out of nowhere. Clear the area. Kill them all. Linshur's emotionless voice came from behind the mask. Upon hearing this, the Demon King pounced forward without hesitation. He bit off one man's neck, raised his head and pounced on the middle-aged man. Chapter 85. The Demon King shows his power. The devil raised his head and looked at these humans who dared to target Linshur. The look in his eyes seemed to carry the suppression of lower-level life forms by higher-level life forms. The moment they met the Demon King's strange eyes, everyone who saw him shuddered. The middle-aged man had no chance to dodge and was knocked to the ground on the snow by the devil. The chest was pierced by sharp claws. The middle-aged man's youngest son, who was frightened pale, saw that when the devil pulled his claws out of the middle-aged man's body, blood was still dripping from the tip of the claws. He knew in his mind that he was going to die soon and wanted to run away, but his legs were shaking uncontrollably. A fishy-smelling liquid flowed out from the man's crotch. Disdain flashed across the Demon King's agile eyes, and he slapped the stinky human away with one claw. It landed right in front of the middle-aged fat man who had just shouted the loudest. The middle-aged fat man looked down and saw that the person at his feet had half of his brain smashed to pieces, with brain juice mixed with blood flowing out of the broken skull. The father and his two sons, who were considered his strongest rivals, were gone in the blink of an eye. "Ah, there's a monster!" He screamed in fright and ran for his life even faster than when he came. When the others saw this scene, the greed in their eyes disappeared completely in an instant, and they turned around and fled madly. The person who had already rushed forward for fear of being overtaken by others now wished he had not run so fast before, and wished he could grow 4 legs immediately. But their speed is too slow compared to the Demon King. Every time the devil pounced, he would take someone away, and his snow-white claws were soon covered in scarlet. Some people, seeing that they could not escape, wanted to pick up their weapons and fight back. However, this little bit of resistance poses no threat to the Demon King. Humans are no match for ferocious beasts, let alone source beasts that have already evolved once. After killing more than a dozen people, the devil's originally scarlet eye became even more scarlet and eerie. At this moment, it seemed to have returned to the state it was before it met Lin, and it was extremely ferocious. There was no trace of the gentleness he usually showed when he was with Lin Shi. The scene was almost a one-sided massacre. Some people also wanted to sneak into Lin Shi's place while the devil was chasing the people on the other side and take the pistol on the ground. When the devil saw someone approaching Lin, he simply abandoned the target that was originally going to be killed by his claws. He pounced towards the people who were close to Lin Shi. He bit off half of the other person's shoulder in one bite. In its eyes, apart from Lin Shi, who is the only human being it recognizes, all other people are walking 4-horned beasts. "Ah!" The shrill scream stopped abruptly when the devil's claw scratched the man's neck. After killing the man who dared to approach Lin Shi, the Demon King turned around and continued to hunt down the remaining humans. The one-sided massacre soon came to an end. With the devil's speed and keen sense of smell, none of these people could escape. All turned into corpses that will never make mistakes again. Looking at this scene, Lin Shi finally smiled. Forming a partnership with the Demon King was the best decision he had ever made. The gene lock has more explosive power than endurance. I must find a way to solve this fatal problem, otherwise I will not be able to easily open the genetic lock unless it is a life-and-death situation in the future. After the sequelae of gene lock subsided, Lin Shi was surprised to find out. This time the aftereffects lasted a little shorter than last time. Lin Shi recalled the changes that occurred to him after absorbing the source power the first 2 times. There was a gleam in his eyes. Perhaps with enough source power, he could solve the side effects of opening the gene lock. Lin Shi walked in front of Lu Pianran, the culprit who caused all the trouble today. In the blink of an eye, a saber appeared in his hand, ready to kill the woman. But a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. This woman's identity was not ordinary. Now he was certain that he and Lu Pianran had formed a mortal feud that would never end. But it is better to first determine who is behind her, so as not to be passive in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shi decided to let this woman live a little longer and put her into the space. Then all the bodies in the villa were put into the space and all traces were erased. After changing his clothes and taking back the Demon King, Lin Shi left the deserted villa area. When we returned to the safe house, it was already dark. Lu Pianran, who was taken into the space by Lin Shi, also woke up. As soon as Lu Pianran woke up, she saw that she was being stared at by a dog and a monkey. The huge sizes of the Demon King and the gibbon, as well as the pressure from the source beast, made Lu Pianran faint again. It was not until Lin Shi asked the Demon King to pour a bucket of snow water on Lu Pianran that Lu Pianran screamed and woke up. Chapter 86: Lu Pianran's Origin. Lu Pianran was suddenly doused with a bucket of snow water from head to toe. She suddenly screamed and sat up from the ground. As soon as she sat up, she was faced with the devil's huge face and screamed in fright again. "Shut up." Lin Shi's voice echoed in the space. "If you make any more noise, I'll kill you right away." When Lu Pianran heard this familiar sentence, he immediately remembered the scene in the villa area before, hugged his head and said, "Don't kill me." Lin Shi sat on the sofa in the safe house, playing with a pin in his hand, and said in his consciousness, "I ask, you answer. If you don't cooperate, I'll have my Demon King bite off your flesh piece by piece." Lu Pianran was so frightened that she didn't even dare to raise her head and kept saying, "I'll cooperate. Please don't hurt me. My dad has a lot of money. As long as you don't hurt me, you can have whatever you want." First question. Who are you? My name is Lu Pianran. I am a college student in this city. I originally lived in that villa, but there was a sudden power outage, so Uncle Chio took me from school to that villa. Lu Pianran was so frightened today that she lost her psychological defenses and answered every question Lin Shi asked. Lin Shi continued to ask, "You said before that your father is the most powerful man in Shushi. Who is he?" When he heard the word dad, Lu Pianran's originally confused expression suddenly recovered a little and his eyes flashed. Woof! A roar from above his head frightened Lu Pianran again, and he quickly replied, "My father is an officer in the Shushi army." Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a look of, as expected, and he continued to ask, "What position?" "Yes, it's Major General." Lu Pianran's eyes flashed. Lin Shi's voice turned cold. "You're lying. The Major General of the Shushi army is not named Lu at all." When he went to collect supplies that day, he still clearly remembered the man standing in front of the crowd with an intimidating presence. The people around him called him Major General Lin. Lu Pianran was surprised that Lin Shi actually knew this, and raised her head and quickly changed her words. "I'm sorry, I haven't finished yet. My father is the staff officer to the Major General." Haha. Lin Shi said sarcastically, "A staff officer is the most powerful person in the Shushi army?" Hearing this, Lu Pianran subconsciously raised his head and refuted. "My dad saved the life of that Major General. This relationship is different. Even the Major General has to listen to my dad. My dad is the best." Only then did she notice that she was in a strange place. "What's your father's name?" Lin Shi asked. "Lu Peng. My father's name is Lu Peng." Then Lin Shi asked several more questions, such as what Lu Peng looked like and whether Lu Pianran had any other relatives. Lu Pianran could answer all of these. But when Lin Shi asked about the information about the gene lock in the army, Lu Pianran knew nothing about it. Lu Pianran had already stood up by now, looking around the space. "It's just that I don't dare to walk around because the devil is always watching me." Curiosity overcame some of the fear in her heart, and she asked Lin Shi, "I really don't know anything about the gene lock you mentioned. Where is this? Where are you? Can you let me go? You can ask my dad for money, anything you want. My dad will definitely give it to you." She clenched her hands secretly, hidden under her already dirty down jacket. "When I go back, I will make my dad shoot you to avenge Uncle Chio and the others." But she didn't know that she would never have this opportunity again. Lin Shi did not respond to Lu Pianran, but said to the Demon King, "Demon King, kill." After Lin Shi gave the order, he no longer paid attention to this woman who had lost her value. He didn't want to keep this woman eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in his space. As for the threat from the Major General Staff Officer, Lin Shi did not show his face the entire day, and all the witnesses in that villa area were already dead. Even if the troops behind found any clues there, they would not know who he was. Lin Shi took out more than 2 tons of gold bars collected today from the space. Take a look at the cornucopia interface. Treasure bowl. Storage space. Complete the volume of the space can increase as the source power in the user's body increases and can store living things. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 2.48 million. This will be the 9th upgrade for item duplication. Lin Shi silently said, "Upgrade item copy." As a familiar golden light flashed before my eyes, the cornucopia interface changed to treasure bowl. Storage space. Complete the volume of the space can increase as the source power in the user's body increases and can store living things. Function. Item copy. Money points required for upgrade, 8.4 million. A total of 728 times. Lin Shi felt that these 1,478 times would not be used up in at least 20 to 30 years. As long as he keeps duplicating the materials he already has, and then uses the copies and keeps the originals, he will have unlimited supplies. If this upgrade continues according to this pattern, the next time should be an increase of 1456 times. However, when the space was upgraded for the 10th time, something unusual occurred and the original space was not expanded. Instead, the space that was originally only capable of storing dead objects was transformed into a space that can store both dead objects and living things. Therefore, Lin Shi was very much looking forward to what the item would look like after being copied and upgraded for the 10th time. The upgrade process only takes a few minutes. When Lin Shi regained consciousness, he saw that Lu Pianran was dead beyond deadness. To his surprise, Lu Pianran was actually beaten to death by a gibbon. At this time, the gibbon's arms were still stained with red and white brain matter. The devil stood beside the gibbon and looked at it with encouraging eyes. The Demon King can actually command the gibbon? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Demon Lord, did you ask it to do this? Lin Shi asked directly. Woof. The devil raised his head high, as if responding to Lin Shi. He stretched out a paw and pointed it at Lu Pianran, then shouted at the gibbon. The gibbon's fist, as big as an iron pot, punched the already dead Lu Pianran again. This is such a pleasant surprise. Transfer Lu Pianran's body to the vacuum space. Lin Shi released the devil and gave him a good dinner as a reward. By the way, a sumptuous fruit meal was also provided to the gibbon in the space. Even though the gibbon in the space was alienated, it did not change its taste in eating meat like the alienated wild boar before. The devil, on the other hand, seemed to disdain human flesh. In order to avoid the spotlight, Lin Shi did not go out for the next few days, but concentrated on practicing health preservation techniques at home. And it was the very next day after he killed Xiao Jun and captured Lu Pianran. Lu Peng finally received the news that Xiao Jun and Lu Pianran were missing. Chapter 87. Check it for me. Dongjiao Xinghai Apartment. The upper floor of the property management building was requisitioned by the army for use as offices. What? Xiao Jun and the others are missing? Where's my daughter? Lu Peng, who was sitting upstairs in the property building handling military affairs, received the news reported by his subordinates. He slammed the table and stood up. Yes, sir. We went to deliver supplies this morning and saw someone breaking into the villa where Miss Lu lived. After we captured the man, we found no trace of Miss Lu, Chief Chio and others in the villa. The soldier answered truthfully that he and another soldier were responsible for delivering daily necessities and food to Lu Pianran and his group every 3 days. Everyone in the Shushi army knew that Lu Peng cared extremely about his daughter. As Major General Lin's staff officer, Lu Peng usually has to help Major General Lin deal with many chores, such as deploying patrol soldiers and other matters. There is no way to move to that villa and live with my daughter. But he was particularly concerned about his daughter's condition. Lu Peng is a middle-aged man in his 40s. His many years of military service made him look several years older than his actual age. He has dark skin and ordinary features. The only thing that catches the eye is the hooked nose that is out of harmony with his other features. It made him look gloomy and cold. At this moment, his face was filled with anxiety, and the deep wrinkles on his brows were even more tightly twisted into a line. Where is the person who broke into the villa? Have you interrogated him? The soldier replied. He's just outside the corridor. I interrogated him on the way here. He said he came from another area and wanted to go into the villa area to look for supplies. He found no one there, so he broke in. Bring the people in. Lu Peng's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. There was another person sitting in this temporarily requisitioned office who was also dressed in the uniform of an army officer. He looks much younger than Lu Peng, but judging from his relaxed sitting posture, he does not look like Lu Peng's subordinate. If Lin Shi were here, he would be able to recognize that this man was the officer, Wang Chao, whom Lin Shi met at the port last time. Wang Chao saw Lu Peng's expression and comforted him. Staff Officer Lu, don't worry. Send someone to look for her first. Maybe the little girl ran away because she was having fun. You know Xiao Jun's skills, there won't be any problem. After hearing this, although Lu Peng was still anxious in his heart, his expression was much more relaxed. He also knew his daughter well. She was indeed a playful person. Perhaps Xiao Jun couldn't persuade his daughter and went out with her. But based on his understanding of Xiao Jun, if Xiao Jun and his friends went out normally, they would not leave someone in the villa. Now that everyone is gone, Lu Peng always feels very uneasy in his heart. Xiao Jun is not Lu Peng's subordinate, but his comrade in arms. A few years ago, the country suddenly conscripted a group of soldiers to experiment with a new gene pill that could cultivate super soldiers. Lu Peng did not participate because he was worried about hidden dangers, but Xiao Jun signed up and became one of the first people in the National Army to unlock the genetic lock. He was promoted 2 levels in military rank as an exception. The reason why Xiao Jun was able to protect Lu Pianran this time was because of their long-term friendship. It was also thanks to Lu Peng, who had saved Major General Lin once a few years ago, that he was able to easily borrow people from him. The soldier took the order and went out, and soon brought in the person who broke into the villa. This man was a man in his 30s. When he was brought in, he started shouting that he was innocent. Sir, I just checked to see if anyone went in there who wouldn't do the same outside. I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home. Please? Don't talk nonsense. Just answer whatever I ask. Lu Peng interrogated him with a gloomy face. The answer I got was the same as the soldier's. The soldier asked, Sir, what should we do with this man? Lock him up. Gather a few teams now and go look around the villa to see if there are any traces of Chiu-jun and Pianran. In addition, investigate whether there are any signs of fighting in the villa and its vicinity, and also investigate whether anyone has seen Pianran and the others go out in the past 2 days. All relevant clues, please investigate carefully. Yes. If Lu Peng hadn't been tied up with something to do, he would have wanted to go there in person. The fact that he hadn't seen anyone or any corpses at the moment made him secretly tell himself that things were not as bad as he had imagined. The soldiers dragged the man away, who was crying and begging for mercy. He then gathered several teams and rushed to the villa area where Lu Pianran had lived before. However, they dug deep into the villa area but found no clues. Because Lin Shi and Chiu-jun were fighting outdoors, and when they took away the bodies and dealt with the traces, Lin Shi shoveled away all the bloody snow that fell on the ground and put it into the space. Afterwards, he and the Demon King flattened the snow that had been shoveled away before leaving. In addition, after a night, even if there were some traces of imperfection, they were perfectly covered up by the heavy snow that lasted a day and a night. Apart from discovering that almost everyone in the villa area had disappeared, the soldiers did not find any other clues. Instead, they found some survivors who were hiding in the basement to avoid the cold and brought them back to Shanghai apartment. Lu Peng interrogated these people personally. As a result, these people were all on the edge of the villa and hiding in the basement. That day, I didn't even hear the sound of Lin Shi and Chiu-jun fighting, so I had no idea that such a thing happened, let alone provide any clues. Lu Peng wanted to torture these people to extract confessions, but was discovered by Major General Lin, who criticized him and then released them. Those who were released back into the villa secretly cursed their bad luck, not knowing that they had escaped not one but 2 disasters. In the next few days, the survivors of Shushi discovered that the number of patrolling soldiers on the streets of Shushi suddenly increased by more than twice as much as before. Although Major General Lin criticized Lu Peng, he also knew that Lu Peng cared most about his only daughter. He took the initiative to send people to help him find the whereabouts of Lu Pianran and his subordinate Chiu-jun. But Lu Pianran, Chiu-jun and others were taken away by Lin Shi using space in the villa area. It is impossible for anyone to have seen any trace of them outside the villa area. After a few days, there were still no clues, but many people who caused trouble were arrested. Lin Shi, who was staying peacefully in the safe house, had no idea that this incident had already caused a stir outside. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be upset. According to what Lu Pianran said, since her father cared about her so much, this situation was inevitable. At this time, Lin Shi had been staying in the safe house for a whole week, practicing health preservation techniques. This week, he has not left the house except for going out regularly every day to shovel snow on the top of mountain, concentrate on practicing all day long. And he was finally able to open the genetic lock on his own. Chapter 88, Autonomously Opening the Gene Lock. Lin Shi was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, standing in the living room, holding his breath, feeling the vague source of power in the body. After practicing the health-preserving techniques without sleep for 7 days, Lin Shi discovered that there seemed to be an extra energy in his body. This energy flowed through his body like blood. It was very faint, but it gave him an extremely comfortable feeling. Lin Shi guessed that this might be the source power transformed from the source material absorbed by the health-preserving technique. He tried to control this source of power these 2 days and made an amazing discovery. Open! Lin Shi let out a low shout, controlling the source power in his body to spread throughout his body. The source power merged into his whole body, and an electric shock-like feeling came from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to hear a click sound coming from his body, and something was untied. Then enter the state of unlocking the genetic lock. Success again! Lin Shi was secretly excited and grabbed the devil who was hiding in the corner of the living room. The devil tried his best to squeeze his body into the corner, and his dog-like face showed extremely rich expressions. Its mouth was slightly open, its eyes were wide open, and it looked like it wanted to hide but couldn't. Its expression seemed to be saying, "Here it comes again. Don't come over here." Lin Shi picked up the Demon King, opened the door of the safe house like the wind, and threw the Demon King on the snow. With the temperature outside at over 30 degrees Celsius below zero, Lin Shi was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. But he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt a warm current flowing through his limbs. Demon King practice. Before he finished speaking, Lin Shi rushed towards the Demon King who was standing up and shaking off the snow on his body. The devil used the dog rolling that Lin Shi had taught him these days to dodge Lin Shi's punch, then stood up and pounced on Lin Shi. However, just as it started to move, it realized that Lin Shi's punch was just a feint and was retracted in an instant. Take 2 quick steps toward the direction where the devil is dodging, then squat and do a sweeping kick. The devil's action of jumping was interrupted, and he fell into the snow with a bang, lying flat on his face. I told you last time that humans' moves are very cunning. You have to watch their movements carefully and adapt to the situation. Even if you are fighting me, you have to be serious. Get up, it's your turn to attack first this time. Lin Shi taught. The devil stood up numbly and looked at Lin Shi resentfully. That look was definitely from being forced to do business many times. While Lin Shi was fighting with the Demon King, he was also carefully guiding the Demon King's attack. After seconds, the gene lock time ends. This is not the first time that Lin Shi has taken the initiative to unlock the gene lock in the past few days, but the 6th time. Ever since he discovered the source of power in his body 2 days ago, he has tried to control it and has mastered the method of opening the genetic lock. It just doesn't work every time. And I don't know if it's because the gene lock has been unlocked more times, or because the source of power in the body has increased, but the gene lock is maintained for longer periods of time. It is no longer as powerless as it was before when the genetic lock was unlocked. Lin Shi believed that as long as he was given some more time, he would be able to perfectly control this power. When the devil saw Lin Shi, his momentum suddenly weakened, and his dog eyes suddenly lit up. The dog forced a smile and pounced towards Lin Shi again. Lin Shixiang had known that the devil would come to take revenge long ago, so he rolled on the ground to avoid it and said, "Today's battle is over, let's go home and eat." After Lin Shi ended the genetic lock, he was able to move again, but he still didn't have much strength. At this time, he trotted a few steps and ran into the door. The Demon King who remained where he was so angry that he howled like a wolf. "Ah, you have no moral principles." Lin Shi used a barbecue to coax the angry devil back. Ever since he tasted a barbecue 3 days ago, the Demon King has developed a special liking for barbecue. Even raw meat didn't taste good anymore, so he stood next to the oven every day to tell Lin Shi that he wanted to eat barbecue. Lin Shi skewered the meat on huge iron skewers and put them in the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and alien wild boar meat skewers are sizzling in the oven. Exudes an alluring aroma. After grilling a batch of barbecue, he made a few skewers of barbecue without any ingredients, took out the skewers, and put them on a plate for the devil to eat. I took out some fresh lettuce and wrapped it around the barbecue to eat together. The crispy, tender, and fragrant lettuce, paired with the fatty but not greasy lamb, makes every bite satisfying. It is easy to get sick of eating too much barbecue, so Lin Shi took out a watermelon from the space, ran outside and buried it in the snow. He took it out after a few seconds, and it was a chilled watermelon. If the temperature outside wasn't too low, Lin Shi would have wanted to grill it outdoors with charcoal. The taste of charcoal grilled meat is simply unparalleled. Enjoyed lunch. The devil licked his lips with satisfaction, walked over and nudged Lin Shi's leg, looking at Lin Shi. Going into space again? The devil nodded his head. Lin Shi was a little amused and helpless. Every time the devil made trouble at his place, he had to go to the gibbon to get it back. But why shouldn't he respond to his partner's request? In the past few days, the gibbon has been visibly obeying the devil's orders. After putting the Demon King into the space, Lin Shi rested for a while and began to dress. He planned to go deep into the back mountain today to see if there was any lone beast and bring one back. Shanghai apartment. Damn it, how can I not find it? How is it possible that I can't find it? Lu Peng angrily grabbed the water cup on the table and smashed it on the ground in front of the reporting soldier. There was uncontrollable anger in his voice. You must search the entire Shushi immediately. Search all the places you can find. Even if you have to turn Shushi upside down, you must find them for me. Yes, Staff Officer Lu. After the soldiers left, Lu Peng slumped down in his chair, his chest heaving violently. As time passed, there was still no news from Lu Pianran, and the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He hasn't slept a wink since last night. So many soldiers searched the entire Shushi for 7 consecutive days, but still found no clues. There is no news at all, which is very telling. Lu Peng had already guessed in his heart that his daughter was most likely murdered. Most of the soldiers who were sent out to search for people yesterday were called back and returned to their positions. This makes the hope of finding Lu Pianran even slimmer. Resentment flashed in Lu Peng's eyes, and at this moment he hated Major General Lin Tianrui in his heart. I saved Lin Tianrui's life, and I asked him to help me find my daughter, but he refused. He is so heartless. How ungrateful. But as long as there is a little hope, Lu Peng will never give up. If his daughter dies, he must kill the person who harmed his daughter. Cut him into pieces. At this time, Lu Peng was so angry that he didn't think about how heavy the soldiers' tasks were. We need to collect supplies, distribute supplies, patrol, and repair some available equipment. Some soldiers even had to do the work of cement workers themselves and build shelters together with the survivors. Time is short and the task is heavy. One more day of delay will result in more deaths of survivors outside. Even more than a dozen soldiers in the army had been killed. He has completely forgotten about these things. All Lu Peng has in his mind now is his daughter. If he can't find his daughter, he will let others be buried with his daughter. Lu Peng's eyes became extremely ferocious. He stood up and put the dagger in the drawer into his waist. Walked out the door. The soldier at the door saluted Lu Peng. Lu Peng said in a grim tone, "Where are those criminals we caught a few days ago? Take me there." Chapter 89, Looking for Clues. Although the soldiers did not find any trace of Lu Pianran and others in the past few days, they arrested many people who were robbing supplies and committing crimes on the trail. The soldier led Lu Peng, who had a gloomy face, out of Xinghai apartment. At this time, on the balcony of an apartment building of Xinghai apartment, Wang Chao and a burly man were standing on the balcony and watching Lu Peng walk out of Xinghai apartment. "Commander, aren't you going to take care of him?" Wang Chao stared at Lu Peng until he turned into a black dot. Then he looked at Lin Tianrui and asked. Lin Tianrui's tough face no longer had the solemnity and majesty that he had when he stood in front of the apartment to maintain order that day. He waved his hand casually and sighed. "Forget it. Lu Peng only has one daughter, who was left to him by his deceased ex-wife. You and I both know how important she is to him. If it were you or me, we would also be confused." After saying that, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his clothes lining, took out two, handed one to Wang Chao, lit it up and took a puff, and said, "Still no news about that girl and Qiujun?" Wang Chao took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it. Instead, he put it in his pocket and sighed. "No, there is still no news. After such a long time, the hope of finding it may be slim. Commander, why didn't you tell Lu Peng when you pulled your soldiers back and asked your personal guards to look for him? Why? Are you still afraid that he has a grudge against me?" Lin Tianrui looked casual. "If I find him, I'll tell him then. If not, there's no need to talk about it. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. He saved me and has been with me for so many years. There are some things that don't need to be said." Wang Chao's eyes twitched. "Chief, are you too confident in your personal charm?" But he dared not say this out loud and said, "Do you think there might be survivors who unlocked the gene lock and clashed with Chou's army and killed them? I have had this suspicion as well. Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers in the army who have activated their gene locks has increased to 13. Maybe some of the ordinary survivors have also activated theirs. But Qiujun has activated the gene lock for 5 years, and you have also activated the gene lock yourself. You know that ordinary people cannot adapt to this kind of power in a short time. If it was a normal person who had just unlocked his gene lock, even if Qiujun made a mistake due to carelessness, he would not have been dealt with so cleanly. I doubt it." Lin Tianrui suddenly paused when he spoke here. The cigarette, but was blown out by the cold wind. He threw the cigarette, but on the ground and said nothing more. Let Li Qiu work harder these days and take over Lu Peng's work. Just think of it as giving him a few days off. Yes. Wang Chao didn't ask Lin Tianrui what he suspected. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for ordinary people to make a strong man who had unlocked the genetic lock and several soldiers disappear from the world. This is most likely someone from another force taking action. As for which force it was, Wang Chao felt that Lin Tianrui might have his own guess. Lu Peng left Xinghai apartment and came to the detention center in the western suburbs of Shushi. After the end of the world, people looted supplies, kidnapped women, and threw all those caught here. After the soldier questioned people, the jailer led Lu Peng to a cell where he had just been arrested a few days ago. "Sir, all the prisoners captured in the past week are here. Open. These people are going crazy. If we open it, they might not be able to control it." The jailer hesitated. Lu Peng said it again. "Open." Seeing that Lu Peng insisted, the jailer asked the other jailers to get ready and open the cell door. "The first thing that hit me was the stench of feces and urine mixed with blood." Lu Peng frowned immediately because of the smoke. Hundreds of people were crowded together in a cell that was originally designed to accommodate only a dozen people, sitting or standing. People who sit down almost sit back to back with their arms touching. There was no place to lie down. The ground was covered with feces, urine, and dark brown blood clots. Although they were all frozen in the low temperature, the smell had been reduced a lot. but the stench is still unbearable for anyone who suddenly enters. The eyes of these prisoners were all green, and they were so hungry that they wanted to take a bite of anything. Normally, some prisoners would be so hungry that they would hug other prisoners and bite them. Incidents of killing each other occur every day. The jailers didn't care and just dragged the bodies out at regular intervals to deal with them. The end of the world has come, and they can't even control the good guys. How can the bad guys still expect to get a chance to reform like before? Unless they can survive until the day this damn world returns to normal. Seeing the door open, a dozen prisoners near the door rushed over first. Food. Is there any food? Let me out. I'm starving. Kill these jailers and run away. Get out. The jailer was obviously very experienced in this scene. He pulled out his baton and hit the prisoner who ran to the front with it on the head. The man fell to the ground. The other two jailers were no less willing to back down. They drew their weapons and started fighting, not caring whether they would kill them or not. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be beaten to death. There were two jailers with guns outside, watching closely. After the ninth corpse appeared on the ground, the situation was finally under control. Lu Peng's gloomy eyes swept over these people, and he said slowly, "Listen everyone, a week ago, did any of you see any suspicious people walking into the Haitian Villa area on Garden Road? Or, have you seen any suspicious people passing by on Garden Road? As long as the clues provided by someone are real and effective, I can take him away from here and give him enough food and cold weather supplies." When these people heard that they could get food by going out from here, they all said, I know, I have a clue. I saw it." The scene immediately became chaotic again. Lu Peng shouted, "Shut up. Line up and say it one by one. If anyone dares to lie to me, I will let him know the price of lying to me." Chapter 90 Clouded Leopard. Although they were threatened, these people still scrambled to provide clues for the possible chance to escape. Lu Peng listened around and found that most of the people who came forward to provide clues were just trying to fill in the gaps and talking nonsense. Once again, when someone lied to him in person, Lu Peng suddenly jumped up, pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the man's neck. Impatient and murderous eyes swept over all the prisoners in this cell. "I told you, don't lie to me. Anyone who lies again will die immediately." This made the others who were still thinking of trying their luck by talking nonsense stop immediately and dared not to step forward. Just when Lu Peng thought this road was not feasible, a prisoner stepped forward hesitantly. "Sir, I saw two suspicious people heading towards the Haitian Villa area last Wednesday." Lu Peng asked patiently, "What are the characteristics of men and women?" The man thought and said, "There were two men. One of them was Qian Liangliang. I knew him. He lived in the same building as mine. The other one I had never seen before, but he was wearing a black jacket, a black hat, a mask and goggles, and a pair of those special warm boots. I was so envious that I looked at them a few more times. They seemed to be heading in the direction of the villa area, but I didn't follow them and I wasn't sure." Lu Peng's eyes flashed, and he asked some more detailed questions, such as who Qian Liangliang is, what he does, and more specific information about the two. Whether it is or not, this is the only clue at the moment. After Lu Peng returned to the army, he immediately asked someone to investigate Qian Liangliang's information. As for the person who provided the clue, Lu Peng was not prepared to fulfill his promise at all. Is it worth wasting his time on a prisoner who will die in a few days? That afternoon, Lu Peng got Qian Liangliang's basic information. When Lu Peng saw the name of the leader of Qian Liangliang's workplace, he stood up suddenly. He had seen this man's name when Lu Pianran moved into the villa area. This man was one of the residents in the villa area. "Take someone with me to the Haitian Villa district right now." At this time, Lin Shi was wearing a light and flexible white combat uniform, holding a crossbow, and searching carefully in the dense forest. The reason why guns are not used is that bows and crossbows are more concealed than guns. The pistol's attack power is not enough, and it will easily alarm wild beasts in other places. If a herd of beasts is attracted, even he will have to run away first. The crossbow itself is a killing weapon prepared for jungle warfare. Jungle hunting, as a hunter, you need to hide yourself well, and then give the prey a fatal blow silently. For this purpose, Lin Shi even sprayed a layer of white paint on the crossbow in his hand. I just don't know if it's because the animals in the forests of Shushi are all tropical animals, and not many of them survived. After going deep into the back mountain for more than 3 hours, Lin Shi still found nothing. Suddenly, Lin Shi stopped walking, crouched down, and moved cautiously to the left front. On the snow a few hundred meters away, a clouded leopard is tearing into a deer that it dug out of the snow. This clouded leopard is larger than a Siberian tiger. Lin Shi is almost certain that this clouded leopard has mutated. But if you want to be completely sure, you have to get within 100 meters. The treasure pot only gives warnings to source beasts within 100 meters. Lin Sure approached the clouded leopard step by step. The deer under the clouded leopard's mouth obviously did not survive the sudden extreme cold. When it was dug out, its whole body was stiff and had been frozen solid. It is fresh, but the clouded leopard seems to have a hard time biting, and it seems a bit difficult for its teeth. While the clouded leopard was concentrating on gnawing on the frozen meat, Lin Sure had already approached within 100 meters. The treasure bowl in front of me really gave a hint. A first-level source beast is detected within 100 meters. It's the source beast. Lin Sure showed joy on his face. Clouded leopards are speed-type beasts, and after being transformed into source beasts, their already extremely fast speed will definitely be enhanced. In Haishi's previous life, there was a cheetah that had transformed. This cheetah comes and goes without a trace, killing people without leaving a trace. Many people have tried to hunt it, but have not succeeded. If I can tame this clouded leopard, it will definitely be a good fighting force. At this time, the clouded leopard seemed to have noticed something and raised its head. Lin Sure quickly hid behind a dead tree. With the dry trees blocking its view and its forest camouflage, the clouded leopard did not notice anything unusual and lowered its head to concentrate on gnawing on the meat. And just as it lowered its head, a white arrow pierced through the air and pierced its hind leg. This was because Lin Sure wanted to capture the clouded leopard alive. Otherwise, he would have aimed at the clouded leopard's head. The clouded leopard cried out in pain and tried to escape. However, being pierced seriously affected its speed. Lin dressed up and shot out another arrow. Brush! The clouded leopard's other hind leg was also hit by an arrow. The clouded leopard fell into the snow and could not get up again. Everything seems too easy, but this is based on the premise that Lin Sure has equipment in this life. If he was still an ordinary person like in his previous life, with only a kitchen knife or a fruit knife in his hand, he might not dare to step forward when he saw a wild beast, let alone a source beast. Lin Sure retracted his crossbow and quickly approached the injured clouded leopard with a sword in hand. This knife was left behind by the three father and sons when they were in the villa area. The clouded leopard finally saw the person who had hurt it, and a fierce light flashed in its scarlet eyes. While trying to stand up, he screamed at the top of his lungs to stop Lin Sure from getting closer. The sound of a clouded leopard is very similar to that of a cat and does not sound very intimidating. Lin Sure stood 1 meter away from Yunbao with a knife in hand, staring directly into Yunhai's eyes with murderous eyes. "Submit to me and I won't kill you." Meow, meow. The clouded leopard roared threateningly. It does not have the intelligence of a gibbon and cannot understand human language. Even when faced with life-threatening situations, it remains ferocious. When Lin Sure tried to touch it, the clouded leopard opened its mouth and bit him. He was not in a hurry. If one plan failed, he would have another one. Lin Sure put away his murderous intent and released the Demon King directly. "Devil, let's see who is more ferocious." The Demon King landed, and when he heard Lin Sure's words, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he bared his teeth, roaring at the clouded leopard, "Woof!" and approached the clouded leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King is superior, and the clouded leopard is like a cat in front of the Demon King. The clouded leopard struggled to stand up and fell back to the snow. Makes threatening cat noises. The devil stepped forward and pressed the clouded leopard's head into the snow with one claw. No matter how hard the clouded leopard struggled, it could not escape from the devil's clutches. "Good dog," Lin Sure praised. He placed his hands on the clouded leopard and communicated with the space in an attempt to take the clouded leopard in. The clouded leopard struggled hard and unsurprisingly failed the first time. Lin Sure looked at the Demon King and said, "Give it some color." Upon hearing this, the devil raised his claws, and when the clouded leopard raised its head, he slapped it hard on the forehead. Chapter 91 wanted. The clouded leopard was slammed directly into the snow by the devil's claw and couldn't stand up for a long time. After practicing with the Demon King so many times, Lin Sure has a very intuitive understanding of the Demon King's power. The speed of the Demon King may not be an advantage among the source beasts, but his strength is extremely great. Even if he unlocked the second level of the genetic lock, he would only be slightly stronger than the first level Demon King. If I were hit head-on by such a claw, I would probably faint. This made the clouded leopard lose its resistance. Lin Sure communicated with the space again, and the next second the clouded leopard and the Demon King disappeared directly from the snow. Feeling slightly happy, Lin Sure communicated with the Demon King in the space. "Demon Lord, this clouded leopard is now in your hands. Make it behave well." The Demon King responded with 2 excited barks. Lin Shi was also preparing to return. The source beasts must be tamed one by one, otherwise if there are too many, they may fight in space. Like now, after putting the clouded leopard into the space, the gibbon can only stand aside and watch the devil torment the clouded leopard. If the gibbon has not been tamed at this time, then there will be a scene of 3 source beasts fighting each other. If you want to complete a legion of source beasts, you can't be impatient. On the way back, Lin Shi took out an axe from the space and chopped down dozens of dead trees along the way and put them into the space. The next day, Lin Shi still wanted to try his luck in the mountains, but the weather was not good and a snowstorm started again. I can only practice health preservation techniques in the safe house first. This time, the blizzard lasted for 3 full days before it stopped. Lin Shi had to go out and clear the snow on the mountain every few hours. The devil will also come out to help shovel snow. What surprised Lin Shi was that the gibbon could also follow some simple action instructions. Although not as easy to command as the Demon King, but it's a good start. Many trees were half buried in snow. The situation in the city can be imagined. Just the self-built houses in Wulong village at the foot of the mountain. The first floor is completely invisible, and the second floor is mostly submerged. This snowstorm reduced the number of survivors in Shushi. On the 4th day, the blizzard stopped and turned into light snow. Lin Shi stood at the door and looked at the sky. He patted the head of the Demon King who was squatting beside him and whose head was already at his chest, and said, "It's a good day to go out today." Ouch! Upon hearing this, the devil immediately howled excitedly like a wolf. Lin Shi smiled and interrupted the Demon King's roar. "Stop yelling, or you'll attract the real wolf." Lin Shi is going to collect gold today, and he plans to let the Demon King go into the mountains to play by himself. The Demon King spends the whole day at home practicing and eating and sleeping. Lin Shi has long noticed that the Demon King has excess energy. Although there is space for the Demon King to display his power, the clouded leopard has wisely behaved itself these past few days. The Demon King cannot bully the honest beast every day. The clouded leopard now runs away when it sees the devil. After this period of time, the devil's hair has fully grown out. Its body is also a lot bigger than when I first saw it, and with its fluffy hair, it looks very majestic. If you take this look to the street now, it will cause some fear to passers-by. It's too eye-catching. It would be better to let him go to the mountains to play by himself. Remember to come back when it's getting dark, okay? Don't get carried away, and don't go after animals that are bigger than you, okay? Remember the fighting techniques I taught you. Don't just go after them stupidly. If the snow gets heavier, find a place to take shelter first, don't rush back, and don't get lost. Lin Shi kept giving instructions to the Demon King who was eager to try. At this moment, Lin Shi inexplicably felt like an old mother who was telling her children to go out. Ahem, that's it, go ahead. Lin Shi used a cough to cover up his inexplicable mumbling. The devil walked back and forth in front of Lin Shi on all fours, waiting for his order. He immediately ran away, just when Lin thought that the devil would run into the woods without looking back. Unexpectedly, after running for dozens of meters, the Demon King suddenly stopped, turned around, lowered his tail, and looked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was puzzled. A few seconds later, the devil suddenly ran back. Woo-woo. The devil rubbed against Lin Shi, then lay down at his feet and refused to leave. What's wrong? Don't you want to play? Lin Shi was surprised. The devil looked at Lin Shi with his watery eyes, then rubbed against Lin Shi's feet in a flattering manner. Lin Shi suddenly understood that cautious look. It was afraid that it would be left behind, so it didn't dare to leave. The devil can't speak, and Lin Shi doesn't know how it became a stray dog before he met the devil. At this moment, Lin Shi's heart was touched. He squatted down and hugged the Demon King. "Okay, I really just want you to go out and play for a day. You're my good friend, and I will never abandon you." Lin Shi repeatedly assured that he would return home before dark and would never abandon it. The devil then ran into the forest, looking back every few steps. Lin Shi returned to the house, changed into clothes similar to those of the survivor outside, and left the safe house. He is not so afraid of the cold now. Every time the internal energy is consumed, it will be restored after a few hours. As long as his body has energy, Lin Shi is not afraid of the cold. Dressing like this is just for show, so as not to appear too different. Of course, this is only the case in a city like Shushi where the temperature is more than 30 degrees below zero during the day. If it was the temperature in the north, like minus 50 to 60 degrees Celsius or even 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, he still couldn't stand it. In order to cover his face, Lin Shi wore a mask. Walking into the city, Lin Shi discovered that many changes had taken place in the city. At this time, There were not only fewer survivors on the streets, but also people looked panicked. He saw a notice posted on a wall on the side of the road, and several people were standing in front of the notice. Lin Sure leaned over to take a look. Just one glance made his pupils shrink. Wanted. It turned out to be a wanted warrant. The key point is that there are one or two portraits on it, one of which is Qian Liangliang, and the other is exactly the outfit he wore on the day he went to the villa. There is also a reward notice below, which says that if you see the person in the portrait and can provide clues, or catch the person in the portrait, you can get a certain amount of supplies. The promised supplies are quite a lot. He hasn't gone out for more than 10 days since killing Lu Pianran and his group. Don't know when this was posted. Following the principle of asking when you don't understand, Lin Sure asked the man who was also looking at the wanted poster, "Brother, what's going on? At what time is there still a wanted warrant?" The man seemed to have a good temper. Seeing that Lin Sure was wearing even thinner clothes than him, he looked at Lin Sure with sympathy and said, "Brother, you are from another place, right? This wanted poster has been posted for 3 days. I heard that the 2 people in the portrait killed some very important people in the army, so they are wanted. This reward is really tempting. I will look at it every day. You should also look at it. We should try to find these 2 people as soon as possible, so that our family will not have to worry about food and drink." Chapter 92. Get information. Hearing this, Lin Sure smiled casually. Haha, now there are no surveillance cameras, and finding someone is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. It's better to go find supplies. I couldn't even recognize this person even when I was standing in front of him, and the body of the other person on the wanted list was still in my space. Anyone who wants to get these supplies by finding someone else will have no hope in this life. The man sighed heavily. Well, everyone knows that. I'm just taking a look. Isn't it possible to dream of getting rich without buying lottery tickets? It's so hard to survive in this world now. How can we not give ourselves some hope? Lin Sure glanced at the people hurrying along the street and said, "Why are these people on the road so flustered?" The man lowered his voice. "It's all because of this wanted order. Anyone seen on the street wearing goggles or a black jacket will be caught by those who want to get the supplies and taken to the eastern suburbs. Now, everyone has to be careful not to dress the same as the person on the wanted poster when they go out." Lin Sure raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, he didn't bring goggles when he went out today. Otherwise, it would be another trouble. He guessed that the people behind Lu Pianran would investigate the matter thoroughly, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. When he saw Qian Liangliang's image on the wanted poster, he knew that he must have been seen on the way to the villa while taking Qian Liangliang hostage. Qian Liangliang has nothing to do with this matter, but putting him on the wanted warrant shows that no substantial evidence has been found. They were charged simply because they were seen entering the villa area. It can be seen that the man named Lu Peng would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Lin Sure and the man chatted casually about what had happened among the survivors in recent days. He was not worried about the wanted warrant at all. At worst, he would just stop wearing that outfit in the future. The man also seems to be a chatterbox. They kept complaining that the supplies available in the eastern suburbs were getting less and less, and now the supplies distributed every week contain nothing but a little food. Candles can only be exchanged with contribution points. Without candles, it was pitch black at night, and I had to be careful not to urinate in the wrong direction when going to the toilet. A few days ago, there was a big event that shocked the survivors. The army got several excavators from somewhere and started digging in the open space in the eastern suburbs. I heard that most of the shelter will be built underground. The man also said that he signed up to do hard labor, but the other party said that he was too thin and too weak and therefore refused to pass him. There was an endless stream of survivors signing up, and most of them were strong young people and some technical personnel. There is one more thing. The man suddenly became mysterious, pulled Lin Sure aside and said, "I'm telling you this because I like you. Don't tell anyone." Lin Sure nodded. "I heard that the army is recruiting evolvers, people with great strength, like the Supermen in the movies, you know?" Lin Sure was slightly stunned, then realized that the person he was talking about might be someone who could unlock the genetic lock. His eyes were shocked. The army is recruiting evolvers? So this means the army has discovered that ordinary people have unlocked their genetic locks? But when can we unlock the genetic lock and become a Superman? If it was Superman, he was only Superman for a few seconds. He nodded in agreement and said, "Someone like those superheroes in Marvel?" "Right." The man gave Lin Sure an affirmative look. "I heard that people like this can immediately join the officer reserve if they enlist in the army. Not only will you be able to obtain permanent residency in the shelter from now on, you will also be able to obtain supplies from the army, so you will never have to worry about food and clothing, and you will be promoted to a higher position and reach the pinnacle of life." The man talked endlessly about the benefits of being an evolver, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. Lin Shi casually agreed with a few words, and without getting any other useful information, he said goodbye to the man. The last time I went to the Dongjiao gold shop to collect gold, I failed to collect it because I met Qian Liang and changed my target. He originally planned to go to the eastern suburbs to collect gold today. This wanted order immediately stopped him from thinking about going to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. I once brought the Demon King with me, wearing similar clothes, to raid the city for gold. It is inevitable that some people will think of this aspect. Perhaps someone is already waiting for him near the Dongjiao gold shop. Lin Shi turned around and headed west, intending to advance his plan to collect gold in the cities around Shushi. Let's go to Lunan City, west of Shushi first. As usual, we first had to go to a remote path and get out the snowmobile. While walking on the road, Lin Shi was thinking about the army's recruitment of evolvers. He was somewhat curious about the proportion of ordinary people who had their genetic locks unlocked. Apart from himself, after the end of the world, he had only come into contact with Su Qin, an ordinary person who had unlocked her genetic lock. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he has relatively few contacts with ordinary people. While thinking, I caught a glimpse of a short and thin man walking towards me. The man was wearing an old-fashioned felt hat and a mask on his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. A cotton coat is the wrong size, so it feels like a quilt on my body. The two looked at each other, then looked away and continued on their separate ways. As they got closer, the man who was about to pass by suddenly leaned towards Lin Shi. But Lin Shi was already prepared. He grabbed the other person's hand that was quickly reaching for the saber on his waist, his eyes cold. Before he could speak, the man gave Lin Shi a cunning look and shouted first. Help! Someone is robbing us at knife point. Chapter 93 Need help? Hear a cry for help. A team of patrolling soldiers on the street immediately trotted towards the two men. While the soldiers were still not there, Sun Kongwen looked at Lin Shi with a sinister look and whispered, You little bastard, why don't you let go? Before the end of the world, Sun Kongwen was a habitual thief. It was only because there were too many surveillance cameras at that time, and he was arrested too many times that he finally retired. Unexpectedly, the end of the world gave him another chance to return to society. When he went out on the street, he would specifically target people who were alone. If he could steal, he would steal. If he couldn't steal, he would make a big deal out of it. Anyway, there is no surveillance now, so as long as he is not caught by the soldiers, there is no way to prove that he stole anything. Sometimes, after the soldiers left, he would follow the man and continue stealing. If you can't steal, just sneak attack, kill the person and take away everything on that person, even his underwear. In the past few days, several people have died at his hands. A cold light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. What's going on? The soldiers arrived. Sir, this man is trying to rob me. Look, he's holding my hand and he has a knife on him. Sun Kongwen was extremely panicked and pointed at Lin Shi and accused him of being the first to do so. Lin Shi knew from the skilled look on his face that this was not the first time this person had done this. The soldier saw that Lin Shi was indeed holding the man's hand, but he did not jump to conclusions and asked Lin Shi, Is that so? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, He was trying to steal from me just now and I caught him. I stole your things? I'm dressed so well. Why would I steal your things? Look at what rags you're wearing. You're not even warm enough. What could I steal from you? Sun Kongwen was very excited and argued with saliva flying. But in my heart, I suddenly felt strange. This man is wearing so little. Why are his hands still so warm? Is there any evidence? Lin Shi glanced at the soldiers and let go. No. A look of pride immediately flashed across Sun Kongwen's eyes. The soldier asked Sun Kongwen again. You said he was going to rob. Do you have any evidence? Isn't it evidence that he carried a knife? Sun Kongwen pointed at the knife on Lin Shi's waist. The soldier was speechless. Nowadays, everyone carries a knife when going out. If it was all considered robbery, the Shushi detention center would have been full long ago. Without evidence, we can only send you home and ensure your safety. The soldier said to Sun Kongwen. Sun Kongwen nodded reluctantly. Oh well. After saying that, he gave Lin Shi a fearless look and mouth. Just wait and see. Lin Shi curled the corners of his mouth under the mask. His eyes were extremely cold. Those who knew him well knew that he was angry. Since everything is fine, can I go now? Lin Shi looked at the soldier and said. The soldier nodded. Lin Shi put his hands into his pockets and made a gesture of putting his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, something fell out of his pocket. A large piece of beef jerky fell onto the white snow with a plop. This is what Lin Shi baked when he had nothing to do in the safe house. Sometimes when he didn't want to cook or was going out, he could just take it out and eat it directly. It is also sprinkled with some spices such as chili and cumin, which makes it look particularly tempting against the white snow. The soldier and Sun Kongwen both looked down and saw the tempting piece of jerky. The moment Sun Kongwen saw the dried meat, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He stared at Lin and put the dried meat back into his pocket. Saliva is constantly secreted in the mouth. He hasn't eaten meat for more than half a month. Lin Shi quickly picked up the dried meat and put it back into his pocket, then left without looking back. Sun Kongwen and the soldiers turned a corner, rolled his eyes, and stopped to say, "Sir, since that person has already left, I don't need you to take me home. I still have to go to my second uncle's house. Thank you." After saying this, he jogged off and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Lin Shi left the street, he slowed down his pace slightly. Not long after he walked, a malicious gaze followed him vaguely. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. The fish is hooked. After walking for another 2 minutes, he turned into a small road with old houses on both sides. The malicious look disappeared soon. Lin Shi's eyes flickered, and he continued walking forward. After walking for another 2 minutes, I suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground behind me. Lin Shi turned around and turned his head. Sun Kongwen, hiding in the corner of an old house separated by a wall, showed a triumphant smile. This sneak attack trick has always worked for him. As long as the opponent turns around, he will be dead for sure. When Lin Shi turned around, Sun Kongwen rushed out with a sharp knife, polished to a sharp point, with a grim smile on his face, and stabbed Lin Shi in the back. Sun Kongwen was full of confidence. Although he was still in the process of committing the crime, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. His mind was already thinking about how many times he could eat that piece of jerky. Unfortunately, he hit a wall this time. Lin Shi had been waiting for him to show up. Just as Sun Kongwen saw the tip of his knife was about to stab the fat sheep, his hand holding the knife was suddenly grabbed. Lin Shi turned around at some point, grabbed Sun Songwen's hand and squeezed it hard. An irresistible force appeared on Sun Songwen's wrist, and it deformed in an instant. The knife in his hand also fell to the ground. Sun Kongwen couldn't help but let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. How could Lin Shi give him a chance? He punched Sun Kongwen hard in the face. Lin Shi's current strength was so terrifying that he directly smashed Sun Songwen's entire face and even made his nose cave in. Sun Kongwen, who suffered such a severe blow, is not dead yet. He couldn't believe how Lin Shi, who was a fat sheep in his eyes just now, suddenly turned into a vicious jackal. Just as Lin Shi was about to give the thief a final kick, a voice suddenly came from above his head. "Do you need help?" Lin Shi suddenly looked up, his eyes passing over the snowflakes flying in his face, and saw the young man sitting on the roof. The young man who lined up in front of him that day. When were you there? Why didn't he notice? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Sun Kongwen, who was about to die at Lin Shi's feet, suddenly hugged Lin Shi's legs, which he had not yet retracted. At this moment, Lin Shi's attention was all on the young man above him. He was caught off guard and his legs were hugged, causing him to stagger forward. Sun Kongwen raised his eyes that had been beaten out by Lin Shi and met Lin Shi's gaze. His ferocious and terrifying face seemed to try to scare Lin Shi. He pulled out his other intact hand and thrust his fingers into Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi's pupil shrank, but he was not frightened by Sun Songwen's terrifying face. Rather, there is only one explanation for why a person who was on the verge of death suddenly displayed such sophisticated fighting instincts. Gene lock. Is this a coincidence, or? His first reaction at this moment was that the young man above his head did it on purpose. If he hadn't suddenly spoken out just now, I would have stomped on the thief's head. Lin Shi didn't have time to think, and stretched out his hand to block the fingers that were poking at his eyes, and the sharp nails pierced the flesh on the palm of his hand. He rolled on the ground and avoided Sun Songwen's subsequent attack. Someone who opens the gene lock for the first time can only maintain it for 3 seconds. There was no need for him to go head-on with someone who had unlocked the genetic lock, while someone he didn't know was the enemy was watching him closely. Lin Shi dodged and took 2 steps back. Sun Kongwen lost one hand, and when he stood up and wanted to continue chasing, the time of the gene lock was over. Sun Kongwen twitched and fell down again. Lin Shi raised his head and looked upwards again, but there was no trace of the young man above. Sun Kongwen on the ground twitched and then became silent. Dead? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. He did not test the thief's pulse, but this time he chopped off Sun Songwen's head without hesitation. The already sunken skull suddenly shattered, and exploded like a watermelon dropped on the ground. Lin Shi stretched out his legs and rubbed off the disgusting brain juice on the snow. Instead of going up to the roof to check, he turned around and left the path. After Lin Shi left, a clicking sound came from the roof. Tisk, tsk, tsk, so cautious. No curiosity at all. So boring. Qi Yun was half crouching on the roof with a sharp sword in his hand, ready to draw his sword at any time. It's a pity that Lin Shi didn't come up, otherwise what would be waiting for him would be the fatal blow that he had been accumulating for a long time. Who are you to make me feel threatened? Qi Yun smiled lightly, put away his sword, and after a few jumps on the roof, he disappeared. Chapter 94. Source Beast enters the city. After Lin Shi left the path, he found a house and climbed up. His sight fell again on the roof where the young man had just appeared. There was no one on the roof except for some footprints. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. I recalled the details of the last time I met that young man. At that time, I just thought that person looked a little too optimistic. The two hardly spoke to each other, and there was no friction. Is it just a coincidence? He recalled the vague sense of surveillance he had felt the last time he received supplies in the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi didn't think it was a coincidence. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Most of the so-called coincidences are created by people with ulterior motives. I have to be more careful next time. Lin Shi got off the roof and headed towards Lunan City. In the evening, Lin Shi finally rushed back to the safe house before dark. Today's harvest was not as good as expected, with only about 30 kilograms of gold collected in total. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, the Demon King smelled his scent and pounced on him. Then came the smell of blood. Lin Shi caught the Demon King who was rushing towards him and looked him up and down. Are you hurt? The Demon King's hair was covered in blood, some of which had already clumped together. After checking, they found that the Demon King was only slightly injured and the blood did not belong to him. The devil licked his lips, looking as if he was still unsatisfied. Lin Shi was amused. Did you go hunting in the mountains today? Well, you can go out to eat by yourself every day from now on, which will save the meat in my space. The devil's appetite is growing, and he himself is now a big eater. The little bit of meat in the space is not enough for them to eat. Fortunately, before the end of the world, Lin Shi had already made plans to live off the land. Lin Shi brought a bucket of water and used the snow on the ground to give the Demon King a quick bath. After washing, the devil shook his body, leaving a ground full of white ice chips. The remaining water in the bucket has frozen into lumps of ice. Lin Shi, who was slammed with ice, laughed and scolded. Next time, roll yourself clean in the snow before coming back. The Demon King barked in response. I don't know what the Demon King ate outside today. He was in no mood for dinner. After dinner and a short rest, Lin Shi opened the gene lock again and took the Demon King out for some practice. Don't miss any opportunity to make yourself stronger. Dogs can see at night. The devil can still see Lin Shi's position in the dark, but Lin Shi can't. Without night vision goggles, he can only rely on sound to determine the devil's position. Fortunately, after the gene lock is turned on, the brain's speed in hearing and determining position is extremely fast, so even if the eyes cannot see, it has no effect. The man and the dog fought back and forth in the dark, and Lin Shi soon discovered that the devil was particularly brave today. He has actually learned how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. It seems that the decision to let it go into the mountains alone was the right one. More battles can help him put what he has learned into practice more effectively. After it was over, Lin Shi discovered that the duration of the gene lock was extended to 11 seconds. This is another unexpected surprise. In the early morning of the next day, after practicing the health-preserving techniques, the man and the dog separated again. Lin Shi continued to collect gold, and the devil went into the mountains again. Half a month passed like this. For the past half month, whenever the weather was good, Lin Shi went out to collect gold. In the past half month, I have collected more than 500 kilograms of gold and various other precious metal jewelry, and I am very close to upgrading the last item copy. The Demon King has had a blast in the mountains for the past half month, getting up early and working late every day, having a lot of fun. And every time I eat, I always come back with a full belly. Once, it was completely dark and he hadn't returned home yet. Lin Shi almost went into the mountains with a flashlight to look for the dog. Fortunately, the devil returned before Lin Shi entered the mountain. After being scolded by Lin Shi that time, the Demon King became much more restrained. He would basically come back early and wait for Lin Shi at the door. The size of this half-moon Demon King has become much larger than before. Lin Shi guessed that the Demon King might have eaten a lot of wild beasts or source beasts and digested their source power. When a snowstorm occurred, Lin Shi was not idle either. He and the Demon King cut trees and collected wood nearby. After more than a month of extreme cold, most of the tropical plants in Shushi died. Some of the trees were not dry enough, so Lin Shi cut them into pieces and placed them next to the fireplace to bake. During this process, Lin Shi also discovered the Demon King's new skill, chewing trees. After a few bites, the Demon King grabbed and bit off a tree of medium thickness, and his speed was surprisingly not slow. Most of the low shrubs had long been buried under the snow. The rate at which the snow was deepening had slowed down. When it first snowed, the snow was still relatively soft. As the snow on top grew thicker, the snow below became more solid and sank. Therefore, although the snow is getting thicker, the accumulation rate is not as fast as at the beginning. Now only 2 floors are flooded. In the past half-month, Lin Shi has not neglected his self-cultivation and his proficiency in actively opening his gene lock. He is busy from morning to night every day and feels very fulfilled. The time to maintain the gene lock has increased from 11 seconds to 18 seconds. The most important thing is that now that he has ended the genetic lock, he can move freely, no longer affected by the aftereffects of gene lock. This day, after 2 consecutive days of snowstorms, a rare sunny day appeared again. Although the sun is not warm enough, it still makes people feel happy to feel the sunshine. Lin Shi and the Demon King are still acting separately today. One went into the mountains, and the other went into the city. After Lin Shi arrived in Lunan City, he found another gold shop. Unfortunately, it is another gold shop that has already been visited by others. There was nothing inside except broken glass. Looks like we'll have to move to a different place tomorrow, Lin Shi said secretly. After exiting the gold shop, I searched a few more streets and suddenly discovered that there were more survivors on the streets of Lunan City today. They were all carrying large and small bags, and several of them walked forward cautiously together. It looks like you're moving? Even today, there were fewer people who came up to Lin Shi to rob him. When he met a man who specialized in robbing lone people again, Lin Shi did not kill him directly. Instead, he put the knife to the man's neck and asked, "What happened these days? What are those people on the road doing with their things?" The robbers trembled. "Please spare my life. I'm telling you, a few days ago, a very big tiger suddenly came to the city and ate many people. As a result, no one could go out to find supplies. I heard that there are troops protecting civilians in Shushi, and many people want to move to Shushi. I just want to collect a little more money for my trip, so please spare me this time." Lin Shi got the information he wanted and chopped off the man's head with a knife. It turned out that the source beast appeared. In fact, several source beasts have appeared in Shushi. Lin Shi alone has heard of 3 in the past half-month. Only because of the patrolling soldiers who killed the source beasts as soon as possible were the casualties among the survivors reduced to a minimum. At this moment, his ears moved and he heard what seemed to be a scream in the distance. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows and walked quickly towards the source of the sound. Chapter 95. Fighting the Giant Tiger. Lunan City Central Square should be a bustling, prosperous, and lively place. Because of the arrival of extreme cold, this place is covered with vast white snow, becoming a flat and open snowfield where people pass by. But today, it is bustling again. It's just a different kind of liveliness. A huge white tiger suddenly fell from the sky, stood across the center of the square, and let out a deafening roar. Roar! The survivors passing by the square screamed in fear. "Go! Run!" The tiger roared and attacked the survivors in the square. When a woman saw the giant tiger, her legs and feet went weak and she collapsed to the ground in fear. She struggled to move back, but to no avail. The tiger locked its eyes on the woman, immediately rushed towards her and bit off her head. Suddenly, blood gushed out from the headless corpse. The other survivors witnessed this scene and ran desperately towards the path in panic. Some people fled desperately, even leaving behind the supplies they depended on for survival. Some people left their wives and children behind. But despite this, the speed of the mutated tiger was no match for their 2 legs, and those who were trying to escape were caught up by it and torn apart one by one. Suddenly, blood flowers bloomed on the white square. Panic and despair gradually spread. When people who were farther away saw this scene, they turned around and ran away. When Lin Shi walked to the edge of the square, he saw the survivors running away from him. The scene where the giant white tiger was madly biting a living man. The man's legs were already in the tiger's mouth, with his upper body still outside, and he was wailing in despair. Seeing that Lin Shi did not run away, the man's eyes lit up with life and he asked for help. "Please save me." Even at this time, men still want to live. However, the next second, the giant tiger threw the man up and bit his chest. Click, click. Blood splattered. The man was swallowed in a few bites. After eating the giant tiger, he slowly looked towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi looked intently at the prompt that appeared on the cornucopia interface. A second-level source beast is detected within 100 meters. It's the second level. Who would have thought that only a month after the apocalypse began, a second-level source beast had already appeared in the city? In the previous life, second-level source beasts only appeared a few years after the end of the world, and wherever they went, there were a group of first-level source beasts following them. It can already drive the source beasts to launch a small wave of beasts. This white tiger is not a native species in the southern province, and it is a solitary one. It is very likely that it evolved and escaped from a nearby zoo. The second-level source beast can already withstand the damage of ordinary pistol bullets. Ordinary swords and knives can hardly cut through their tough fur. A hint of anticipation rose in Lin Shi's eyes, and he raised his arm to reveal the crossbow he had taken out from space in advance. He had a hunch that after absorbing this second-level source beast, the source power in his body would leap forward. When the giant tiger saw Lin Shi, it rushed towards him. The speed was so fast that it reached Lin Shi's location almost instantly. But Lin Shi is not slow either. Before the giant tiger pounced, he used the momentum to climb onto the third-floor roof of a shop on the edge of the square. After occupying the high point, Lin Shi aimed at the giant tiger below and shot an arrow at high speed. As long as he could attack from a distance, Lin Shi would naturally use a safer and less labor-intensive method. Swoosh! The arrow shot into the giant tiger with the force of breaking through the air. Half of the arrow was embedded in the tiger's skin. The lethality of bows and crossbows can be seen from this. The giant tiger roared in pain. But one arrow is obviously not enough to be fatal to the giant tiger's huge body. He leaped and flew towards Lin Shi's small building. While the giant tiger was still in the air, Lin Shi quickly loaded his arrows and shot the second arrow. Without even looking at the results of the battle, he jumped down in another direction. His physical fitness now is no longer the same as before. The snow below is about 10 meters high and is soft, which poses no threat to Lin Shi. Behind him came the extremely angry roar of the giant tiger. A survivor who stumbled to the ground saw the giant tiger being shot by an arrow and cried out in shock. "Someone is hunting that tiger." The other survivors couldn't help but turn their heads when they heard the sound. It is not known whether it was the aura of Lin Shi that attracted the giant tiger, or whether it was angered by Lin Shi's 2 arrows. Even though the giant tiger was defeated at this time, it still chased after Lin Shi. Lin Shi, who had just landed, had no time to reload his arrows when he heard the sound of breaking wind behind him. Although bows and crossbows are powerful, this is indeed a bit inconvenient. He also cannot perform the act of taking things from a space in public if there are other people present. Lin Shi threw the crossbow in his hand aside and took out a pistol from his waist. He turned around and fired a shot, then rolled to the side to avoid it. It was only then that Lin Shi realized that the arrow he had just shot had actually hit the giant tiger's left leg. Because he was preparing to absorb the source power of this source beast, Lin Shi did not intend to hold back in subduing it. He aimed directly at the tiger's eyes and shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots were heard. The giant tiger dodged 2 bullets aimed at its eyes, but was hit in one eye by the third bullet. The giant tiger, whose eyes were blinded, became even more crazy. It pounced in front of Lin Shi like a madman and opened its bloody mouth to bite him. In close combat with the beast, Lin Shi had no advantage in size, speed, and strength, so he activated the gene lock without thinking. Cleverly avoid this mouthful of big yellow teeth. The next second, he gathered his strength and punched the giant tiger in the face. The muscles on his arms swelled suddenly at this moment, and the huge force of Lin Shi's punch knocked the giant tiger's head to the side. The giant tiger also staggered. Lin Shi took advantage of the situation and threw another punch, still at the giant tiger's head. The head is the weak point of all living things. When it is hit hard, the victim may feel dizzy and have a concussion at the very least, or faint unconscious at the worst. Facing Lin Shi's second punch, the giant tiger, who was still dizzy, didn't react and was hit again. In order to strike at the tiger's weakest point, Lin Shi punched the tiger on the head repeatedly. More and more people stopped running and watched this shocking scene in the distance. "Oh my God, is that a person?" Someone murmured in disbelief. "I finally believe that Wusong can kill a tiger. This guy is even more powerful than Wusong." Someone shouted excitedly. Someone looked at the crossbow thrown on the ground by Lin Shi, with eagerness and greed flashing in his eyes. Lin Shi punched the giant tiger on the head repeatedly, finally knocking it to the ground. The survivors who had gathered at some point cheered. Lin Shi just took a quick glance and then refocused his attention on the giant tiger. He knew that the tiger was not dead yet, but had just been knocked unconscious by the repeated blows to the head. Lin Shi pulled out the dagger, lifted the giant tiger's eyelids, and stabbed it fiercely into the tiger's eyes. The dagger went straight into the handle. The unconscious giant tiger suddenly struggled violently. But as Lin Shi turned the dagger vigorously, the giant tiger's struggling movements gradually subsided. At this time, a man not far away took advantage of Lin Shi killing the giant tiger and sneaked to the place where Lin Shi had just dropped his crossbow. Chapter 96. No morality, no fear of kidnapping. The man's eyes were full of heat and greed as he stared at the crossbow that Lin Shi had thrown on the ground. I thought to myself, if I had a crossbow like this, wouldn't it be easy to kill a few wild beasts and eat some meat? However, before his hand touched the crossbow, Lin Shi pulled out the dagger from the giant tiger's eye with a flick of his wrist. The dagger shot towards the throat of the man who coveted the crossbow like a bullet, and the tip of the dagger came out from the back of the man's neck. It is even more powerful than a bullet. The man's body stiffened, and he fell down with his hands on his throat and his eyes wide open. The rest of those who still had coveted ideas immediately gave up and dared not make any further moves. For those who can kill even this kind of mutant giant tiger, wouldn't it be like delivering food for them if they went up there? Lin Shi pulled out the dagger, wiped it on the snow, and put it back to his waist. He picked up the crossbow, disassembled it in a few steps, and put it back into the backpack. After pulling out the arrow, Lin Shi looked at the huge tiger corpse and glanced at the survivors who had formed a circle around it. The process of absorbing source power cannot be interrupted, and he can never absorb it in public. Lin Shi chose to take the giant tiger's body away first. Such a huge tiger must weigh at least several hundred kilograms. Lin Shi grabbed the giant tiger's leg and carried it on his left shoulder. It seemed that he still had some strength left. He walked to the edge of the square and shouted to the survivors who were standing still, "Get out of the way." The survivors retreated to the sides. An old man still stood there without moving, his greedy eyes fixed on the giant tiger on Lin Shi's shoulder. "Young man, you can't finish this big tiger by yourself. Can you leave some for us? I don't think you are a selfish person, so why don't you help us to the end, save us and give us a piece of meat to eat?" This sentence successfully brought all the survivors to the opposite side of Lin Shi. Yes, if we share such a big tiger among them, everyone can get a lot of meat, right? These survivors looked at the giant tiger with fiery eyes, and some even reached for their weapons. They forgot that if Lin Shi had not appeared just now, they would most likely have died. Although Lin Shi did not take action to save them, it is a fact that they were saved. Lin Shi sneered. Sorry, he has no morals and is not afraid of being kidnapped. A cold light flashed by, and the old man was still standing in front of Lin Shi, but his head rolled to the ground. There can be no hesitation at this time. Otherwise, these survivors will swarm over like hyenas. He understood the thoughts of these survivors too well. Lin Shi glanced around with murderous intent and asked, "Who else wants it? I'll send him down to fight the tiger himself." Seeing this, the survivors waved their hands and stepped back, fearing that they would follow in the old man's footsteps. Lin Shi, holding the bloody knife, walked step by step between the two rows of survivors until he was far away. After Lin Shi walked away, one of the survivors said to a skinny man with dyed yellow hair and a face covered by a mask, "Brother Huang? That guy seems to be the target of the mission that Bosley asked us to deal with. Why didn't we go up just now?" Huang Mao looked at his subordinate as if he were a fool and said, "The end of the world has come, and there is no need to do a mission. How can that old dog Li Duokai come here? Let's follow him and see if we can get some meat." Brother Huang is wise. Several younger brothers followed Huang Mao in the direction where Lin Shi left. Lin Shi walked out of a block until he entered an alley where no one passed by, and then he put the giant tiger into the space. Then he took out a horizontal sword from the space and sat in the shop to wipe the blade. The horizontal sword is straight, 1 meter long, with a slender and sharp blade. Like the Tang sword, it is hard and easy to break. This sword is not suitable for killing source beasts, but it is very good for killing people. After wiping it twice, the sound of light footsteps was heard at the entrance of the alley. Along the way, many people have become interested in the giant tiger. A sturdy man with a square face and a man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks walked into the alley. After glancing at the alley and not seeing the giant tiger, the two men focused their attention on Lin Shi. "Brother, we don't ask for much. Just give us a leg and we'll leave." Lin Shi smiled, but his smile was cold and without any warmth. "If you want something from me, you have to take it with your own ability." The two looked at each other, and one of them took out a pistol from his waist and said, "I advise you not to toast." Lin Sure didn't like to listen to any more nonsense, so he flicked his wrist and a piece of broken glass hit the gunman's forehead like a bullet. The broken glass was deeply embedded in the man's brow, and he fell straight to the ground. The pistol also fell to the ground. The other man with a pointed chin and monkey face was frightened by this move. He moved his lips as if to beg for mercy, but he immediately followed the same path as his companion. Lin Sure stood up, lowered the tip of his knife, and said to the outside of the alley, "Since we are here, let's go together." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen survivors who had been hiding in the dark watching the situation came out. "Don't be afraid. No matter how powerful he is, he only has one man and two hands. Fight together." The survivors rushed into the store with homemade weapons in hand. Just a few minutes later, the alley was littered with corpses. Lin Sure stabbed each corpse again, cut off their heads, and then left from the back of the alley. About 10 meters away in the alley, Huang Mao looked at the alley hesitantly after seeing a group of people rushing into the alley and not coming out for a long time. At this moment, the small alley entrance was like a huge abyss, waiting for them to be sent in. "Brother Huang, are we still going to go on?" a younger brother asked. "Go and have a look." Huang Mao swallowed and carefully walked to the entrance of the alley with his little brother. Seeing the corpses and the heads with their eyes open all over the ground, Huang Mao felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He unconsciously took 2 steps back and fell on the ground with his butt. The others were not much better than Huang Mao. "I was almost scared to death. Brother Huang, are we still following?" "Fuck you, go away." It was already afternoon when Lin Sure returned to Shushi on a snowmobile. Unexpectedly, Shushi was not peaceful either. As soon as Lin Sure returned to the western suburbs, he saw a group of people surrounding a wild boar and shouting and killing it. Lin Sure took a look from a distance and saw that it was of normal size. It should be just an ordinary wild boar running down the mountain, not a source beast. There were already 3 people lying on the snow, groaning in pain, but it did not affect the hunters' enthusiasm. In their eyes, there was only the green light of seeing meat. Recently, wild beasts and source beasts have appeared more and more frequently. Lin Sure understood what this meant. The wild beasts running out of the mountains prove that there is a greater threat in the mountains. It also means that the time is not far for the source beasts to come out from the mountains or other places to hunt humans. When the beast tide comes, corpses are everywhere. For survivors, there are fewer opportunities to search for supplies on the streets openly like they do today. This world will increasingly respect strength. Lin Sure's eyes were determined. He wanted to become stronger quickly. When Lin Sure returned to the safe house, the Demon King had not returned yet. He took the giant tiger's huge corpse out of the space and placed it in the utility room. "Put your hands on the giant tiger and look at the hint of the treasure bowl in front of you. Detected a power source without a master. Do you want to absorb it?" "Yes, no," he said without hesitation. "Yes." Chapter 97. You are so silly again. As Lin Sure finished speaking, the feeling of source power flowing into the body from the arm appeared again, more obvious than the previous 2 times. Lin Sure's arm that was in contact with the giant tiger began to feel hot. The source of power flowed into his body like a hot spring and merged with Lin Sure's own source of power. As this force flowed through his arm and into his body, Lin Sure felt his entire body temperature rising instantly. A heat emanated from his body. Lin Sure had taken off his coat when he entered the safe house. At this moment, a lot of sweat was flowing out of his pores. Some gray-brown dirt also flowed out. Then an unprecedented sense of power filled my whole body. Lin Sure's eyes flashed, and he unlocked the gene lock. As he mobilized the source power, the genetic lock opened faster this time than before, and it opened almost as soon as he thought about it. A stronger force than before gushed out of the body. Lin Sure took out a steel bar as thick as his wrist from the space, held both ends with his hands, and twisted the steel pipe into a twist easily. The giant tiger that originally weighed nearly 1,000 pounds could now be lifted easily with one hand. If he were to fight this giant tiger again at this time, Lin Sure was confident that he could knock it to the ground with just one punch. What surprised Lin Sure the most was that this time the activation time of the gene lock was extended to 32 seconds. As the saying goes, a fight between 2 masters only takes milliseconds. One more second than others means one more chance of winning. With the speed he has now after unlocking the genetic lock, he can do a lot in 32 seconds. Before I could be happy, the hint of the treasure bowl in front of me suddenly changed. A second-level source beast is detected within 100 meters. Lin Sure secretly thought that he had come at a good time. as he could use this source beast to test his current combat power. He opened the door with a swift movement. Rush out the door. He stared at the Demon King who had something in his mouth. The man and the dog were both stunned. Demon King? Lin Shi looked around and saw no other animals. You're such a fool again? Demon King? The devil spat out what was in his mouth, and it turned out to be a green fruit. Without caring about looking at the fruit, Lin Shi held the devil's head and looked left and right. You've advanced? The body size has indeed become a little bigger than when I left the house in the morning. Lin Shi observed carefully and found that the devil's eyes also had some changes. The pupils, which were originally one blue and one red, now had darker colors, and irises similar to those of humans appeared in the eyes. The teeth and claws also looked sharper. The Demon King was checked by Lin Shi like an animal. He was tossed around for a long time, and his dog-like face showed an expression of despair. After checking the changes of the Demon King, Lin Shi noticed the green fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? Speaking of fruit, the devil's expression became excited. He stretched out his claws and pointed at the fruit, then pointed at his mouth. You mean, you ate this fruit? Lin Shi understood what the devil meant. The devil showed a majestic expression and raised his dog head. And then advanced? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. The devil nodded. His eyes were full of satisfaction with Lin Shi's ability to understand. It looks like this fruit has just been picked, and the broken part of the fruit stalk is still fresh. Lin Shi's eyes showed a thoughtful look as he picked up the fruit. The moment Lin Shi picked up the fruit, a prompt suddenly appeared in the treasure bowl. Discover the source fruit, recommended for consumption. Lin Shi looked at the fruit that was still stained with the devil's saliva, and his heart was filled with turmoil. It's a mutant plant. There are only tropical plants in Shushi, and almost no surviving plants can be seen. I didn't expect that 1 in 10,000 would survive and evolve. Mutated plants do not move like animals do after they mutate. Plants are plants. Even if they mutate, they cannot grow brains, organs, hands, or feet. But some of the mutated plants are either extremely cold resistant or have strong vitality. Either it is extremely hard, so hard that even source beasts would find it difficult to bite through, or it contains highly toxic substances. However, there are very few plants that can bear fruit, and they are extremely precious. In the previous life, there was official news that if you found a mutated plant and handed it over to the authorities, you would get a high reward. Finding a mutant plant that can bear fruit will not only bring a huge reward, but also a lucrative position in the shelter. From now on, you will become the best in the shelter. It turns out that the fruit contains source power. Lin Shi took out a bottle of water, washed off the devil's saliva on the fruit, brought it to his mouth, and took a small bite. In this kind of weather, the fruit was not frozen and the flesh inside was still crisp and tender. The flesh is sweet and crispy and tastes like green dates, but it is many times more delicious than green dates. After swallowing it, you will feel warm in your stomach, and the warmth will spread from your stomach to all parts of your body. It's the source of power. Lin Shi finished the fruit in 2 or 3 bites and said eagerly to the Demon King who was staring at the fruit, "Where are you from? Take me there." The devil seemed to have been waiting for Lin Shi to say this. He ran forward 2 steps, then ran back to Lin Shi and lay down. The devil was now lying down, and his height was as high as Lin Shi's waist. Lin Shi was confused. "Why don't you leave?" The devil stood up, looked at Lin Shi, then lay down again and signaled with his head. "You want me to sit on your back?" Lin Shi guessed. The devil nodded. Lin Shi was slightly excited. I wonder if other boys had the dream of owning a cool mount like the ones in anime when they were young. He has it anyway. When Lin Shi was a child, he was particularly envious of the mounts of the characters in anime. He even begged his father to sign him up for horse riding lessons. For a period of time, he particularly liked horse riding and wanted to go for a gallop on the grassland. But his father would not let him go to another province no matter what. Lin Shi carefully sat on the Demon King's back, calming his excitement, and said, "Set off." When the devil heard the order, he ran away. Lin Shi lay on the Demon King's back and quickly grabbed the hair on the Demon King's neck to prevent himself from falling. The scenery before my eyes changed rapidly, and the cold wind whistled in my ears. The Demon King is extremely fast and can ignore terrain, run on the snow, pass through the dead woods, jump over the stream, and skim across the lake. It wasn't until it got dark that we stopped beside an icy waterfall. Is this the place? Lin Shi got down from the devil. The devil gave Lin Shi a look and walked towards the waterfall. Lin Shi followed. The frozen waterfall is hung with icicles in an orderly manner. When Lin Shi got closer, he discovered that there was something else. There was actually a cave under the waterfall. It looks like it was planed out. Chapter 98. Strange Tree. The Demon King walked in first and turned back to wait for Lin Shi. The entrance of the cave was hidden by a waterfall before it was frozen and was blocked by quickly frozen icicles after it was frozen, making it extremely well hidden. Lin Shi walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the devil with a strange expression. How on earth did you find this place? What is this guy doing in the mountains every day? The devil held his head high and chest out, looking very proud, and motioned Lin Shi to follow him in. As it was getting dark, the cave was already gloomy. Lin Shi took out a headlamp and put it on, then followed carefully. There was no snow on the ground, just some frozen stones, which was very slippery. However, the cave was not deep. After walking for more than 10 meters, light appeared in front. Lin Shi followed the devil into a cave. After seeing the scene in the cave clearly, Lin Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. The cave is very high, with rock walls on both sides and an entrance at the top. A huge rock lies across the top, and faint light shines down from the cracks in the rocks above. There is a pool of water below the cave, but it is frozen. In the middle of the pool, there was a pile of rocks protruding above the water. A strangely shaped tree grew on a pile of rocks in the middle of the pool, and the scattered light from above fell on the tree. The picture looked very strange, and Lin Shi felt as if he had accidentally entered some fairy tale scene. The trunk of the tree is curved, as thick as a bucket and gray-black in color. The tree roots are inserted into the cracks between the rocks, intertwined. Numerous branches and dense purple leaves form a huge purple crown. The whole tree is 5 or 6 meters high. Just looking at it, you can feel that it is full of vitality. There were green fruits hanging on the tree, the kind that the devil brought back. Under the tree, a giant snake, whose belly had been ripped open, was lying on its back, motionless. When the devil saw the snake's corpse, he slapped it and flew it into the pond, then pointed his claws at the tree. Lin Shi first walked over and checked the snake. The snake was about 3 meters long and as thick as an adult's calf, with the same purple-blue patterns all over its body as the tree. The snake's body was almost broken in half, and its gallbladder was missing. Looking at the tooth marks on the snake's body, Lin Shi knew without hesitation that it was bitten to death by the Demon King. You bit this? He glanced at the devil, who licked his lips and barked. Don't eat everything next time. Lin Shi's old father sighed and asked, what if this thing is poisonous? Seeing the devil jumping around alive proves that at least the surface of this snake is non-venomous. Lin Shi judged from the snake's body shape and the color he had never seen before that this snake had been alienated. Ordinary cold-blooded animals would find it difficult to survive in such temperatures. Maybe the tree has some credit as well. But when he walked to the snake, the treasure bowl did not indicate that there was any ownerless source of power nearby. Lin Shi tried to put his hand on the snake, but still no clues were given. Could it be that the source power of this snake was in its gallbladder, and the devil had eaten the gallbladder, so the source power in the snake's body disappeared? Or did the source beast die for too long and dissipate? Lin Shi was in deep thought. In fact, he has always had a question in his heart, that is, humans and beasts are both animals, so why do they have different evolutionary directions? In the previous life, researchers proved that humans are almost incapable of absorbing source energy autonomously like plants and animals. It's like humans are not native to this planet. There has always been controversy in the history of science about how humans appeared. There is no evidence that humans evolved from apes. Darwin's theory of evolution is just a hypothesis. Putting aside his bold guesses, Lin Shi gathered his thoughts and walked towards the tree. The devil was pacing back and forth under the tree, looking like he couldn't wait any longer. After getting closer, Lin Shi discovered that there were teeth marks of the devil on the tree trunk. Given the devil's temper, it wouldn't be surprising if he brought the tree back. Now it just brings back the fruit for you to pick, which shows how tough this tree is. He reached out, picked a fruit, and handed it to the devil. The devil took it happily, wagging his tail, then put it on the ground and continued to look at Lin Shi. You guys are getting smarter and smarter. Lin Shi patted the guy on the head and climbed up the tree nimbly. When his body touched the tree trunk, the cornucopia prompts. It is detected that this plant contains a large amount of source power. Do you want to absorb it? Yes or no? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, not feeling too surprised. The cornucopia has been able to absorb source power for a long time. Lin Shi continued to pick fruits. After a while, when it fell down, there were more than a dozen green fruits in the space. After confirming that there was no more fruit on the tree, Lin Shi said to the Demon King beside him, Don't let anything bother me. The devil immediately perked up and paced back and forth in the cave. Lin Shi placed his hand on the tree trunk, looked at the treasure bowl in her face, and said silently, "Yes, absorb. Mirage. Shin family manor." Shin Fanren, who was about to take a rest at this time, sat on the bed, frowning and listening to the report of his subordinate Wang Ji. "Boss, those cops still won't cooperate with us. Should we?" Wang Ji tentatively made a gesture of wiping his neck. Shin Fanren stood up and paced around the room. The confrontation with the official power of the Public Security Bureau started when Lin Shi killed Shan Jinbin and 3 bodyguards in the hospital. At that time, after Lin Shi killed Shin Jinbin's bodyguard, he did not take the gun from the bodyguard, just to cause some trouble to Shin Fanren. But what Lin Shi didn't expect was the trouble this incident caused Shin Fanren was not just a little bit, but a lot of trouble. After the end of the world in the previous life, Shin Fanren relied on the network of relationships and good reputation he had built up in High City over the years. A cooperative relationship was established with the authorities at the beginning of the end of the world, and they provided countless supplies and manpower. This established the Shin family's position in High City, until later they slowly disintegrated and annexed the official forces of High City, becoming the uncrowned king of High City. And in this life, because of Lin Shi's casual move, the police found a gun from Shin Fanren's bodyguard. Shin Fanren was listed as a key investigation target by High City's Public Security Bureau before the end of the world began. And after the subsequent contact was interrupted, Shin Fanren found that his manor was surrounded by a group of special police without receiving any news, and a lot of contraband was found in it. Shin Fanren was taken away from the manor directly by the special police. Fortunately, the end of the world is coming, otherwise it would be enough for Shin Fanren to eat peanuts. Next, people started burning, killing, and looting everywhere in Haishur. Shin Fanren's men took advantage of the chaos to rescue him from the cell. He returned to the manor to gather his men and confront the official forces. Later, the manor was transformed to take in refugees, and as order collapsed, crimes occurred every day. Only then did the official forces in High City temporarily let him go. The official power of High City is headed by the chief of the High City Public Security Bureau, which brings together a group of security guards, special police, firefighters, and other civil servants who originally belonged to the official government. These days, Shin Fanren has been trying to negotiate cooperation with the High City officials, but has repeatedly failed. His strongest helper in his previous life has now become the biggest obstacle for Shin Fanren to rule High City. Shin Fanren frowned and did not answer Wang Ji immediately, but asked, "How's that other thing I asked you to look into?" Chapter 99, Wolf Pack Night Attack. Wang Ji replied, "You asked me to check out those particularly large beasts that have appeared in the city recently. I found out that these wild beasts did not all run out of the mountains, but escaped from the north. I asked an animal expert about this, and he said that it might be because the temperature in the north is very low and these animals cannot survive, so they left the north and fled here." Having said that, Wang Ji carefully glanced at Shin Fanren and said, "He also said that the beasts that appeared in Haishur now are the vanguard of the beasts, that is, the beasts that run faster, and there may be a large number of beasts appearing behind them." Another bad news. During this period of time, dozens of source beasts and hundreds of wild beasts have appeared in High City, causing huge casualties. Ordinary beasts are fine. Those huge beasts must be killed by suppressive firepower. If there are more of these beasts in the future, without official cooperation to provide ammunition, their stockpiled ammunition will definitely be insufficient. And without guns and ammunition, Shin Fanren's current position in High City is in danger. Shin Fanren looked unhappy. "Have we got any news from the people we sent north to investigate?" "No. Currently, none of our people who went north to investigate the situation have returned," Wang Ji replied. "Since the solar storm broke out, the magnetic field of the blue planet has remained unstable and radio signals cannot be transmitted. Shin Fanren's biological research laboratory was built in the north. Now the traffic is paralyzed and there is no news. He can no longer get the genetic medicine he developed before the end of the world." Shin Fanren's expression was so ugly that it could not be described. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time before opening his eyes and speaking. "Pay attention to the beast in the next few days. Have the people below gather some of the supplies and be prepared to evacuate High City at any time. Don't worry about Peng Zhangwo and his people for now." Peng Zhangwo is the current leader of the official forces in High City. Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes flashed with strangeness, and he replied, "Yes." Shin Fanren's room has excellent sound insulation. When Shin Fanren and Wang Ji were talking in the room, the two women were arguing outside Shin Fanren's room. One of the two is Lu Siyue. When you reach Shin Fanren's level, you can get any woman you like no matter how beautiful she is. The more he can't get it, the more he wants it. That was what Lu Siyue was like at the beginning. Because he saw Lu Siyue in the crowd and was attracted by her elegant and secluded temperament, but he found out that Lu Siyue was already a married woman. So there was the incident of secretly harming Lin Shi's father and using any means necessary to get Lu Siyue. Lu Siyue is also very smart and knows how to grasp a man's heart. She not only caters to his preferences, but also increases her bargaining chips in Shan Fanren's heart. She knew very well that once a man had invested too much in something, he would be reluctant to let it go. Therefore, after following Shan Fanren, she kept making Shan Fanren spend time and money on her, and also got shares in Shan Fanren's new energy company. Originally, such good days would last for a long time. Although Shan Fanren found many women later in his previous life, Lu Siyue was always irreplaceable to him. However, in this life, Lin Shi killed Shan Jinbin. This caused Lu Siyue to be suspected and neglected by Shan Fanren, and he found a new love. At this time, the other person opposite Lu Siyue had a charming figure, wavy hair, beautiful facial features, and her temperament was completely different from Lu Siyue. It was Shan Fanren's new lover, the former first-line star, Hualingrong. Miss Lu, the flower of yesterday, what are you doing here? Are you trying to be disliked? Hualingrong tied her hair and said with a mocking expression. Lu Siyue smiled indifferently, but her eyes were cold. You are the one who has the final say here. Fanren likes you now just for the sake of novelty. Hualingrong rolled her eyes. Well, at least I'm still fresh, unlike some people, who are no longer fresh and have gone bad. After saying that, he covered his nose with his hands and looked at Lu Siyue, as if there really was some bad smell on her. Lu Siyue's face turned pale, and he wanted to fight back. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion and gunshots near the manor outside. What? The wolves are coming. Stop them now. Help. A pack of hundreds of giant wolves actually broke into the manor. Unlike the source beasts that were randomly scattered in the city before, this time the group of wolves may have smelled the strong smell of blood and flesh in the manor and came directly to the manor. The 3-meter-high wall that was built outside the manor not long ago to protect against the cold wind was easily jumped over by the giant wolf. The manor's patrol team was no match for the hundreds of giant wolves. One of the wolves, the Wolf King, which was larger than the others, came to a wall surrounded by several wolves and slapped it with one claw. A hole was knocked into the concrete wall that was several dozen centimeters thick, revealing the terrified survivor inside. The belly was ripped open by a claw. Lu Siyue and Hualingrong looked out from the window in the corridor and looked at each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes. At this time, the door at the end of the corridor was opened. Shan Fanren and Wang Ji walked out of the room and walked quickly towards the stairs. Seeing this, Lu Siyue and Hualingrong hurriedly followed. Shan Fanren and Wang Ji walked very fast. Hualingrong shouted as she ran, "Hubby, wait for me." But Shan Fanren seemed not to hear it, and even changed from walking fast to jogging. Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking. A giant wolf jumped out on the road in front of Hualingrong and Lu Siyue. Both of them screamed in fright. At the critical moment when the giant wolf pounced on the two of them, Lu Siyue grabbed Hualingrong's hair and pushed her towards the oncoming giant wolf amid her screams. He ran towards where Shan Fanren left. Finally, at the last moment, he ran to Shan Fanren, who was opening the basement door. "Jin Bin, I want to be with you forever," Lu Siyue said with tears in her eyes. I don't know if it was because of his excellent acting skills or because he was scared. Shan Fanren glanced at her and finally took Lu Siyue to hide in the basement. Bloody massacres took place all over the manor throughout the entire night. When the three came out of the basement the next day, the wolves had retreated. The manor was destroyed beyond recognition, with blood and body parts everywhere, and not a single living person in sight. Shan Fanren almost died on the spot when he saw the prototype of the shelter he had worked so hard to build being destroyed. After recovering from the shock, Shan Fanren made up his mind and said to Wang Ji, "See how many people escaped yesterday, gather them together, and don't care about those who survived. Drive the snowmobiles I asked you to repair last time over here, and take what you can. Let's go south." Chapter 100 Survivor Trading Market. In the cold cave. After Lin Shi absorbed the source power from the strange tree, I feel that the source of energy in my body seems to have reached saturation. There is a swollen feeling in the body that is hard to describe in words. Like I'm full. He touched his stomach and didn't feel full. The third level of Gene Lock has not been activated either. It was as if there was an excess of source power, but something crucial was missing. At this time, a breeze blew by. The dense purple leaves on the tree fell quickly like snowflakes. The whole tree seemed to have lost its life essence, and in the blink of an eye, only bare branches were left. Lin Shi and the Demon King were both stunned. The devil bit the tree trunk again in confusion. Another tooth mark was left, showing a grinning expression. The devil's bite force is so strong that even a bite of steel can leave a tooth mark, which shows how strong this tree is. Lin Shi thought that this tree might be a good material. The tree roots are connected under the pool of water and cannot be taken into space. It took more than 10 minutes to scrap 2 axes and use an electric saw. Lin Shikai cut down the tree and put it into the space. I looked up at the sky outside, and it had already gotten completely dark. The wild is more dangerous at night, as many predators hunt at night. Lin Shi immediately decided to stay in this water curtain cave for one night and go back tomorrow. He took out several moisture-proof mats from the space and placed them on the flat ice surface of the pond, then set up the tent on the moisture-proof mats and put blankets in the tent. He and the devil's temporary nest was ready. The devil seemed to have never lived in such a nest before and ran in and out excitedly. This was also the first time that Lin Shi spent the night outside since his rebirth. Measured the temperature inside the cave. 61 degrees below zero. The temperature seems to be getting lower and lower recently. After Lin Shi and the Demon King ate something, they got into their sleeping bags. The devil is very alert, but he still doesn't dare to sleep too deeply. I don't know if it's because he's used to his bed, but he still can't sleep. My mind started to wander. A lot of things have changed in this life. Not long after the end of the world began, humans and other creatures evolved on a large scale, and source beasts and evolvers appeared ahead of time. The beast tied in this life will definitely be more terrifying than the last life. Now think about it. Building the safe house was the best decision he ever made. If I still live in an ordinary residential building like in my previous life, the concrete that is dozens of centimeters thick may not be able to withstand the attacks of some powerful source beasts. My own safe house is 3 meters thick, and the walls are made of steel plates and alloy structures, with 2 floors above and below. Even if dinosaurs from the Jurassic period reappeared, there would be no problem given the solidity and structure of his safe house. He has no shortage of supplies and a safe house as shelter. All he has to do from now on is to keep making himself stronger. Moreover, after the beast tide appears, the more people there are in a place, the easier it is for the beasts with a keen sense of smell to discover and attack it. Your own safe house is actually safer. It's a pity that I still haven't avenged my father in this life. Lin Shi closed his eyes. He was not the kind of person who was blinded by hatred. Otherwise, he would have done something impulsive when he first learned in his previous life that his father did not die in an accident. Now that the end of the world has come, Shin Fanren is probably developing his own power in High City just like in his previous life, right? I just don't know if this time will be as smooth as the last life. If one day he could subdue thousands of source beasts, then perhaps he could return to High City for revenge one day. As he thought about it, Lin Shi slowly fell into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. In his dream, he saw himself returning to the scene of struggling in the end times in his previous life. He saw that he and Zhao Xiao had dug out the ancient coin and accidentally opened the treasure pot. Only this time, when he opened the treasure bowl, he killed Zhao Xiao without hesitation. Looking at Zhao Xiao's eyes of disbelief, he actually felt very happy in his heart in his dream. When he woke up, Lin Shi was still thinking about the dream. If he had been as selfish and ruthless in his previous life as he is in this life, perhaps he would not have ended up like that. Therefore, he will never trust anyone again in this life. When it got light outside, Lin Shi packed up his things and returned to the safe house with the Demon King. After having a hot breakfast in the safe house, Lin Shi went out again. This time he didn't plan to go to other surrounding cities to look for gold. A few days ago, I heard that some survivors were organizing a trading market in the eastern suburbs, and it may have taken shape now. He decided to go and see today. It would be best if he could directly exchange supplies for gold. Lin Shi rode directly on the Demon King into the town. As expected, the appearance of the devil caused some panic. During this period of time, people who had been frightened by source beasts and wild beasts fled in panic. The Demon King did not attack them at all. Instead, he looked at these humans running around with a look of contempt. By the time the patrolling soldiers heard the noise and ran over quickly, the Demon King had already disappeared with Lin Shi. Only when they reached the eastern suburbs did Lin Shi let the Demon King stop. He grabbed a survivor who was paralyzed on the ground with fear and asked, "Is there a commodity trading market nearby?" The man was so frightened that he could not speak clearly. He almost thought he was going to die. "Yes, in the Bridgeside Park, 1 kilometer north of the apartment where we collected the supplies." After finding out the location, Lin Shi searched for more than 10 minutes before he found the place near the bridge park that the man had mentioned. After giving the Demon King a few instructions and asking him to stay nearby on standby, Lin Shi walked into the park alone. The park that was once full of green plants is now buried under thick snow. Only some of the taller trees still have half of their trunks exposed, indicating that this place was once a park. The park was crowded, and it seemed like there were quite a lot of people. There are also 2 teams of soldiers here to maintain order. When Lin Shi walked in, he saw a number of simple stalls randomly placed on the snow in the park. Some of the stalls had a wooden sign that read, "High price for medicines." Some stalls put some useless mechanical parts just to exchange for some food. Some stalls had some fabrics and some clothes that looked like they were not very warm for sale. There were also stalls with words written on rags such as, "Please give me something to eat. May you live a long life," and so on. Almost everything. There are more people setting up stalls than buying things. Lin Shi walked around for a while and found what he wanted at a stall. A thin boy with frostbite on his hands had about 10 kilograms of gold and silver jewelry on his stall. When Lin Shi stood in front of his stall, he was still staring at the food on other stalls, swallowing his saliva secretly. No one noticed Lin Shi. Lin Shi coughed lightly, and the boy withdrew his gaze and looked back at Lin Shi. "How do you sell this gold?" Lin Shi asked.